morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody. Have you traded your Jonathan Kuminga yet? Or wait, have you played your Jonathan Kuminga yet? Wow, what a night. Down at Chase Center where Mike Dunleavy Jr. is dropping, somebody called it a bar, that to make a demand, there needs to be a demand. I don't know. We'll get into it. Warriors get stomped. They finished the homestand 6-2, which was I only accepted that with a gun at my head, which, by the way, please don't point a gun at my head. That's not very nice. It's not polite. And I said I wanted 7-1. They wind up 6-2, but obviously how they played in the homestand is a distant second to the future of the franchise, which is in the balance in the next 2 weeks. We'll see what they do. Sharks couldn't get it done last night. Our new favorite team, the San Jose Sharks. But my UCLA Bruins beat Purdue down in Pauley Pavilion, which I watched a lot of. The kids stormed the court, and the rest is good. Today, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch speak at 11:30. Will they have a D coordinator for us? What will go on? So a fair number of things to keep you busy on a Wednesday. Marcus Boucher. Good morning, brother.
Murph, happy hump day, my guy. Steve Kerr finally did it. He finally rolled one up last night, smoked a doobie, and played a little Jonathan Kuminga.
Smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
He played a little Kuminga.
How about that, dude? 20 points in 21 minutes.
When he pointed to him and said, go in, I wonder just how the dynamic was. Like, yeah, I'm pointing at you. And he's like, you pointing at me?
Yeah,
you pointing at me? You
Kuminga's
want
like,
me to go in?
Me?
Yeah.
You're talking to me?
First dated reference of the day in the old TV show Happy Days. There was a funny scene. Ralph Malph, who was on the basketball team, and the coach told him to go in, and he tore off his sweats. He was wearing blue jeans underneath. And he goes, I never play. So he goes, I never play. I was thinking Kuminga could have torn off the sweats and had blue jeans underneath. Saying, all right. I never play.
Now, let me make a reference to a childhood movie. I believe in the movie Little Giants, they call a play that they're going to hand the ball off to Johnny. And Johnny's in the huddle like, wait a second, hand the ball off to Johnny? I'm Johnny. Yeah. What do you mean I'm getting handed the ball? That was kind of Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench, his Little Giants moment last night.
Well, that's whether it was Little Giants or Ralph Malph, the guy went in and actually played as Kuminga does, athletically and actively. He will get out and make a difference. Now, again, the Warriors got stomped last night. Toronto's not a bad team. Toronto's actually 26-19. They got 40 from Emmanuel Quickly.
Dude, quickly dropped a 40 burger on him.
40. They scored 145 on the Warriors last night, bro.
Yeah, they shot the lights out.
How about a little defense, my friends? But Jonathan Kuminga in 21 minutes, 20 points, bro. 7 of 10 from the field, made 1 of 3 3-pointers, 5 of 8 from the line. He had 5 rebounds. He had 2 assists. And, you know, the bugaboo of the Warriors is turnovers. He only had 1. So, welcome back, Johnny Kuminga. How long you staying? How long you staying?
Well, let's see. We got about, 20, 25 days until the trade deadline?
No, actually only 15.
Ooh.
February 5.
My apologies.
Yeah.
So I'm saying about 15 days until we see the last of Jonathan Kuminga. He finally got back on the court last night after, 16 straight DNPs. That's the first time we've seen him on the court in over a month, since December 18th, Murph. Like, this has been a while since Kuminga got on the court. And last night, once again, we saw some of the flashes that make him look like a guy that can go out and score 20 points on any given night. But we also heard what Mike Dunleavy said pregame about there not being a demand for Jonathan Kuminga. So at least now he'll have 15 days to maybe create a demand in the trade market.
Did Did him going out and scoring 20 points in 21 minutes remind some of the NBA executives out there, oh yeah, even though this guy's been collecting dust and cobwebs, maybe he's worth looking into. So we shall see. They go to Dallas this Thursday, and we'll see how many minutes he gets down there. But yeah, man, Warriors are big decisions. My buddy was there last night sending me pictures of empty seats.
Ooh.
And there were people riffing. Dieter was riffing last night. Dieter sometimes will make me laugh. I got to give Kurtenbach credit. Kurtenbach out. He'll make me laugh. He said, hey, I'm at the Warriors game. It's a great time out.
Oh, dude. I saw a couple people sending around those old hype videos last night on Twitter.
I saw some people bringing back Thunder.
It's a great time out. I should have wore my Thunder hat today.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that Thunder hat. Yeah. I told you guys from 95 to 20 2013, with the exception of our We Believe year, which is funny. As much as we go gaga over We Believe, and we do, we still, what is this, 2026?
Yep.
We're coming up on the it was 07, so we're like a year away from the 20th anniversary of We Believe, dude.
Oh, and guarantee you there's going to be a celebration.
Oh, sure,
for it.
I'll be there. And, dude, they were an 8 seed that won one playoff series. I mean, we act like it was the freaking Bill Russell, Red Auerbach Celtics, dude. But yeah, from 95 to 2013, other than freaking one glorious month of We Believe, it was some of the most pissed I've been as a Bay Area sports fan ever. Like the Cohan years, dude, the changing of the colors to that orange. When you wear that hat, you see me. I get like visibly pissed when you wear that hat.
Murph starts like breaking out with a rash.
The Thunder thing, even though my nephew Connor, who's now 33 years old, he's a grown man. He's living his life. He's doing great. He once was part of a Thunder, did I tell you this? The on-court prank where they pulled him down. He was a cute kid. He was a little cute. So they pulled him down like, hey, would you like to be part of a Thunder prank? He's like, sure. My dad's like, yeah, let's get my kids some star. My brother was saying, yeah, let's get the kids some star power. So they did this whole thing where Thunder got shrunk. Like a magician came out and put Thunder behind a curtain and then shrunk him. And when they pulled the curtain back, it was my nephew in the Thunder outfit. And he was like 5, you know what I mean? So the Thunder outfit was really, and the crowd went crazy. And he ran around like a little baby.
Did he jump off the trampoline and try to throw down a dunk?
I don't think so.
Oh, man.
But I mean, that's what we were reduced to. Like, what was the highlight of that 10-year run? My nephew being a baby Thunder.
Well,
you know what I mean?
see, Murph, I have the same takeaways. I love seeing Thunder jump off those trampolines, and really my takeaway was getting those coupons for a free chalupa anytime the Warriors would score 100 points.
What is a chalupa, Bo? I never ordered a chalupa.
Dude, they're delicious, and it's
Is it
a great
like
question.
Fried taco?
Yeah, like I don't think I've ever been to an actual taqueria and seen a chalupa on the menu, but they have them at Taco Bell, and they are delicious, dude.
It's a Taco Bell special.
Yeah, it's a Taco Bell, kind of like the cheesy gordita crunch.
You can get one down at what was it, Fisherman's Wharf. And they just opened a new,
they got a new Live Moss Taco Bell Cantina.
A lot of people were killing Dan Lurie for promoting that. Chalupa, a fried tortilla in the shape of a boat with a spicy filling. Oh, yeah. If they scored $100?
Yeah, if they got 100 points, you got a coupon for a free chalupa.
Yeah.
It was awesome. That was my first experience getting a chalupa, and I'll never forget.
Frequently when people give you a gift card, you never use it. You're like, oh, yeah, I got a gift card. Cool. And then you don't use it. You cashed in that chalupa
dude, I
card.
hopped on my bike and I rode down to Taco Bell to get that chalupa, dude. But it was all thanks to my guy Thunder bringing the energy to get the crowd to root for the Warriors to score 100 in a game they probably lost by 20 anyways. But it didn't matter because we got the free chalupa. And we got to see Thunder, dude. Get this, for my generation, you remember earlier this year, or should I say last season for the Giants, Lou Seal got inducted into the Mascot Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And so San Jose Sharky was out there and a bunch of Sourdough Sam, a bunch of other mascots from around the league were out there. And, dude, I got a text from my brother. He goes, where the hell is my guy Thunder at?
Great pull.
Like, I wasn't even riffing. Like, he wanted Thunder. Bring back Thunder.
Yeah, well, getting back to our original point, some people were feeling the vibe last night, the Thunder vibe.
Yeah, dude, I need a free chalupa.
Steph freaking Curry, the greatest human being who's ever walked the face of the earth, and one of the most thrilling basketball players in the history of the sport. We're not quite at the Thunder era just yet, but there was riffing going on because they got blown out. There were empty seats, and we've been here before. Now, they were not owned by Joe Lacob back then. They were owned by Chris Cohan, who was the most useless owner in Bay Area sports history. And so Lacob will not stand idly by. What will he do? Is he going to package those first-round draft picks? Because they got 3. They can trade up to 3 of those first-round draft picks. He could go make a move.
Yeah, in
fact, I anticipate he will make a move.
It's the draft picks, and it's Jonathan Kuminga, because there was Joe Lacob sitting courtside last night, jumping out of his seat, cheering on his guy, Jonathan Kuminga. Like, that's been one of the biggest X factor in Jonathan Kuminga still being on this roster for the past couple of years, the back and forth between Steve Kerr and Steph Curry and what Joe Lacob wants to this franchise.
Yeah, well, obviously it'll be the controlling narrative today and the coming days on the show. We got other things, though, too. Obviously, getting closer and closer to another Giants Fan Fest Saturday out in San Ramon. Young Tony gives a strong endorsement to the site. He says it's a hot spot out in San Ramon. We'll get more into that later. Hall of Fame.
I need Tony chugging beers this weekend with Jung Hoo Lee.
Baseball Hall of Fame. 2 more guys not named Barry Bonds. Of course, he's off the ballot, so he can't go in anymore unless he goes in by the senior committee, which won't happen again until like 2031 or something like that. But Carlos Beltran, forever giant, ladies and gentlemen. Let's relive the Zach Wheeler trade, which 15 years later, I still defend it.
Yeah, and Zach Wheeler still pitching 15 years later.
Yeah, although it took him a while to get back.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but Beltran, interesting. Andrew Jones, 10 gold gloves, 434 homers, I think. But we have entered the era of the Hall of the Very Good. All of these players were players that were very, very good players who, in my estimation, when I was watching them, I did not think were Hall of Fame players. This goes back to now 3 guys are coming back now in full force in my mind because when I watched them play, I knew they were great, but I knew they didn't have the length of career to get there. And those guys are Dale Murphy, who won 2 MVPs in the National League, Don Mattingly, who back then, by my standards, didn't quite reach the milestones he needed. But by the way they're voting now, they got to reconsider. And Will frickin' Clark, a third guy. Those are 3 guys who, when you watch them, were more electric and moved you more than Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran did. Although Jones was a pretty damn good defensive center fielder. I don't want to minimize that. And Beltran was a smooth, elegant player. I don't want to minimize that either. I'm not saying those guys aren't bad players. But I'm talking about guys who moved you, who changed you when you went to a game. Dale Murphy, Don Mattingly, Will Clark, from my generation. Those guys, at this point, when we're in the Scott Rowland, Beltran, even Jeff Kent, all those guys going in, it's time to reconsider those guys then, I would say.
Yeah, and I think it's because of the standard that they're moving away from in the Hall of Fame, where for me as a kid, it was like, you have to hit 500 home runs to get into the Hall of Fame. Like, not saying there's anything wrong with hitting 434 and throwing 10 gold gloves on top of it. So Andrew Jones, I always thought was borderline, and I always had no problem with him getting in. Carlos Beltran also has great numbers, but Murph, there is a little bit of controversy with Carlos Beltran and his cheating scandals with the Houston Astros, as he was the ringleader for the trash can controversy. So I just want to make sure I clarify this morning. If you cheat by using steroids, but you're good enough friends with them to let you in, like David Ortiz. But if you use steroids like Roger Clemens and Barry Bonds, we don't want you in the Hall of Fame. But if you're the ringleader for an actual sign-stealing scandal that impacted a World Series, come on down, Carlos Beltran. Come on down to the Hall of Fame.
Because they tell us the reason why they'll never vote Bonds and Clemens in is the sportsmanship and integrity clause. But Beltran passes the sportsmanship and integrity clause, even though he was the ringleader of one of the most elaborate sign-stealing scandals of all time.
Yeah.
That most everybody feels crossed the line. Listen, guys dancing off a second base, maybe trying to give a sign to somebody, that's sort of kind of within the bounds. Guys, Kuiper told it this way. He said, listen, he goes, if I worked at a station that was competing with you, and I walked by your conference room and I heard you say something that was valuable, I'd say, oh, okay, cool. He goes, but if I set up a video camera surreptitiously in that room to film you, that's a different thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
it's the addition of technology for me that really crossed the gray area of baseball. To your point, it's a part of the unwritten rules where if the pitcher and the catcher are not disguising their signs, I'm going to try to steal them from second base. But when you're using a camera and banging on a trash can, that to me definitely goes over the border.
Like elaborate. It wasn't even just a trash can. It was like, I was boning up on the scandal online. There was so much elaborate. And there was intimidation of young players, and there was all that stuff going on.
Whether or not Jose Altuve had that buzzer on his chest.
And listen, I mean, we get it. You know, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, all that stuff, well, then it's fine. If it's okay for you to say that's okay for Beltran, then reconsider what was a widespread part of the game for an entire era. So, and I get it. I know ethically, guys like Derek Jeter and all them say, hey, we didn't. And I get it. That's great. And that's why we'll always hold you in our minds maybe at a higher standard than the other guys. But the other guys were Hall of Fame baseball players who did use performance-enhancing drugs in an era where it was sort of unchecked, right? And not really even being tested for, quite frankly. Yeah. So anyway, by the way, I do need to apologize. 209 checks in, says, wrong, Murphy. John Fisher is the worst owner in Bay Area sports.
There's an argument.
I said Chris Cohan.
Yeah.
I think I have to lay down my arms. It has to be John Fisher.
Yeah, John Fisher gets my vote.
Okay, I'll step aside.
And don't forget about Davis's kid.
You liked that yesterday from Marky Mark. All right, let's say good morning to Young Tone on a Wednesday. Young Tony, it's a big day for Young Tony. It's a Wednesday. It's his day. Get a guest list and get going on a Wednesday, hump day on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. After watching Jonathan Kuminga last night, is this situation still fixable for the Warriors? You can join the conversation by giving us a call, 415-808-KNBR. That is 415-808-5627. Or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Into some type of rhythm because JK is going to be part of this rotation.
Well, he's in the game now.
You're down at wing position without Jimmy. There's the lock. There you go. Perfect. Get him in that rhythm. Perfectly thrown by Draymond. Melton. Push ahead Kuminga. JK down the lane. That's going to count. What a play by Melton and what a play by Kuminga. Both on the same page. Kuminga with his feet set and bottoms of three. So Kuminga, 20 points in 21 minutes.
Haven't talked to you, I don't think, since the report of Kuminga's trade demand. How did you take that? And does Jimmy's injury alter the way you're approaching what Kuminga what could happen to him, by the trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds.
Oh, there it is, man. One of the early leaders for Sports Quote of the Year. In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be a demand for you. I mean, dude, somebody called it on Twitter. That's a bar, they called it. So there he was, Mike Dunleavy Jr., Warriors general manager out there talking about the Kuminga situation. That was before the game. And we were like, well, is Kerr going to play him? And he did. You just heard Bob Fitzgerald on NBC Sports Bay Area saying 20 points in 21 minutes. So there it was, Marcus. It was a bar from Dunleavy, huh?
Yeah, after he talks about wanting a demand and needing demands, hell, Warriors fans were damn near demanding to see Jonathan Kuminga on the court. It had been over a month, December 18th, since the last time we saw him actually lace them up. And last night, once again, he showed flashes of what he can do on the court, but he also reminded us about the headache that we've been dealing with the last 2 years and Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors not being able to get that demand to trade him out of town.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next 10. Like we said, today's January 21st. The trade deadline is February 5th. Who knows, man? Maybe Kuminga and Kerr come together, smoke a peace pipe, play Kuminga.
You smoke a doobie, play a little Kuminga.
Oh, man. And the Warriors turn the ship around with Kuminga filling the Jimmy Butler role. Yeah. Filling the Jimmy Butler role, the facilitator. You see, like in April, Kerr saying, everything runs through Johnny. Yeah. Everything runs through John.
We have Buddy Hield calling Jonathan Kuminga the connector.
By the way, Buddy Hield, Kerr had some comments on Buddy Hield last night just about how he's one of his all-time favorites because he benched him for like a month. And now he's asking him to come out and play, and he's playing pretty good.
Well, dude, in the third quarter last night, when the Warriors were trying to make it a competitive game, it was all Jonathan Kuminga and Buddy Hield carrying the team.
6 of 6 from three-point land last night. That'll work. 25 points.
It's the Buddy Hield cycle, Murph. We're right back into it.
We're back to the front.
Jimmy Butler. We've got the Buddy Hield cycle.
Man, we're back to loving Buddy. All right, well, let's get a guest list going on a Wednesday, January 21, 2026. This is, of course, sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership, we are family. Young Tone, you haven't made any trade demands, have you? Good morning.
I have not. I'm a KNBR guy.
Do you have that slapshot hockky goalie for me there? Yeah.
Trade me right blanking now.
Yeah, trade demands, man. It's tough. You say play me or trade me. Was it great quotes like this of all time? Gary Templeton, San Diego Padres shortstop back in the day. When he was the question was he going to be named a starter at the All-Star game or not? He said, if I ain't starting, I ain't departing. That's what he said.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's another bar.
Right? Another bar, right? And this is
trade me right now.
And there's Kuminga.
Yeah.
There's Kuminga, so.
But it's true. It's hard to make demands when you're not in demand. It's kind of like my dating life. Oh, my
God. You have 60 seconds to answer that question.
Exactly. Yes, I'm demanding Jessica Alba marries me, but I'm not in demand for Jessica Alba.
It's going to be, any number of things could play out. The Warriors could trade draft picks. They could trade Kuminga. They could keep Kuminga. That seems unlikely, although Joe Lacob, you would think, would like to keep Kuminga on this. What an interesting time. And on top of it all, they got smoked last night, 145 to 127. We ain't calling it a win tonight. So that loss column that I was watching added to it. They have such a thin margin of error. So they're going to Dallas and Minnesota on these upcoming games. It'd be fascinating to see how they play out. So, Did you watch it, Tone? Did you watch the Warriors?
I did.
I watched
the Sharks at 4 first. Dude, Tampa Bay's good, man. I was there for the 7-3 game, the Pavel Regenda hat trick, his first career hat trick in the NHL. They lost 7-3, and then last night they lost 4-1. Tampa Bay, man, they just score.
Well, our baby Sharks are just arriving. Like, you know what I mean? We have to grant them nights where they play Tampa Bay, who's leading the Eastern Conference. We have to give them nights where they, get cuffed around a little bit.
We were excited, too, because Marcus, after the show, we were working on the Sharks victory package.
Yeah. Wait, what?
We were working overtime
it's
yesterday.
Done.
Wait, what?
Yeah, we've got the package ready to go, but the boys did not come through last night.
So, like you're talking about when we call in Warriors wins and Giants wins and Niners wins, we're going to start calling in Sharks wins?
Hell yeah.
We've been long overdue for our Sharks win package.
Okay. Let's see, when's their next game here?
Friday, they play the Rangers. I'm going to go with the digital team. We can't on Friday, obviously.
Look at you guys are now caravanning down.
Well, they were like, yo, we're going to the game on Friday. You want to go? I was like, hell yeah, I do.
And that's the thing where literally 6 months ago, if I had asked you, or let's just turn the clock back a year, January of 2025. Hey, we're going to the Sharks game. You want to go? You'd be like, what?
Who's that? Yeah, who are the Sharks?
Dude, now digital team says we're going Friday. Dude, I'll drive. Let's go.
Yeah, I didn't see the digital team opening night this year, but things have changed fast, Murph.
Our Sharks fans welcoming the newcomers, 808 KNBR.
There's plenty of room on the bandwagon.
It's the Rangers. It's Polymax Rangers are in town on Friday night. And then they hit the road to go to Vancouver next Tuesday. So our first chance to play, and Vancouver's bad too. So our first chance to play the win package is next Wednesday. Tune in.
Rip that knob off.
Don't miss it.
And then the Olympic break. So I think they're at home on Friday, then the road trip, and then it's the Olympic break for I think a month.
No. So they have three road games next week. They go to Canada next week. They go to Vancouver, Edmonton, and Calgary. And then Saturday, January 31st. And then they play Monday the 2nd at Chicago. And then they go on a long road trip to Colorado. Then they break. So after this home game Friday, they have a 5-game roadie. Then they break for 3 weeks. We'll miss our Sharks.
I know.
During that 3 weeks.
What are we going to talk about without the Sharks?
We'll be talking about Snoop Dogg doing Winter Olympics.
Yeah, exactly.
There is a piece in The Athletic right now about Macklin Celebrini as a 19-year-old MVP candidate, and it makes incredible statistical case. In 48 games, he has 72 points. The next closest Shark, Alex Venberg, is it right? Has 33 points.
Wenberg, yeah.
Yeah, 45. I thought the W was a V. It is in Germanic, buddy.
He's Swedish. Yeah.
Oh, is he Swedish? So there's definitely a V.
He's playing for the Swedish national team in the Olympics.
Look at this kid's boning.
He just signed a 3-year extension with the Sharks too, bro.
Just keep coming.
Number
buddy.
21.
Keep coming.
He's on the second line, I think. Center in the second line.
Keep coming.
I'm telling you, dude. I love them. They're
Give me
fun
more,
to watch.
Tony.
Are you
Give me
going
more.
as Sharky for Halloween?
I'm not. No, I could. I probably could.
Anyway, Wenberg has 45% of Celebrini's output. There's only one other team in the NHL that has a situation like that, meaning that he's had a hand in 49% of their goal output this year. The only guy in the league better than that, Connor McDavid, 50%. So he's literally in the highest of the high in terms of dominating his team, controlling his team, and that's when you get to the concept of what is a most valuable player. Be Macklin Celebrini.
Dude, he's the most valuable person in San Jose right now.
Yeah, in the Bay. Right now,
Yeah.
really.
You can make the argument.
Until the 49ers figure out their head from the hole in the ground, and until Buster Posey makes a big move. All right, what do we got, Tone?
Coming up at 6:50, talking about the NBA trade deadline. Bobby Marks is going to join us. I know the Warriors, there's rumors that Malik Monk is an option to trade for. Michael Porter Jr. out in, was it Brooklyn, Marcus? Yep. With the Nets. Maybe those are a couple trade candidates. We'll ask Bobby Marks at 6:50. What did Young Tony ask today at 7:15? The 67th edition.
Wow.
I had to make that clear.
6'7".
I had to just, 6'7". Duane Kuiper is going to join us at 7:30. His first chance to talk about Kyle Tucker. I know he's a big Dodgers guy. Mike Silver is going to join us at 8:15, talk about the NFL. Cooler content, 8:30. Ron Rivera for his weekly hit, 8:50 this morning. And then John Shea at 9:30. He wrote a big piece on the Giants.
Well, he kind of called him out. He said, listen, what's going on? You know what I mean? It's January 21 now. We're literally a month from today is the first spring training broadcast. So as of right now, your outfielders are Jung-Hoo Lee, Elliot Ramos, and 4 guys who've really never played. I mean, they have to make a move, right?
I would think, but we've been saying that for a couple weeks, a couple months now.
Do I have to just keep falling back on Parks Harbor making the number 10 spot on the MLB pipeline prospects at third
Parks
base?
Harbor. We got Drew Gilbert.
Tony
we got
rented
Luis Matos.
Tony got a new condo down at Parks Harbor.
Yeah, that's a new neighborhood he's in.
I just got the very rare text from an 18-year-old son of mine who's up early. I don't know, maybe going to the gym. It said that he will be at the Sharks game too.
Hey!
I just found this out, by the way, via text.
And this is the 18-year-old who said Macklin Celebrini is going to turn me into a Sharks fan.
It's all happening. Somebody actually wrote in, first off, 408 says Young Tone dropping hockey knowledge on us right now. And somebody wrote they are juiced for this victory package. It's the same guy. He says effing juiced over this Sharks win package.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. You got to get a win first, guys, and not on a Friday, as you know. We don't do them on Fridays. All right, listen, we'll get some more of the Dunleavy stuff for you next. Figure out what the hell's going on with Kuminga on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Yeah, I mean, tough to say. Team's in a different spot today than it was this time yesterday, so it will in some way, but I think it just always comes down simply to making good decisions, and that'll be the same here. Maybe the parameters have changed, maybe the goalposts have moved a little bit, but we believe in making good, sound decisions, and we'll do that, whether it's something big, small, whatever. The main thing is we do the right thing.
There he is, Mike Dunleavy Jr. Don't hear too much of him. Heard Greg Papa raise an interesting question yesterday. That's why you got to listen to your Papa. and silver. Would Bob Myers' presence have changed anything? It was a good question by Pop. Marcus Thompson said no. He said it wouldn't have. Said the Kuminga thing is too, I don't know. I didn't hear the length of his answer. I heard Papa recapping the answer. But he was talking about how Bob, was a connector. And it was a good point by Greg. I don't know. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to raise. Would he have brought them together, break bread? Like go to an A's suite with Draymond Green and Marshawn Lynch.
Exactly. I was going to say, we saw how much Bob Myers did for this organization with his relationship, not only with Draymond Green, but guys like Klay Thompson and Steph Curry as well. And then we saw Bob leave, and then Klay left, and now there's a little bit of drama between Kuminga and Steve Kerr. Of course, we're throwing out hypotheticals here, but I would prefer to have Bob Myers in the room to help smooth this out, possibly.
Yeah, I would too. And listen, we don't know Dunleavy that well. We've had him on a couple of times. He is definitely a different person than Bob Myers. For my second dated sitcom reference of the day, that was Alice, I'm Kay. When Alice, the housekeeper, left, Kay came in. She just didn't want to play with the kids.
We're talking Brady Bunch.
And they'd be like, Kay, Alice, let's play a game. And she'd be like, that was Alice, I'm Kay.
Yeah.
And that's Bob Myers right now. That was Bob. Mike.
Get the hell out of Alice's square, Kay.
So more Dunleavy from yesterday, Tone, about what they're going to do. I would say that he was extraordinarily vague. All right, like he was artfully vague in everything he said, but we'll play some of them anyway. He did say he doesn't envision trading. Now, interesting, people are talking about trading Jimmy. So a team would take him on just for his contract.
Yeah, for his contract plus draft picks. Because I don't know why you would trade for a Jimmy Butler who's going to be essentially a rental for half a season next year.
It would be
about a team that's tanking, trying to get more draft picks.
Yeah. So, but cut K, where he doesn't think it's going to happen anytime before the trade deadline. Cut K.
I mean, I don't envision that, but now that you brought it up, I guess I'd say what I envision for him is kind of giving us a boost next year the same way he did last year when he arrived. And so, at some point during the season, him returning and being the player he's been. I mean, at his age, what he's doing this year to have the year he's had is impressive. I think he's got a style of game that can play for a long time with his skill, his physicality, his mind for the game. So I guess my vision for him is him, returning at some point between now and this time next year.
I mean, how about that? How about Butler coming back next year? I mean, that there's so many things that need to happen between now and then in terms of like, how do the Warriors play down the stretch? How do they look as a team? How does Kuminga fit in? What do they trade before they get Kuminga? But that is an option to go George Kittle, Nick Bosa, just put them on the shelf for a year and bring them back.
Yeah, and I get the thought process of having reinforcements like what we saw last year with Jimmy Butler. But last year when Jimmy Butler came to town, he was 35 years old, and they ended the season 28-3. And prior to that, the Warriors 23-8. Excuse me.
I would have loved
prior to that,
28-3.
that would have been even better. Mm-hmm. But even prior to that, they were 25-26 on the season. They were a sub 500 team. So what are you going to be next year leading up to the return of Jimmy Butler with Steph Curry another year older, with Draymond Green another year older, and Jimmy Butler trying to recover from another ACL injury? He's had knee problems in the past before, and he's going to be 37 years old, and that's what you're going to be relying on to try to squeeze one last championship run out of Steph Curry?
Yeah, I know. That's why people are talking. We're talking Thunder era, great timeout. Now, what about the picks? Trading away those picks that you're already looking at a window that's going to end at best at the end of next year. That's at best that you're somehow going to contend. You're going to make a move. Kawakami suggested Lauri Markkanen. You go back into the Lauri Markkanen market. You got to trade your picks.
Well, I like that idea a couple summers ago when we were talking about maybe trading Pods and Kuminga back then.
So Dunleavy's like, so if you're going to trade those picks, it has to be for somebody in their 20s who's going to be the next Curry, Draymond, Klay, right? So cut S, Tony, on trading those 3 first-round draft picks down post-Steph.
I mean, I think if we're talking about trading draft picks that will be going out when Steph isn't here, it's going to have to be a player that we think will be getting back that is going to be here when those picks are going out. So, and that player is going to have to be pretty impactful. So it would take a good amount positionally, play style, archetype, all that. I leave it pretty broad and open. But if there's a great player to be had, we've got everything in the war chest that we would be willing to use.
Okay, so again, this gets back to Lacob. He's not going to sit idly by, right? I don't think he's going to sit here and just kind of let this team rot. We've already established he's not Chris Cohan. He's not John Fisher. The war between the worst owner. Because somebody actually came back on the text line and said, no, I go with Cohan over Fisher. How about that? The war. Who is worse, Cohan or Fisher?
Yeah, we have the Cohan-Fisher
Either way,
wars.
it's not Lacob, right? He's not going to sit by and idly by. Now, is there any scenario where Kuminga somehow, increases his playing time in the next few days and weeks and starts getting happier and likes his role and drops his trade demand? I mean, here's Dunleavy on that. Like, cut R about where they are with Kuminga. This is before the game, before he scored 20 points in 21 minutes, how he feels, how the Dunleavy situation, or pardon me, how the Kuminga situation has evolved up to this point before last night's game.
I'm probably disappointed it hasn't worked out better, but, it is what it is. And without getting into it too much, I think I have a pretty good understanding of what's gone on. And but there's still time left here. He's on our roster. I know the trade has been requested, but nothing's imminent. And, things in this league can change in a heartbeat, as they did last night. So he's got to be ready, and, we'll be ready.
Okay. So that got to the point about, could there be any possibility of them finding common ground? There's still time. Life is fluid, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a game he said this before the game. He went out and played 20 minutes or 21 minutes and scored 20 points. There's going to be a game on Thursday. Is he going to play more than 20 minutes? Is he going to play 25 minutes? Is he going to play well? Are the Warriors going to start to find something? Not likely, but that's why we play the games.
Yeah, and look, I'd like to sit here this morning and say, look, what we saw from Jonathan Kuminga is a sign towards the future of the Warriors franchise, that everybody's going to get along and it's going to be kumbaya and they're going to be hanging out at the campfire. I'd be lying if I said all that. Like, the way that this all played out, like, it didn't quite get to the level of Brandon Ayuk, because at least Jonathan Kuminga was still showing up and sitting on the bench and making appearances. But the fact that this guy hasn't played a game over the last month, like the way that we talk about the relationship between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga, I don't know if that's a relationship that can be saved. I don't know if that's a relationship that can be fixed. Now, obviously, I'm not in the locker room. I don't get to hear some of these conversations, but it seems like this has been heading for a divorce for a while. It was just 6 days ago Jonathan Kuminga demanded the trade. So really, to me, the Warriors have to make a decision if they want to side with Steve Kerr and Stephen Curry, or if they're going to side with Jonathan Kuminga and the two-timeline plan that Joe Lacob tried to cook up all these years ago.
Well, let's see what Kerr said after the game, because last night they got stomped by Toronto, gave up 145 points. Emmanuel quickly went for 40 on them. And but Johnny was out there. So what did Kerr say late last night, Cut X Tony, about seeing Kuminga out there?
Yeah, he came in and had great energy, attacked the rim, made some shots. I thought JK was really good, and it's a great sign. With Jimmy out, obviously there's a hole in at that spot on our roster. So JK is going to factor in here again, and really pleased with the way he stayed ready and stayed prepared, and got his opportunity and played really well.
Okay, so Kerr, that's probably the longest soundbite he's had on Kuminga in a long 26 seconds. Yeah. That's like, and here he is, a follow-up. Somebody had him follow up about him not playing for a while and still getting out there. Cut. Why, Tony?
It's been a month or so since he's played, and we haven't had any practices, so it's hard to have any idea how someone's going to play in that set of circumstances. But he was really good.
Okay, Buddy Hield talked about him. Buddy Hield, who's says everyone loves Kuminga. Now, Buddy's of course a happy guy, Z5 Tony, but Buddy Hield after the game last night.
JK's a good basketball player, man. He comes in there, he comes here every day, he work, great personality, great kid, and he's a hard worker, and that's what hoopers do. They come in and they show the imprint, and everybody knows JK can play basketball. Just tough with Jimmy and everything was going on, but we love JK here. JK love everybody here, so hopefully he can get a next opportunity at this, and I'm excited for him.
There's a sunny, optimistic spin from Buddy Hield. JK loves everybody here except Steve Kerr.
Yeah, except for his head coach. It's kind of an issue.
And then one more, Kerr. Well, this is pregame. He was asked if he thinks Kuminga wants to be a part of the team. Shortcut, cut Z4. Does Kuminga want to be here or be a part of this team pregame?
Do you think he wants to be part of the rotation?
Yeah.
So you think he wants to play for you guys still right now?
I do.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a cut on here from our old buddy Mark Spears on NBA Today. He thinks he's getting moved and they have to do it. Got Z6, Tony, Mark Spears.
I see Kuminga getting moved now.
Okay.
We don't see Butler getting traded, right? That would seem. One GM told me, he said it's doubtful, too much money, and but I think exploring the Kuminga thing now and maybe him playing for a couple weeks helps.
Sure.
But I think he's their only option and something they have to do. They have to make a change with him regardless, and hopefully the thing with the Warriors is I've been told that they haven't wanted to add salary. So making one of those moves is going to add somebody that's not have an expiring contract.
Right.
Okay, so he says he's gone. We'll just let him play out for the next 2 weeks, jack up his trade stock.
Yeah, and you got to find a trade partner, whether it is the Brooklyn Nets with Michael Porter Jr. or the Sacramento Kings, who seem like they're the only team interested in the services of a Jonathan Kuminga. So maybe a DeMar DeRozan if you're looking to match up contracts.
Everything you're saying lays the groundwork for our next guest. Why? What? Marcus is like, I have questions. Well, why don't we ask Bobby
answers.
Marks, the kind of guy who does this for a living, studying the salary cap, the trade market, what you can and can't do in the NBA. Bobby Marks does a great job of breaking down a very complicated league. I was talking to 2 8th graders driving to a CYO practice last night. They were asking me questions about trades. And I told them, I said, you know what, kids? I said, NBA trades suck. I hate them. Baseball trade, man, just trade frickin', you know what? I'm trading
Parks Harbor.
Parks Harbor for
Camilla Doval.
Camilla Doval. Thank you very much.
I got you.
But in the NBA, you have to match the salaries, and there's the rules, and there's exceptions, and there's aprons.
And there's tax aprons.
So, Bobby Marks will do that for us next, live on the Sports Leader.
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, bright and early. What is it, 6:47 in the morning? You're thinking pizza, baby. Let's go, because it's Wednesday, and you have to start thinking about the championship football this Sunday. And you have to start thinking about a binge of Amici's pizza, and you have to think about getting your game day food delivery set up now. You can do that. You can pre-order and set your time. And then here comes Amici's knocking on your door with your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, the pastas, the salads, and their amazing flame-roasted lemon chicken wings. That is a feast, man. What is the kickoff? First kickoff is at noon. Man, it takes you pretty much for the next 7 hours. You're going to be eating great Amici's food. I would do it if you would. I mean, I recommend those trays of pastas. And not to mention, of course, the outstanding pizzas. And don't forget a little crunch, a little salad. Nice to offset, right? A little greenery. Go to the Amici's catering menu, by the way, for the maximum economic benefit. So where do you want to order? You want to order direct, amicis.com, amicis.com, or use their app. Download the Amici's app and get your order delivered faster and for less money than the mega delivery companies. Perfect football food for championship weekend. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand. On the market, so we'll see where that unfolds. But heard always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them. Want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So
there he is. That's Mike Dunleavy Jr., Warrior General Manager, saying the line that we're resonating through this morning here. To make a demand, there has to be a demand. So kind of a tongue twister there. We'll get into it, man, with NBA front office insider for ESPN, Bobby Marks. It's always good to check in with Bobby. He always sets us straight on the NBA landscape. And so, Bobby, welcome back out here in San Francisco in Warrior territory. You got your boy Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. How you doing this morning, Bobby?
Hey, morning, Bobby.
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
Well, we're sorting through a mess here. So you may have heard Jimmy Butler tore his ACL, and they dusted off Jonathan Kuminga last night, even though they got stomped by Toronto, which is another story. I guess you're going to start with the big picture, Bobby. So How does Jimmy Butler's ACL injury and ensuing absence affect the Warriors' trade deadline strategy?
Well, I mean, I think certainly still the priority is Kuminga to go out and, make a deal and see if you can maybe get some now permanent. I think you were looking probably more for front court help, and now you're probably looking a little bit more for some perimeter help, especially here. They were going to be active already. I think it's not a big buyer's market out there. Teams aren't looking to kind of move off a lot of players here. So, yeah, I mean, listen, when you lose a player like Butler, it hurts you on the court. But from a trade standpoint, with a Butler injury or without a Butler injury, I think there was still a desire to try to make it a Kuminga trade if something made sense. And, I heard Mike's comments last night, and I just heard him again here, and I think, basically it's like, listen, if you want to dance, you got to have a dance partner. And if you want to have a dance partner, it's got to be something that, you're willing to, if it's kind of your timeline of your roster, you're not taking back long-term money. It's for a position of need here. And I think the big question is if there's nothing that fits that criteria when we get to 2 weeks from now on the 5th, what does happen with Kuminga? And as you saw last night, he is, part of the rotation, and I expect him to be in the rotation just based on how thin they are at the wing position.
Bobby, you mentioned Mike Dunleavy's comments about the need for there to be a demand for Jonathan Kuminga, but I wanted to ask about Jimmy Butler and his contract. Do you think that there would be any demand for a team to maybe take on his salary if the Warriors were able to package it with a couple picks?
I would think it would cost you probably more than a couple picks, based on, and I don't know who's out. I mean, there's who's out there? Like if Giannis ever became available, is that what you're trying to get to? I guess. Possibly. It's the biggest salary, outside of Curry, you have on your books here. I just, the ability to take back a player who's owed a lot of money, certainly next year. We don't know the timeline when he'll be back. It's just kind of a salary cap filler to do that here. There's no marquee player, and I'm not talking about Anthony Davis or John Morant or anything. There's no marquee player that, and you heard Mike in his comments, listen, they'll trade picks, but it's got to be, something that, makes sense for them, especially with, Curry, Butler, and Green having 1 year left on your contract. You're not going to trade, a 2030 or a 2032 first, unprotected first, for something that can kind of move the needle slightly right now.
Talking to Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider, sorting out the mess with Jimmy Butler's ACL and Jonathan Kuminga's trade demand and the Warriors in flux. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I just said the Warriors in flux. Just from afar, Bobby, as you look at the Warriors, and their plan to kind of double down on this ancient trio here of Butler, Curry, and Green, and Kerr in his last year, how had you viewed Joe Lacob's sort of 5 to 10 year plan? Like, what was your vision of like, okay, well, he's going to ride these old guys for a year. It's a long shot. But then after that, I mean, is it full? Like, are they going Charlotte Hornets, New Orleans Pelicans, empty seats? Like, how are you feeling about the Warriors' long-term future?
Well, I think they've been impacted by what they've done in the draft, whether it be Wiseman or Kuminga. Moody's been, certainly, I guess, fine for where they picked him at there. I think, what happens is it's a long fall. When I always say that when you're older player, I saw it in New Jersey, not to the caliber of Curry, Green, and or Butler. It's a long fall when really there's no foundational pieces. It's kind of been waiting in the wings. When Curry eventually retires or Green goes elsewhere, or Butler, the Butler injury here is that you're basically kind of staring at a rebuild unless you can try to accelerate it a little bit now and maybe try to get some young players, as you mentioned, with some of those draft picks here. But there's, as you said, there's a risk involved with doing that here. It's different than, we went through it, with Jason Kidd, and when those guys got older in New Jersey, and we didn't draft great. And now you're looking, all right, Kidd's not on the roster. Now we're stuck in the lottery for the next 4 or 5 years. I'm not saying that's going to happen in Golden State, but you can look at their roster right now. You've got, 3 older players. There's some nice young players on here, but I would say they, certainly when Bob was there and, of late, they haven't really hit on some of these picks.
Bobby, theoretically, the fastest way to accelerate a rebuild would be to trade away your best player to go get some draft picks. And I can't believe it's gotten to the point where I'm going to ask you this question, but do you think the Warriors would even entertain trading away Steph Curry, and what would you think the return package would look like?
I think the only way they would ever entertain it is if Steph Curry walked into Joe Lacob's office and asked to be traded. I think he's built up. I would think he's built up enough equity in that organization as far as how much he's delivered for them. I mean, he winning 4 championships and basically built that building. No offense to the ownership group. So yeah, I think that I would think that's the only way that would ever happen. If and I don't see that happening as far as him walking in there saying, no, I don't see where this roster going anywhere. I think for the sake of the organization, we should move forward and try to build this thing up without me.
It's an intriguing thing. We sometimes say, oh, no. And then we think the 49ers traded Joe Montana, the Giants traded Willie Mays. These things have happened in the history.
Listen, it's a no. I understand. It's not an offensive. It's definitely not an offensive question, because eventually you have to protect what's best for the organization moving forward. And I said it's going to be, 3 years from now, it's not going to be great. I would say as far as when these guys are no longer on your roster.
Bobby Marks, the voice you hear. A few more minutes here, the NBA front office insider. Back to Kuminga, where we kind of started here. I don't know what you know about his representation, his camp.
I saw the tweet this morning.
Yeah. I didn't. You scooping us? What was the tweet?
Oh yeah, he tweeted.
We're asleep at the wheel. We're asleep at the wheel.
Right. He put out there. It said demand is sensitive to price or playing time. So if a seller sees demand is low, lower the price point or let him play, and demand will go up. And it's basically with a graph from the Indiana University, the national champion Indiana University economics department.
Hey, ride Indiana while it's hot. You got to ride Indiana while it's hot. So that was his camp. That was his agent, who is Aaron Turner. Aaron Turner. Yeah. Oh, good job. Well, Bobby, thanks for.
But I would say I would listen.
Yes.
Kuminga, you guys know this. Kuminga's been in the league 5 years. I mean, there's enough body of work for people to evaluate him. And I mean, certainly getting 9 DMPs in a row before last night probably doesn't help the situation at all. But I do think teams understand kind of who he is and what what he can do. And I think there's teams out there interested. I think it's just a matter of Sacramento is a team that, of course, has been mentioned, but what does Malik Monk do for you, who's got 2 more years after? Right? So you have to look at it like there's demand, which I think are teams that are interested, but then there's also the part of what makes sense for the organization.
Bobby, you mentioned the name Malik Monk with the Sacramento Kings, but looking at the contracts overall, does it make more sense to maybe try to make a trade for a guy like DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about that on the show yesterday. Mark Spears had mentioned it, and it was funny when Mark said he's like, "Yeah, their numbers were close." And I said, "Well, when you deal in the apron world, the numbers better be right on the nose." And so DeRozan's, I think he makes about $2 million more than where Kuminga is. He's got a partial next year for about $10 million, so it's not a bad contract. So now it's a matter of okay, who else are we going to have to add to a deal to basically you can't take back more salary here. So that's the challenge here. We went through it last week. I think Perk had asked me about Michael Porter Jr., who's making $38, $39 million in Brooklyn, and when you got a guy like Kuminga at 22.5, then you start adding up. Now it's going to be Moody or Heald, and you basically have to kind of get to that number. So in a perfect world, you're basically just trading for one player and not having to include any of your other players on the roster.
Bobby, this might be foolish, simple, and hope is not a strategy, but is there any scenario where over the next 2 weeks, Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr somehow find beauty on the basketball court and he increases his playing time and he plays well and Jimmy Butler's spot is filled by him and the Warriors keep Kuminga?
Yeah.
Is there?
Listen, I've been kind of floating at it for the last couple of weeks as far as I do think we have to look at the what after if there's no trade, and certainly with the Butler injury and now him playing, I think that's part of the equation. I think that's certainly one of the options here. And I think for both sides, if the goal is to win and if Kuminga can help and it helps Kuminga in the offseason, you've got a team option and his value maybe will increase a lot more. I think that's a resolution that could certainly work out. But as you guys know, it takes two, probably stubborn people to try to, the meeting of the minds. But I do think the Butler injury has certainly accelerated as far as, the relationship trying to work itself out.
And other than our mess, before I let you go, other than our mess here in the Bay, what are the biggest trade deadline stories in the next 2 weeks league-wide for you?
Yeah. You know what? I think we might be trending towards, I don't know, I'll say it, and then all of a sudden someone will ask to be traded this afternoon. It is a little bit quieter. I know we heard a lot about Anthony Davis. It's hard for me to see Dallas getting full value just because of the injury and the ability for the concern for teams extending him this offseason. Ja came back from that injury in Memphis and played really well in the game in London. So we'll see what happens with the Grizzlies here. Those were two of the bigger ones. Milwaukee, of course, is going to be probably the big storyline. Not really kind of will Giannis ask out, but will they keep on doubling down with the roster because they're in a similar, a little bit of a similar position where Golden State is or could be, I guess. Listen, Giannis is the only guy on their roster who they've drafted in the first round. There are no young players on that group here, and they don't control their first until 2031. So how do you get better without trading him, or how do you change the roster without trading him? I think that's the challenge that Milwaukee is facing right now.
You mentioned John Morant just on the way out. Is there any scenario in which Joe Lacob gets his fingers on him?
I think if it's listen, Ja's got 2 more years after this year. So and it's not he's got $38, $39 million. So it's a matter of multiple picks, certainly Kuminga. Then how do you get the money work?
Yeah.
How do you get up to 39 without including, I guess, Draymond in there? So you're probably looking at Heald and Moody and some other things here. And that's the hard part is that these apron rules kind of force you to really kind of decimate your roster unless you've got a number that kind of works straight on.
Great stuff, Bobby. You're so good, man. Every time you come on, we come away much more clear on our situation. So even though the Warriors situation
Remember, demand. You need a partner if you got the demand out there.
Indiana, when in doubt, quote Indiana University.
Hey,
That's what
listen,
you do.
they're hot right now. You might as well.
Maybe Fernando Mendoza wrote that study. I don't know.
You never know. It's an economics department.
Yeah, well, he's a Cal grad, so he's here in the Bay Area. Bobby, it's great. It's always great catching up. Thanks for hopping on Murph and Marcus in San Francisco, and we'll follow you. Thanks for all the great work.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
There
Bobby.
he is.
Thank you. Talk to you.
Yeah, Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA front office insider. Just a sound, informative guest. Yeah, you know what's funny? He embarrassed me there on that. I had seen that tweet, Curly, when I was brushing my teeth. Sometimes when I brush my teeth, I try to use I brush with the right and I scroll with the left.
Look at you multitasking.
But here's the thing, is I have to have my glasses on, and when I brush my teeth with my glasses on, it gets a little jostly and weird. And I think my buddy Warriors World, I think Sheed at Warriors World had retweeted that Aaron Turner tweet. And I saw it, and I kind of saw it, and I kind of like, I'm brushing my teeth. But yeah, I got embarrassed there. Aaron Turner, Kuminga's agent, 9 hours ago. So he sent it out at 10 o'clock last night.
Oh, sleeping.
Well, you could have seen it while you were brushing your teeth.
Yeah, maybe.
He says demand is sensitive to price or playing time. So if a seller, like the Warriors, sees demand is low for Kuminga, I'm adding those, by the way, the lower the price point, or let him play, and demand will go up. Hashtag IU economics major. Hashtag national champs.
See, dude, this is why I get so frustrated with the trade deadline in the NBA, dude. It's turned into an economics class, and we're out here doing math to try to match salaries with trading guys.
Well, that's what I told the eighth graders last night. I was like, just give me a good old-fashioned swap. You know what I mean? Give me a trade Babe Ruth for, I don't know, trade Lou Gehrig for Jimmy Fox. You know what I mean? So,
keep it simple.
Jimmy Fox, funny you mention him. He could swat the ball. By the way, we're getting closer and closer to Marty. I saw Marty cropped up on social yesterday with some thoughts on the Giants.
Great job, brother.
Duane Kuiper will join us at 7:30 on that. 2 new Hall of Famers, one a Giant. Does he get his number retired for 44 games of Carlos Beltran? I don't think so.
No.
Okay, on the other side, young Tony. You can hear all these burning questions. We spent the first hour and 8 minutes asking burning questions. So young Tony will give us burning questions, and you know what the doctor says when you have a burning sensation? You probably should go see the nurse.
Yeah, go see the doctor.
Go see the nurse. Yeah, or maybe just clean up your behavior.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Young Tony on the other side, asking the hard questions that make your week. Next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
We're talking about the Warriors and money. How about your personal money? How about what you want to do to grow your savings the best? And that's why Provident Credit Union is the answer. Just a local financial institution. I've been with these guys for a long time. Good people, solid Bay Area financial institution. And they will take care of you. A smart move with your money would be to look into their Pick a Term certificates. So you might need to grow some money for 3 months. You might need to grow some money for 6 months. You might need to grow some money from 12 months. You choose the term, and you earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. That's a solid rate that helps your savings do more. All right? Newsweek's on board. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions, so you feel good about where you're saving and whether it could be for a big purchase, it could be for a little more flexibility. Provident makes it easy. Financial coaches are there to help. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local branch. Rate is effective January 9, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Oh, the Wednesday tradition you can't live without. Ladies and gentlemen, always a great flagship because you're starting to sort of shift your mindset from early week towards, I don't know, tomorrow's Thursday, day after that's Friday. Hey, now we got a weekend coming. By the way, we also have to get, we have John Lynch certifying Young Tony Celebrity. We have Duane Kuiper certifying Young Tony Celebrity. We need like a Ryan Warsofsky or Macklin Celebrini to certify Young Tonys.
Maybe we'll get some audio Friday night as Young Tony's going down to the tank.
All right, Young Tone, here's the deal. I got my pencil sharpened. I got my blue book out. What do you got?
I got a few rules. I got a handful of questions today. After I read the question, you're each going to get 60 seconds to respond.
Yeah, there's been a lot of demand for 60 seconds of satisfaction. The problem is there's not a lot of demand out there, Young Tony.
Oh, my God.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
All right, if your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. That's Murph's cue to just say that he wants everybody to have a bell in his life.
No. Every week you get it wrong. I'm convinced that people who know me or are around me would like to have a bell to ring on me. Yes, that's what I'm convinced.
Tony's ringing it right now.
Exactly.
Everybody can join the conversation. Text line, YouTube chat. Here we go. So we've heard from Bobby Marks. He was incredible, by the way. We've already heard from Mike Dunleavy Jr. So in honor of Jonathan Kuminga demanding a trade, here's the question. What are the worst divorces in Bay Area sports history?
Ooh, the worst divorces in Bay Area sports. I was not prepared for this at all. My time is frittering away right now. And literally the first thing that popped into my head is Latrell Sprewell and PJ Carlesimo.
Yeah.
That was the first one that popped into my head. And that was ugly. That got physical. That got nasty. That got violent. For sure. But staying on the Warriors just a few years earlier, the Chris Webber-Don Nelson divorce, the one that plunged us into this darkness that I keep talking about, how I just want 20 years of my life back from 1995 to 2013 because Don Nelson and Chris Webber couldn't get along, and we went from being a 50 – I say that's right, I said we. I'm on the team. The Warriors went from being a 50-win team to the Cohan darkness. So the first two that cop to mind are actually – I guess I'm in a Warriors state of mind because if I had to think Giants divorces – Dusty Baker and Peter McGowan are on the list for sure. Ooh, that's a sensitive subject. Rest in peace, Peter McGowan. And in terms of the Niners, do we have to say, what did he say? What did Jimmy say? It's been a real, guys. Thank you. Nobody say, I love you guys. It's been a hell of a ride, guys.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
Those, and then obviously Joe. So, by the way, I gave you 6. I didn't pick one, right? So, am I supposed to pick one?
Yeah.
I'll go with my first one. PJ Carlesimo and Latrell Sprewell.
See, you stole my answer there, Murph. I think the answer has to be Latrell Sprewell choking out PJ Carlesimo. But you also forgot a recent Warriors divorce that got a little messy. Klay Thompson was not happy when he left the Bay Area, but I'm not saying that what that divorce was worse than what we're seeing right now with Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Ayuk. Let's talk about the man pulling down his pants on the practice field, forcing himself out of San Francisco. At least we didn't see him walk off the field like Devondre Campbell did a year ago as well. That was a messy divorce. If we're going to go wide receiver divas, I have to mention Randy Moss trying to get out of Oakland and them trading him away for a 4th-round draft pick to the New England Patriots. So, yeah, there have been some messy divorces here in the Bay Area. Shout out John Fisher in the city of Oakland as well. But I think the answer has to be Latrell Sprewell, one of my favorite all-time Warriors, choking out PJ Carlesimo.
Young Tone says if we're going to stay on the Warriors, none of us mentioned Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
how about that?
Kevin was a little salty when he left.
By the way, Ayuk,
that's for sure. That's a good one.
No divorce yet. Still living, staying together for the kids.
Yeah, for the kids, for the children.
Jeez, Tony, you got our
Joe
brains
Montana?
churning. Yeah, I said that at the very end of my answer. But wow, way to get our brains churning.
Jordan Poole, Draymond punching Poole.
It's a pool party. I
Jordan
like that
Poole,
one too.
Did he achieve enough to get to? That's a good one.
Did the Warriors get enough trading for Jordan Poole? 808 KNBR.
I might want to go back to the Weber Nelly one. I might want to go back to that one. That plunged us into 18 years of darkness, buddy. Anyway, go on.
All right, so speaking of Niners fans, the Niners fans no longer have a horse in the race as the season is over. The Rams are going to Seattle to play in the NFC Championship game. Disgusting. So here's the debate. Who would you rather represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, Rams or Seahawks?
Oh, see, I know that this is a tough choice for 49er fans out there. We've dove into this conversation multiple times, and the difference between generations of who the 49ers' biggest rivalry is. Now, growing up, my generation, all my buddies who are Niner fans would say the Seahawks are the number one rival. But I've also talked to some of the OGs who talk about that Rams rivalry, and shout out Ronnie Lott getting the team ready for Rams week every single week. But I think if I'm going with this generation and this Super Bowl being played at Levi Stadium, I'm guessing 49er fans would prefer to see the Rams over the Seahawks, especially because of what the Seahawks just did last week against the 49ers, and nobody wants to see the Seahawks pick up those cigars that they left in Week 18.
Oh, man. Well, good job representing the younger generation. Now, here comes the OG. Here comes Unc. I can speak. I know whereof I speak. So I came online in the 70s. The Rams were dominating the Niners, and you hated them. Oh, I hated them. Nolan Cromwell blocking punts. I hated them, okay? Then the script tipped. Here comes Joe. The script flipped. Here comes Joe and Bill. Niners dominate them in the 80s, and it was sweet. The 89 NFC Championship blowing out the Rams was great. But here's the critical factor. They moved to St. Louis. All of a sudden, everything changed. They became this meaningless team playing in a dome, and I'm here to tell you the juice left. The juice completely left. And so it was like, wait, the Rams, what? Who are they, the Cardinals? What are they, St. Louis Blues? I don't even know who they are. And all of a sudden, into our neighborhood moved the most obnoxious neighbor you've ever had, telling you to trim your trees, parking in front of yours, having their dog go on your lawn and not picking it up, leaving their bins in your driveway. And that was the Seattle Seahawks. Those fans, there's something about them, man. There's a difference to me between the Mariner fan who just loves baseball and the Seattle fan who thinks he invented freaking football. You're an AFC West team. I don't like you. Go play the Broncos. Go play the Seahawks. Or go play the Raiders. Go play the Chargers. You're nouveau riche. You're gauche. And I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm going to say I'd rather see the St. Louis Rams represent the NFC at Levi's.
Wow.
Definitely not Seattle. Definitely not Seattle.
Yeah.
Definitely
Can
not
both
Seattle.
teams lose? Is that possible?
No, the Rams to me right now, honestly.
No, Tony.
I
Sorry.
think I hate the Cowboys more than I hate the Rams.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Rams, Eagles real quick.
Probably the Eagles.
Wow, where's the hatred for the Rams?
The St. Louis thing. And when's the last time a Ram fan got in your face?
When's the last time you saw a Rams
When's
fan?
the last time a Ram fan moved into your neighborhood and you're like, I don't like my new neighbor?
No.
That's not him.
No.
Anyway.
I saw some online, too. The Seahawks would be in the Niners' locker room for the Super Bowl.
See, that's a problem, though, because they left the cigars in the visitors' locker room.
Correct.
All right, buddy. Yeah, you got me all riled up. What you got?
Well, speaking of the NFC West, I was debating this with some of my friends the other day. Is Kyle Shanahan the third best coach in the division? I put a little graphic together, similar to the Verlander Kershaw debate.
This
is just food for thought. Just kind of
Did you
stats.
do this?
Last night, yeah.
Who are you, Bobby Marks?
The Warriors game was a blowout, bro. I mean, come on.
This is everybody should go to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
This is unbelievable.
Can I get more applause for
Food
this?
for thought. We got like regular season record, postseason record.
Student? Were you a straight A student?
I wouldn't say straight A, but I had some good grades. Yeah.
Marcus, did you ever do a project like this?
Hell no. That's color coded.
Or Marcus, did you ever put your name on a project like this that somebody like Tony did?
Yeah, I've definitely copied a couple homework assignments that look like that.
This is incredible work. I need time to just digest this before you ask our question. Everybody go to your YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Okay, now you can ask. What's the question?
All right, so is he the third best coach in the division? You're seeing a lot of stats. At the bottom of the screen, you're going to see the head-to-head records as well. Shanahan has the edge over McVay, 11-7. Obviously, Mike Macdonald.
Can I jump in right now and answer hell no, he's not the third best coach in the division. Right away, Mike Macdonald yes, he got him this year. But we got to do this for 8, 9, 10 years before I put Mike Macdonald ahead of Kyle. I get it. He's a problem. I'm not dissing him. But no way. Then you get to McVay, Shanahan, and really it comes down to is that McVay won the bowl and he didn't. So at that point in time, I grudgingly give it to McVay, but there's nobody else, you'd rather have there calling your plays than Kyle Shanahan. So my short answer is definitely ahead of McDonald because McDonald's way too new to the scene. But with McVay, I have to grudgingly admit the Super Bowl championship may give him a 1% edge over Kyle.
Now, the question is Kyle Shanahan the third best coach in the NFC West? Well, I'd like to wait and see who the Arizona Cardinals hire.
Nice.
No, all riffing aside, I'd say I would agree with you, Murph. There's no question that the last two matchups, Mike Macdonald has had the number of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, but I still think it's too small of a sample size to prove that he's the better overall coach and head coach of a squad because we've seen Kyle Shanahan with multiple defensive coordinators, and he'll be looking for another one this offseason, had success with the 49ers. I don't know what the Seattle Seahawks offense is going to look like next year if Clint Kubiak is out coaching the Raiders or some other team because he might get poached away as well. So I want to see more from Mike Macdonald. Credit to everything he's done, rebuilding the Legion of Boom, the dark side as they're calling it up in Seattle. But I still go Kyle with his resume over Mike Macdonald.
Shout out UNC Darkside, their ultimate frisbee team.
Dude, shout out the ultimate frisbee squad, Tony.
All right, so wrapping it all up.
Take that, Mike McDonald.
Wrapping it all up. Robert Saleh is now the Titans head coach. The Niners need a new defensive coordinator. Who is on your wish list in terms of DC candidates?
You go first, buddy.
Oh, me first. I think this one's a pretty simple answer with the in-house options of just promoting Gus Bradley and also having KJ Wright in the building as your linebacker coach. But I've been looking around on social media, and it seems like there's some pushback from 49er fans about promoting Gus Bradley. They want to see the big names. They want to see a Raheem Morris, maybe convince Jim Schwartz to leave Cleveland and come over to San Francisco. Yeah, those are all great thoughts and great ideas, but I think you saw the 49ers get more out of their defense and the talent they had after the injuries to Fred Warner, Mykel Williams, and Nick Bosa, and I think Gus Bradley was a big part of that. They talked about the inspirational stories that he would tell the defense every Saturday night before the game, so to me, I think it's a simple answer. Just promote Gus Bradley.
I mean, so here's the answer. 5 names listed by Eric Branch this morning. Gus Bradley is 1. Jim Schwartz is 2, even though he's under contract in Cleveland still. Kyle's buddy Raheem Morris is out there, very intriguing. Brian Flores has been mentioned, although he might get a head coaching job. And Sean McDermott as a wild card. Wow. So there's some interesting names out there. But, man, what we've talked about is the lack of continuity from the Steve Wilkes to the Nick Sorensen thing. This is continuity. You need continuity right now. There's a picture in the Chronicle online today of Nick Bosa and Gus Bradley hanging out at practice. And I know this sounds really stupid, but you can just see the familiarity and ease. He's been in the building. He knows. And plus, this guy's put pelts on the wall. This is the guy who started the Legion of Boom back in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012.
This is one of the guys that coached up Robert Saleh.
Right. So while he didn't have as successful a run, he got fired as a head coach in Jacksonville, and he was your Raiders guy.
For a year.
He's got to have Nick Bosa and Fred Warner there. But really, 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 for continuity's sake, and for a guy who's been in the building, and for a guy who has pelts on the wall, Gus Bradley is the smart move. Sometimes the smart move, sometimes the safe smart move is the safe smart move. And Gus Bradley would be my number one choice. Although, if they went off the board for a wild card name, I'd be intrigued as to what motivated Kyle. Oh, by the way, is that a way to promote Kyle and John at 11:30 today on KNBR? On
That's
the Sports
correct,
Leader?
yeah.
All right, you got anything else, Tom?
That's going to be it, boys. We got Duane Kuiper on the other side.
All sports today. No wacky pop culture questions?
No whack. Maybe next week. We got a lot of time. There's going to be a lot of negativity for the bowl.
More applause for this kid. Working hard. Duane Kuiper on the other side. We got Hall of Fame. We got Kyle Tucker to the Dodgers. We got salary caps on the Sports Leader. Bright and early on a Wednesday morning, our tax attorney friend Steve Moskowitz is here to help us out. If you have an unfiled tax return, it sounds like a pretty big deal, Steve. So somebody out there has unfiled tax returns. What would you say to them? Good morning.
Good morning. Callers, although this is a problem year-round, this is traditional tax filing time. And this is the IRS's favorite time to make examples out of people. You don't want to be made an example out of. It is a crime not to file a tax return. The government couldn't put you in prison for a year for not filing a tax return for up to 6 years. You don't even want to think about that. I know you're not filing the returns because you don't have the money, and that's okay. We want to come in and do a package for you. We'll file all the old back returns you have to. I know you can't pay the taxes. That's okay. We'll make a deal. There's a lot of good deals, whether we make a deal to just pay part if you qualify, or pay in monthly installments you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven. There's so much we can do. This is like a medical problem that's killing you that can be easily solved by a medical doctor. Talk to us. Look, we have a free consultation. You can talk with us, ask us anything. We'll tell you the whole story. And then if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the IRS. That's our job. We want to give you your life back. What do you have to lose? Give us a call. Let us explain what we can do. Let us give you your life back.
That's pretty good advice from tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kuip on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, our weekly chat with Duane Kuiper. One of the fun things we can do is note that 1 month from today, Duane Kuiper and John Miller will be on the radio from Peoria, Arizona. Giants, Mariners, and then the very next day from Scottsdale Stadium, where we will be on February 18, 19, or 19, 20, whatever. Either way, it's getting closer and closer and closer and closer. Giants still haven't made a move of late. Dodgers did. I'm holding a story in The Athletic that says MLB owners enraged by Kyle Tucker deal will push for salary cap no matter what. So there's a lot of juice going on right now. On a Wednesday morning, Kuip on the UMA guest line. Duane, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kuip.
Good. I mean, I'm, suffering these body blows from, the Niners injuries and then the Butler injury, and it's like, stop it, just stop. And I don't like when our teams are affected by injuries, and it just seems like that and Jonathan Kuminga. I mean, an hour doesn't go by before that subject is brought up. So anyway, other than that, life is good. But, I know you guys want to talk about the Hall of Fame. And you know what, I think the two guys that are going in are terrific, right? But so I did a little research. I mean, Carlos Beltran was a big addition to the Giants the year Buster Posey got hurt, which would have been what? 2011, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So Brian Sabian really felt like they still had a shot at going to the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
So they trade Zach Wheeler. And we know how that's turned out. Zach Wheeler's been fantastic. So I started to look at the number one draft picks in the history of this franchise. Have you ever gone back to do that? It's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
You know who the first pick ever was in 1960?
No.
I'm not quizzing you like you should know this, but it was Dirty Al Gallagher.
Hey, San Francisco's own.
But if you look at all the number one picks, I picked 16 of them that were significant since 1960. But the biggest and best time frame was from 2000 to 2009.
Mm-hmm.
And in that span, remember Noah Lowry?
Mm-hmm.
So he's your pick in 01. 02 Kane, 06 Lincecum, 07 Bumgarner, 08 Posey, 09 Wheeler. Not bad, huh?
Yeah, pretty good. John Barr and Brian Sabian were cooking.
And 04 and 05, they did not have a number one pick. So I guess my point is Wheeler is one of those guys that was taken in that span where the Giants were red hot when it came to selecting pitchers as their number one pick. And then, oh, by the way, maybe the most valuable number one pick in the history of the franchise got picked in that decade, and that was Buster. So anyway, I'm rambling about the draft picks, but Beltran cost the Giants Wheeler. And in a lot of ways, it was significant because they were always looking for a guy like Wheeler. But at the time, it pretty much was exactly what the Giants needed. They didn't think that Beltran was going to get hurt, obviously. But So he had 2 months in a Giants uniform, and he only played half the time. But he was great.
It does bring up the delicate question of the fact that he was associated with the Astros Spygate, and in fact, in the report was identified as the ringleader, which raises questions for Giants fans about like who gets a pass in terms of sportsmanship and integrity and who doesn't. Because Barry Bonds doesn't get the pass on sportsmanship and integrity because they all think his usage of PEDs is blocking him, whereas Beltran was the ringleader of a elaborate cheating scandal, and they let that go on sportsmanship and integrity. So that's a little bit of an odd one. I guess the reason I bring it up, Kipe, is that so many fans are frustrated with the Hall of Fame right now, and there's a whole bunch of fans out there that have tuned out the Hall of Fame because Bonds isn't in.
Yeah, and a lot of it has to do with personality, and also, Bonds was chasing the most coveted records. And Hank Aaron owned them all. And, and everybody, held Hank Aaron in high regard, and they did not want that record to be broken. So that's never going to go away. The stuff that Beltran did and the Astros did, I mean, you can tell that all that stuff has softened over the years. It hasn't gone away, but it's softened. I mean, nobody really even talks about it anymore. The Bonds thing, are you kidding me? It seems like that's fresh on everybody's mind, and everybody has an opinion.
Yeah.
So if we think that that's going to go away anytime soon, it's not. But these other things, like what Beltran and that group of guys did, I mean, it's not going to go away, but it's not going to be in the forefront, or I don't think anybody really even cares anymore. Once Joe Kelly started to even the score, tried to, that whole stuff kind of just went away.
Kipe, Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones both hit over 430 home runs in their career. This was Carlos Beltran's 4th time on the ballot. Andrew Jones, it was actually his 9th time on the ballot. He has 10 Gold Gloves on his resume, and like I said, 430-plus home runs. Does it feel like we're getting to the point where maybe the Hall of Fame is lowering their standards for guys that they allow in?
I mean, are you talking maybe they're taking more defense into the consideration?
Yeah, I'd say maybe more consideration for defense and maybe not sticking to the 500 benchmark when it comes to home runs.
Well, I think with Jones and with Beltran, there's a lot more than just home runs.
Yeah.
I mean, Beltran was a switch hitter. And if I remember, his splits are almost exactly the same from the right side and the left side, which is almost unheard of when it comes to a switch hitter. And then, look, defense, come on, you got to take that into consideration if you're going to win 10 Gold Gloves. Yeah. So, you want to drop down the number of home runs if you don't have 500? Well, then you better have excelled in other areas if you're going to be in the Hall of Fame, and I think those guys did.
It's probably a longer topic for a different day that we can get into, because I think about guys like Tim Lincecum and get out of the Bay Area. Felix Hernandez, was so electric. Those guys will never sniff the Hall of Fame because their longevity argument. And sometimes you wonder, is a compiler better than somebody who is a streaking star across the sky? And that brings up Will Clark, Don Mattingly, Dale Murphy, and those guys. That's why Andrew Jones, who never won an MVP and only finished twice in the top 10 in MVP voting, and Beltran only finished twice in the top 10 MVP voting. Those guys didn't move people as much as Lincecum, Felix Hernandez, Will Clark, Don Mattingly. So like I said, but the one stat I'm going to give Andrew Jones a huge, huge tip of the cap to, 10 Gold Gloves and 400 homers. Kipe, the only players in Major League history who had 10 Gold Gloves and 400 homers, Willie Mays, Ken Griffey Jr., Mike Schmidt. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So,
yeah, I mean, that puts you in another category.
Yeah.
But I mean, I agree with you. I think Hernandez has got a shot. Obviously, Timmy doesn't, mainly because of longevity. The years that he was great were unbelievable. So it will always hurt him. But I mean, when you think about that body he had and the amount of effort it took for him to throw, I mean, he wasn't going to pitch 15 years. I think we were lucky to have him as long as we did. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's almost as if you kind of wish there was another maybe small wing in the back of the Hall of Fame for guys that you're talking about.
For really cool
Because
dudes.
They definitely should. Yeah.
The
they
really
should be
cool dudes
recognized.
wing. Yeah. Lincecum's face would be on that right there. Yes.
Yeah, the popular crowd.
Yeah.
Put that in there.
Kuip, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, the fact that Jeff Kent's going to Cooper Towns this summer, but the Giants will have another opportunity to send another player next year, and that player is now the president of baseball operations. It's the first year that Buster Posey is eligible for the Hall of Fame. Do you think he gets in on the first ballot?
I do. I think he gets in. Yeah, I do. And I think it's listening to the baseball people around the major leagues, and I think they all feel the same way. He's held in such high regard, not just as a hitter, but as a leader, as a defensive player. I mean, he definitely checks all the boxes. And when you play that position, there's only a few guys like Bob Boone and Johnny Bench and Yadier Molina played a long time. But those guys, in a lot of ways, weren't built like Buster. Buster was a little bit bigger and thicker, and he took some shots over those 10 years that he played. And we know about the one shot that he took that cost them almost a year. So yeah, he's going in, and I can't wait.
Kuip, book that, whoever you got, Expedia, whatever your travel agent is, book it, because it ain't just Buster. Bruce Bochy is eligible, and Dusty Baker is eligible. You think that's going to be a little bit of orange and black in Cooperstown? And we better tell our bosses here at Cumulus, hey, man, book us a Motel 6. We're going out. Let's go.
Forget about that. You guys need to get there a week ahead of time.
Yeah, we do. Well, and we
plant yourself right in little downtown Cooperstown
yeah.
and let it fly for a week.
Oh man, live broadcast from those bars. By the way, I was going to say something, but you would disagree with it, so I'm not going to ruffle feathers. I was going to say I was going to go in and take down the plaques of Scott Rowland and Harold Baines, but that's mean and uncouth.
Well, I mean, you can have an opinion like that, Murph. That's
Thank
fine.
you. All right. Hey, man, we've delayed too long on what's going on. I don't know, Kuip. I mean, blank them all, as you would say. This Kyle Tucker thing, like, I don't know. Just at this point, are you like, what's his face, Mel Gibson in Braveheart? Just paint the face blue and charge into the breach and just like bring them on. I mean,
paint the face orange.
How much? Yeah, thank you very much. He was blue in Braveheart, but he'd be orange in the Giants. Thank you for correcting me. I mean, Kuip, at this point, are you like, I don't care, sign them all, let's go? Because it was just, we haven't talked to you since. It was crazy.
For me, it's an oh well moment. Oh well. I mean,
yeah.
Well, I think we were moderately surprised because, if you're a baseball fan, you kind of check every day to see what's going on, and Kyle Tucker's going here and he's going here, and every once in a while they mention the Dodgers, Cubs, and this team and the Mets and blah 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, you hear it's the Dodgers. Oh, well, I mean, what are you going to do? Problem is I think it's going to create more problems for ownership and the players union to try to figure something out. And I don't want more problems because I don't want there to be a stall at all, and I don't think anybody does. But, I mean, it's hard to say the Dodgers are doing something wrong. They're playing by the rules. So, but they may want to change the rules, and if that's the case, hopefully it's not a long time while we sit and twiddle our thumbs, because we've been through that before, and it's not fun.
Marcus was at FanFest on Saturday in San Jose. He said it turns out there's still some Giants fans out there.
Yeah, I heard it was very, very cool, and I think it'll be very cool this weekend at the City Center in San Ramon. And I think everybody's going to enjoy, Tony Vitello and his attitude, and let's get this thing going. I'm over the Niners, and I will still continue to watch the Warriors.
Oof.
The Sharks are fun.
Oh,
they really are.
Huge.
So, yeah, I mean, we'll keep an eye on those things. But, and by the way, I couldn't think of a game where I dislike two teams more than the Rams and the Seahawks.
Yes.
And I don't know who to cheer for. I mean,
I'm
hoping maybe for a tie.
You're
Nothing.
cheering against Seattle. That's what we're doing. Against Seattle.
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. Young Tony asked us that. We have a 7:15. Young Tony asks us hard questions every week, and one of them was, in this battle of the hated, who do you hate less?
I hate that. I mean, I really do. I mean, I want to pull for somebody. But God dang it, I can't do this one.
Pull for
the other matchup is like, really?
Yeah, I know. Right? Really?
I mean, who loses their quarterback? With a minute left in the game, and that really kind of stinks too.
It does.
But I'm going to go to the ballpark tomorrow, Murph, and I'm going to find some scoop. And when I get it, I will let you know what it is.
All right. I can't wait. By the way, 1 month, Kuip. It's January 21, February 21.
Yep.
You and John.
John and I practiced a little bit on the cruise. He got adios pelota down pat. You can yell that out into the ocean for a long time, and nobody cares. And I got swing and a miss down, so we're good to go.
Oh, I love it, man. Well, we're going to be down there. We can't wait for that whole vibe. And who knows? I mean, I guess it's ended at this because we won't talk to you for a week. Do you still think Buster has a move left in him?
Well, I mean, I think everybody's doing the same thing that are in the same situation that the Giants are. I think they're all waiting, to see what happens with guys like Gallen. And, there's always a couple of guys that, for whatever reason, it's going to take a while once you get into spring training for these guys to start. So if guys start falling into that area where the Giants feel comfortable, yeah, things are going to happen. As far as the trade thing, I mean, that could happen at any time. But you also got to be careful at what you give up, as we just talked about with Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe the Beltron induction will remind Buster. But Buster loved the trade. He all did. So, awesome, Kuip. Great catching up. Bummer about the Niners. Bummer about the Warriors. Sharks are doing great. And FanFest is Saturday in San Ramon. You're going to the park. You're getting some dirt. So, it's all good.
It's all good. Yeah. Let's keep up high hopes that it's going to be a great year, and I think it is.
You're the best, Kuip. We'll talk next week.
Yeah, thanks, all right, guys. Be well.
The great Duane Kuiper. And by the way, just for the record, I mentioned Felix Hernandez. He was eligible last year, got 20%. He was eligible this year, got 46%. So the movement is growing. So he might get in eventually.
There's some momentum up in King's Court, Murph.
But there was a time 169 wins and 136 losses and a 3.42 ERA and 2,500 strikeouts would not get you in.
You say 4.32 ERA?
No, 3.42.
Okay, 3.42. Yeah, but times are changing. Murph.
Here's a guy who won a Cy Young, finished second twice, finished fourth once, finished seventh once, finished eighth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 top 10 Cy Young finishes and one Cy Young. That said, buddy, our kid, Timmy the Kid, excuse me, won 2 Cys and finished top 10 2 other times. So 4 top 10s with 2 Cys. And he won 110 games, 89 wins. But his strikeout total was 1,700 to Felix's 2,500.
Yeah, and that's always the argument in the conversation when talking about Hall of Fame players. Are we just talking about what they did when they're at the peak of their career or the entire resume? Because some guys will compile stats being able to stick around longer, but you can't tell me that both King Felix and Tim Lincecum weren't 2 of the best aces in all of baseball during their generation.
And an ERA title for Felix, too. So momentum growing there. All right, well, listen, fun stuff. Big hit. What Mike Dunleavy Jr. said about Jonathan Kuminga. Bobby Marks joined us. He had thoughts on Kuminga. Is there any kind of crazy scenario where it works out and they keep him, or they got to move him by February 5th? What can you get for him? How many draft picks are you guys willing to trade for the future? How soon will the Warriors be the New Orleans Pelicans? Oh, my goodness. That's our big hit. And then, of course, at 8:15, Mike Silver breaking down the huge 49er offseason next on the Sports Leader.
You're a leaker, bro. You're a leaker. I'm not telling you anything.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
You just heard Murph tease it after watching Kuminga last night. Is this situation still fixable for the Warriors? We're going to get into our big hit, and we want to hear from you guys. 415-808-KNBR. That is 415-808-5627. Or you can join us in the YouTube chat now.
My good friends at El Cerrito Honda. Every morning I get in my car, El Cerrito Honda 2025 Honda CRV Hybrid, and drive smoothly to work because I love my El Cerrito Honda 2025 Honda CRV Hybrid. You guys, new year, new you, new car. Let's go. Get to El Cerrito Honda. Sharif will be there. He'll welcome you. The whole staff will welcome you. What a selection they have. What a selection. So whether it's the sleek Accord or the versatile CRV like I have, or the fuel-efficient Civic, or the adventurous Passport, the boys and girls at El Cerrito Honda have your new Honda ready for you. Start shopping at elcerritohonda.com. You're like, do they have the one I like? Yeah, they do. Do they have the color? Yeah, they do. Sharif's running the show over there. Go tell them I sent you. Say, hey, man, I heard Murph talking about you guys. They're like, yeah, come on in, because we're family. So visit El Cerrito Honda today. It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Spoiler alert, it's in El Cerrito. 11755 San Pablo Avenue. Again, elcerritohonda.com, elcerritohonda.com. Don't forget to tell them your boy Murph sent you. El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We are family.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talked to, I don't think, since the report of Kuminga's trade demand. How did you take that? And does Jimmy's injury alter the way you're approaching what Kuminga what could happen to him, by the trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
There it was, man. Mike Dunleavy Jr., a little impromptu presser, bringing forth the question of the year for the Golden State Warriors. What is going to happen after the Jimmy Butler injury? What is going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga, who, spoiler alert, if you were busy watching your Sharks come up a little short to the Tampa Bay Lightning or watching the UCLA Bruins stun Purdue at Pauley Pavilion, haha, I know you weren't, the Warriors got stomped last night by the Toronto Raptors. But all of a sudden, who came out, dropped the sweatpants down to the floor, took off the sweat top, and he had a jersey, he had shorts, he had high tops. Jonathan Kuminga, 20 minutes of action for the first time in a month, 21 minutes, 20 points. What is going to happen? That's our big hit, 808 KNBR. What do you guys want to happen? Do you want to see, in an improbable scenario, Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr reach some sort of happy place, and Kuminga soars like an eagle and plays with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Moses Moody, and the Warriors make a run into relevance? Is that too crazy? Would you like to see him traded by February 5th? And for what? What can you get back? What big piece can Joe Lacob go get to save this franchise from becoming, in 2 years, the New Orleans Pelicans, guys? Lots of questions on the big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Marcus, what do you got?
Yeah, what do I want? I want the Warriors to do anything they can to maximize the Steph Curry window. And this is something that we've been talking about for the last couple of years. And that's why I gave credit to Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr in the organization for going out last year and trading for Jimmy Butler. And we saw the impact that it had with the Warriors going 23-8 down the stretch and looking like they were a team that were going to pull off multiple upsets after taking down the Houston Rockets. Of course, Steph goes down, gets injured, but that also opened up the door for Jonathan Kuminga to get some playing time out in Minnesota. And I thought that was the playoff series that we would build up the trade demand for Jonathan Kuminga and we'd be done with this saga over the summer. Not so fast, my friends. Warriors gave him that 2-year extension with the thought process that it would be easier to move his contract and to trade him once we got to January 15th and ahead of the February 5th deadline. But now everything has changed with the Jimmy Butler injury, and it seems like there's a wide opening for Jonathan Kuminga to step in and to take that role, but I think it's a little too late for Jonathan Kuminga and Steve Kerr to save this relationship and build up some of that trade demand to finally get Kuminga off the roster.
Well, you heard Dunleavy there say, I want to watch this team play for the next 2 weeks. February 5th is the trade deadline. Today's January 21. Do the math. 10 days left in January, 5 to 15 days to see what they got. At least you go over what they're going to be doing in those 15 days. And we do know that they go see our old buddy Clay. Speaking of young Tony asked for ugliest divorces in Bay Area history. Somebody brought up a good one on the text line, by the way, 707. We forgot T.O. and the 49ers.
Ooh.
That got very ugly, by the way.
That's another good one.
Remember the story that Matt Barrows said, what was it? Watch my head get small or something like that?
As he's walking out, there was back and forth reports between Matt Barrows and Matt Mayoko about what T.O. said.
I'm done talking to y'all, or watch my head get small. So the Warriors are at Dallas on Thursday. You imagine Kuminga will play. They're at Minnesota on Saturday on an ABC Saturday afternoon game. Kuminga will play. They have what Bob Fitzgerald calls the baseball series. They stay in Minnesota and play them again on Monday. You imagine Kuminga will play. They go to Utah next Wednesday. You imagine Kuminga will play. And then the Pistons come here next Friday. So you got 5 games left in the month of January for this guy to make some sort of impact. But we could be being idiots right now. Just like right now behind closed doors, Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy are saying no blanking way we're keeping this guy. He's poison. He's bad. Even though Buddy Hield and Draymond Green have been on the record saying he's doing great. We love our guy. But everything we've been led to believe until last night when he took off the sweats. And by the way, did you see a guy texted in saying, did he go full Ralph Mouth? I said, bro, I brought that up at 6:03 and the kids were baffled. If you know, you know. We'll move on. But anyway, the point is that up until last night, it was like the most foregone conclusion. The sun rises in the east and Kuminga's getting traded. Ask JD, man. Yeah. Ask JD. He was like, happy countdown to trade day. Let's go. Then they found out that, there's no demand for him, which you heard what many people are saying is one of the great bars. Mike Dunleavy taking the word demand. He says, I heard you made a demand, but how can there be a demand when there is no demand? Right?
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be a demand.
Dude, this is almost going like full Ric Flair. To be the man, you got to beat the man. To have a demand, to be the demand, you got to have a demand.
I'm coming up empty right now, and live radio is supposed to be our job where our brains are supposed to work this well. But there's a riff on somebody's quote who sounds like that. I guess that's a pretty good one.
To be the man, you got to beat the man.
That's a pretty good one.
To get the demand, you got to have the demand.
I'm sort of thinking of an old Pauly soundbite where I'm not concerned if you're not. I'm not concerned if you're not concerned. If you're not really, I'm not really concerned because you're not concerned. There's that one from Nick Cage. We had that one, so that kind of rings in my head. Things like that.
Yeah. Now let me ask you though, Murph.
But anyway,
how much has the demand dropped in your opinion due to the fact that he hasn't played in 16 straight games?
I mean, the Warriors were shooting themselves in the foot.
I mean, it's hard to get demand when you're not playing the guy. But also, the counter argument is we've seen Jonathan Kuminga in the league for 5 years now. Teams should have a scouting report on this guy. They should know the type of player that he is. And after 5 years, if there's not a demand, that tells you a lot about Jonathan Kuminga and maybe some of the off-court issues that other teams don't want to deal with.
Okay, 2 things. One, the Murph and Marcus Show is proudly sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly, don't you know? And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So we had Bobby Marks, ESPN's front office expert, join us. And Young Tone, you want to set this one up for me, buddy, here?
Yeah, so there's a lot of good quotes he'd said on the show, and I want to play this one because Marcus kind of just set it up. Basically, it's like, listen, Kuminga's been in the year for 5 years. He's got enough body of work. What is his trade value on the market? Here's what Bobby Marks had to say.
Kuminga's been in the league 5 years. I mean, there's enough body of work for people to evaluate him, and certainly getting 9 DMPs in a row before last night probably doesn't help the situation at all. But I do think teams understand kind of who he is and what what he can do. And I think there's teams out there interested. I think it's just a matter of Sacramento is a team that, of course, has been mentioned. But what does Malik Monk do for you? Who's got 2 more years after? Right? So you have to look at it like there's demand, which I think are teams that are interested. But then there's also the part of what makes sense for the organization.
Yeah, and so here's a twist to the plot. Last night around 10 o'clock, Aaron Turner, Jonathan Kuminga's agent, checked in on social media. And he wrote, demand, which seems to be the word of the day. Demand is sensitive to price or playing time. So if a seller, the Warriors, sees demand is low for Kuminga, lower the price point. Well, do you want to settle for Malik Monk or let him play and demand will go up, says Aaron Turner. And then Aaron Turner screenshots a economic study on demand from Indiana. It says hashtag IU economics major, hashtag national champs. Just wants to pile on and ride the Indiana train while he's got it.
He's like, actually, Fernando Mendoza told him about this idea, Murph, of lowering the price point.
Learned it at Haas Business School from my guy Steve Etter.
Yeah, but honestly, I don't know what they're teaching over in the economics class over in Indiana, because why the hell would the Warriors sell for pennies on the dollar?
Right, exactly.
So that's what Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are trying to battle right now.
I'm a bad businessman. We know this from the $5 TV, right? We know this.
Yeah, we know.
And here's my bad business take. I would continue to see if it can work with Kuminga. I mean, right now, I know that sounds crazy. I bet Steve Kerr's listening right now. What's up, Steve? He's walking his dog in Presidio Heights. He's like, "You're an idiot. This guy's poison. We're not keeping this guy. He can't do anything we ask. He stifles our offense. He can't play with Steph. The dumbest take I've ever heard in my life.
And he doesn't want to be here.
But exactly, and he doesn't want to be here. But if maybe he gets a little taste, as Don Fanucchi said in Godfather 2, if I could wet my beak, right? Wet my beak a little bit, so to speak, and gets a little taste, starts putting up some double-doubles, maybe starts feeling good about being, I don't know. Again, that's my bad business take, because I don't want to trade him for Malik Monk. I don't want to get nothing out of this. I also don't want to trade all the first-rounders. I know you're all about you have to maximize Steph's window. I appreciate that take. I'm not ripping that take at all. I am a little more big picture. The window got us 4, baby. And asking for 5 is, while exciting, maybe a little unrealistic.
It's asking a lot, but it's also unrealistic to predict that Steph Curry was still going to be playing at this level at 38 years old. He's still one of the best in the league, can still carry a team. So I understand. If this dynasty does end with 4 titles, trust me, I'll be just as happy as anybody talking about how far we've came since getting those coupons for a free chalupa when they scored 100 points. Steph Curry has blessed the Bay Area, but I still want to do everything possible to get him that 5th ring.
Lots of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 209 says the team, this is from today, the team was not heading in the right direction. They're playing mediocre teams during a point in the schedule where teams are, what's going on and on and on.
Yeah, I was going to say, they actually were playing some of their best basketball
text. He
before
says,
the
you
Jimmy
weren't
injury.
saying that before Butler got hurt. Murph, what does he mean about Kuminga? I'm unclear.
Yeah, I'm
707 says, we'll lower the asking price. Just have Kuminga give back the $22 million that he didn't earn this year. 402 says, Dunleavy's quote reminds me of the line of Joey from Friends. You can't just ignore the bet. It's a bet. You bet on the bet, and if you lose, you lose the bet. That's for the Friends crowd out there. 650, you have to be demand to be in demand.
Ooh.
559 says, Marcus, doesn't Fat Joe say yesterday's demand is not today's demand?
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
707 says, it's called a chiasmus. It's a rhetorical flourish. Wow, that's a high-level text. Rhetorical flourish. He says, it's like when FDR says the only thing to fear is fear itself, or John Kennedy said, ask not what your country can do, ask what you can do for your country. Add Mike Dunleavy's. In order for there to be a demand. There
In
has
terms
to be
of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand.
Ask not what you can demand for your team, but what you can demand from your players.
209 says, I am not a businessman. I'm a businessman, quoting the prophet Hova. I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's a Jay-Z line.
Okay,
I'm not a businessman. I'm a businessman.
People want to go back to the era of the Iraq War in the early 00s when Donald Rumsfeld said, there are known unknowns. There are known unknowns. So that's where we're at, guys. So anyway, listen, that's the big hit for now. We'll get back to it, obviously. I'm looking at the clock, and we have Mike Silver coming up. But I guess my take, finally, is that I would love to see Kuminga continue to play and flourish. I know that's unrealistic. Do I want to trade 3 number ones and match up the money for Ja Morant? I mean, I don't. Maybe you do.
Oh, I'll get the grenade launcher ready to go, Murph.
I mean, that's what we're talking about. You're going to have to trade the money. You have to match the money. You have to trade like Kuminga, 3 number ones, and Buddy Hield for Ja Morant. Warriors fans, would you do it?
Yeah, I think I would, especially when you're thinking about the future post-Steph Curry. If you think you can control Ja Morant from getting himself in trouble, and if he's going to be the future piece moving forward. That's what Mike Dunleavy was talking about. We're not going to trade those future draft picks unless the player we trade for is here when that draft comes around.
So 3 number ones, Kuminga and Hield for Lauri Markkanen?
Yeah, I'd make that deal also.
Okay. All right. We'll discuss.
Yeah.
I'm open. I'm open. I don't love trading the 3 number ones. I don't. I'm blank them picks and all that. And
but as JD told us at the round table, once Steph Curry is gone, you stink.
Come on now. Come on, Tone.
You
I need it.
stink.
I need some. Stink. There it is. And can I get a JD when he was utterly baffled by working with me? And I said halfway through, I said, "Are you having? Are you having fun today? Are you enjoying?"
Yeah.
There it is right there.
Now, let me ask
Give
again.
me one more time. The guy was he was not enjoying my vibe. He goes, are you enjoying?
Yeah. Now, just give me the JD real quick. John Dickinson, boots on the ground. Do you still think the Warriors are going to trade Jonathan Kuminga? Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Mike Silver is going to solve the 49ers and bring you a Super Bowl title a year from now. Who are the Niners going to take as a D coordinator? What are they going to do with Brandon Ayuk? What are they going to do about the O-line and D-line? What are they going to do about the Seattle problem? All coming up on The Sports Leader.
Yeah.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
JD's the man. I was listening to Dubs OT last night, getting all the Dubs coverage I need. The question of the day, after watching Kuminga last night, is this situation still fixable for the Warriors? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back on a Wednesday morning. It's Hump Day, which is the perfect day to get locked in on Prize Picks because the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than on Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the corner, that also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. So close out the season right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. And this is what I love so much about Prize Picks. There are always promos. Yesterday, there were some Taco Tuesday specials for some NBA action, but today they are offering a $20 protected play guaranteed, where you either win your lineup or you will get your money back on Prize Picks. Just one of the many features that they have on this app that make it the best pick app in all of the land. So join us right now on Prize Picks and get some picks in for this weekend. With the championship game being played in both the AFC and the NFC, you can now pick yes or no when it comes to simply winning the game this weekend. So download the app and use the code word leader, and you will get a $50 bonus lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader to get $50 in bonus lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Tell them to bring me my money.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, I guess Tony decided to play David Bowie's Changes.
I was thinking Niners DC. I mean, I always need to do something big for Mike.
Bowie is always welcome. Always welcome. Thought you'd still ride the wave of the Bobby Weir Memorial and give Silver some of his Robert Weir. But hey, I'm sure he appreciates Bowie too. Oh, hey now, my mic just moved. Mike Silver is one of our all-time favorites from The Athletic. He was in Denver for the Josh Allen drama. So a lot to get to, including the end of the 49ers season. Do the Raiders have their guy, perhaps? I don't know. A lot of coaching changes, too. So good morning, Michael. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Hey, yeah, it's been about 10 years since we lost Bowie. I remember leading into the Super Bowl 50 festivities here. I think we had a terrible run. We had Bowie and Prince and Paul Kantner right around the same time, and losing Kantner before that San Francisco Super Bowl, that was heavy. Obviously, we're still thinking all about Bobby, but Bowie is one of the all-time greats.
Dude, the month that we lost Bowie and Prince is like one of my least favorite months of my entire life. That was like, I hated that so much. It was like, what? Stop, make it stop.
And don't forget Kantner. I mean, obviously the Grateful Dead, one of the greatest bands of all time, and so associated with San Francisco. But if you think of that San Francisco rock heyday and that scene, the Airplane was right at the forefront of that and highly significant.
I want to say his daughter China actually spent time at my high school, Tam High in Mill Valley. So shout out. Yeah. Along with the great Tupac. Don't sleep on the T-High Indians/Red-Tailed Hawks. All right, but there's a lot of topics we can go with, but I'm going to start with this one that's kind of fun. Did Cal win its first national championship on Monday night? Fernando, he's a Golden Bear graduate.
God. Trigger alert. No, but, congratulations to the Hoosiers. They kind of give people hope who root for teams that have traditionally not been on that level, and you can get really good really fast. Obviously, with Kurt Signetti, they have a transcendent coach who's helped make it possible, along with the portal and all that. But Cal fans, we feel like we've got a guy who is about to make some serious noise, and it's been a great portal season, and we love our quarterback. So can't wait for 2026 when they come charging out of that tunnel at Memorial. It's going to be special.
Well, Mike, just a quick follow-up on the Fernando mania. Do you think he's a lock for the Raiders to draft at the number 1 overall pick, and who is going to be his head coach?
Well, yeah, I mean, first we have to answer the second part, and not just the head coach part, but, is Tom Brady, still heavily involved, or is he in the shadows? But, yeah, I would say ask Tom. I don't know. I tend not to, draw too many conclusions about what I see in college football on the field, until I talk to the evaluators more, which I usually wait till after the Super Bowl to really drill down on. It's hard for me. I watch Cal games emotionally, so I think I know what I'm seeing, and then other games I'm just kind of like, why are these defenses so simple? God, this, I don't like some of the rules. It's just kind of, I don't know. So it's hard for me to know. I think sometimes it hits me over the head so hard that I'm like, oh my God, Adrian Peterson. I think that guy's going to be great in the NFL. But I would imagine that given past history and what he's accomplished, Mendoza will end up being the number 1 overall pick. But I can't tell you if he's going to be, a great pro, a decent pro, or somebody that they look back on and say, I wish we'd taken someone else.
There's so many different ways we can go with you today on whether it's Mendoza or the NFL head coaching carousel, but bringing it home to the Niners. Before we get to the D coordinator job, I'd love to sort of wrap it up. What you saw in Seattle, I know you were in Denver, but what you saw on TV of what happened to Kyle. Now, 8 quarters, no touchdowns against Mike McDonald, blown out of the gym by the Seahawks. How bad is their Seattle problem? Or conversely, No, man, that was a banged up Niner team. Come September, it's an even race. Assess for me the Seattle 49er power dynamic.
Yeah, I don't really look at it like the first way. I look at it more the second way. I mean, I was in Philly. That was emotional. Took a trick play, some incredible coaching, some incredible, playing. Christian McCaffrey doing Hall of Fame stuff, et cetera. And they beat the defending champs and capped a season that was highly improbable given all the injuries. And then, of course, lost George Kittle in that game. It was going to be tough. And maybe if things had gone a little better, they could have battled the Seahawks on closer terms in that game. But I just think, you at some point it catches up to you. It's kind of what I expected all year. And I do think they have a chance to come back pretty strong. Remember, this was supposed to be a down year other than the schedule being soft. They had lost a lot, and there were some question marks. That defense was going to be young, even with Bosa and Warner. And yeah, obviously having to replace Robert Saleh is a big deal, but I do think that it's still a three-team, log jam in that division and in the conference, and every year is different. But I wouldn't look at it as, oh no, the Seahawks are an indomitable force. So this year they look pretty good, and they got a real shot. It'll be interesting.
Mike, what are your thoughts on Robert Saleh's decision to take the Tennessee job, and how much do you think that decision was influenced by his desire to play against Liam Cohen twice a year?
that was 100% of it. Yeah. So listen, everything I said all year to you guys about Robert Saleh, like he's going to have options and he doesn't have to jump at the first one, and he really needs to go to a situation where he knows the ownership is in a good place, having worked for really good owners with the Niners and having worked for Woody Johnson, and he's seen the difference, and the second time around you can't fail. Take all that and just throw it out. I was wrong. He jumps at the first opportunity, and he's working for a terrible owner in Amy Adams-Strunk. I can understand. He's obviously excited, and I can understand why he would want to be a head coach. You've got a young quarterback in Cam Ward. I think the general manager, Mike Borgonzi, is really good, and they've got a chance to build something. But, yeah, he was still a candidate for other jobs that are on paper better. I feel like he did jump at the first opportunity, and I feel like he's working for another awful owner. So just strike down everything I said beforehand, and I'll take the L on that one.
All right. Back to the 49ers, and you thinking, they're going to be in the mix, 3-team race come September, all that stuff. That said, there is discussion that the Rams and Seahawks draft boards have looked better than the Niners draft boards the last couple of years. Greg Papa was talking a lot about this yesterday. Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney. You can choose whoever you want. Ricky Pearsall. I don't know. The Niners assessing their last couple drafts. How far behind the 8 ball has it put them in the trenches on the line of scrimmage with playmakers, et cetera? Are they getting out drafted by their rivals?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to take a look. But I will say this. They had a lot of young players on defense this year, and that defense held up pretty well until the end, obviously. But I was kind of pleasantly surprised. They're not perfect, but and I know Saleh did a great coaching job on defense, so we'll see what it looks like. But I actually didn't think it was that that bad. I obviously criticized them taking a kicker with a 3rd-round pick. That didn't work out, but for the most part, Pooney turned out to be a pretty good selection, and we'll see about Mikael Williams, who obviously had the injury. But I'd have to take a look at that. The Rams have drafted very, very well. I will say that. They got Verse and Fisk back to back. They've got UC players in there contributing at a pretty high level. So, and I'd have to take a look at the Seahawks. But listen, all 3 of those franchises have really good coaching and really good players, and when they go down, they don't stay down for long. The 49ers had 1 down year. The Rams had 1 down year. The Seahawks, even after Pete left, it just came right back with McDonald. So you got to give all 3 franchises a lot of credit, and I think that starts at the top.
The 49ers are now looking for their fifth different defensive coordinator in the last 5 years, Mike. We know that there are some options in-house with Gus Bradley and maybe even KJ Wright, but who are some of the names that you're hearing connected to that DC job?
It's a great question. I probably need to drill down on it a little more. And some of the people who, Kyle has sought in past years, Jeff Ulbrich is off the market, right? Obviously, Salah's gone. I think, Raheem Morris and Kyle are very, very, very close friends, and that goes back a long way. And I don't know what options Raheem's going to have, and he's still in the mix for head coaching jobs. I thought it was a travesty that he was fired as head coach after 2 8-9 seasons, but that's another subject. So, that's not a job interview. That's not something I could even tell you for sure. That's just two close friends saying, do we want to do this or not? And what does that do to a friendship? Friendships in the NFL are really weird. I've seen people fire their brothers, right? And, Mike Borgonzi, the general manager of the Titans, and Matt Nagy are very, very close friends who talked constantly during their time in Kansas City together about the prospect of teaming up together. And in the end, after a very long Titans search that seemingly included interviews with everybody, he came down to Matt Nagy and Robert Saleh and didn't choose his friends. So I just, I would wonder what's going on with Kyle and Raheem and what that conversation's like, and if they're in a place where they want to try to do that.
Yeah, and Gus Bradley being in the building is pretty darn easy, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Gus has had an incredible career, and I don't know the specifics of how Kyle's felt about it or how this season's gone. I would think that Kyle has a really good opinion of everything that went on this season. You mentioned KJ Wright, what an incredible player and football mind. I think he's going to end up being a great coach somewhere at some point. So that's intriguing to me. I know Daniel Bullock has been talked about in that building too. He did go the promotion route with Sorensen, and it did not go well. So I don't know if that would inform his thinking. And there are other people out there who are pretty good. You've got people like Wink Martindale who are super, super accomplished that, I would think are enticing. He probably, wants to stay as close to the current scheme as he can based on past hires. I know Raheem, who on paper wouldn't be running that scheme, but has adapted on the fly. Raheem's attitude is scheme to scheme. You figure that out. So Vance Joseph's another guy that Kyle has tried very hard to get in the past. I don't know that he would be available. He's up for head coaching jobs, and he's busy possibly coaching for a Super Bowl in Denver and probably can't get out anyway. But I'm sure he will aim high and swing big.
Before I let you go, Mike, you were in Denver, the Josh Allen tears. You wrote all about it. Big deal. Then they fire McDermott. Now, this morning while we're doing the show, Mr. Pagula, the owner of the Bills, is doing a press conference, and he's chirping up a little bit. There's some sound for cooler content. He's ripping the coaches for drafting Keon Coleman. He's ripping the refs. Steve Bisciotti did into media recently. Mike Sando wrote about how well received Bisciotti was. Like you could do 4 hours with Bisciotti and have a good time. Like the open collar, the George Hamilton tan, the whole deal. I mean, it's that time of year where owners are cropping up a little bit. I just wonder your thoughts on the Bills firing McDermott. I know you wrote about McDermott and his super unfortunate 9/11 stuff, but to go 9 years, have that much success and get fired. What is up? Because that calls into mind guys like Kyle Shanahan, right?
Yeah, and to Jed York's credit, he never went there, even with the 6-11, right? And I think that's the right call. But I did write a column that ran yesterday, and I kind of, for you really old people, Chris Christopherson had a satire back in 1970, I think, called Blame It on the Stones, where he made fun of all the proper people blaming the Rolling Stones for everything that's going wrong with the world. And I changed it to Blame It on Mahomes, because basically he's now been responsible, in my opinion, for John Harbaugh and Sean McDermott shockingly getting fired. But it's tough when you don't break through. And I think the reason I blame this on Mahomes is this was the year where in both cases, Baltimore and Buffalo, they were like, okay, it's wide open now. Like, it's not, Burrow's not in either. Like, Lamar ended up not getting in, and then, like, if you're the Bills, you're like, okay, Josh, this is it. It's all there for you. And I think, sometimes change is good. Sean McDermott did a really, really good job. I think him getting fired was more jarring that General Manager Brandon Beane got promoted at the same time, and I think a lot of people would look at the Bills and say, wait, are they, what's the talent level at certain positions? The Keon Coleman thing, all I can tell you is that for some reason that reminds me of the infamous Eddie DeBartolo, Mark Trestman moment. That was at a hotel in San Francisco. That was not in Santa Clara, but when he was announcing that Seifert had been fired and Mariucci was the coach after the incredible scoop by young Brian Murphy, everybody broke that cold. But somebody then asked about Mark Trestman. It was the existing offensive coordinator. And before Seifert or anyone else could talk, DeBartolo just leaned over and just said, "He's gone." And that was a little unceremonious. But, hey, Terry, I get it, but, like, Keon Coleman's still on our roster. Like, let's go easy here. But, billionaires, sometimes billionaires are unencumbered. They say what they think, and you don't have to love it. But if you're a fan, what are you going to do?
It's an interesting time in the NFL. We'll keep reading your columns, buddy. Thanks for hopping on, and be good.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Mike Silver always writing about this stuff. Yeah, while we were doing this show today, Terry Pagula, the owner of the Bills, has gotten loose on a press conference. We have it in the cooler of content coming up here. And Bisciotti, same thing. Did you see any of his, the Ravens guy?
Yeah.
With the tan and the hair and the open collar and just chatting it up.
I saw somebody ask him if Tyler Loop makes that field goal, does John Harbaugh keep his job? And his response was, yeah, for another week. That's like, bro.
Well, it's like Silver just said, billionaires, man. They're like, what are you going to do? Sue me?
Yeah, right.
I'll buy you.
Yeah, dude.
I'll buy you and sell you before breakfast.
I'll buy you and sell you twice.
Cooler of content has all sorts of good stuff in there, including, like we said, the owners getting loose. And some fun
Nikki
stuff.
T on Boba Fett.
Nikki T on Boba Fett. Other good stuff going on there in that cooler of content. And then, of course, more sound coming our way. Ron Rivera at 8:50. Johnny Shea calling out the Giants at 9:30 on the Sports Leader. Yes, Silver. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to look into it.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something. Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. It's a demand Wednesday. How can there be demand when you have no demand and I'm in demand? And how can you beat demand if you're going to be demand and all that good stuff?
If you're demand, I want to be demand.
It's very, very good. Cooler content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. We'll ask Ron Rivera about all this NFL coaching nonsense and craziness and firings and hirings, and Mike McDaniel going to join Jim Harbaugh,
bro,
in L.A. Talk about we need those guys wired.
Oh,
right?
dude, the Chargers have to. They got to be on Hard Knocks next season.
Absolutely incredible audio coming your way there. And, of course, the 49ers looking for a D coordinator. We'll get to that. John Shea will join us at 9:30. He wrote a piece saying, like, hey, Giants, what's up? It's January 21.
Come on, do something.
They really, Casey Schmidt is their second baseman right now, and they only have two starting outfielders, Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos. So we shall see. We shall see what happens. But first and foremost, why don't we open with what we're talking about, demand? You just get in your car right now, like, why are you talking about demand? Well, Mike Dunleavy last night dropped a little, what do you call it? A rhetorical flourish, a chiasmus or something? He called it.
AKA a bar.
There's another word for it, too. That reminds me of the old Gilligan's Island days when the professor would say, Gilligan, I'm very concerned about those cumulonimbus clouds in the offing. He goes, and Gilligan would say, yeah, plus it looks like it's going to rain.
Yeah, exactly. Simplify it for me. Yeah. Whatever the hell you just said, I'll come back with, yeah, that's a bar.
Some guy said it was a chiasmus because it's the only thing you have to fear is fear itself. Ask not what you can do for your country, what your country can do for you, or whatever. Ask not what your country can do for you. Anyway, take it away, Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. Yes. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So.
Yeah, so I think he said demand 4 times. Yeah, I heard the demand. And in terms of demand, to be a demand, there needs to be demand. So he was carefully saying, yeah, nobody's calling for this guy right now, or nobody's banging down our door, but he made it into a signature quote that will live for a while in Warrior Dome, I'd just say.
Oh, this is already taken over the podium of Mike Dunleavy saying that Jordan Poole is going to be here for a while and then trading him 4 days later. Like, this is the most iconic quote so far that we've heard from Mike Dunleavy about how there needs to be a demand if Jonathan Kuminga is going to demand a trade. But it's funny, we were playing with this earlier this morning, like comparing it to other famous quotes and someone like Ric Flair, to be the man, you got to beat the man. But somebody texted in saying it reminded them of Mike McDaniel talking about trying to win a game, young Tony.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down.
That's what Harbaugh wanted, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
I was like, give me that.
Yeah, that's what I want for my OC now.
Doing some live producing on air, but it's because, Tony, you're so good with your mashups. We just had the Can't Wait, by the way. That did not age well. The Jawan Jennings Can't Wait.
I reworked it, too.
Still a good bit. But I was thinking, is there a demand song? So I looked up songs about demand. There's a band called, a Scottish band, a band from Scotland called Texas has a song called In Demand. And somebody named Amos Lee. Oh, I know Amos Lee. He has a song called Supply and Demand. That's it.
Okay.
It's not a huge, there's not a huge demand for demand
there's
songs.
There's not a big demand out there, Murph.
So I don't know if you can work with any of those.
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand.
Is there like a Duran song that we can turn into Demand?
I kind of like that, actually. Kind of like that.
I'll work it out.
Meanwhile, Bills owner Terry Pagula is doing, it's that season where owners are now showing up and doing media. And Bills owner Terry Pagula made some waves this morning. First, we start easy when he blames refs. Cut B, Tony. Brandon Beane, by the way, who got promoted while Sean McDermott got fired, is up there trying to answer. And Pagula is right next to him. He's the billionaire owner. And by the way, his granddaughter is a really good tennis player. She's like at the Australian Open, Jessica Pegula.
I did not know that.
Yeah. She's always in the mix. She makes it to like the quarterfinals of majors and things like that. But in Australia, what they do now, or I guess at some other majors, they go up and they sign. After you win, you go up and you sign the screen of the camera that's facing you,
Yeah.
Like you should sign, I want you to sign every day on this. Tony should sign the rectangle.
Like Coco Gauff won a big match and she wrote "Go Canes" on the little thing.
Jessica Pegula wrote, "That was a catch" at the Aussie Open.
Dude, Bills fans are still mad.
She wrote that was a catch.
And I agree, dude.
So here's her grandpa sitting next to Terry, Brandon Bean, and check it out on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter.
I mean, Jay.
A bad call.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, I would say we went to Jacksonville and we won. A good team.
Can you start it with the question in there a little bit more? Does it start with the end of that?
It gets cut off, yeah.
Okay. Because the guy's asking, what do you think happened to your team? And as Bean is trying to answer, and Mike Silver made a reference to it, legendary, 1997, Fairmont Hotel, the George Seifert stepping aside, Steve Mariucci getting hired press conference. And somebody said, what does this mean for Mark Trestman? And Carmen's starting to answer, well, in terms of our staffing, we have decisions to make. And Eddie D literally grabbed the mic, went right into it and said, he's gone. And it's one of the great moments of all time. And this isn't on that level, but it's pretty good. Play it again here. They said, hey, why did you guys, come up short? And Bean's trying to answer, and Pegula just butts in.
A bad call.
A bad call.
Now, here's the problem. Oh, by the way, people are correcting me. Jessica Pegula is their daughter?
Ooh.
Oh, well, he's an old dad.
All right.
Candace and I always high five because we're old parents. If we find an older parent than us, we high five. I'm going to high five because there's no way that Terry Pegula is a younger dad than me.
You guys are in the club.
I'll have to double check that on facts. I thought it was his granddaughter. Anyway, that's what people say when I show up at Rory's games. So, like, hey, man, you here to see your grandson?
Yeah, what is
that's
Graham
my
doing
kid.
in the crowd? I'm joking.
No, I'm joking. We say that. We literally say that. But, hey, part 2 of Pegula. Poor Keon Coleman. And he was a Cooler of Content star.
Dude, showing up in that puffy yellow
In
jacket.
fact, you might want to, in honor of Keon Coleman catching a stray here, we might want to go into the archives and dig up some old Keon Coleman.
I believe that's former mid-segment Reed Keon Coleman.
Yeah, that's correct. He didn't get a ton of playing time because, as Pegula will tell you, he hasn't really worked out that well. But they ask him about drafting Keon Coleman. And again, Bean's trying to answer, and Pegula just butts in.
I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
Damn. Keon Coleman. Mina Kimes is a really funny. Go look at Mina. See if you can tell me the cultural reference. Go look at Mina Kimes' Twitter. She had a really funny still photo of Keon Coleman watching this press conference, and it's a guy just looking totally dumbfounded, but I'm not sure what the reference is. Who is that?
That's the guy that does the sketch show, the 50 burgers, 50 fries, 50 shakes. We've mentioned him on the show before. The guy that did the SNL round ball skit. Basketball.
Tony, help us out, kid.
Yeah.
He's in the bit. It's like a different movie where he's like, I'm doing my part, and then he's like, I didn't do F and S.
You guys are supposed to know these things,
We've
man.
mentioned him
SNL
on the
actor.
show before. What's the guy's name from the 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies?
Is it? Come on, guys. I have it all here, but nobody's saying his name.
Yeah,
I think
know.
you should reel. God, I'm not going to. By the way,
man.
Jessica Pegula is the daughter. It is.
It's from the sketch show.
Tim
I
Robinson.
think you should leave with Tim Robinson.
We got it.
My apology.
Jeez.
Ooh.
That's what happens in live radio.
Yeah, I had to work
so
through that
she
one.
sent out he has a meme of him just staring forward, befuddled.
Yeah, I think that might be the skit where like there's a big like mustard spill and they're trying to figure out who does it, and he's standing there in a hot dog costume, like trying to not look guilty. That maybe is the clip, maybe the meme you're talking
She's
about.
saying that about Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
Because he's like just watching this, and all of a sudden here comes Pegula. Yeah. he had nothing to do with drafting that bum, basically. By the way, Pagula's daughter, 31, he's 70. He's almost the exact same age as a dad that we were to Rory. So when Rory's in the Australian Open at age 31, they'll be like, hey, Murph's grandson is in the Aussie Open, dude.
Nice.
So he and I are the exact same situation with Rory. That's really funny.
But man, how about the Buffalo Bills, Murph? This is supposed to be the franchise that circles the wagons, but here they are backing up the wagon, backing up the bus. They throw their guys underneath the bus for this Keon Coleman decision, who was drafted one pick ahead of Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, man. It is, yeah.
Yeah, two picks after Ricky Pearsall.
God, man, it can be so tough on the draft, man. You could do their thing. And then just to give you guys this more owner vibe, Steve Bisciotti, the Baltimore Ravens owner, he did his time after he fired John Harbaugh. And, dude, people, like Sando was saying, like, he crushed it. People were like, we could do hours with this guy. Like, he was just, first of all, the look. Yeah. I need that look, by the way. I need that look. That's going to be me in my advanced age there. Sport coat, carefully pressed dress shirt, open down to the cleavage.
Oh, dude, he's showing off that chest there.
So here's Bisciotti about John Harbaugh. What do you got? Set it up, Tone, for us?
So basically he was asked, listen, John Harbaugh, you had just fired him. Would he still have been the head coach if the outcome wasn't the same with the kicker missing the kick?
Tyler Loop would have made the field goal.
Here's what he said.
Tyler Loop makes that field goal. Is John Harbaugh still here coaching this team?
For a week.
For a week. Okay.
Dude, he's dead serious. Dude, no laughter for the crowd or nothing.
Well, I mean, dude, imagine if Mary Berner, the CEO of Cumulus, is like that, just drinking her water. Is how long are Murph and Marcus going to be on the air? About another week.
Yeah.
Another week.
Yeah, for a week. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
How long does young Tony have a grip on that job as the producer?
Yeah.
For a week.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Dude, but wait, there's more. He was also asked about Lamar Jackson, where there's some rumors floating around. We saw on ESPN today, one of the headlines was, should the Ravens trade Lamar Jackson to the Raiders? Now, I just assumed that Lamar Jackson was the franchise quarterback of the squad, which means he should have some influence over who his next head coach should be. But here he was being asked about Lamar Jackson's influence on the next head coach.
How much of a say will Lamar have in the head coach selection?
A lot of say, but he has no power. I have the power. They have opinions, and I want them all. I care about my players very much, but I can't give them power.
I love it, man.
Dude,
these guys are the best.
I have the power. They have opinions. I have power.
What do you give me for Steve Bisciotti and London Breed? I'm the mayor.
I'm the owner.
Do you guys have that nearby?
I have the power.
Oh, man. Billionaire owners keep cropping up with your tans and your takes.
Why are you asking me about Lamar Jackson's
What'd
opinion?
that say? Ex-Mayor Brown. I don't know why y'all be listening to Willie Brown. He ain't the mayor no more. I'm the mayor.
Right into Steve Bisciotti there, buddy. I'm making Tony work real hard.
I have the power.
Thank you, buddy. Very good. All right, there's
They
your
have
cooler of
opinions.
content.
I have power.
Okay, we got to start acting more like NFL owners. I'm going to start dressing
I
like
have
one
the
and
power.
talking like one.
I'm going to walk out to the bullpen like, I got the power.
Yeah.
You post what I want.
Start bullying Holer around right now. You know what I mean?
What do you mean, start?
I have the power. I'm the mayor. Ron Rivera has the power and the microphone and the screen. Ron Rivera on NFL and football next. And then John Shea calling out the Giants at 9:30. I keep saying that. Shay's like, what did I do? He wrote a piece in the SF Standard saying what's going on with the Giants, basically, on The Sports Leader.
A lot of say, but he has no power. I have the power.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER. Born and raised on the Monterey Peninsula, he was a Cal Bear, a Chicago Bear, and two-time NFL Coach of the Year. But now Ron Rivera has returned to his roots.
This is about getting butts in the seats, getting eyeballs on the television, and re-engaging with our fan base and getting them excited about it, which will help us elevate our programs.
Here's the general manager of Cal football, Ron Rivera, with Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, Ron is tuning in wearing his navy blue and gold there, doing his Cal Golden Bear colors and ready to go on the UMA guest line. We always appreciate Ron's fun catching up on all things football. Cal's very busy. We'll get into that. But Ron, first of all, good morning. Good to see you. And second of all, man, oh man, the NFL has gone crazy. 10 coaching changes in 32. What's going on? Why so many changes, Ron? What are owners? Owners are impatient. Good morning.
Hey,
what's going on?
Morning, Ron.
Well, to that question, there is the impatience is showing a little bit, but also expectations. Let's look at some of the firings that were made were some veteran coaches that people felt should have had a little bit more success, I believe. So I think when you look at that the expectations have really risen, and that's a big part of it. Is you're seeing teams that just lose the patience, and it's time to move on. So that, I think, is probably the biggest thing for more so than anything else.
Yeah, and Ron, I know last week we talked about Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh and those decisions with those two teams, but the latest one has been Sean McDermott with the Buffalo Bills. Now, I wanted to ask you about this because I know Sean served as your defensive coordinator over in Carolina. So what was your reaction seeing this news? I mean, he had a lot of success in those 9 years up in Buffalo, but ultimately didn't reach the big goal of reaching the big game.
Right, and I think that's what it came down to. The thing that people have to understand is, you get an opportunity, and there's a certain window with the players you have, and you've got to make hay, and I think that's the biggest thing. And I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but that's really what it looked like. I do know this. I don't know if you guys remember, but you go at the very beginning of the year, they do this, and I think it's one of the greatest disservices to coaching is they have this, who's on the hot seat? I mean, the season hasn't even started, and they start predicting who's on the hot seat, and then they start saying, well, the expectations are they got to get to the Super Bowl. Wow. I mean, that puts a lot of pressure, but it also puts it out there in the stratosphere where everybody starts thinking that way. The expectations rise. And at the end of the year, and there's some things that happen you can't control. Injuries you can't control. Missed calls or missed plays you can't control. Those things happen, but we're judged on those as well as head coaches.
Well, yeah, I mean, Terry Pegula says bad call, and indeed, then it's almost like if the call goes Buffalo's way, he still has a job. I mean, so these refs, by the way, oh man, I'm going to ask you not to get fined here, but how tough was it to hold your tongue on referees? Because you look at a situation like that, Sean McDermott, if that's ruled a catch, the Bills kick a field goal and they win, they're in the AFC Championship game. So when you're Sean McDermott and a ref, you feel like a ref changed your life. I mean, I know you can't, so many things go into a game, but could you just give us a perspective?
No, you guys are killing me.
Well, can you give us the psychological?
I want you to think about this. Think about what you asked. 10 years ago, in Super Bowl 50, we had a catch, no catch, and it was ruled a no catch. And then when they went and reviewed it, they said there wasn't enough to change it. So because of that, it stayed an incompletion, and it impacted the game that I was coaching in the Super Bowl. Remember that. And if they had said it was a catch and there was not enough to overrule it, guess what would have happened? That would have been a catch, and then the results might have been different. So you're right. A decision by a referee, it changes and impacts the game. And you hope that it's the right decision, you hope it's the correct decision, but you never really know. And it does impact, and it does affect careers, and it does affect outcomes of games. And that's the truth of the matter. That's why so much pressure is put on the referees as well.
As I recall earlier this year when we had you let loose a little bit on the ACC. After which game was it? Was it Virginia Tech? Was it? You don't have to reprise it, but you.
No, it was the end of the Virginia game.
Yeah, Virginia.
We had Yeah, you know,
Right,
and,
right,
and
the
again,
Virginia
when
game.
you look at it from a different perspective, and I know the referee from behind the play is the one who saw it, and he didn't call the penalty. Well, again, that's because his perspective was different from what we saw. And then when we saw the replay on TV, you could clearly see that it was pass interference. But that's the thing that we have to deal with, and that's understanding. There are humans judging this game as well. So if they don't see it, but the eye in the sky sees it, but you can't change those type of plays because that's a judgment call.
Ron Rivera's voice is the voice you hear this morning on the Uma guest line. And Ron, we have to talk to you about the end of the 49ers season last week up in Seattle. And I want to get your breakdown of what Mike Macdonald has been able to do against Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Final week of the season, and then this past weekend, no touchdowns and only 9 total points. How impressed are you by the job that Mike Macdonald has done up in Seattle?
Well, you know what? I am impressed. I really am. In 2 seasons, he's got them in position. They're the number 1 seed this year in the NFC. Mike and his staff have done a terrific job. But also, don't forget John Snyder, the general manager up there, bringing the right kind of players in. And probably one of the really big things is he brought the quarterback in. You know, last year they had a different quarterback. This year they changed quarterbacks, and Sam Darnold's been tremendous for them. But he is coming up against one of his nemesis. Let's don't forget this. Last year in the playoffs when he was at Minnesota, the Rams got after him, and then the Rams got after him down in L.A. This year as well. So this is going to be a real interesting game, and I think a lot is going to hinge on how Sam Darnold handles the Rams defense. But, yeah, he did get after the 49ers, and got to give him credit. But I will say this, it was an undermanned 49er team for the most part. And but that's not the only reason. I mean, but I do think, again, as I said before, I think Kyle Shanahan has done a tremendous job this year. He really does.
I know that is positive, but how hard is it to get your butt whipped like that? If you're Kyle, you know, like how fueled are you on the entire offseason? Because we can make all the excuses in the world, but he's probably pretty darn ticked.
He is, and I tell you what, he took it the right way. I thought he handled it tremendously, and I believe this too. He's going to be focused, as will John. I think those two guys are going to come together. They'll come up with a great plan this offseason in terms of the free agency market and the draft. I mean, these guys know what they need. You know, they've got to get guys healthy back on the football field. But then I think they also recognize and realize there are some things we got to do as far as depth, and there are some things we got to do for putting a few more playmakers on the field for Brock Purdy in that offense. So it's going to be real interesting as they go through this offseason. But I really do believe, and again, just having been around Kyle and watched him, this young man's going to have a plan.
Ron, the 49ers season ended on a negative note, but one positive I did want to talk to you about is Christian McCaffrey, who played in every single game for the 49ers this year, especially when he's dealing with the narrative of him not being able to stay healthy. Had over 1,000 snaps and 450 touches this season, Ron.
That doesn't surprise me one bit because, last year coming off the injury plague year he had, he was refocused from what I understand, and he and I did talk a couple of times, and for the most part, it was really about taking care of his body a lot more this time, I think. And I think because he's understanding at his age, as he's getting up there, he's got to be a little bit more aware of how just important it is to every now and then take a little bit of a break. So I really do think he's going to approach it the same way he did last year. I'm very happy to see that because he is one heck of a football player and a solid young man.
We sort of, I don't want to say buried the lead because the NFL is a big deal and the Niners are a big deal, but your sport of college football had a championship game on Monday night.
Yeah.
And the winning quarterback is a Cal graduate. So I don't know if you've reached out, text, or anything like that, or I'm sure his phone's blown up, but if you could just share with us what it was like to have Fernando around the program. And, listen, this is the way of the world now. They get more money, they go somewhere else. But just your reaction, your emotional reaction, because I'm sure it was bittersweet a little bit to see Fernando lead Indiana to the championship.
It mostly is, and it truly is. And to be honest with you, from afar, I really didn't get to know him as well as I would love to. But just watching him from afar and seeing who he is, and just knowing the fact that he did graduate from the university, and he did give kudos to Cal during his speeches. So I there is a sense of pride. It is a little bit of disappointment because I would love to see him here, but I also understand what happened and just the fact that. He graduated, moved on, played his last year with his brother, wins the Heisman, wins the national championship, and at the same time, he shouts out to Cal. I'm very proud of that, and I'm really happy about the fact that he did shout out to Cal, recognizing that is where he graduated. And when people ask me about him, I said, well, where do you think he got all the training? He used to show up and he was everything, I mean, this guy got trained at Cal, so as far as I'm concerned, that's a big win for us.
Ron, we talked throughout the season about the changing landscape in college football. Now you're seeing Indiana, a team that has been traditionally known as a basketball school, go undefeated and win the national title. Just talk to us about what that means for the overall sport and the changing dynamic of college football.
Well, I know this. When you have billionaires get involved and put the kind of money that they put into it, we saw Texas Tech do the same thing, get very close. We saw Indiana get that infusion of cash and make the difference. It shows the impact, and it shows that, you can do things a specific way if you can get that kind of infusion of resources. We've been very fortunate. We had a very good portal. I know we're ranked in the top 10, and I thought at one point we were ranked number 1 in the ACC. I haven't seen the ranking since the portal's finished. But we've been able to do some really good things because we've gotten some donor investment and donor engagement. And that's how important it is, because it can impact your program almost immediately. And hopefully we've done some good things. I believe we have, because I had an opportunity to watch workout yesterday and workout this morning as our guys are getting into the winter conditioning program. And it was great to see those guys out on the field and watching them work. And it does look a little bit different. It really does. The body types are completely different. So it's pretty exciting. And when you see the guys that are out there mixing with some of the guys that are still here, I'm looking for some excitement this coming season. I know we got a long way to go, and we still got to continue to develop and grow these guys, but it's exciting as heck.
I mean, it's funny, you do mention the money, and money makes the world go round. We all know this. And by the way, you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And it's funny because Indiana is considered one of the greatest stories in the history of American sports. But it is true, they had a lot of money. And it's kind of, I mean, I guess Mark Cuban, was involved in all that. So that is the name of the game right now, Ron. Like, he who has the most money is going to win?
I wouldn't say he who has the most money, but I think it's a combination of being able to get the players in. But now you got to coach them up. You got to coach your tail off. You've got to make sure they know how to go out and play. And, as I said, that was a team that, because of the influx of money, were able to bring specific types of players in, and they coached their tails off. So got to give them credit for that too. It's not just about the money, though. It's about getting the 105 student athletes you have all focusing on one goal too. That's the other part of it. That's the thing we have to remember. And when you have a head coach that comes in, he's committed, stays to the very end, coaches his team up, gets his coaches to coach his teams up, gets his team to believe in a message. That he's selling, you got a chance to win it all. And that's what we saw with Coach Signetti and the Indiana Hoosiers. It really is a great story. But again, the combination of things all came together at the right time. And that's the biggest thing. And like I said, to me, that's a great model as far as what's it going to take for Cal to grow and become that type of team. Well, we've got to continue with the involvement and engagement we have had with our alumni base so far. And again, it's like I said, things are beginning to change here, and very happy for where we are.
Well, since we're on the topic of talking about coaches, we know that Tosh Lapoy's taken over the program. But, Ron, what can you tell us about the rest of the coaching staff and how he's filling it out?
Well, I think the biggest thing is you really got to praise him for what he's done. He went out and brought George Summerlin in as our offensive coordinator, a guy who's got NFL experience, was with Tampa Bay the last few years. I think that was a tremendous move because he's selling to those guys being coached by a former offensive assistant in the NFL. And then on the defensive side, he brings in Mike Hutchins. I think that was another tremendous move. You got a defensive coordinator that's coming to you from Minnesota with the Vikings, and then they mix it with some veterans and some young coaches that a couple stayed from the staff previous, and then he brought in a whole other group of guys from different places. A lot of those guys he has some sort of NFL connection as well. So you're going to see that mix, and it's going to be, I think, something that's going to catch people's eye, because the idea behind this is that, you want to be able to go after the guys that have been previously 5 stars at one point and bring those guys and have them be part of what you're trying to do, and to have the right things to sell, not just the number one public institution here in the United States, but also a quality championship caliber NFL-style coaching staff. I think is one of the things that Tosh is really trying to get across to these student athletes.
Before we let you go, Ron, I know what high school signing day is when?
It's first Wednesday in February. I believe that's the 4th coming up.
Yeah, Wednesday, 4th, okay.
We're going immediately from the portal right into the recruiting aspect as far as high school football is concerned. Because again, with the National Signing Day coming up, we've got to make sure when we're allowed to engage, we can engage with these prospective Golden Bears.
So realistically speaking, I've read from people, high school recruiting isn't what it used to be. That you guys are getting most of your talent through the transfer portal. It sucks for these high school kids who may have to go to a JC or a smaller school before they get to your level. Is that the reality of the case? That, you can expand on that?
Yes, to a degree. Absolutely, to a degree, it really is. And that's one of the things is you do see that. But if you do it the right way and you recruit, and I love Tosh's attitude towards it, and he mentioned this, is you want to be able to recruit a certain type of student athlete coming out of high school, get them to commit and get them to understand. That very few of those guys that come in for that are freshmen are really going to get the opportunity to play. But if they're patient, they trust the coaching, and give them an opportunity to retain them and have them come back as sophomores that have been trained in the system and in the culture, they'll have a step up on whoever comes in the next year. And I think that's one of the things that he's done a great job. And you go back and look at Oregon, they were able to maintain for the most part while he was up there and keep those types of student athletes. So that's really one of the goals that we want to do is we want to build from the inside out. We want to build our own. So if we can recruit some of the right types of players, keep the right type of player here to the end, for at least 3 seasons, that gives you an opportunity to grow, develop not just your team, but really for the future, what your culture is going to look like, and you're going to have people that can tell the new guys this is what the culture is all about.
It's crazy for all the schools, but can you give Cal fans out there just one sense before we let you go here of when you guys can announce like your 2026 signings?
Oh, that won't happen until everybody's been officially admitted. And we're going through that process right now. I think we're getting really close, and then once we get we get into the college sign dates, as soon as they sign, we'll be able to announce those guys as well. Okay, well then, and then on we go into the new era, the Tosh era. So it's always great catching up, Ron. A wide-ranging chat from your hatred of referees. I'm kidding. To the current state of college football. So thanks for the conversation. We do appreciate it, and have a great day.
Yeah, thanks, Ron.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah, Ron Rivera. He's always great, man. And, they haven't officially announced their full class. The transfer portal is wild. And, it's something we don't talk about much because we don't do a ton of college football here, although I love college football. And that is high school recruits, buddy. Like if you're coming out now as a player who wants to go play Cal, you're going up against a bunch of transfer guys who are like, no, we'd rather take this transfer over you because you're just a kid.
Transfer guys and guys that are applying to play their 6th and 7th years of college football.
And
like guys are hanging out now because of that NIL money.
So guys have to go to smaller schools and then hope to transfer.
Yeah, which is fine, by the way. Speaking from a JUCO kid myself, there's Aaron Rodgers is a great example up in Butte. Cam Newton was a JUCO kid. Bryce Harper, John Bones Jones, the greatest fighter in the world, was a JUCO national champion.
Jones, so
I got some JUCO knowledge for you. I'm a JUCO kid myself.
Mount JUCO more. Aaron Rodgers, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, John Bones, Jones Bones, and who was the other one?
Bryce Harper.
Yeah, but that was more like to get to the draft, wasn't it?
Still a JUCO
that
kid.
kind of cheated.
Yeah,
I'm going to go Cam Newton over him.
He graduated high school early. Also, a bit of an asterisk with Cam Newton because he got in trouble at Florida and had to go back to JUCO before Auburn.
Give me another one.
But it still counts.
Give me another JC guy who became a huge NFL or NBA star.
I'll give you a Nate Shearholtz.
How about
shout out Chabot College?
Okay,
yeah. just off the top of my head.
We got a Nate Shearholtz. Yeah. Shout out his dad, who was an accomplished skater in his 50s at Thrasher Magazine. Vi Shearholtz, dude. Shout out Danville and the San Ramon Valley Flash. Although that's Randy Wynn, I think, is the San Ramon Valley Flash. Speaking of Randy Wynn, we'll talk Giants baseball with John Shea at 9:30. And we still have those Mellencamp tickets to give away, right? I'd stay tuned. All right, that was fun with Ron.
Yeah. Real quick, Brandon Ayuk, Sierra College, JUCO kid.
Well,
you won't see him no more.
I'd stay away from that one.
Just had to throw it out there.
I'm going John Bones Jones over him on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Good morning, everybody. After watching Jonathan Kuminga score 20 in 21 minutes last night, is this situation still fixable for the Warriors? You can join the conversation in the YouTube chat now.
Hey, let's talk about the important stuff here. Health. All right, health. Maybe it's something like joint pain. Maybe it's something like a sports injury. Maybe it's arthritis. Maybe it's back trouble. Well, listen up. Marin Health Orthopedic Care. Right here in the Bay Area in Marin County. Come on over. The water's warm. With expert surgeons, specialists, and support teams dedicated to getting you back to the life you love. Something as big as a total joint replacement, a hip, a knee, a shoulder, to a hand and upper body extremity care. There's non-operative spine treatment, pain management, sports medicine. They got you covered at Marin Health Orthopedic. Whether it's helping you recover after surgery, you can manage pain, or evaluate a new injury, Marin Health's team partners with patients every step of the way. They educate you. They build a plan that fits your goals and your lifestyle. It's convenient. Right here, convenient locations in San Rafael, Novato, and beyond. World-class care close to home. You're going to move better. You're going to feel better. You're going to live better. Visit mymarinhealth.org and click orthopedics to learn more. Better days start with Marin Health.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
To my Cal family, thank you for being the first to believe in my future. Thank you for educating me, giving me the foundation that enabled me to grow into the person I am today.
Oh, man, what a rejoin. Fernando Mendoza shouting out Cal, and one of my all-time favorite John Cougar Mellencamp song. 1981, early Cougar, dude. Before he changed his name back to Mellencamp, this is just pure Cougar, man. Although I will tell you this, I was going to put this in the Pop Culture Showdown, but it wasn't enough of a banger, I didn't think. But I do love the vibe. This brings me back to the early 80s, man. We're all young. Nobody's on a freaking phone. And guys are driving muscle cars and hanging out on a Saturday night. Turn it up, buddy. Yeah. We all need to go to this show at the Shoreline, by the way. We all need to go to the show. Ken and Denise going to go?
Oh, I highly recommend they go to the show. My mom loves some John Cougar Mellencamp, so I'm guessing they'll be down there.
So I found a live version of this, dude. I got to tell you, it may be one of the most unintentionally funny thing I've ever. He has 5 white guys in pink tuxedos doing like old school Motown dances behind him. But the guys are like not like good looking at all. A couple of them are they're bald and like kind of have bad like balding patterns. They must be like his buddies. Huh. Like from Indiana. Huh. They're not at all, and their moves aren't even that good. But he's like dead serious. He's like, these are my guys. He's not riffing. He's like, these are my guys. They're going to do their moves. I highly recommend it. Go look up Ain't Even Done With the Night Live and see if you can see these guys. Because I'm like, dude, Cougar, did you really break these guys out here? Bottom line, by the way, we're giving away the tickets. You can call right now. Call number 10. Call Curly, 415-896-KNBR. See John Cougar Mellencamp, or John Mellencamp, drop the Cougar. August 12, 2026, Shoreline Amphitheater. Summer vibe. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. Call Curly and tell him you ain't even done with the night. Tickets go on sale Friday, January 3rd, 10 a.m., livenation.com. Did you find that?
Oh, no.
I'll send it to you guys.
No, I was trying to think of a way to work in the riff about Brock Purdy's Dougie and George Kittle's comments about these background dancers, Murph. God forbid a white boy catch a little motion.
Dude, do you see it? Do you have it in front of you?
No.
Bro, this is the God forbid a white boy caught a little motion, dude. I'm telling you. Listen, I'm a huge Cougar guy. And I was like, yo, Coug, really? Is this what we're doing, man? And I'm like, are these like your buddies from home or something? Because they are not the Pips. They are not Gladys Knight and the Pips.
God forbid a white guy has a little bit of motion.
There it is. Here, let me show it to you, buddy. Here, it's a live. Is this it? Yeah, here it is, buddy. Check it out. I'm going to show this to you right now. First, we got to go through an ad for lostgolfballs.com.
Those damn skip ads.
Because I'm ordering golf balls. Okay, dude, check these guys out. Can you guys see this on the video, dude?
I can see it.
Check these guys out. Okay, dude, they're wearing pink tuxedos with the ruffle.
Oh, yeah, starting with the snaps.
Right, the snaps aren't even that.
They're all
dude,
beat.
Look at this guy with the balding. Look at this guy. Dude, look at these guys. First of all, it's 5 white boys, bro.
They're already out of sync.
They're out of sync.
They are not in sync.
Dude, that guy's not sexy. That guy's not sexy. Now look at these moves, dude. Look at these moves.
I don't think I've ever seen a balding backup dancer before.
Dude, I mean, here comes Cougar. He's cool as hell, right? Cougar's cool as hell. But, dude, these guys are dragging him down.
I almost respect it more that he just put his buddies in as his background dancers.
I thought about that,
come on,
actually.
boys, come on.
Everybody check it out. John Cougar Ain't Even Done With the Night live, 1981. And tell me I'm wrong, all right? It's got 8.5 million views, by the way.
That's some motion right there, Murph.
God, that's such a great song, man. That gets me in all my feels right there. That's a time and place, man. 1981, United States of America, bro. All right, guys, I got some bad news for you.
Ooh.
Number one, the Giants haven't made a move.
Oh.
We'll talk to John Shea about this. I got one. I hate to do this to you guys. I probably shouldn't even do it. Mike Sando, I've become a huge fan. His Pick Six column is incredible. And in that column, he brought up the fact that the Ravens might trade Lamar. And all of a sudden, it's out there.
Not bad for a running back.
Would the Raiders go get him? You know, I mean, dude.
I don't know how you could be a franchise in the NFL and see Lamar Jackson on the market potentially and not have any interest. But then again, it was just a couple years ago that Lamar Jackson was a free agent and he was representing himself and no other team was really interested. But if he's on the market, yeah, I would say the Raiders and any other team would have to look at all options of bringing a quarterback like Lamar.
Well, Sando has a stat about Christian McCaffrey. He led the NFL in touches in 2019, missed 13 games the next year. Led the NFL in touches in 2023, missed 13 games the next year. He led the NFL in touches in 2025.
Yeah, and that's what we just talked about with Ron Rivera, the fact that he played over 1,000 snaps and led the NFL with over 450 touches this year. But in a year where we're all busting out the tinfoil about conspiracy theories and EMF rays, Christian McCaffrey was healthy enough to play every single game this year.
I know, but history shows there's a... I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, this is why I used to fall asleep in history class.
You know what we do? After me completely bringing everybody down, let's bring everybody back up with our old friend. We met him in the bleachers back in 2005 when he was roasting the Giants and KNBR as an A's fan. And then I made a bet with him once that I lost and I had to wear an oversized yellow cowboy hat to an A's game.
Oh.
But that's the kind of guy Bleacher Dave is.
Who are you? Like the, what's the guy's name that has Curious George?
Yeah, it was like that.
Yeah,
the man in the yellow suit.
The man in the yellow suit.
That. But that's the kind of guy Bleacher Dave is. You make a bet with Bleacher Dave, you lose it. You got to pay it off.
Does young Tony even know Curious George?
Hell yeah, I do, yeah.
You know the yellow man I'm talking about.
Bleacher Dave in West Oakland. It's been a minute, brother, but always good to see your name on the call screen. How you been, brother?
What's up, Bleacher Dave?
Murph, blessed and highly favored, man. Shout out to you, my man Curly, who answered the phone there. Look, if like Nick Friedel says, and I agree with him, that we're at the end of an era, the end of a championship window era, let's be clear, if Curry and Draymond aren't retiring yet, I have to reach out to you, bro, because of our shared history being from the Bay Area. Look, I knew you when you was a writer kid.
Yeah.
Now I'm watching you on this digital thing. I go, damn, that guy's old. What does that mean for me?
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. We're still here, Dave. We're still here, Dave. We're still here, buddy. We're still here. You and me, we're still here.
Look, baby, we're still here. We're carrying the torch. We're carrying the culture. We're doing all the stuff. Me and my wife were just lucky enough to spend 11 weeks on cruise ships.
You know how I feel about your bride, man. She is beautiful, elegant, classy. I can't believe she's still with you.
Dude, when we go to baseball games, she sits 3 rows away from me.
Well, God bless her. And she, you know what? She's a pure class, and she knows I don't want to be near this guy. Wave him high, exactly. Dave says. Wave him high.
Absolutely.
So,
right. I was been working remotely all over the place. Come home on the 19th. I'm like, oh, my God. Steph Curry had the best game I've ever seen anybody from. Only scored 14 points when he took all that heat from Charlotte.
Yeah.
He guarded him everywhere. Yeah. I'm watching the Lakers plummet like a stone because at the end of the day, I just want to beat the Lakers. Mm-hmm. That's what we do.
I'm with you.
When we can't win championships. Yeah. And the team had won 11 of 15. I'm like, we're getting ready to make our move. We got a shot. And then I saw it. I saw Butler at the game. I saw Butler break his leg, ACL. I was like, okay, I was at the game when the same thing happened to Clay. Maybe it's me, but certainly a feeling that something has shifted. But now I guess the question on the table is this thing with Kuminga fixable? And there's 2 ways to look at this. Is it fixable that the Warriors blew that draft pick, that they didn't pick Franz Wagner or Davion Mitchell, and they risked it all on Kuminga because Lacob is too arrogant and he thinks he's light years ahead? Or are we talking about the relationship being fixable? Because the relationship, in my opinion, is definitely fixable. This is what happens in pro sports. I think there was a guy named Wally Pipp once who took a day off, and Lou Garrett got in and played in more games than ever. I want to see Kuminga get in there like he did last night, do everything he can. I think the Warriors got to keep him. I think they got to keep Butler. I don't think you dump these assets for less. Those first-round draft picks for the Warriors are worth more than ever. And we're no longer that team that we were, but boy, we don't own by Chris Cohan anymore, and it's just a journey to see what's going to happen. Do this, y'all. Get to the games and see Steph Curry live because it is a treat, and we won't have it forever.
Wave him high, Dave, and don't be a stranger.
Appreciate y'all. I'm going to be here.
There he is. Bleacher Dave in West Oakland. There he is, dude. Man, oh, man. He used to drive Larry Bear crazy because he would buy the seats right behind home plate and wave his A's flag on the TV screen and drive Larry Bear nuts. He's awesome. And he's like me, but maybe we're being dumb unks here that they can somehow maybe make this work with Kuminga. That was my take in the big hit. And I told you, I said maybe Steve Kerr's walking his dog in Presidio Heights listening and say, you're an idiot. It's cancerous. It's bad. We're not. We're done. But I'm with Dave. I'm going to let the next 2 weeks play out and see what happens.
Well, we're sitting here talking about the messy divorces and some of the divorces we've seen in Bay Area history, Murph, and we've been riffing, of course, because that's what we do here on the morning show. I don't know. Do you really think there's going to be a sit-down between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga, and instead of the parents talking about sticking together and not getting divorced for the kids, they say, let's just do it for Steph. Let's just do it another year or two for Steph.
Bleacher Dave.
Yeah, do it for Bleacher Dave.
By the way, a little breaking news here. Go ahead. Yeah, not a big. Got a text from one of my all-time favorites, Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors, who said, guys, Mount Juco more. Basketball Hall of Famer, forever Warrior, forever King, Mitch Richmond, Moberly Community College, Kansas. That rounds out Mount Juco more.
He's listening.
Good one. Yes, he is, as always.
That's a
Timmy.
good one for Mount Juco more.
There we go. All right.
Also, another one that we forgot, one that, grew up in the neighborhood I'm living in right now. Little.
I got a little getting even to do.
Oh, yes. City College.
San Francisco City
College. I think
College.
he goes on the alternate one with Ayuk.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't do Ayuk like that. No, that's not right.
They both have been seen speeding in cars.
Dude. You know what?
Too soon?
Drop the mic.
Too soon?
Drop the mic. John Shea, how are we fixing the Giants? Next on the Sports Leader. Hey, let's talk Provident Credit Union, a local financial institution who will help you grow your savings. They're right here in the Bay. I've been affiliated with Provident for a long, long time. They're just good people. And they're like, hey, man, let's do it. You get your mortgage or you want to grow some savings. Provident Credit Union right here in the Bay Area is what to do. Okay, so what's the move to grow your savings? How about Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificates? If you need to grow for an unexpected expense or a little bonus, something, a big purchase, you can choose maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months, maybe 12 months. And you guarantee earn up to 3.40% annual percentage yield. So that's a solid rate that helps your savings do more. Newsweek's on board. They named Provident one of America's best regional credit unions, so you can feel good about where you're saving. And Provident's going to help you. They got financial coaches there to help. They make it easy for you. So check them out. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local branch. This rate is effective January 9, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Start saving today.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, you hear him. That's La Russell singing Nothing Like It. Giants going to do a new one this year, or are they going to stick with it, you think?
Ooh, I think they might run it back. It was a very successful Giants theme song, I'd say, last year.
I agree.
Just
it was
not
successful
in the terms of getting the Giants a couple more wins.
81 and 81. By the way, speaking of the Giants, Tony Vitello tomorrow at 9:15. And for the early crowd, the great Howard Bryant will join us tomorrow, too.
HB.
Howard's got a big, serious book coming out about Jackie Robinson and Paul Robeson and black history in America. But he can also talk ball whenever he wants to. What do we got? Shit, no Johnny Shea? No connection made?
Nothing yet so far. We're trying to get him on the phone.
Well, we are a couple minutes late. That's on us. We were too busy riffing on Mount Juco more. Marcus getting love for his Brandon Ayuk speeding car statement here. Man, oh man. We are talking about John Shea's piece in the Chronicle where he, is basically saying, hey, man, it's getting late early out here. What's going on? Time is running out. The headline, the San Francisco Standard, time is running out for the Giants to make critical offseason upgrades. And as of right now, guys, they only have 2 starting outfielders on the 40-man roster. It's Elliot Ramos, who, obviously can't play defense. Is that too harsh? He can't play defense?
Yeah, it's a little harsh. He's not a great defender. He can play defense, just not at a Gold Glove level, which we know is his goal after telling us last year at spring training.
Bro, I have to tell you, Susan Slusser did a piece on Bryce Eldridge, and I don't know if he said this to you guys when he was up at FanFest, but he said, yeah, it's my goal to become a Gold Glove first baseman. And I was like, yo, dude, last time I heard that was Elliot Ramos.
Yeah. We've been there, done that before. But, hey, that should be the goal for everybody. Don't we want to be Gold Glove / gold medal broadcasters?
Yes,
whatever
true.
the hell the
but you also got to
correlation
emphasize
is.
your strength. Elliot Ramos is
But I do want to win a Gold Glove.
So I'm on Baseball Savant.
There it is.
And they do the where you rank the percentile with the glove. He ranked, ready for this? 2, second percentile, meaning like 98% worse, like 2.
Yeah, this
like
is
he was in the second, like 0 is the worst. He was 2%.
Yeah, you're talking about Elliot Ramos.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did not have anywhere close to a Gold Glove. He had more of a paper bag glove last
His
year.
fielding range, 3. His arm value, 5. Now, his arm strength, 59. This is from 0 to 100. Bro, his range, arm value, and overall fielding value is in the bottom 3% in all of baseball.
Yeah, and it seems like he got worse defensively. Like, in theory, it's harder to play right field than left field at Oracle Park. But I remember it last year, or should I say 2 seasons ago, Elliot Ramos showed up and was throwing out guys in right field. Like, I don't know what happened to see that big of a drop-off
his
with him
arm was
defensively.
okay.
Yeah.
If you want to know his best Baseball Savant stat, his average exit velo, 87th percentile.
And
so that's
that's
pretty darn
why
good.
he's going to be in the opening day lineup.
Connection made with John Shea of the San Francisco Standard, the great John Shea. And, of course, the Giants sitting here waiting for something. We were just talking about it, Johnny. They only have 2 real outfielders on their 40-man, Jung-Hoo Lee and Elliot Ramos, and it's a stretch to call Ramos a real outfielder the way he plays defense. The rest are all these kids, McRae and Gilbert and Gerard Encarnacion and that whole crew. So that is where we begin, first by saying good morning, and second by saying it is January 21st, and that outfield looks awful thin, Johnny. And to your point in your piece, are they going to make a move, or is time running out?
Yeah, hi guys. Thank you. It is one of the oddest maybe quietest off seasons in all the years I've been covering this team, and you wonder if it has to do with maybe preparing for a long labor dispute in 27. You hope not, but I imagine fans don't really care about 27 and want more star power now. There are options, there is time, but running out on both fronts.
John, the Giants spent a lot of money last year with Willie Adames and then took on an even bigger contract with Rafael Devers with that big blockbuster trade made by Buster Posey. So how much correlation do you think there is with the lack of spending this offseason versus the money they took on last year?
Right. I mean, they could say that Rafi Devers is the big splash going into 26 because he wasn't around at the beginning of 25, but we kind of saw what happened there. He didn't turn them into a playoff team as expected. It was a new position, a new team, a new coach, a new league, all that, but they do need more. Obviously, it'll be nice to see Bryce Eldridge, because if they invite him to FanFest last Saturday in San Jose, I don't imagine they're looking to trade him at this point. But on the other hand, they need a right fielder, like you said. Second baseman, they say they're okay with Casey Schmidt, but there are better options out there. And the rotation, while they talked most of this offseason about trying to get deeper, they did ask or add two veterans that they really like. The front office likes their upside, especially going into this next season, and their health. But I'm guessing, just like any other fan, they need more on that front, as well as the bullpen. I mean, this is a very thin roster. It's extremely thin. And you can't say, well, let's keep up with the Dodgers, but at least try to keep up with the Padres and Diamondbacks. And, so far it's been very quiet. We have 3 weeks until spring training opens with pitchers and catchers on the 10th of February, so there's still time. I imagine they're trying to do some things, but if they don't, and this is the team, status quo as is, it's a 500 team. I mean, do you disagree with that?
No, do not at all. I mean, Adrian, the rotation has question marks too. I mean, these guys are injury prone, some of these guys they signed, and the bullpen has question marks too. And we just talked about the outfield. So, I mean, that's one thing I'm at odds with, John, and we're talking to John Shea, the San Francisco Standard here, is that Buster, I've been so impressed with how the big swings he takes. Signing Willie Adames right away to a big deal before the market got hot at winter meetings. I mean, Verlander wasn't a big splash, but it was a move. And then the Devers thing will just, John, you and I have been around. That's the biggest trade they made since Matt Williams, right? That's like the 30-year trade, right? And then firing Bob Melvin, and then making moves at the trade deadline, which Farhan would never do, to at least get some prospects for your expiring guys. So that I liked that. And then firing Melvin was a ballsy move, and hiring Vitello was a splashy move. It seems like he does seem to take big swings, except for the last 2 months, crickets. So how do we marry the fact that he has a history in 1 year of taking big swings versus not? It would lead me to believe that maybe somehow, some way, he's still working on something.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's a stretch to say Cody Bellinger. I mean, it seems like the Mets or the Yankees, and it's not like he looks at this ballpark and says, yeah, I'm just going to crush at that ballpark because I'm a pull-hitting left-handed power guy. No, you're not going to crush at this ballpark. And Harrison Bader is a huge upgrade defensively, and coming off a fine offensive season, put him in center field, Jung-Hoo to right, and it's a lot better than what you have now. There are others, I guess. Luis Robert Jr. just traded to the Mets, so that's off the table. There are other possibilities with Stephen Kwan's been on the trade block forever. Jarren Duran of Boston. I mean, these guys, that's outfield, but on the pitching front, Framber Valdez would be awesome at that park as a ground ball pitcher who's thrown more innings than anybody in the last 4 years except for Logan Webb. So he posts, he shows up, and the Giants maybe can feed off this trending situation of players signing for a whole bunch short term. Whether it's Tucker or Bichette. 4 years, 3 years. Just give them the moon over those, because Greg Johnson has said in conversations with me included that long term is not a advantageous thing for this roster because we have so many of them, 6, 7 years, whatever. So make it 3, make it 4. Overpay to maybe avoid consequences down the line with the long-term late 30s issues. So, Zach Allen is still out there, Giolito, even guys like that. So there are people to be had, on the trade front. Several people. I mentioned a couple outfielders, but we keep hearing about Nico Horner. I don't think he's going anywhere. Brendan Donovan, St. Louis. They're trying to rebuild. Mackenzie Gore, could be had, for some younger prospects. Freddie Peralta would only be 1 year, so I don't think you want just 1 year. And again, I keep talking about labor. That could be something in the background that's discussed behind closed doors. That, listen, if we're going to miss much of the 27 season, what are we doing here? But on the other hand, what are we doing here if you're giving these guys in their early 30s all this money to win now? So it's a fine line, but I imagine there's got to be something done before spring training, or at least opening day. We saw with Farhan Zaidi a couple of years ago how he signed all these guys in spring training. However, he was giving opt-outs to everybody, and Buster Posey has not given one opt-out contract yet. So maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. But I just think that something will happen because they really can't go into the season expecting to get to the playoffs with this roster right now.
John, you mentioned 2 names that I wanted to ask you about, Nico Horner and Brendan Donovan. It's been over a week since Jeff Passan reported that the Giants were aggressively trying to trade for either of those players, but you just mentioned it sounds like it could not happen. What's the latest you're hearing on those what's the latest you're hearing on those trade fronts? Was the asking price too much, or what happened to make it fall apart?
Well, I just think the Cubs like Horner too much. He's a local kid out of Oakland, but he grew up liking the Giants and the A's, especially the A's, but he really fits into what they're doing despite their acquisitions. I think maybe Donovan is more of a realistic thing, but I think their biggest need isn't second base as much as right field. I think Casey Schmidt can be fine at second base. I think the upside is good. He told me on the final day of last season, as he transitions from third base / shortstop to second base, one thing he has to worry about more, because as a true third baseman, it's not about range as much as quickness and arm strength. But at second, it's all about range and turning 2. And he said he's going to spend the offseason, despite that wrist injury, working on his range, being able to go further to his right and left and going up the middle and turning double play. So apparently he's spending the whole offseason, working on his moves, his footwork, his leg work, and, we'll see what that amounts to in spring training. But there's a gaping hole in right field and in the middle of the lineup. And as I mentioned in the story, the marketing landscape as well. I mean, if they want tickets to be sold, if they want interest, Jimmy's hurt. The 49ers are out, and it's baseball season coming up. But they need more than that. The A's are gone. It's their market and their market only. They were 11th in payroll as we speak. They're not yet at the tax threshold. Dozens of millions more they could spend before even getting close to the $440 or $240 million threshold. So. There's time, there's money, and now it's just a matter of will they.
It's great stuff, John, and I'm with you. The last question is the elephant in the room, and you just touched on it there. I have the spot rack right in front of me. They're at $226 million. The tax is $244. They have 17.1 according to Spot Track. So here's my elephant in the room question: is current ownership not willing to go the extra mile financially? Meaning, are Buster's hands tied to a certain degree?
I don't believe that. I just don't believe that. And after multiple discussions in groups and individually with Buster Posey and Greg Johnson, and Zach Minaj, it's about this front office focusing on a guy, bringing that proposal to ownership, and ownership signing off on it. And it's just a matter of finding the right guy. And as I keep hearing from the front office, you need the other guy to be involved too. You need the free agent to say yes. You need the other team to say yes. I think they're knocking on doors. They just need someone to open it at the right price. And so far we haven't seen it. But I don't think it's a matter of ownership saying, we ain't spending no more. That's bad business. And I think that's not very good common sense.
All right, Johnny. Well, it's Jan 21. What do they announced the day they start is like February? We're down there February like 18 or 19, 20. Do you know the day? I guess that'll be around when do they report? Do you know?
Well, pitchers and catchers are the 10th, man. I mean, with the World Baseball Classic and everything kind of...
That's 20 days.
Pushed up a bit. I mean, yeah, it's 3 weeks. And then a few days later, the outfielders and infielders. So... That's right around the corner.
Good stuff. Everybody read the SF Standard where Johnny Shea lays out the issues. He also wrote a piece this morning about Hall of Fame voting, and I know we ran out of time. We'll have to do that some other time, and Madison Bumgarner may be getting a chance given these new standards. So we'll get into it. Johnny, everybody's got to read John Shea in the Standard. Be good, John. We'll look forward to the next one, bud.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
John Shea, the San Francisco Standard. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver, find out what young Tony learned today next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, shout out Laura in Danville for wearing those winning those John Cougar tickets. Maybe she'll wear her pink tuxedo. Little pink tuxes for you and me. Somebody texted in. Young Tony, let's do it real quick because we got to get out of here. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. A lot of things happened today, Tony. What stuck out to you, buddy?
Well, we were talking, what did I ask today? The worst divorces in Bay Area sports history, and you guys both threw out Latrell Sprewell and PJ Carlissimo. I've learned that it happened in 1998. I was born in 1998. So please educate me, Marcus.
Well, both of us picked this as one of our messiest divorces in Bay Area sports history in honor of Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Ayuk. But Murph, you can tell the story better than I can.
We're out of time. And just put it this way. Greg Pop will tell you the story. Latrell Sprewell put his hands on the throat of PJ Carlissimo in an act of violence. What do you got, buddy? Greg Papa says he put a little mustard on it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
more than mustard.
And it was broken, by our great friend Matt Steinmetz. I think he might have broken that story there. So, Rick Fuker got it. Fuker got it. I don't know.
And then after all of that, there was a young water boy in 8th grade wearing the Dada Spinners, the Sprewell shoes on the basketball team.
Messiest divorces, G-Pop, in Bay Area history. I mean, T.O. in the Niners, Brandon Ayuk in the Niners, Weber and Don Nelson was my answer. That was my answer.
Yeah, I said Randy Moss with the Raiders. Randy Moss with the Raiders.
Yeah. Weber and Nelly.
Yeah, that's another one. Marcus Allen.
That was in L.A., though. Weber and Nelly plunged us into 15 years of darkness. Yeah, so there we go. See, Papa and I. Stick around with us. We know. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. We can fix that. Papa and Silver is next. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be a demand.
To win games, you have to win the game.
A lot to say, but he has no power. I have the power.
He ain't the mayor no more. I'm the mayor.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Into some type of rhythm because JK is going to be part of this rotation.
Well, he's in the game now.
You're down at wing position without Jimmy. There's the lob. There you go. Perfect. Get him in that rhythm. Perfectly thrown by Draymond.
Let him look down on the rim. That's one way to get him.
But from down 30 to within 16, you got 4 seconds to work with. Melton, push ahead Kuminga. JK down the lane. That's going to count. What a play by Melton and what a play by Kuminga. Both on the same page. What a tremendous player. 9-13 shooting.
They just saying, forget about the 3-ball.
Buddy, you're taking that to trouble, and he takes it away. Turns and fires into 3. Come on now. What play was that?
That play is called the Buddy Hield experience.
So 127 for the Dubs, but it was the 145 for the Raptors.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight, this is completely BS. This is shame. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
Yeah, if I just watched last night, I would say Darko is 100% correct. Scotty Barnes, Brandon Ingram, Emmanuel Quickly, and bad matchup for the Warriors fresh off of the reality setting in that Jimmy Butler will not be coming back. They are young, they are long, they are building something, and Darko Rajakovic has those boys with a season sweep over the Golden State Warriors. So we got a lot of football today. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will have their season-ending press conference at 11:30. We will carry that live. A lot of reaction coming your way, but we're going to start with where we left off at the end of yesterday, and that is the Warriors now moving forward without Jimmy Butler and possibly with Jonathan Kuminga getting some minutes. So the future started. It was the first rendition. Steph, Draymond looked a little bit shell-shocked out there. They did not have good starts, and the Raptors starters took it to them from the jump. The Sharks had a tough one in Tampa Bay yesterday, 4-1. Congratulations to Carlos Beltran and Andrew Jones. And happy birthday to Mike Kruko. That's our Bay Area Sports in Review. Greg
How
Papa.
old is Krug today? Do we know?
I don't know, like a young 36.
He's getting younger and younger. He's Benjamin Button, and great health. We love Mike. He's been a great friend all the time I've been in the Bay Area, and in particular since July. So we love Krug. So we'll get to it all. We do want to hear what John and Kyle have to say. How are they going to handle Brandon Ayuk's situation? Do they flat out cut him in March? Do they try to move him? What do they do with Mac Daddy, Mac 10, Mac Jones, Mac the Knife? Do they put him on the mark? I'm sure they'll get a lot of calls for him. It'll be up to the young quarterback from Indiana, Rourke, to see what kind of development. But last night was interesting. We do love Darko, and Scotty Barnes played like an all-star. Emmanuel Quickly, wow. Knicks, after regret giving up on that guy, got to the line 11 times last night, made every one. And I love Brandon Ingram. He's always been, to me, the closest guy I thought could be Kevin Durant. Hasn't quite gotten to that level, but certainly a tremendous player. And that franchise has flipped things after having to move some of their better players. Kawhi Leonard, they lost, obviously trading Pascal Siakam, Fred VanVleet. They're a good team in the East. They came in last night with the same record as the Warriors, but the Warriors situation forever changed. So very interesting pregame lineup, hearing Mike Dunleavy in his dispassionate Dookie way handle things, and Steve Kerr and how they're going to handle Jonathan Kuminga. Then the game started and Toronto couldn't miss. A little like the Knick game where the Warriors were able to get back in the game after a bad start. This time there was just no getting back into it. Toronto rolled them right away, 41-point opening quarter. And a lot of it is they made a lot of shots. There's no doubt. They were 21 of 34 from the three-point line. Think about that, 62% on the three ball, and they were 59% overall, so they shot the three better than the two. I didn't like the defensive energy at all, obviously, and Toronto did make a lot of shots, but 11 assists from Scotty Barnes, 10 from Emmanuel Quickly. They just dissected you. If you are going to make something of this year, you could not give up a gross amount of points +1 You can't give up 145 points and beat anybody in a 48-minute game. So, but it was the second game of a back-to-back. To me, it was similar a little bit, and I'll go to other sports. Buster Posey and Andrew Jones and Carlos Beltran, we'll get into that later on. For Carlos, there's no doubt he's a Hall of Famer. But the question is the off-the-field behavior when he was out of the Astros and had his Mets job taken away. But when Buster Posey, May the 25th of 2011, got run over at home plate by Scott Cousins, the very next game, they sleptwalked. It was like they didn't do anything. That's why Brandon Crawford's first game in Milwaukee that ensuing Friday when he hit the grand slam.
Also, happy birthday to Brandon Crawford, by the way.
How old is he?
Probably a young 22. Looking good as ever.
Younger, yeah, with the hair. So it took a game to adjust. I do remember when Melky Cabrera, it's not his birthday, by the way, today, is it? Everybody's got a birthday. Every time I mention a name, it's happy birthday. Lyle Perry, by the way, happy birthday out there.
Wow.
It's her birthday today.
Seriously?
We're not going to give any numbers on that one. When Melky Cabrera, it was a day game. I'll never forget it. Like an hour before the start of the game, they came in that he got busted for, you know how good Melky Cabrera was that year? And the Giants just got rolled. Actually, they fell asleep. They were in a coma. So last night's game was a little bit, when you're playing a back-to-back, we just lost Jimmy Butler. Where do we go? And that's the kind of start you got off to. Where you go is bringing Jonathan Kuminga out of mothballs. Hadn't played since a week before Christmas, 16 consecutive games. We all know that. It's professional sports. He wasn't injured. Let's go. And he went back out there to start the second quarter with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Interesting the way they rotated the lineup, and they're going to have to adjust. And Kuminga played really well. Again, I want him to guard better. I want him to get into a guarding position. There was one time he picked up one of their ball handlers, I think it was quickly, in the backcourt, three-quarter court, he turned them. They wound up busting the pressure and getting a dunk on the other end. But you've got to guard. And Draymond will lead that. I don't think losing Jimmy is a major loss. I know the analytics show defensively, but you play a lot of zone eyes. Jimmy does not stop the ball much. He's more of a off-the-ball help defender. He helps in all aspects. But Kuminga's game last night, Greg, wow. I didn't expect that. I mean, all the N1s, and they were talking about the one thing we're going to miss the most is getting to the free throw line. Jonathan Kuminga got to the free throw line 8 times last night. Unfortunately, his first 2, because he hasn't shot one in an NBA game in a long time, were bad misses. But then later he got there, and he was making a bunch of N1s. He shot the ball well overall. I felt as far as flow, when to do it. I had a couple of, flat threes, but overall made the one and broke into a big smile. Ian Eagle would have say last night it was a rack attack. He just attacked the rim, and they did let him go a couple of times ISO, which Jimmy does, and then Jimmy kind of probes and checks it out. I think that ultimately with Kuminga, as you face up, look over the floor. If they bring a help defender like Jimmy, find your teammate. But I am of the opinion the season is not over. I didn't think, and I will never say a team can't do something. That is just not professional sports. Things evolve. We would have canceled the 49ers season when Nick got hurt after week 3 or Fred got hurt in Tampa on October the 12th. That didn't happen. And they wound up going to the divisional and knocking out the defending Super Bowl champions. So you can't say they can't. But my thought was, even with Jimmy Butler on the roster, Greg, I didn't think this is a championship team. I just see so many teams. Forget the Eastern Conference. Just look at the Western Conference that are better. I think in a 7-game series, you can outthink, out-game plan, out-mind the San Antonio Spurs. I'm not sure you can do that to the Oklahoma City Thunder and a few other teams. So it is what it is. And then you got to navigate injuries and all of that. If the Jimmy Butler, it's a terrible injury for Jimmy, but if that's the only injury they suffer, then I think they can make something of this year. What do you basically have to make up? And I know there's an intrinsic value to what Jimmy does and the leadership and everything, but you can't make up 20 points a game with Jonathan Kuminga. Hell, he got you 20 last night, only played 21 minutes. Now, it's not going to be like that every night. I like the way Kuminga rebounded the ball. There were a couple of tough defensive rebounds that he got his nose in there. and were able to pull 4 of his 5 defensive rebounds. And as he plays more, rip and run like Draymond. Grab that defensive rebound, get up the floor, use your speed. There are a couple of times he just runs by everybody. How about the last play of the quarter where he was able to score that lay-in on the baseline out of bounds? They were, who do we get the ball to? Get it to Kuminga and let him just drive the length of the floor, and he was able to score a layup off the glass. Really impressive. So they've got to guard better. But I think last night was a little, whoa, we just lost Jimmy. We played a home game the night before. We're kind of sorting out what we're going to be. Now they're going to fly to Dallas as we speak this morning. They're going to go off on a road trip with the Mavs, and we'll get into that and how they match up with Cooper Flagg and all them, and then the back-to-back with Minnesota. And I think since they're playing every other day, I think they'll have a chance to let this coaching staff piece it together. Steve had a really interesting comment, and I was thinking about this. So to just say last year before they traded for Jimmy Butler, they were wandering aimlessly. And so now you take Jimmy Butler off the roster. Do you revert back to where you were last year? This is a better roster. Quentin Post III really didn't start to contribute until later in the year, right around the deadline. He's a starting player. He's still young, but he's much improved defensively. The guy can make a 3. Will Richard, the rookie, is contributing. Interestingly, they didn't start him. Last night, they went back to Pods, and I think because they thought that Steph would be face guarded a lot by Darko, they wanted that second ball handler and shooter. I think that'll evolve night to night, depending on matchups. But you got DeAnthony Melton, and he was just so-so last night. Wasn't one of his better games. Obviously, Guy Santos and Peyton are bringing the energy right away, and you've got Al Horford didn't play last night. What's wrong with Seth Curry, by the way?
He has
Steph's
sciatica.
brother. Oh, he's got that as well, a bad back? That's what Al Horford had? That's scary.
Yeah.
That's the nerve the pain down the leg. So in any event, the season's not over. I didn't think they were going to be a championship team. Now, they could have surprised us like in 22. Do we think that was a little bit better of a team.
And they got off to an 18-2 start.
Yeah. So I maybe have to go back a little bit. But as you compare it to the run of 5 straight NBA finals, we didn't think it was that team. But they did do it, and a great start. And so maybe the expectations. But you had a lot of young players, Jordan Poole and, two-way Wiggs were contributing then, and obviously Kavan. But in any event, I think this roster is better than it was pre-Jimmy last year. And now you assess. We'll talk to Sam Gordon, who does such a great job. The guy knows the game. He can write the game. He can talk the game. We'll get him on at 10:50. So do you just try to use the Kuminga piece to move him off the roster to go get a DeMar DeRozan or somebody else? How do you trade Jimmy Butler with a torn ACL? Explain that one to me. Expiring contract? How do they do that?
I don't think it's going to happen. And it's not expiring because he's got another year.
Or the year after that. But they take it and take all that on for the second year? I mean, with DeAnthony Melton, it was different how you were able to move that. It wasn't a sizable contract, and you could take that in Brooklyn, flip Schroeder, and, expire. You're going to take a $50 million contract
Probably
for
not,
2
right?
years? I mean,
the value of a 37-year-old Jimmy Butler to make that kind of money, it was paired with Steph Curry and the fact that they were, 41-18 or something ridiculous when they played games together?
Yeah, I think there's a regular season. They were 23-8 when they got him.
And they won a playoff series.
Yeah, I think there was, people think he was the savior, he was the messiah. They were a team that lost in the second round. I don't see it that way. Jimmy's not the player he used to be. He's a fine player. His game is a more subtle. You have to appreciate it. I do. But I also see areas where we just can't match up athletically with a lot of these teams. And Jimmy Butler's he's going to help you get through the 82, at least half of the 82 last year, or 31 of the 82. It is what it is, but we'll see how they adjust. But I think this is the opportunity to get Kuminga, obviously, back into the rotation. I do wonder if you're going to start the second quarter with Steph, Draymond, and Kuminga on the floor together and driving it. Why don't you start the game that way with them and then sub them? And maybe you want to change things up. I do understand Pajemski and Moody together. And when you were rolling last year, even when Jimmy got here, it was that combination that got things going even before Quentin Post went into the starting lineup. It was Draymond and Jimmy and obviously Steph, and it was Pods and Moody that played a lot until Moody got played off the floor because he couldn't figure out a way to undo Şengün guarding him. He's a better player now. But anyway, last night they just didn't guard well. I still think they're a little bit, I'm not going to say a state of shock because you knew right away when he fell and when he was screaming and they carried him off the court, everybody knew he tore his anterior cruciate ligament. It was interesting after the game, they didn't want to talk about it like it didn't happen. You know, they can just give his knee a hand job and they know what happened. He tore his ACL. There's no, I do wonder what other damage was done to around that ligament. The MCL, impacted meniscus around there. That can be, hopefully it's just a clean break and we'll find out in the coming days. But I think Kuminga can do some of the things, the important things that Jimmy does do in a different way. He's not Jimmy. But I still think they can make something of this, and they just got to figure out now. Steve has got to reinvent the team again, minus Jimmy Butler, and figure out mainly the non-Steph minutes, but even when Jimmy was on the floor with Steph. But this team can still win, I think, at the same clip that they were at before with Jimmy Butler.
So you don't think Jimmy was the savior of last season?
No.
Not to fix it on the past.
I mean, he flipped the record. When I say savior, was he going to take you to an NBA championship? You were a below 500 team when
Probably
he was
losing to OKC if they get past Minnesota.
I don't think they would have gotten
but
past Minnesota. And Houston was just flawed. They had a lot of warts. They don't run enough. Jimmy slows the tempo down. We can get into that. I think Wiggins is a better overall player, but it's just the alpha dog of Jimmy Butler and how his teammates look up to him. Got him over the top. But I mean, a Messiah is, making a trade to get someone like Fred Dean or somebody that flips your team and takes you to a Super Bowl. That's not what happened last year. And look at what they were this year. And Jimmy missed some games, but so did Steph and Draymond, and so did Horford. But, they were a team that was, until they caught fire here on this recent homestand, and that's a big advantage, playing 8 straight games at home where they got, substantially over 500. I think they were an average to slightly above average NBA team after they got Jimmy Butler.
I look at it a little differently, where I felt like they were kind of directionless last year, where we weren't sure where they were headed and they were just kind of hovering in this play-in slot. And that's no diss to Andrew Wiggins and the player that he is. And I mean, we did a whole Andrew Wiggins celebration at the end of the show yesterday and what he meant to that 22 run, but it wasn't just the intangibles of what he brought. I mean, the way he was able to fit in with Steph and be someone that could carry a second unit. And something that concerned me as far as last night, to bring it back to the present, was Moody, Pods, Will Richard. A lot of those guys didn't look as good on the floor without Jimmy Butler. And I get that for last night, it was one game, right? They came out, they were shell-shocked. Steph and Draymond themselves did not look productive at all. Toronto starters completely took it to them. But as we look ahead to the Kuminga or just the rest of the team of it in the next couple of weeks, how are they going to be able to cope now that this is reality finally setting in? Because to your point, we knew right away when Jimmy Butler went down, it was something that was not going to be good. And so they took a big gamble last year. It turned things around as far as the record goes. Steph and the hamstring ended their playoff run. But now that move is really hurting you, because not only do you not have Andrew Wiggins and anyone that could have helped before, you don't have the guy that you laid out so much to go and acquire.
And I realized they were way behind when they got him, and they went 23-8 with him. But they did not make the playoffs last year. They had to win in the play-in. So I'm just saying, he improved your team. If we're just looking at assessing the team internally, there's no question. The record, all the analytics, both on offense and defense, they were better. To me, they still were lacking to be the truly great team that we've grown accustomed to. They weren't going to be that team, and I don't think they were going to be that team this year, but you never know. And I think they have enough depth. It's up to this coaching staff to put the pieces together, and it's tough. This is like a, 500-piece jigsaw puzzle where you're trying to figure out exactly how to put it together. You got young guys that are starting to be more consistent in Moody and Podziemski. Guy Santos, obviously, with his energy. And then you got veteran guys that do help, and Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton that you didn't have last year, Will Richard. How about Buddy Hield last night?
Yeah.
Just back to shooting the ball the way he's capable of. So it is what it is. I'm not the Jimmy Butler fan, obviously, that everybody else is. I appreciate what he does. He definitely contributes. They like him. There's no doubt. He's a leader. I think they're going to miss his voice more than anything, and his presence on the floor. I hope he's able to travel with them. Probably not initially. I don't even know when he's going to have the surgery. Certainly, he's not flying to Dallas with the team today. He's letting that calm down a little bit with the inflammation, and then at some point probably go to Elatrosh and get the surgery down in L.A., since he does everybody's surgery in all of sport on every team. Although he's
except for a guy, Dr. Steven Shin, the hand specialist.
Well, this guy, Elatrosh is Dodgers and Lakers, so or Dodgers and Rams, I should say. I don't know if the Lakers let him touch their players. Probably, he's down there.
Yeah, probably. All right, 808 KNBR is your number. We got the next hour to get into this, and then we'll hear from John and Kyle and talk a lot of things football. But we got Danny and Anthony in studio today, and so they're both on the brink of muting my mic if I don't go ahead and get some bills paid. So we'll come back. We'll play the sound from Mike Dunleavy. Sam Gordon going to join us at 10:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. When it comes to pizza, there's only one place I'll always recommend. Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you'll see why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world. Try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Check out Tony's menu at Tony'sPizzaNapolitana.com. You'll be blown away by all the menu offerings. Tony's is in the heart of North Beach at the corner of Stockton and Union Street. And if you can't make it to North Beach, don't worry. Tony has you covered. Check out Capo's for deep dish lovers, Toscano Brothers Bakery for all the beautiful breads, and Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and Levi Stadium. Tony's Pizza Napolitana.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers offseason has officially begun, and the first order of business is finding a defensive coordinator. Niners GM John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan speak to the media today at 11:30, and we will carry that live here on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, yes, a little blame Canada. How about that? Where's Derek when we need him right now? I think this was a Derek suggestion. We are blaming Canada for the Toronto Raptors coming in and dropping 145 on the Warriors. Yeah, so we'll talk NFL
Where's
a little
that
bit
in
later.
Celsius, by the way?
Seriously. So, when teams come in, we're going to talk NFL later. A couple of teams had 5 turnovers in playoff games. That's really tough to overcome. If you give up 70 points in 2 halves in an NBA game each, yeah, it's going to be a problem. 145 for Toronto. So here's the thing about shooting percentages. Again, at the NBA level, if players are taking open shots, they are all good enough to make them at a high rate. Emmanuel quickly was awesome. Brandon Ingram, still a really good player and always has been, even in his time in New Orleans and then Los Angeles when he was younger. And then Scotty Barnes with the clip that we came in with, the famous one from Darko. He is an all-star, and he's a really, really good player. So
you don't want to sleep
something.
on Grady Dick, Greg.
Definitely don't want to sleep on the Grady Dick.
Don't sleep on Grady Dick.
So as far as last night goes, the quote of the night as far as the Warriors universe was the one from pregame. Mike Dunleavy talking about Jonathan Kuminga and the trade demand. And we spent some time on this yesterday where we're like, first of all, can you rescind the demand if that was ever a thing in the first place? And I don't know how much of this is Jonathan Kuminga.
I think he did when he checked in the game.
Yeah, right. And so, look, I want him to play, whether that means he's gone in the next 2 weeks or not. And I'm glad he was able to get some minutes and get some run. Here was Mike Dunleavy responding to the demand of demand.
Yeah, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
When you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. And it was cleverly said by Mr. Duke himself. Look, as far as Kuminga last night, number one, it was nice to see him back out there because with all those DNPs getting racked up, I want to ask Sam Gordon about the context behind all of that, thinking, do they have a trade lined up? Was he really injured? Did he decide he didn't want to play? And then Steve Kerr came out and said, no, JK wants to be a part of the rotation. He wants to play. So I'm thinking, is he going to see the floor? And then he finally got to last night. It was nice to see that. Now, I'm not going to go down the path of overreaction. I'm sorry. I'm just not doing that off of one game. But I do want to see Kuminga play right now. He did provide a spark, and that essentially was the regular season version of the Minnesota series. Now, Kuminga is 0% the reason that the team was in a big hole last night. But my big question as it relates to these next couple of weeks, and if they don't end up trading him, everything moving forward thereafter, can he contribute alongside Steph and Draymond in competitive games down the stretch like we saw there in the first week of the season? Last night, it was great to see him out there. He looked like he knocked off the rust pretty quick when he checked in the second quarter. Second half was a lot of fun for the Chase Center crowd, but I'm more focused on the winning basketball element of it. Know what JK can do. We know what his abilities are. So I'm not going to overreact too strong after one game. Again, nothing about the Warriors not showing up last night and getting punched in the mouth is related to Jonathan Kuminga. He did not check in until they were well in a hole.
It was 41-28.
Right. It was 41-28, and then they were down by as many as 30, and the lead got down to 9. But ultimately, I want to know whether it's Dallas tomorrow, whether it's any of the other 2 games on this road trip, going back to that old stadium of Minnesota, what will it look like in a competitive game, playing alongside Steph, playing alongside Draymond, and trying to fit into that system that the Warriors and Steve Kerr have seen him as not being a good fit for.
He was a little out of rhythm last night, which is to be expected. He missed 16 straight games, and he hadn't played in a month since the week before Christmas. And as he played more, he got into rhythm. I think with him, it's just finding what speed he wants to play with and how much he wants to attack. And how much he wants to move the ball. And I think early on he didn't take a shot for a couple of minutes and he moved the ball. I would like him to guard better. I think with his size and his athletic ability to dominate on offense, it's funny. So many great offensive players just don't translate those same athletic skills to the defensive side. It's hard to put out that much energy. But a guy like Scotty Barnes, I don't think the Warriors had a physical matchup with him, even Draymond. They just could not. Now, in a perfect world, just physically and athletically, that's the kind of guy Jonathan Kuminga can at least try to deter. And then you could also put him on the ball. So I think it's got to go back to the defensive end. Offensively, I keep going back to what Marcus Thompson told us yesterday, that there's not any personal animosity between Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. It's more of a basketball philosophy, which is fine. There have been players that have come through here that just are not Warriors. Kelly Oubre Jr. just could not play here. Could not figure out how to play with the brilliance of Steph Curry. You would think it's easy. For some guys, it is hard. He couldn't play.
Your favorite guy,
Angelo could not play. There have been a couple, and you know that. So you just move on. They paid Oubre Jr. a lot of money. They got Angelo to get Wiggins. Wiggins did play well with him. I've seen Kuminga play well with Steph Curry. I've seen Kuminga contribute to winning and do the subtle aspects of the game. There have been a lot of long stretches, weeks turning into months, where I saw him be a contributing basketball player and making winning plays. And then on top of that, he does things nobody on the roster really can do, which is just take you off the deck and blow by you, which is the NBA game ultimately, especially when the shot clock gets under 10, under 5. You need someone to just take it and go, and he can do that. He can get himself to the free throw line. He can create for a teammate. He had so many great plays last night where he had the rack attack, Iron Eagle. But I remember the one out of the split post, left wing. Actually, 2 Warriors cut through off the split action. I don't know what happened there. You don't want 2. He wound up throwing the ball to Trace Jackson Davis, and he wound up, I think he fumbled it, and they wound up, Bellinger's going back to the Yankees, by the way. Just got announced. We'll get into that a little bit more. Not a surprise. Anyway, I'd love to see the length of that deal. But so what is it about Jonathan? I think it's more head-turning, lackadaisical play. I think it's more on the defensive end. So I would, just get with Stackhouse. Get with Coach Adams, Ron Adams, the OG, the sage, and just get in a guarding position, get up into your guy, and then when you're off the ball, because with DeAnthony Melton, you don't need him to be on the ball as much. He's not going to be. DeAnthony Melton's going to be. He's a far better on-ball defender. You've got other guys that can guard the ball. Moses Moody can certainly guard the ball. When it's the right size matchup, GP2 can guard the ball. So if you're playing in a baseline spot where he was last night, eyes on the ball. Be a little more like Jimmy. Jimmy could not guard the ball. There were so many times the ball blew by him. But when he was in a help position, he saw it. He came over. He shot passing lanes. He played angles. He tipped balls. He was an effective defender in an overt way, kind of a chancy way, which I don't like, going for steals a lot, because if you miss them, it's going to be a dunk on the other end, or you're playing, 2-on-1, 3-on-2. But Jimmy was smart enough to know when to do it. So I would just like to see him play with more energy. But I like him very much as a player. When you're telling me there's no demand to trade for him, he'd be the first guy I'd call and try to get on the cheap. His salary's $22 million. That's a lot, but it's not a lot by the NBA standards for this type of player. I'd be the first in line and try to steal Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, the latest is that there's 2 teams out there who have interest. One is the Sacramento Kings, who we've known about for a long time. The other is the Dallas Mavericks, who they're going to see tomorrow, and they've been a mess ever since their trade deadline.
And we'll get into it with
year.
Sam Gordon, and we'll get into it a little bit later. I mean, what are you going to get back? I do like Malik Monk. Do I love Malik Monk? To trade for DeMar DeRozan is another young 20s player going for a mid-30, late-30 player. You can't keep doing that. You can't trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, Andrew Wiggins for Jimmy Butler, and Jonathan Kuminga over and over again for an aging DeMar DeRozan. How does that add up? They make a lot of money, and they're older players. Those three guys are going to be in the league contributing in some form well after those guys are already retired, and a lot of them are already be in Springfield. If there's who on Dallas you're going to get back if you trade Jonathan Kuminga. So we'll talk to Sam about it. Sam laid it out in this column pregame last night. You have three doors, three ways you can go. I would like to see them play. Certainly for the next 2 weeks, we're playing Jonathan Kuminga. Now, and the other part of it is, I think with this owner, DeMar DeRozan going to change your team that dramatically. It's not even going to be a Jimmy impact from last year. He can score. He is a mid-range bucket getter. He is the mid-ranger. That guy will score in the mid-range. There's no doubt. We've seen it. Can he guard people?
One of the great scorers of our generation.
Does he put you over the top when you're up against these young athletic teams in the Western Conference? Houston, San Antonio, Minnesota, Denver, obviously Oklahoma City. Are you better than any of those teams? And to me, as long as Giannis Antetokounmpo is not traded by the Milwaukee Bucks and he goes into the offseason and he does not sign that extension, which forces Milwaukee to play their hand on what to do with him. It's like he didn't need to ask for a trade. His actions will ask for a trade. I'm not signing an extension with you. What are you going to do with me? As long as that huge carrot is out there and you could maybe use Kuminga as a piece to go that way, I wouldn't trade Jonathan Kuminga for – give me a name. Give me – if you're going to go get Jaren Jackson's kid, that's a different story. Then realistically, can we get Giannis? We can get Jaren Jackson Jr. in the building with a shot blocking and long-range shooting. That changes our – can you imagine him behind Draymond Green as a roamer? How good that would be defensively and keep Draymond in that kind of trade. Otherwise, I love Jonathan Kuminga. I never wanted to trade him. I want to keep him and develop him. But what really is what is it about his game that philosophically Steve Kerr does not like?
Well, let's hear from Mark Spears, who was on ESPN yesterday and had some sound about this coming up in just a bit. By the way, 5 years, $162.5 million for Cody Bellinger. Opt-outs after the second and third season. So he did get the 5. Yeah.
He wanted 6 and 7. That's what some of these guys. Tucker got 4.
Yeah.
But the Yankees, and there was where he was going to go ultimately, and the Mets, and so he did get the 5th year out of Steinbrenner Jr.
There you go. Giants have 2 starting outfielders as we speak right now. We'll continue with this.
Just play a 5-2 defense. It's easy.
5-2. There you go. Mike McDonald joined the coaching staff when the offseason hits. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. And they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver continues on your Wednesday, less than an hour from now. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Although, if it's the two of them, I wouldn't expect they'd be so fashionably late as the typical Kyle Shanahan midweek press conference. That one's scheduled for 11:30 sharp, and we will carry that live on the Sports Leader. Have a ton of reaction to that. Jeffrey Chadia of NFL.com is going to be joining us at 12:50 as we start to get into the 49ers offseason and now their defensive coordinator search, which is going to be 5 in 5 years for Kyle Shanahan and these players that have been sticking it out. So lots of changes coming your way. Of course, we know about championship weekend and the Seahawks and Rams. Watching Zach Charbonnet's injury back on the screen right here in the studio right now as he is done for the year, and it's going to be all Kenneth Walker. But as we stick here on the basketball realm with Sam Gordon coming up in just a bit, here was Mark Spears yesterday on NBA Today. Thinks that Jonathan Kuminga is getting moved, and they have to do it, making a change regardless.
I see Kuminga getting moved now. Okay. We don't see Butler getting traded, right? That would seem. One GM told me, he said it's doubtful, too much money, but I think exploring the Kuminga thing now and maybe him playing for a couple weeks helps.
Sure.
But I think he's their only option and something they have to do. They have to make a change with him regardless, and hopefully the thing with the Warriors is I've been told that they haven't wanted to add salary. So making one of those moves is going to add somebody that's not having an expiring contract.
Right.
All right, so here's my thing as far as Mark Spears goes. I kind of agree with him that they're going to have to find a way to make a change in some form because it's not like the roster they had currently with Jimmy Butler just a couple of days ago. That one, could they have done something magical and made a run on the playoffs? Sure. You never want to count out Steph Curry and those Hall of Famers if they're able to get into a 7-game series. But realistically, were they going to win an NBA championship? Are they on the level of OKC or San Antonio or Denver? No, not at all. And so you think about what you got to do the rest of the season without Jimmy Butler, but also you got to have next season in mind because they went into this one with the mindset of this would be the last run. We know Steve Kerr is not under contract beyond this season. Now Butler's injury puts a wrench in things. It complicates it. And I think going back to what we said earlier, it's unlikely that they will end up trading Jimmy Butler because who would want that salary anyway for a healthy 37-year-old Jimmy Butler? Is he going to have that kind of value that he has to the Warriors franchise? Probably not. So now that he's injured and he's got to rehab and come back off of that, and there's only one player in the last 20 years who's been older than Jimmy to tear an ACL. That was Chris Anderson, Birdman, with all the tattoos. So this is a significant injury for a player of a significant age.
But Steph's not. You think Steph's going to retire in a couple of years and not play anymore? Steph's going to keep playing, and you move the pieces around. We'll see what Draymond's effectiveness is. Obviously, Jimmy. So the media has their own talking points because they get a lot of this from agents, and they don't talk directly. They talk to some GMs, but GMs have to be discerning because they don't want to give out what they're thinking. So what Mark Spears says that, it's easy for Mark to say it if he's hearing it from agents. I personally, I would not make a bad trade. I would not give Jonathan Kuminga away. I honestly think that in some form, there may be more upside playing Jonathan Kuminga in Jimmy Butler's minutes than having Jimmy Butler play those minutes when you match up with the truly young and athletic teams. If you weren't going to play him at all and play Jimmy, now you have an avenue to play Jonathan Kuminga. I think there was a world, we saw it early in the year when they got off to a 4-1 start, where you could play them together. But let's see where you have. Tell me what trade you're going to make with Sacramento that's going to make you better. I do not want to trade in this young 20s Jonathan Kuminga for a mid-30s DeMar DeRozan. I've seen that trade a couple of times. You can't.
What if you get a pick?
Well, that's a different story, but I still wouldn't do it. Because picks, you just don't know about that in the NBA. Who on Dallas are you going to get back in this Kuminga deal? They're going to give you Cooper Flagg? The other extreme, Klay Thompson back the other way. You want to do that? So my way is just play, Jonathan. We'll see. We don't know what the actual offers are. When we talk to Sam Gordon, maybe we'll be enlightened. We played the Mike Dunleavy quote from last night, talking about the demand from Aaron Turner, the agent from Jonathan Kuminga, to be traded. And Dunleavy's line was clever. In terms of demands, there needs to be demand. which got Aaron Turner's attention, and he's now clapping back on social media. That's the other thing, is Jonathan's a young player. There seems to be at times a communication gap with him and his coach and organization teammates to some degree. Has a kind heart. I wonder if sometimes it gets lost in translation. You also need to tell your agent to just do what I tell you, and when I tell you to just shut up, I don't want any response. It's not doing me any good. You got an owner there that's volatile. You're driving my market down. So I don't know if Jonathan has the ability to do that, but Aaron Turner needs to stop.
Yeah.
But he's taken it the other way, where again, he's on X. Demand is sensitive to price or playing time. So if a seller sees demand is low, lower the price point or let him play, and demand will go up. Aaron, when you become a billionaire and you want to buy an NBA team, you run it that way. Now just represent Jonathan Kuminga. Who else does he represent in the NBA besides Kuminga? An agent, if you're making it more adversarial for your client, you're not doing him any service. So anybody who knows Kuminga, try to get it to Aaron Turner to stop. You're not helping. You're making it worse. And your comments, to some degree, going back to training camp when the contract was out there and going on TV and issuing all these different proclamations, don't tell us what you're going to do. Just do it. So I think the first thing, Kuminga should switch agents or move on. Maybe that would help his relationship with the Warriors. I don't know.
Well, it does represent Terry Rozier. Is that too soon?
Scary Terry's had a really good career, but I wouldn't bet on that helping him get more clients. So in any event, we'll see where it all goes. But give me a trade. Give me a scenario coming back the other way where if you're Joe Lacob, the Lacobs, and Mike Dunleavy and Steve, you would do this. I like DeMar DeRozan. I like him better 5-10 years ago, but I don't see where he gets you over the top here. And you just got to get out of the business of trading young players, young 20-year-olds for guys that are in their mid to late 30s. That is a easy way to get you to grow old, and they're also expensive. You don't want to be old and costly. You keep making that trade. You made one, you made two. Let's not make a third one of those.
All right, let's get to Sam Gordon coming up. It's been a while since we caught up with him, and this will be a conversation we've had with him many times because it's been a revolving conversation around Jonathan Kuminga. But now we got the added layer of Jimmy Butler, torn ACL, done for the season. It's Pop and Silver. Sam Gordon joins us next on the Sports Leader.
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be a demand.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Into some type of rhythm because JK is going to be part of this rotation.
Well, he's in the game now.
You're down at wing position without Jimmy. There's the lob. There you go. Perfect. Get him in that rhythm. Perfectly thrown by Draymond.
Let him look down on the rim. That's one way to get him rhythm.
You know, if you just watched the highlights last night, it was a pretty fun game. And who wouldn't have fun with a Pat Spencer-led lineup anyway, right? Jonathan Kuminga out there. You got some Will Richard. You got Buddy Hield back in the rotation hitting his shots. And then there was the defensive side of it, which was close to non-existent. 145 dropped by the Toronto Raptors in their win over the Golden State Warriors. The Raptors win it by 18. They sweep the season series. And been a while since we talked to our good friend Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle, but that doesn't mean we haven't been staying on top of it. Doesn't mean that we haven't been reading him, as everybody should out there. And he joins us on the UMA guest line. Sam, good to have you again. What's happening, my man?
How you doing? Appreciate you having me. Happy Wednesday.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. And not exactly a dull week going on right now with the Jimmy Butler ACL, Kuminga back in the rotation after 16 games with the DNP CD. So let's just start right there. I guess the question I want to ask with someone like you being around it every single day is, why do you think Kuminga was getting all those DNPs even in blowout games? Because I was thinking at first maybe there was a trade that was in place and they just didn't want to mess up a deal that was unofficial. But, you know, then the January 15th date, it came, it went, and we were still kind of in this awkward limbo. Why do you think that Kuminga was not seeing the floor that entire time?
Yeah, that's a tremendous question. I mean, it's no secret after he came back, right, from that 7-game absence, you know, he struggled for a pretty consistent stretch, and the Warriors found a little bit of a rhythm and have been winning some games. They won 12 of 16. Now, obviously, you see Jonathan Kuminga and what he does out on that floor last night, what his skill set is, and it's, you know, hard to imagine that, hey, he couldn't have helped the Warriors, you know, somewhere along that stretch, right? He couldn't help this basketball team while he was, to your point, catching those DNPs. But I imagine some of it was probably about, you know, just kind of the situation in general, you know, kind of coming to a head here, and also about managing injury risk, knowing that, hey, there's some intent to trade Jonathan Kuminga, or they're certainly willing and openness to trading Jonathan Kuminga. They're trying to trade Jonathan Kuminga. So, you know, and then on top of that, right, just kind of considering where he's at, where his place is on the team, you know, out there in the last 3, 4, 5 minutes, you know, what's that really going to do for him at this juncture? Kerr has said, you know, head coach Steve Kerr has said multiple times, right, that you know, Kuminga is better when he gets more of a runway, when there's longer minutes, right, when he's not necessarily a short minutes player. So you saw him last night, right, 21 minutes. It's the most he's played in a long time, I believe, since matchup in Cleveland in early December, and showcase what he's able to do on the basketball court, his ability to get downhill, get to the rim, to score, to get out in transition, all those things. So certainly a nice performance. It does definitely make you wonder why he wasn't playing, but I think part of that, you know, just kind of managing his health, managing the situation, and also managing, you know, a roster that had found a groove without him in the rotation.
Yeah, Sam, we've seen it throughout the years where he does have long stretches of effective play when he is in the rotation, even the starting lineup, and he has that lengthy runway to kind of play through some up and downs. But and he made winning basketball plays overtly, even in the casual basketball eye, things he does athletically. Frankly, does anybody else on the roster have that ability? But it's the more subtle things that he doesn't do. Maybe taking a quick shot in a shot clock situation. Although last night I saw him as a passer out of that split cut make a nice, and there was actually 2 Warriors that congested on the cut, but he made a nice play there. But, you know, there are times I think defensively, when he's off the ball in particular, he gets lackadaisical. He's kind of a head turner. I'd like to see him be more aggressive on the ball. But just overall, I mean, we can see the athleticism, the speed, the way he was able to score at the end of the quarter was really impressive last night. But when the game slows down, the subtle elements to the game, what is it about his game that Steve Kerr would like to see him improve on more consistently? And why hasn't this coaching staff been able to bring that out of him?
Yeah, great questions, right? I think it's, I think let's start defensively. Just the consistent awareness defensively in team concepts. I think he's had great stretches, even at the beginning of the season, guarding the ball. Certainly their most upside as a point of attack defender, right, with that combination of size, length, athleticism, strength, all those things. But you mentioned it, team defense. I think there's been some inconsistency there. Offensively, right, the decision making. We've seen long stretches where the ball pops, where the ball moves, where he is cutting and attacking closeouts and getting to the basket and getting downhill in transition, and everything is quick. But then you will also see stretches where he holds the ball and where that rhythm dissipates. I do think one thing is interesting, right? Going back to kind of the beginning of the season, that first starting lineup, the first couple starting lineups that he was a part of, there were a couple different groups. There was a more traditional front line with Quentin Post at center, Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry. And then there was also the small ball look with Brandon Podziemski and Jonathan Kuminga, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler in the front court with Steph Curry as well. Both those groups got 40-plus minutes. The first one, the kind of the small ball look that started the season opener, got 65 minutes. Both those groups have a significantly positive net rating. I think the small ball group was plus 16, and the other one's like plus 10 or plus 11. Relatively short sample sizes. So we saw Kuminga, put that together at the beginning of the season. We saw it for various stretches last season. As you mentioned, Greg, throughout the course of his career, there have been these stretches where he's put together, he's funneled his force. That's kind of the way I like to term it. Funneled his force into the ball movement, the passing, screening, cutting nature of the Warriors offense, and you see its effectiveness, including at the beginning of the season, the great effectiveness, with not necessarily a huge sample size, but bigger sample sizes than other lineups that they've used up to this point, and they've been successful. So it's just about, it's been about consistency with Kuminga throughout the course of his career. Like you mentioned, when he gets bigger runways, he tends to be more productive, isn't as productive in shorter burst minutes and off the bench. But now, these next couple weeks, based on how he played last night, based on where the Warriors are at situationally, based on what he showed, there's no reason that, you wouldn't expect a more runway for him. Give him a chance to build off this performance. You give the Warriors a chance to, see what they have. There's going to be different combinations, different lineup combinations, rotations, all those things. I mean, we understand what happened on Monday and how that changes everything. So he's their best bet to duplicate the scoring that Jimmy Butler provided, the free throw shooting, getting downhill, all those things, elements of which we saw last night, even though the consistency hasn't always been there on both sides of the court.
Sam Gordon, the voice you hear with us on this Wednesday morning. Just to rewind it a few weeks, what can you tell us about that back situation back on January 2nd when they were set to play the Oklahoma City Thunder? Because that's a night where a lot of the OGs were out. Kuminga was set to play. Then this back issue comes up a couple of hours before tip-off, seemed to raise a lot of questions and cause internal frustrations, even with his biggest advocate, Joe Lacob. But then last night, Steve Kerr said pregame that Kuminga wants to play and be part of the rotation, and then he went out there and delivered some productive minutes. So that just kind of raised more questions to me in hindsight about what happened back on January 2nd.
Yeah, you know what? Great question. I didn't cover that game. That was on the back end of the trip, but certainly remember watching it and kind of know the backdrop and whatnot. And, I mean, he was due, right? He was due to get big minutes. I think he was going to be coming off the bench. All of a sudden, the back thing pops up. I mean, naturally, right? It kind of, given his place in the rotation, given where he was at that juncture in the season, understandable why eyebrows, get raised and why, okay, what's going on here? That being said, he comes out last night and you see the preparation, you see the readiness, considering he hadn't played in more than a month. And he's flashed that in the past. Lest we forget, he was in a very similar situation, right? Different, but similar in the sense that he was 86 from the rotation at the end of last season. In the very final game, regular season finale, doesn't play in the play-in game, isn't part of the regular rotation against the Rockets, gets spot minutes when Jimmy Butler goes out with his pelvis, but he wasn't in the rotation. And all of a sudden, against a playoff caliber defense, one of the best defenses in the NBA with length and athleticism, draped all over the floor. And we remember how the Warriors collectively struggled to get shots off and to score in that series. And Jonathan Kuminga in those last 4 games averages 24 a game on better than 50% shooting and nearly 40% shooting from three. So everything that I've heard, and seen from behind the scenes and going on behind the scenes, he stayed ready. He's been professional with his approach, and that certainly, played itself out last night with his product, with the productive play that he had. Now it's about, can he build on these performances? Can the Warriors build on these performances? And what does that, kind of do as the Warriors get ready for the trade deadline to make some key decisions one way or the other as it pertains to the rest of the season and the future of the franchise?
And the deadline does come up 2 weeks from tomorrow on Thursday, February the 5th, right in the middle of our show. And it was last Thursday. We also had the January 15th date where the Warriors could trade Jonathan Kuminga for the first time. And Aaron Turner, his agent, comes out and demands a trade. And now, Mike Dunleavy had the clever line about you can demand all you want, but you got to have demand for the player. And Aaron Turner on social media is clapping back. So let's just pursue, because you laid out 3 different scenarios with Kuminga in the next couple of weeks before the deadline, 2 weeks from tomorrow, Sam. Let's talk about trading him. Which teams are out there? Sacramento's been there the most consistently. Malik Monk over the summer. Now we're hearing DeMar DeRozan. You also mentioned the Lakers, the Mavericks, the Bulls. The Bulls, I could see some players on that roster being interesting for the Warriors' perspective. Give me a name on the Lakers or Mavs you would take back. And then the big one to me would be Michael Porter Jr. If they could somehow, whether it's a 3-team deal or somehow get him from Brooklyn, that would be a huge upgrade and someone I think they should consider trading Kuminga for. So in the next 15 days, what are the potential scenarios if they elect to trade him?
Yeah. I think, the Kings, right, have been the team connected to Kuminga for the longest time, dating back to the summer when there were, talks of signing trades and whatnot. I've continued to hear that the Kings are the team that's registering the most interest. Like you mentioned, I've heard the Dallas Mavericks, and then to varying degrees, the Chicago Bulls and the Los Angeles Lakers as teams that like his player profile. If you're talking about the Lakers, it would probably be something like Rui Hachimura and Dalton Connect, something like that. Hachimura, towards the end of I think he's in the second year of a 3-year deal. He might even be on an expiring contract. The Warriors, Mike Dunleavy made it abundantly clear yesterday. Doesn't want to take on, long-term money. It would have to be the right kind of player. They're being very cautious, judicious with their first-round draft picks. So I think kind of plays into this whole equation, to begin with. If you're moving Kuminga for a needle-moving player, it's going to require attaching first-round picks. And are the Warriors in a place to do that right now given where Jimmy Butler's health is, given just kind of the state of their team, their organization, like how much, is there a player that moves the needle in any consequential way this season or next season that's worth the first round pick? Those are things that the Warriors are having to kind of negotiate and figure out in real time. So I can see a scenario, and this was even before Jimmy Butler's injury. I can see a scenario where Jonathan Kuminga is on the roster past the trade deadline. Yes, they're going to canvass the market. Yes, they're going to field phone calls and whatnot, but they're going to want to find a sensible fit or feel like they're getting value back in return. What that looks like at this juncture in time, I'm not necessarily sure. But my sense was, again, even before Jimmy Butler's injury going into the trade deadline, that in order to get the kind of player that would swing a title picture or could influence a title picture, it was going to cost first-round picks that the Warriors were just hesitant to give up. And that, again, was confirmed at Mike Dunleavy's, press conference yesterday. Not that they won't give them up, but it's got to be a, superstar, perennial all-star kind of caliber player.
Michael Porter Jr. wouldn't fall in that category, Sam?
I think Michael Porter Jr. is a very, very good player, but there's been some injury risk. He's due a new contract next summer, and those are, I think, kind of variables that come into play. He's certainly having a sensational season, and I think stylistically, offensively, would be a dynamite fit with his scoring punch and whatnot. But they'd want to, he's going to be doing a new deal. He's playing his way in the max contract kind of territory, and those are the questions that the Warriors are asking. Are they in a position to give Michael Porter Jr. a big payday with the way he's playing right now? Do they want to do that, knowing his injury risk, knowing he's already won a championship? He's in a spot now where his role has been scaled up. He's scaling back his role a little bit. All those kinds of variables. But in a vacuum, there's no, and certainly I think with Jimmy Butler healthy, right? If Jimmy Butler was healthy, adding a Michael Porter Jr. definitely could have swung the equation. But at what cost? Is that cost 2 first-round picks? Is that cost, what would that cost look like? And those are all things that I think are going to get, decided much closer to the deadline. But yeah, still very much open for business with Kuminga, and you'd expect talks to. I mean, there's no reason for any team to put their best offer on the table right now, right? Including the Warriors. They have a couple weeks to continue to gauge the market. Dunleavy said he wants to evaluate to see how this team's playing. So would expect dialogue to pick up one way or the other towards the deadline, but that doesn't mean he's necessarily getting moved. I can definitely see a scenario where he's on the roster and the can gets kicked down the road and you reassess in the summer on the second year of that team option.
All right, so just to wrap it up, Sam, with Mike Dunleavy's viral quote yesterday pregame about in order for there to be demand, there needs to be demand on the market. Do you think that was a message to Kuminga as, hey, it's time to play right now and we're going to give you your minutes, you got to increase your value? Do you think it was more so a message to his camp that has been very outspoken in making those demands? And if you had to ultimately guess today, do you think that in the next 2 weeks the Warriors find a new home for Jonathan Kuminga, or is he still a member of this roster as the saga continues?
Oh, geez, that's a heck of a question. To get to your first one about Dunleavy's response, yeah, I think a message to just his camp and just kind of where everything is at in general right now from his perspective as it pertains to a trade and how to improve his value the next couple of weeks. And lo and behold, Kuminga goes out and has a tremendous performance off the bench, having not played in over a month. So if he continues to play and play well, there's no way the price, his market's not going to go down, right? Like it can only go up at this juncture, considering it's been relatively static up to this point. I was told last week the Warriors weren't close to a deal. That seems to still remain the case. And if we're talking about what happens after February 5th, I'm gonna say he's still gonna be on the roster. That's my guess at this point in time. Again, all static, all fluid. If the Warriors find a deal that they think can help them short term and maintain their flexibility next year and help them next year, there's no doubt they would jump at that if they found that it was the right fit. But knowing kind of the situation where they're at, knowing the strength of their team, the overall upside of this team, and then what Kuminga provided last night. I mean, what if, I know we've kind of had this talking point over and over and over again and had these conversations over and over again, but there has been, he put together a 30-game stretch in 30-plus game stretch in 23-24 where he averaged almost 20 a game and was really productive and the team was winning. So maybe there's a pathway where he continues to play well and you see what you have the rest of the season and make all these decisions in the summertime. I would venture to guess at this point that's where this heading, but all very much fluid and things can turn. There's definitely going to be negotiations leading up to the trade deadline, and if the Warriors find a deal they like, I have no doubt they jump at it.
Well, we appreciate you playing the game with us because we're trying to make sense of it all, and it sounds like even from your vantage point up close, there's a lot of things that could change quickly, a lot of things that are unclear, and now you got that added layer of picking up the pieces after Jimmy Butler goes down with a torn ACL. So, Sam, good to reconnect with you. It won't be so long in between this one and the next one because we got to be talking a lot more hoops with baseball season coming around the corner as well. So good to reconnect after we finished up recapping a wild journey of a 49ers season, but always good to have you on the leader, man.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Great talking, and excited to catch up again soon.
Thank you, Sammy.
Absolutely. Sam Gordon of the San Francisco Chronicle. Give him a follow at By Sam Gordon, one of the best on the beat and one of my favorites to have on the Sports Leader. All right, we're about 15 minutes out. You know what that means. Time to talk a little football. 49ers offseason is on. The defensive coordinator search is on. Will it be Gus Bradley or will it be an outside candidate? Lots of questions to address for Lynch and Shanahan, and we will carry that live coming up at 11:30 on the Sports Leader. And we are back to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving the people the important advice. And here, as we march on in January, it's a new year. We're trying to stay on top of our business. So if you got the weight of unfiled tax returns as something to deal with, Steve can help you out. And Steve, tell the people how they can handle that situation.
You know, it's really a good way to describe it, the weight of this. This is a terrible weight on people. I've watched it ruin so many lives, cause divorces, ruin businesses, just horrible. So the bottom line is, it's a crime not to file a tax return. The government can actually put you in prison for 1 year for every year you don't file, up to 6 years. Having said that, this is tax season. This is the IRS's favorite time to make examples out of people. You don't want to be an example. You're probably not filing the returns because you don't have the money to pay it. That's okay. We can do everything for you. We can file all the old years you need to file, including the current year. And then we want to go ahead and make a deal for you. And there's a lot of good deals you can have. But don't let this ruin your life. Don't become an IRS example. We have a free consultation. What do you have to lose? Give me a call. Let's talk. We'll listen. We'll explain. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you with the IRS. You have nothing to do with them. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's right. Steve Moskowitz can take care of you today. And if you're Derek Papa, you're probably going to be singing Blondie's Call Me to dial up 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers offseason has officially begun, and the first order of business is finding a defensive coordinator. Niners GM John Lynch and head coach Kyle Shanahan speak to the media today at 11:30, and we will carry that live here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, good first hour 15 on the Golden State Warriors and everything we learned last night as they look to navigate life after Jimmy Butler. But we also got a big press conference coming up in just a bit. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch. And to your point yesterday, this will be a unique one because usually it's this hangover environment of either coming so close and having a playoff heartbreak either in the NFC Championship round or in the Super Bowl, or having one of those years where you feel like everyone gets injured and you have a losing record and you don't make the playoffs at all. This is the first time that Kyle Shanahan's ever lost in the divisional round as the head coach of the 49ers. And so there's a lot to be proud of, but there's also a lot to address. And Tim Ryan, we're sad that we don't get any more football hours. That was one of the big bummers of Saturday night. But he did go on with Murph and Marcus on Monday to recap the game. And he got into the very subject that we spent a good 25 minutes on yesterday. That is the lines of scrimmage. Here is Tim Ryan about the 49ers needing to add more war daddies.
People can say whatever they want about, this team needs receivers and going to need this and going to need corners and they're going to need a lot of things, as I said earlier. But at the end of the day, they got to have the horses up front. They're going to need War Daddy 3 technique on defense, and the young guys are going to get better, but that D-line, and we'll see Bosa coming back, and that's going to be a big help. Offensively, they're going to need some reinforcements. I don't think there's any question. Trent's still playing at a high level, but how much longer is he really going to play? Colton McKivitt's going to be a good right tackle here for a long time. You saw the challenges the guards were having the other night with those interior players. That to me is the area that will always win and lose you big games is how well do you execute at the line of scrimmage. And as I just said, as an example, look at the two best defenses in the league, what they do with their fronts. They absolutely shred it up front.
All right, so we'll hear a lot more from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan coming up in a bit. But again, they do have needs, and to say that they need corners and wide receivers and maybe a contingency plan for Trent Williams or maybe even another running back, that's not untrue. But bottom line is whether it's on the defensive side or the offensive side, look at the two teams left standing to compete with them, and that's a quarter of your schedule next year. You need the War Daddies.
Before you do anything in the conference, in the league, and Super Bowls and all that, you got to build your team to win your division. Every team in football does that. And it so, drives home this year when the two teams in our division are playing in the conference championship game, and I identify the Rams and Seahawks as the two best teams in all of football, I think, and certainly in the NFC. Are the Niners the third best team in the NFC? I don't know. We beat the Bears. Yeah. We beat the Eagles. We're the Lions now. Drew Petzing is their offensive coordinator. Green Bay. We go down the list. We'll see. But when the Niners were dominating the NFC West, and 4 out of 5 years, we either got to the conference championship game or won that game and got to the Super Bowl, they took apart the Rams and Seahawks at the line of scrimmage. They won 9 straight games against the Rams, and it all was the way they ran all over them and stopped their run. The Rams got tired of that. They built back up their offensive line. They changed the way they run the ball, going to more power, and they obviously drafted and doubled down on a couple of drafts back-to-back to rebuild the modern-day version. It's not even the fearsome foursome. It's the Elite Eight. They come at you with 8 guys. Likewise with, what you're seeing from Seattle. We've already detailed this. So when John and Kyle get up there, I'd like to hear one question about the philosophy of the offensive line. We know the first thing they do was draft Solomon Thomas. They kept coming with defensive linemen. This franchise changed when they got Nick Bosa. But you don't have Eric Armstead. You don't have DeForest Buckner anymore, D Ford. You keep drafting linemen. Last year it was Mykel Williams with the first-round pick, but they also got Alfred Collins. They got C.J. West. They've signed Gravedigger and Jordan Elliott. They've made a real premium in the defensive line. And they're on record as saying the engine of this franchise, they're of like mind, it starts with the defensive line. The identity of a Lynch, Shanahan 49ers team is the D-line. What do you want from the offensive line? They've drafted, Aaron Banks was a second-round draft pick. They've used some picks, but by and large, they've tried to do it with day 3 picks and unsigned free agent rookies to do it. And it's worked to some degree. But when you go up against Seattle and what you're doing with the Rams now, Greg, just philosophically. And then we are getting reports, I haven't seen anything official, but the contacts in Nashville is that Robert Saleh did sign his deal. He's going to go home and get his family together and then go back next week for a press conference. So, if they can be out front and say he's gone, what do you do again year after year? 5 straight years they have to come up with a new defensive coordinator. It worked when you elevated D'Amico because he was in the building. It was raised by Saleh. If you go to the OG and Gus Bradley, are they going to be forthcoming on how they want to do that? And then with Kyle, this press conference is always the Wednesday after the season is over. He's fresher when they didn't make the playoffs. The years that they've made the playoffs and had the heartbreak of losing Super Bowls, one time in overtime of a Super Bowl, or having a championship game snatched from you, or your quarterback's elbow snatched off his body. This one's a little bit different because they did win a playoff game, and then they had the second worst playoff loss in history. And we all remember the image of Jim Burt laying Joe out. Man, was that ugly. To some degree, the Leonard Marshall hit was uglier, but that one was and then Burt became a Niner later. But in any event, Kyle was saying after it's just a loss, we're not going to overreact to it. But I think you have to properly react to it because it was a team in your division. They beat you 2 weeks earlier. You didn't score a touchdown in 8 quarters against them at the end of the year. They're not going away. They've got, veteran guys and they have young guys as well. So just an overall look at where you are. I don't know if they'll bring up Mac Jones, but I think one of the big discussion points in the offseason, are you willing to move the backup quarterback? What could you get back? Could you get a day 2 back for him back? So we'll see. But this will be interesting to get a kind of an autopsy. But I think we'll get a lot of the celebratory comments we got in the locker room in Seattle on Saturday. It was a great year to overcome all the injuries that they overcame. But ultimately, it is tough to lose that last game. And in the nature that they lost it in, for a competitor like John Lynch and even more so, Kyle Shanahan, it's tough.
So the original plan was 11:30, and we have no official word on a time change, but if you go to the 49ers stream, it says it is scheduled for noon. So now we are wondering if maybe there was a last-minute change where this got pushed back a half an hour. So what we'll do, take a bit of a timeout. We'll come on back, have more definitive answers for you, and whether it's coming up in just a bit or we got to wait about a half an hour, we will hear from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan live on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
First and goal from the 6. Two receivers right now. Juwan Jennings breaks off of that formation, comes in motion. Now they bring him back. Shotgun snap. Jones under pressure, throws to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, 49ers! Juwan Jennings makes the grab in the end zone. Mac Jones beats the blitz, and the Niners are finally on the board.
Yeah, Troy Clardy calling a Mac Jones touchdown. Two things we didn't expect to hear, but that's all about sports, right? You can't script the unscripted, and it is great to have Greg Papa here on the show today. It was great for the 49ers to have Mac Jones, the personality, the cackle, and the player helped them through half of the season as well. 5-3 in 8 starts. We're all going to remember that Thursday night game with the Bananas down at SoFi Stadium. Levi South getting that overtime thriller victory over the Rams. And Mac Jones is going to be one of those big talking points here of this off season and maybe even into part of next season. But that is a long way away. The prospect of what they do with Mac Jones is being confronted starting today and every day moving forward here in this offseason. So Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, now officially talking at noon. That's getting pushed back. And anytime you bring up the quarterback situation, well, on one hand, how great was it to have 2 quarterbacks you were capable of winning with? On the other hand, what could you get back in a potential trade package? And when you look at the fact that this is not the sexiest QB draft class here from the college level, and the amount of teams that are going to need answers at the quarterback position, whether that be, say, Robert Saleh's new team, would they bring in a veteran to help someone like a rookie Cam Ward, or maybe do they see Mac Jones as a starter on a lot of teams that are looking for one across the league? It's going to be one to follow.
What a good call by Troy Clardy and Mac Jones to Juwan Jennings, who also, JJ is now an unrestricted free agent. I'm sure that'll be a talking point at high noon when we take you to 49-49 to hear John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan assess the season that is over and look ahead to the new year in 2026. There's no real offseason in the NFL. You start looking at it all. As far as Mac Jones, I mean, we said it so many times. He flat out saved the 49ers season by winning those 5 games that he started while Brock Purdy was out. One of the great signings, John Lynch and Parag and Brian Hampton, and they were all able to get him to sign a 2-year deal for $8.4 million. It was Jimmy Sexton from CAA and Tommy Condon, Tom Condon's son, Tom Condon, the legendary agent, was there. But you have him under contract for next year for a very affordable price. So as we're finding out, backup quarterbacks in the NFL, just look at Jarrett Stidham and what he's going to do on Sunday, start the conference championship game for Sean Payton. And the first move that he made in Denver was to bring in Jarrett Stidham. The backup quarterback, as we know with this franchise's history, whether it's Steve Young or whether it's Brock Purdy and what he was able to do.
Even once upon a time, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy Garoppolo was briefly a backup in a boomerang season with the injury to Trey Lance. So that position is of great value. You have to factor in that your backup quarterback is going to start a handful of games. 8 games, and to be able to win 5 and to do it at that salary, as we said over and over again, he is the most cost-efficient player in the NFL this year. He allowed you to get Brock back to go on that 6-game winning streak at the end to qualify with 12 wins for the playoffs. But what do you do with him now? I'm sure the question will be raised when they start at noon. I'm not sure how John will handle it. But I think it's dependent on what they think of Curtis Rourke, who I did not get a chance to watch at all. I didn't see him in the OTAs because he was coming back. He had a partially torn ACL his final year at Indiana. I watched the tape of him. Boy, you could sort of tell that he was a statuesque pocket quarterback, but he still had 69% of his throws. He threw for over 3,000 yards, long before Fernando Mendoza lit up the country. This guy was the starting quarterback for Cignetti, and they did well. His touchdown to interception ratio was 29-5 his last year in Bloomington. He is a pure pocket quarterback, a lot like Mac Jones. If you look at him and say, and they did open his practice window at the end of the year, this guy could be Mac Jones. He's smart. He's an older player. He was a 7th-round draft pick, like Brock Purdy, played a lot of college football. He only played 1 year at IU. He was at Ohio University for 5 years, and he was a 3-time captain there. So he's played a lot of quarterback. So the question with Mac Jones is, all right, a little like Jonathan Kuminga, what are you going to offer me? If you get a 1st-round draft pick, that's probably not going to happen. But even if you get a day 2, either a 2nd-round or a 3rd-round pick, and you assess the draft, and RJ tells you exactly what you can get in that slot, how do we feel about Curtis Rourke? Are we comfortable with him being our Mac Jones next year? And then, who's going to make an offer? The rumor most of the year was Kwesi Adofo-Mensah, who obviously knows John Lynch and the Niners well. He worked in the analytics department before he became the general manager of the Minnesota Vikings. They have a young quarterback that they'd like to play, J.J. McCarthy. And there were times, even at the end of the year, Greg, it looked like, wow, this guy's mobility, when he rolls to his right, he can throw the ball. And there are times that he only made 28 starts in college. I know he won 27 of them, but he's got to see the field better. You bring a guy like Mac Jones in, and from Kwesi's thought, and Kevin O'Connell there in Minneapolis, their head coach and play caller, Mac Jones would be great to develop the young quarterback. But could somebody else want to go get Mac Jones to be a starting quarterback? And when I watched a lot of football this year, the boy in the bubble, I watched every snap. I thought, wow. You take this young quarterback off the field and play Mac Jones, that team all of a sudden goes from being bad to better, and sometimes better is good enough to get you in. So Mac Jones is going to be in demand. And John's a good guy, but this is professional sports. You have to do what's right for your organization.
Right.
But what's best for Mac Jones? First of all, he shouldn't have signed a 2-year deal. That was a mistake, and now you got him under contract. But he wants to play and he wants to start, and he's been a Pro Bowl player, and he was one of the top quarterbacks in football when he ran the Niners for 8 games and won 5 of them. So I think that'll be intriguing. I don't know if it'll be asked today, but I think that is going to be a decision they have to make. Do we want to do right by Mac Jones and move him and get him into a situation where he could contend to being a starting quarterback? I wonder about Robert Saleh and their situation in Tennessee. If you like Cam Ward, then this job is not the worst in football. If you don't like the quarterback, you're dealing with a sketchy ownership similar to what you had in New York. I know you got salary cap room there, but wow, you buy players, and spend it wrongly. You could be New England. You could be the Chicago Bears and rebuild an offensive line or a segment of your team, or New England. They spent a lot of money on free agents and hit a lot of them, and the quarterback developed. I don't see, honestly, Cam Ward being Drake May, but I could be wrong. I look at the warts that he has. But if you're there and you still got Will Levis, putting the mayonnaise in his coffee and throwing balls from his knees to the other team.
Yeah, you're like, who's the Titans' backup? And I had to think about it. And I was like, oh, he didn't play a snap this season because of the shoulder surgery.
But he started the year before, and it was sketchy. Again, Mac Jones, Saleh knows him. You bring him in. He helps develop Cam Ward. But is that what, Mac wants to be, the modern-day version of Steve DeBerg? DeBerg was brought in to mentor all these quarterbacks. And, it was from Joe Montana to John Elway. He was the guy that was right there to help. Is that what Mac Jones wants? No, Mac wants his own team. And I think he should have signed either a 1-year contract that gave him, unrestricted free agency to choose his next destination. But I think it's intriguing. There are other areas of the team that may be more pressing. But honestly, where do you rank backup quarterback when you put your team together? Mac Jones saved the year, and he did it cost effectively.
Yeah.
Incredible. Do you want to just roll with that one more year and have him be the backup? Again, a lot of it will be on Curtis Rourke. So I'm not sure it'll be asked today, but it's something I'm thinking about. And philosophically, what do you want to do with Mac? And when Jimmy was done after that Ram game and we all just thought they're going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo, they couldn't because Jimmy couldn't pass a physical, and he wound up coming back to you in August when Trey Lance struggled that year, and you thought, just bring Jimmy back, and that turned out to be the best move, and obviously drafting Brock. I think it'll be, part of me, they could just say, hell no. we're not trading Mac Jones. We have him under contract for the best contract for a quarterback in football, and we needed him a lot last year. We may need him in the coming year. He saved our year in 25. He may do it again in 26. Or they could say, we like Rourke, and Mac Jones can get us back a second or a third-round draft pick.
I mean, Curtis Rourke, who was on the NFI list for most of this year, is an incredible pivot point in this whole discussion. I'm not worried about doing right by Mac Jones without heavily considering what your organizational needs are. The last capable backup quarterback you had before Mac might win a Super Bowl at Levi's Stadium. And I'm not trying to add salt to the wound, but just let that reality sit in. And that was a situation in which the 49ers had no leverage because Sam came here, he revived his career, he was a free agent. Minnesota went and got him on a cheap deal, and then he ends up going to Seattle, having back-to-back 14-win seasons with two different franchises. So with Mac Jones, because it was a 2-year deal, you have all the leverage in the world right now, and you get to decide if you want to trade him and think that you can really address some organizational needs by accumulating draft capital, or you don't have to do that either. And here's the other thing, and maybe this is getting way ahead of ourselves, but when training camp comes around, when the preseason comes around, there are often 1 to 2 quarterback injuries that pop up, whether it be an instant season ender before a play is even snapped in the regular season or something that's more long-term. Trade packages can also get more desperate as you move farther along in this offseason. So if I'm the 49ers right now, yes, evaluate Curtis Rourke throughout the offseason, but you've never seen him take a snap in real game action in NFL play. Slow play this game. If you end up getting a great package for Mac Jones later on as somebody might get hurt or needs get more dire, sure, you can think about that. I am in no rush at all to make a move to get rid of Mac 10.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure teams would want to get him in their building and have him, go out the offseason. I mean, the tipping point would be the start of the new league year, and the legal tampering starts March the 9th this year, and the actual pen to paper can happen March 11th, and then you got the draft in late April. And the Niners are picking 27 overall in the first round, and then every round they'd be slotted in that spot unless there's a change due to a trade. So we'll have to look at overall where they're, and John will probably know exactly. Anyway, I understand what you're saying. I think it's probably hard, knowing Kyle, to really assess Curtis Rourke. You got him on the practice field. He ran some scout team, I'm sure, late in the year when that 3-week window was open. But how do you really know? They thought they had something in Brock Purdy, but they really didn't know. So it would be basically, do we have enough confidence that Curtis Rourke could be Mac Jones? They probably wouldn't be able to make that firm determination until training camp, at least.
Totally. When
you get him in and then watch him play in preseason games. And I think at that point, the demand on Mac may be less and maybe more, I think he has a chance to be a starting quarterback. If I'm out there like Jonathan Kuminga, I would line up to go get Jonathan Kuminga. I want to be first in line. I want him. If I'm
in fairness, the line is like 3 people right now, so you'd be jumping to the front pretty quick.
I would just butt in ahead of everybody and go get him. But I wouldn't give up Michael Porter Jr. But the Warriors get him. Anyway, for Mac, I think there'll be offers to get him in a situation a little like Sam Darnold was in Minnesota, where maybe you give him a 1-year deal for $10 million. And he played, Sam played actually, one game and one really good half to get that. Now, it was based on, if you liked him coming out of USC. And Mac Jones played 8 games. You watch that Thursday night game against the Rams. The skill set's one thing. That guy is tough. Wow, he got pounded from the start of the second half. Jared Verse and those guys went at him trying to knock him out of the game. There is no doubt what they were trying to do. They wanted to see Adrian Martinez play quarterback for the Niners, eating bananas and making handoffs, diving in the air. I mean, the guy just played through incredible injury. He is tough. I would have to go through the teams. I mean, what do the New York Jets do in the offseason, even if they draft one? What do the Raiders do, even if they draft one? Now, they could go get the number 1 pick, and I think Mac should be in a situation where you build the contract around incentives where he could be a starting quarter. I think there's if you had to rank Mac Jones, and I know Lombardi had all the, what was he, a top 5, top 8 quarterback, is Mac Jones a starting quarterback in the NFL? Yes. He has proven. In New England, he took that team to the playoffs as a rookie, and he made the Pro Bowl that year. They ran into a hot Buffalo team that never punted, and went 7-7. They scored 7 touchdowns in 7 possessions that night. But it wasn't Mac Jones's fault. Mac Jones is a starting quarterback in the NFL. Is he a starting quarterback that should make $50 million a year? No. But is he a starting quarterback where he's incentivized, where if he does start 15 games or so, he makes $30, $35, $40 million a year? That's the deal he really should be getting. But how does he get that? Anybody who trades for him, would you trade for Mac Jones and then tear up his contract and give him a multi-year contract? If you trade for him and make him ride out this contract, he's not going to be happy probably with that situation. Is anybody out there willing to trade for Mac Jones and then pay him as a starting quarterback, or merely structure the deal where it would be you would compete to be a starting quarterback, presumably with a younger quarterback?
Well, I think what you're seeing, too, is the next best thing to a rookie deal is a deal you can get for a veteran that ends up feeling like a bargain. Baker Mayfield, what was it, 3 for $1 million, or $100 million?
$100 million. But that was
something
after.
Around then.
He already hit some other spots before then.
Right. And so Sam Darnold, 3 for $100.5 million.
Yeah.
And so
deal.
I kind of think with Mac Jones, that's sort of the vision. And if you're a team,
You think somebody will give him that right now?
I probably, maybe not. But I'm saying if you're Mac Jones, that's probably the realm of what you'd want to be chasing and what you'd want to negotiate to.
And does he have to wait one more year and be the backup here?
And that's
so, philosophy of the offensive line, you love to build the D-line. What are your thoughts on building an offensive line, especially in light of Seattle and how stout their front is, and the Rams likewise? And then are you open to trading Mac Jones this offseason, or are you saying, hell no, don't touch my backup quarterback?
Well, 808 KNBR to share your thoughts on that. We won't take calls, but we certainly will take texts and read those throughout the show. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch now scheduled for noon. That's coming up in about 10 minutes, and we'll carry that live for you.
It could be a little earlier as well, so let's be flexible.
Well, let's take a quick timeout.
Let's go!
On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
doing our end of season meetings and all that. Ran a little long. So go ahead.
John, again this season, so much scrutiny around the injury situation. Is there anything being considered or will anything be done this offseason to make changes organizationally when it comes to those areas, including injury prevention?
Yeah, so Matt, we're always, looking into trends, data, everything we do. Our health and performance of our players is at the utmost priority each and every year. This year it was tough, and it took a toll on our team, and we'll continue to look. Now, having said that, we've spent a lot of time and effort in recruiting really quality people, and I think being at the forefront of injury prevention, and I think this year, probably because the star players that went down, there was a lot of attention given on that. The fact of the matter is injuries are a part of this game. And so, what we strive to do is never to eliminate injuries, but to mitigate injuries. And I think we have a lot of good processes. We'll challenge them all. And that has, that process has begun. It never, frankly, stopped. But yes, we'll look at everything and we'll examine everything.
What were your conversations like with Mac Jones at the end of the season, and would you be interested in exploring a trade in the next couple of months?
Yeah, awesome conversations with him, just like I did with a number of players. We, as any player on our team, including myself and John, you always listen to people with trade offers, but we're also not into getting rid of good players. And
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, no fashionably late, fashionably early. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan taking the podium, so let's send it out to Santa Clara and hear what they have to say.
Good afternoon. Sorry we're a little late. We're doing our end of season meetings and all that. Ran a little long. So go ahead.
John, again this season, so much scrutiny around the injury situation. Is there anything being considered or will anything be done this offseason to make changes organizationally when it comes to those areas, including injury prevention?
Yeah, so Matt, we're always looking into trends, data, everything we do. Our health and performance of our players is at the utmost priority each and every year. This year it was tough, and it took a toll on our team, and we'll continue to look. Now, having said that, we've spent a lot of time and effort in recruiting really quality people, and I think being at the forefront of injury prevention, and I think this year, probably because the star players that went down, there was a lot of attention given on that. The fact of the matter is injuries are a part of this game, and so what we strive to do is never to eliminate injuries, but to mitigate injuries. And I think we have a lot of good processes. We'll challenge them all, and that has, that process has begun. It never, frankly, stopped. But yes, we'll look at everything and we'll examine everything.
What were your conversations like with Mac Jones at the end of the season, and would you be interested in exploring a trade in the next couple of months?
Yeah, awesome conversations with him, just like I did with a number of players. We, as any player on our team, including myself and John, you always listen to people with trade offers, but we're also not into getting rid of good players, and so I'd be very surprised if Mac wasn't around us next year.
Mac, Mac made this place better. He was outstanding this season. He picked us up in a huge way, and it was a really fun process to watch him come in and the joy that he was playing with. He's got an infectious attitude that affects everybody on our team. It affected that quarterback room. You talk to Brock. Brock will tell how he made him a better player. Biggest thing he did is when we needed him, which came early in the season, he went in there and won us a lot of football games, and he kept us in this thing. And so I can't say enough about Mac, not only his play, his leadership. I call it leadership. Do you make people around you better? And I think Mac did that all season. And so he's been an outstanding addition. Like Kyle said, you always listen, but I know we're a better football team with Mac Jones on our roster.
Kyle, after letting go a lot of players last offseason, you talked about opening up a new kind of window of contention. Do you have a little distance on the way the season ended? Can you talk where you are maybe in this cycle? Was this season almost kind of ahead of schedule, and what does it set up for you financially and roster-wise this offseason? Is it time to maybe make some more spending? Is it time to try to make some more dramatic moves to try to take a bigger leap?
Yeah, that is a broad question. A good one. Yeah, last year was a huge challenge. We've salary cap wise and what we've gone for numbers of years. You can't do that every year. That's the way it's set up, and we had done that too many years in a row. So we had to make a decision to cut on money last year. That wasn't us being cheap or anything. We actually spend almost as much or more than everybody. That's what you have to do in the cycle of how it's all based. And more so than the injuries, that was the hardest thing to overcome is how many good players we had to let go out of this building that went and helped a lot of other teams. That's why when we did have significant injuries to some very good players, it was more daunting. That would have been in years past because the guys we would have hung on when you lose a guy like Fred or you lose a guy like Nick, those guys we lost because of free agency and stuff that we had to do because of the previous year. So, yes, if you would have told me that we lost those guys before the season with what we were going into, I wouldn't have expected us to have the record and stuff that we did. But that's when you look at things as a whole and you try to give a narrative to a whole. Like we just prepare for a game each week, and there was very few Sundays that we felt by the time we got there that we didn't have a chance to win. And I thought we did play well. I thought our players grinded and overcame a ton of things this year, and it gave us a chance to make the playoffs. And I never sit there and say this will be successful if we just get close to the playoffs or something like that. We always expect to try to compete for the playoffs. We know some seasons are going to be harder than others, which we thought this would be. And I am proud to a degree of what we accomplished. That doesn't mean I'm sitting here 3 days removed and having great perspective. Once you get to that point, you believe you can get to the next point because you can't get that far if that isn't possible. So we're real disappointed right now with how the season ended, and I'm still dealing with that, which it'll get easier over the weeks and stuff. And then as we start to look into putting our coaching staff together, which, obviously losing Robert and stuff, there's definitely some holes there that we got to replace. And then once you do that, then it's me catching up with John with where we're at financially, what we can do, what the options are, what's available in free agency, what's available in the draft, what helps you on this year, what helps you to the next year. And all that stuff is connected. We're going to always try to do as well as we can to compete each year. But some years are harder than others in terms of what you can do financially. And I know I'm not there yet, but that's stuff that I'll be getting caught up from these guys over the next 2 months.
Tim, and I think just to add a little context to that, and it's a very fair question because we did watch the likes of Mooney Ward, Talanoa Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, Javon Hargrave, Malik Collins, I'm missing Leonard Floyd. A lot of guys left. I think that spoke to how good our roster was, and people want what we've kind of created, and we've built. Our players have built what Kyle has built, and that's tough to watch that. Now, I think the thing that sometimes gets lost, we did sign our franchise quarterback to a big deal. We signed George Kittle and Fred Warner to extensions. We signed Colton McKivitz that we felt like was a really smart move for our roster and needed. And so those are some kinds, the ebb and flows of this thing that you have to. And like Kyle said, we've been pedal to the metal for a while. There always is reckoning. I think what that did too, though, is, we had an 11-person draft class. All 11 of those guys are still in this building. We got great contributions from a lot of them. A lot of them, unfortunately, or some of them, like Michael, it was cut short. But we really are excited about the impact that class is going to have moving forward. A lot of guys, because of the injuries, had opportunities to play. Then we get guys back. We got to keep them back, but we put that all together, and we're excited. But yes, we will have a little more flexibility this year, and we're excited about that.
As far as replacing Salah, a lot of people are just connecting the dots and say, Gus Bradley is waiting in the wings. That makes a lot of sense. Will he be an internal candidate? Well, do you have any other internal candidates, and do you plan to, cast a pretty wide net?
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but I mean, Gus is the obvious one to everyone, and it is to us too. Gus would be the main internal candidate. We feel very fortunate to get Gus and great about that. But also, we are going to go through the whole process. There's requirements we have to do and stuff that we want to do also. So hopefully we can get it settled sooner than later, but I see it working throughout this next week on it.
For both of you, what is the plan for Brandon Ayuk, and do you envision a scenario in which he's on this team next year? If so, what would that look like?
Yeah. The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate, situation that just went awry. And, I will look long and hard at, what could have been done differently, but sometimes just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
Hey, guys, when you look at the roster positionally, what do you circle as your biggest needs heading into the offseason?
Yeah, I think, in the day and age of football these days, it is, yes, you have a core of players, and we love our core. And we just talked about the draft class that came in, the youth on this football team. But it's always starting at ground zero. There's a lot of attrition in this league. There always is. And so Kyle spoke of it. I let him coach the team, and man, did he this year. It was unbelievable what he did leading our team. Couldn't be more proud to work with someone, and I try to leave Kyle to do that because that's a huge job. We're always having conversations, but it's not fair to talk about those things. We've been working on them. We'll have a lot of work, a lot of conversations to prepare him for this offseason. Not going to get into specifics, but we just need to continue to improve this team and get better, and that's exactly what we intend to do. We're real excited about that opportunity.
With Ricky, are there things he needs to do in the offseason to put himself in a better position to be more available and to withstand some of these tougher hits?
Yeah, I thought he did that last offseason, though. I thought Ricky had an awesome offseason last year, or this year. He got through all of training camp. Was one of our few wideouts who did all of training camp, I think minus the first 5 days. And I thought he went into the season as ready, much more ready than the year prior. Added some weight, was able to get through a training camp because he did train the right way. And that's why I thought he went into those first few weeks of the season ready to go. I think if you guys saw the film or you saw his stats, the stats did match the film. I think he was leading the league in a lot of categories before he got hurt. I want to say versus Jacksonville. And then he landed on his knee in the wrong way. And when you land on your knee in the wrong way and you hurt your PCL, sometimes that can last a week, like Puka last year. Sometimes it can last 7 weeks. And then when you do come back and you land on it again, it happens again. So can he prepare to not land on his knee? No. So he's trying to too. What do I got to do different? I'm like, let's talk about what you did do, and then let's talk about what happened. And so I think the main thing from last year is, man, what can we do to come back from that faster? When you do come back, what can we do to maybe not redo it so it doesn't linger? Because, I mean, when it was said and done, Ricky played as Ricky for, I'd say, 4 games this year, even though I think he might have dressed in 8, but he was Ricky for 4 games, and that didn't have to do with how he went into this year. That had to do with an injury that he had in week 4, and those are tough to overcome. But I think he found the right way last year and keep adding to it.
Yeah, he said the last 2 games in Seattle, they give you kind of a measuring stick as far as where you want to be, where you need to be as far as the roster, or is it just 2 games in terms of the big picture?
I think any time that teams are got a better record than you, teams that beat you, especially when it comes to guys in your division. And say the same thing when we watched the Super Bowl last year and you see Philly. I mean, you'll say it if an AFC team wins, So it's always closer to home when it's in your division, and their last 2 games versus us the way it went. But always the best teams, which they are one of them right now. We'll see how it ends up. That's always who you're trying to stack yourself against to catch.
You guys have always put an emphasis on the defensive front since you got here. So when you when you have the league lowest sacks, which is 20, and obviously Bosa and Williams going out hurts, but does that make you revisit just how the scheme is or what other personnel you got to bring in, and how much of a priority is that going to be this offseason?
I think we look at everything there. I will tell you, I don't think it was scheme related. Yes, everything ties together, rushing coverage, all of those things. Certain players you never want to make excuses, but certain players are it's not only their impact, they're force multipliers. They make everybody else around them better, and I think Nick was that. I think Michael was just catching on. We've got to be better there. We understand that. That's always been at the forefront of our philosophy, to make life miserable on opposing quarterbacks and to wreak havoc. And we need to do better there, and we intend on doing that.
You guys had a few years where you were among the fastest teams in the league. I think this year the numbers were definitely lower on that front. Is improving team speed a priority? Is that something you guys think you need more of this year?
Yes, definitely. I mean, being fast helps. Being good helps. There's lots of ways to do it, but you'd love it balanced out perfectly with your whole team, offensively, defensively, special teams. But we definitely noticeably we're slower this year than we have been in years past. That sometimes that's substituted for a better football player. That doesn't mean you're always worse because of that. But it is. You definitely need more speed out there. To handle things week in and week out for some of the situations that come up for certain schemes and certain defenses, certain offenses too.
Just a few housekeeping things. Are there any injuries from the final game that guys, I know Jake Tonjes, Nick Martin, are there any guys that are going to have procedures during the offseason?
Nick was in the protocol, and I think he's been improving, but the protocol's the protocol. We hope to have him clear here soon.
He said he was.
If not, I think he did today, but I wanted to be careful. Yeah, I think he cleared this morning.
Tonjes was 3
Tonjes,
weeks.
Yeah, plantar fascia.
Christian had a stinger. He'll be all right from.
From the game, anything else?
Alfred with his shoulders. He might possibly have to look into surgery. Alfred Collins. Yeah, shoulder went out in the game. We don't have an exact timetable on it, but we're hoping around training camp.
And he's tracking really good. He's doing great.
So.
Yeah.
John, obviously, before the season, you and Juwan's camp came to a compromise to keep him around, keep him happy in some respect. When you look at potentially bringing him back, do you expect to be any closer in terms of, the discussions you had then and where that's at?
Yeah, first of all, let me just speak to Juwan. Gosh, man, the passion that guy plays the game with is something I admire, and I always have. And this year was no different. He dealt with a lot of injuries throughout the course of the year, but Juwan always plays with the passion. We can always count on Juwan. We can move him around. He blocks. He does the little things. You can see by the way the other players respond. It's not because he plays the right way, and I think it frustrates other people. He makes us better. We'd love to have him back. We'll go to work to try to get that accomplished, and we'll see where that goes.
Got rookies progress at their own rate, but a couple guys that you guys drafted, Nick Martin and Jordan Watkins, appear to have a lot of speed at positions where you guys maybe need speed, but they didn't really play much this year. Can you explain, are you dissatisfied with them, or why did they struggle to get on the field as rookies?
I think the hardest thing was you gotta develop enough to be able to, which the things that we draft those guys for, like everything that we wanted to draft them for, they do have. It's about developing them, getting them ready to help you win a game. And I think both of them from somewhat similar standpoints, but start like mainly with Jordan. Jordan got hurt in his first preseason game with a high ankle sprain, and he wasn't ready yet. Like 95% of guys who come into training camp aren't. And then you take them through a few preseason games. You take them through an entire training camp, and they got a chance to get there for week 1. And then they usually realize, oh, I'm not totally quite ready. This is what I got to do, and maybe I can get there by week 5, week 6. When you get hurt right away in training camp and you miss a whole training camp, it's a huge window for guys who aren't quite ready yet. That was their chance to get ready. And then when you come back, where are you when you come back? If it's off a high ankle sprain, how's your conditioning now? All right, well, now it takes you 3 weeks just to get your conditioning back to where you can start to have a chance to improve. And when that happens, you have a setback, which he did. And so you kind of miss that window where you had a chance to gain on people. And then where are you sitting in week 12, week 13, behind a group of guys that are more consistent at this time in their career than you are. And then it becomes unfortunate for those guys. You know, you have a losing season, you're totally out of stuff, and you just want to give guys chances, and that's all right. But when you're trying to compete for a 1 seed, trying to compete for just to get in the playoffs, you don't experiment with that at the expense of the football team. And that's kind of what both of those guys got in. I think Nick was working his way to have an opportunity with some injuries, and that was going to give him a chance. And right when that happened, he got a real bad concussion that lasted a long time. And so that kind of ended it for him. If there were a couple more injuries for these receivers in the last month or so, then Jordan would have been up. It wasn't that he wasn't capable. It's that he missed his window to pass some people. And I think that can end up being a good thing for a guy if they understand why it happens. And they use that from January to March to understand how to come into an off season to make sure you get ready right away. Because you never know when that time's taken away where you can't get ready.
Have you guys reached out to teams about potentially trading for a wide receiver, and is that something you'd be interested in exploring this offseason?
We'll explore anything to make our football team better. I think we've shown that. Right now we're gonna get together and we're gonna put together our plan like we do each and every year. And like I said, we're open to anything that's gonna make our team better.
John, how much will your cash spending be impacted by the dollars that came free, in essence, when you voided Brandon Ayuk's guarantees for the future? Does that have an impact on the models that you guys have put together and changing how you approach this offseason?
Yeah, of course it does, but those things are complicated. With the cash that comes, there comes a cap acceleration and things of that nature. But yes, it obviously does affect things. Yeah.
Kyle, in a season of up and downs, was there a turning point you think that the season either could have gone south or went up? Maybe it was after Fred's injury, that the team kind of galvanized. He obviously went on a long winning streak and got in the playoffs. Do you feel there was a point where it could have broke either way?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right after losing Bosa, then we went and had a huge win with the Rams at the Rams. I want to say maybe the next week we lost a tough game to Tampa that I felt like we should have won, but we didn't get it done, and then we lost Fred in it, which was like the second impact. I was like, all right, can we overcome this? But the way we showed up the next week and beat Atlanta was a hell of a deal. I forget who it was after Atlanta. I think it might have been Houston, but we lost the next game. And then I always felt that every time we lost a game that this could be it if you lose 2 in a row. Like this could be tough. And then our team never did lose 2 in a row. And I thought that was one of the cooler things that I would tell to our guys a lot that I noticed with them. Like, whenever we did lose games, it's not like that we didn't try our hardest in those games, but when you lose a game, guys always were like, all right, what can we do to not make that happen again? It wasn't more like, all right, that was their fault this week, or I did my job, but that guy didn't, so that's why we lost. Like, you could just feel every time we lost a game, this team was a little different, and the fact that we never lost 2 in a row, I think, is what allowed us to do all that stuff, and what really allowed us to get the 2 seed, to have a chance for the 1 seed and to get in the playoffs was then stringing together some wins in a row, that overcoming some of the turnovers we had versus Carolina in the first half and finding a way to still win that game, to go on the road and then beat Cleveland, which we knew was a good defense, and if we were sloppy that they would be able to do us, get us to go to up to Indy on Monday night and play that way, and then to find a way to beat the Bears in that shootout, and then all of a sudden, man, we've strung. Not only have we not lost 2 in a row, but we've strung together 6 in a row, And we started the year out winning 3 in a row. All right, that's why we're here. And now what are we going to do in these next couple weeks?
Kyle, you've talked about the Seattle defensive system, and that's the one that you've been toughest for you to go against. Is that still, you want to stay with the Seattle system? I know you're going to be talking to other people, but in your mind as you go into this, are you going to want to stay with the defensive scheme that's been working for you?
Yeah, I mean, one, I don't even know, when you say Seattle system, I think you mean when we first got here, you know, in a 4-down front and a team that majored in cover 3. And I feel like that's what's left from that, that we major in a 4-down front. You know, it really hasn't been that since 2019. It's been totally different. But yeah, we haven't been a 3-4 base or anything like that. But, you know, we had a lot of 5-down fronts this year. There's teams that are 3-4 base that didn't get into base the entire year. They were nickel throughout the whole time. So, like, I think the semantics or stuff, the way you describe something like that, I think is a little overrated. I think defenses need a little bit of everything. Yeah, we have a 4-down front. That's what we like to do. But I thought it was important that we had 5-down fronts this year, and we did put that in. I think it's important that you do have a coverage that you can, you know, you can really settle on and know this is what we do the best. But you don't, if you don't have 4 to 5 coverages that play off that, and it doesn't matter how good you are at that coverage. That's how this league works now. Offensive coaches know how to attack things too much, and so you have to up the variables on what they know they're going to get, and that starts with front change, it starts with coverage change, and it goes with personnel change. And I think we've done more of that each year, and we'll continue to have to do more of that.
Forgive me, I have a question about the electrical substation. I mean, I assume you guys think there's nothing to that, but you do have guys in your locker room who aren't sure. You know, based on some stories, you know, there are people in the league who aren't sure, and maybe it's a consideration if they want to come to the Niners. I mean, it kind of seems ridiculous, but is that something that you have to, like, I don't know, study, but or at least address in the locker room, address in some way? Because right now, even though I don't know, but it seems like it could be easily debunked, but there's, you know, a feeling, you know, at least in the locker room around the league, that maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, you know, what I would tell you, Eric, because it deals with allegedly, you know, the health and safety of our players, I think you have to look into everything. And so our guys have been. We've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see, does a study exist, other than a guy sticking an apparatus underneath a fence and coming up with a number that I have no idea what that means. You know, that's what we know exists. We've heard that debunked. You know, so yes, we will look into it. We have. The health and safety of our players is of the utmost priority. We pour into it. Our ownership, Jed, tremendous in terms of resources, and we'll always be cognizant of things. I know that a lot of games have been won at this facility, you know, since it opened, and you know, and so, but yeah, we aren't going to turn a blind eye. We'll look into everything.
Two-part question on special teams. Obviously, a huge turnaround this year. The battery of Pinheiro, Morstead, Weeks. What are the prospects of bringing them back next year? And then just a larger picture question about Brant Boyer. Is there anything that you learned from him this year and his contributions that will help sustain the success that the team saw in special teams?
Yeah, first, hopefully we get all those guys back. I mean, we love those guys as people, and they played their asses off. So they played at a high level, and we'd love to get them back. And Brand was my first year with them, and it was cool to go through it with them. I mean, Brand's a no-nonsense guy, played in the league for a while and kind of has that respect of playing in the league and the way he made it as a 10-year fullback / special teams guy. And he kind of carries that over to his coaching style. He's not going to make it complicated. He's going to make it all about the film, all about executing and doing your job on a consistent basis over and over and over again, which is, to me, what you want. You don't want someone to come in and try to overly impress you with some glued up special team stuff, because, yeah, that can be good and stuff, but that's rarely what it comes down to. And it was really cool to watch Brant from day one. What he preached is exactly what he was preaching on day 200 or whatever it was. It was the same stuff that he believed in, the same stuff he talked about on when we interviewed him, and the same stuff I hear him talk to players about every single day. And usually when you're like that and you believe in something, you're going to get what you emphasize, and it was cool the players that bought into it.
Linebacker.
What's that?
Linebacker.
He was a linebacker.
Linebacker.
Special teams guy.
Kyle doesn't miss much.
Mike Hell told us the other day he should be ready around training camp. One, is that your understanding as well? And then how have you seen him handle this process as a rookie whose season did get cut short?
Yeah, that's around the timeline. Michael handled that just like everything else that he has. Kyle and I think, like, I remember during the 30 visit, we knew the film inside and out. You want to try to get to know the person. And I think each of us there's an ease to which with his presence, there's a wisdom beyond the years. He's tough. He's got that dark side he can go to on the field. I know he was really upset, and you've got to be very cognizant of that with these young guys. They pour into this, and when they get hurt, it's really hard on them. And it was really hard on Michael, but he quickly snapped out of it. I think it's not a good thing because we would prefer those guys to be healthy, but the fact that he's had Bosa and Fred around to kind of be in his ear and be mentored in a sense as they go through their rehab together has been an awesome deal for him. He spoke to me on that the other day, and he's a worker, and so he's going to work tirelessly. Surgery went well and all that, had to be patient up front, but now he's really starting to crank, and he's going to do well. I know that.
Kyle, a couple of staff questions. One, did you expect any more changes either with people leaving with Saleh or decisions of your own to your staff? And two, would you like to get some continuity at the coordinator spot after, this would be 5 in 5 years?
Yeah, I do expect Saleh to ask for some people. We'll see how that goes here over the next 2 weeks. And I would love some continuity. I definitely don't like doing this for the 5th year in a row. I really would like to go on vacation, but these D coordinators keep making me have to my family wait and get mad at me for it. But it is what it is. We've had some real good coaches, and I'm very happy for Saul and his family that they got what they deserve. Wish it was maybe a year later, because I would have loved to have Saul for another year. Also would have loved a draft choice. But it's part of having good people around here. So we'll find another good one. We have a lot of good guys in our building, as we talked about already, and we'll end up figuring it out and being okay.
What is your expectation for George Kittle's sort of return timeline, knowing that even when guys return, they're not usually 100%? And how does that sort of affect how you approach the tight end position going into the offseason?
Yeah, again, going to be careful with timelines. What I do know, like right out of surgery, Dr. Elatrosh called and just, went into great detail as to why it was a real success, and went into a lot of things. George talked to you that right over my head, but the outcome was really good, and there's a lot of reason to be optimistic where the tear was and such. And so he's doing well. He's already been around our team with that infectious personality, and George was down for a little bit, but he's already flipped the switch to recover, and George will attack it in a great way, and we're very hopeful to have him back. And I remember when I first started playing, you had an Achilles, and everybody's like, "Oh man, that's tough. You're never the same." That's not the case anymore. I think, like a lot of things, they've gotten much better at the surgeries. They've gotten much better and more aggressive in the rehab and how quickly you get after it. And I think that will be the case for George. And we expect to have him back next year and a big impact like he always has been for us.
Just quick on both of your special teamers that are 40 years old. They haven't discussed wanting to retire, or they are open to returning?
Yes. Yeah.
And then Jordan James, your running back. I know he was not up a lot because you traded for Brian Robinson, but what did you see from him? Is he a guy that can be a legitimate backup for Christian?
Yeah, I'm real excited about Jordan James. Wish we could have got him in there more. He was ready to go here these last 6 weeks of the year, big time. There was an opportunity for him. But if he has off season that we think he's capable of and can improve, especially the way he looked here at the end of the year, feel very excited about him helping us.
Question for both. Not sure how much you guys pay attention to the conversation of the window being open or the window closing, but given the youth on the team and how far you guys were able to make it with so many injuries this season, does it kind of offset that conversation about the championship window closing in the next couple of years or coming up soon, or does it not really have much of an effect in your mind?
Yeah, we don't have that conversation that way. If I read more articles and had to debate them after I read an article, I would probably talk that way. But that people talked about that a lot last year, and how many people we lost and everything like that. So I really haven't thought about windows or anything like that anymore. We got a lot of good players on our team that were a part of teams that got real close to winning the Super Bowl a number of years ago. And each year it's going to be a whole different deal. I'm proud of, to a degree, of what we accomplished this year, but we didn't accomplish what we totally want to accomplish, and we're going to try to accomplish that every year. Some years we're going to have better chances than others. But I struggle when people talk about windows and things like that, because you always got a shot. You always got a shot to get in the playoffs, and you always got a chance to win a playoff game. It's never the best of 7 in a series, and your whole goal is to get to those playoffs regardless of what type of team you think you have, and if you get there, you always got a shot.
Yeah, and I just echo that. And we've got a core group of players that are outstanding players, outstanding workers. Some of them aging, sure, but they're still playing really good football because they take tremendous care of themselves, and they're special people. And kind of like that mix of having those guys, and then 11-person draft class where they're all still here, and so that's good. And we got to find a way to get better as a team. I do want to take the opportunity just to talk about, was able to talk to the team, as was Kyle, but the pride that I took from this year, because, man, I've never had a group. I've been around the league for a long time that I'm more proud of for their fight, for their resolve. They didn't blink, and I think and know that a large part of that's leadership Kyle displayed in projecting that and really believing that. And we had a lot of belief in these guys when a lot of people didn't, and all they did was fight. We'll be better for that moving forward. And we get everyone back, it leaves you really excited about what's to come.
This question's kind of on that. If you look around the NFL, there's so much volatility, I guess, with 10 coaching changes and GM changes, and you guys are going into year 10 together. So how much did you have to lean on that partnership this year to kind of get through it, in terms of, John, you bringing guys in and Kyle coaching up all these new guys with your staff, and how much longer are you guys going to do this together?
Why are you looking at me?
You go first. I always learn when I hear from you.
Yeah, that's what's easy with working with John. We don't have to sit there and make much up or sit here and decide how I'm going to act before I go into a meeting room or anything. Pretty much going to act the same way with him in a meeting about free agency or the draft as I would having dinner with him at his house or something. Like, it's what allows you to, when there's not layers between things, it allows you to just speak and gives people a chance to get better from what everyone says, and whether it's right or wrong. And I think that's how we've been since our first week together, and it's cool that it's 10 years later and that hasn't really changed. That's, to me, why we bet, I think, more on each other as people before we knew how we would be. And I think that bet has worked out for both of us really well.
Yeah, and I just, I would just add that, I think that's every year that you rely on that. It's a difficult business. You talked about all the moves out there, and man, it's I always stop and understand that with every one of those moves, there's a number of families that are affected. It's not just the coach, it's his kids who are going to school. It's all of that. There's players, there's staff, and so that is never lost on us. I love the stability. I'll also tell you that I'm more fired up than ever to get this thing. While I'm proud of this team, we have higher standards, and we've knocked on the door for a long time here, and came here to do one thing, and that's win championships, and so I'm never going to stop striving for that. Love working with Kyle and his staff, and we constantly challenge ourselves, challenge each other to be better, and that won't stop.
I had a follow-up on Bren. It's a guy that you guys made a big investment into, and I know, Kyle, you said that after his injury, it was tough to get him in here and get involved, but it's kind of an unprecedented move for him to forfeit that kind of money. Have you been able to determine why he was so upset, why he wasn't showing up, and just any background you can give on that?
I wish I knew. Can't help you there. Sorry. Yeah.
Has there been a line of communication with him?
There was, but not anymore.
At what point did that snap?
Well, when I'm coaching I don't hang out in the training room at all. So I don't see guys much that way. But I'd say it officially stopped for me when the last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. And then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an explanation because it's really hard for us and anyone else to understand. And that's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching. So just, it's unfortunate. But it's confusing because it's confusing for all of us. So, but it eventually becomes it is what it is. And you try as hard as you can to fix something that you don't understand. But it's not like we understand it very well still. But eventually you understand that it's not going to change. And
all right, that's Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. We will react to a lot of different comments when we come back on the Sports Leader.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors fell to the Raptors yesterday, 145-127. But hey, Jonathan Kuminga had 20 points in 21 minutes. Can he build up his value by the trade deadline?
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand.
Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, back on with the Gregs. Thanks for hanging out. 808 KNBR is your number, 415-808-5627. If you'd like to get some of your reaction in there, lengthy season-ending presser from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Was great to hear from them because there's a lot of intriguing offseason headlines. I'm trying to figure out where to start. I guess the first thing is that, not a big surprise by and large, but we did get a little bit of finality to the Brandon Ayuk situation. John Lynch said, safe to say he's played his last snap, and then they talked about it a little bit at the end. And much like Mike Dunleavy said, in order to make a demand, there has to be a demand. Kyle Shanahan said it's confusing because it's confusing.
Well, we learned a lot of things. It sounds like Gus Bradley's going to be the defensive coordinator for this team.
Certainly the favorite.
I think that's just unless he goes with Saleh to Tennessee, and there is a concern that he's going to take some other members, but that was the plan. He's an impressive guy. I never met him before, but he came up to me and introduced himself and knew my story, and he is a talker. He is someone who's going to command a room. And I think he has their respect. So it'll be a little different than Saleh, and certainly from what we've had with Sorensen and Wilkes before that and D'Amico. But I think that's the way it's going to go, barring something unforeseen. And it sounds like they don't want to trade Mac Jones. We talked about that at length. That was one of the first questions out of the chute. And Kyle seemed to say, I'd be very surprised if he's not on this roster next year. There were some other, the power plant by the stadium was brought up by Eric Branch, and what I suffer from, leukemia, is caused by radiation. So I reached out to my doctors a while ago, and they think highly unlikely you're around enough, for leukemia to be caused by that, or the soft tissue injuries of the players to be caused by that. But it is something to look into.
If you do pop your Achilles leaving the studio today, then I'm going to have some questions.
That's not what I'm worried about. It's a cancer growth in my body, so in the blood. So, and it is the number one cause of leukemia is exposure to radiation. So there is a concern there. But the Ayuk situation is just so different. And John was clear. He's played his last snap as a 49er. Kyle detailed the way he distanced himself from the organization. Why would he do that? And I think it's pretty clear that the money they withheld was caused by him not rehabbing under the jurisdiction of the 49ers performance staff. So Brandon Ayuk is a fascinating individual on so many levels. Very quiet when he first got here. He was drafted during a pandemic year, and there wasn't a lot of interaction. None of us could really interact. It was all done via Zoom.
Yeah.
As a football player, he went on the field right away and showed himself to be elite, a lot like Ricky Pearsall in a different way, ability to run routes and beat man coverage. He was just different, especially, when you look at Deebo Samuel and his skill set. It looked like the perfect combination of an X wide receiver with a Z wide receiver, and they were tight. The second year, he had some pushback. It didn't know Wes Welker was the wide receiver coach, and they got into it. Kyle got into it. His first half of that year was not good. the second year, and it was different. Now we're not in Zoom meetings or actually in front of each other, and for whatever reason, he just didn't respond. Then he had that big game on Halloween in Chicago, and I remember the play over to the sideline. And it was a seminal moment for Jimmy Garoppolo going back home. The season was at the crossroads. And Ayuk rose up, and then he balled out the rest of the year. And all the big moments, big catches, the ladybug play, all of it. The 3rd and 5 against Keyshawn Nixon of the Packers the week before. If they don't convert that at midfield, I don't know where that game goes. There may not be the greatest comeback in championship history against the Lions the following week. He was the big-bodied ex-wide receiver. The way he blocked a 19 structure fool to get McCaffrey a touchdown the season opener in Pittsburgh, him scoring 2 touchdowns himself in that game. But he was quiet. The one thing about him, he never missed a snap of practice, where Debo was always in and out. Debo was always soft tissue, and where's Debo? He's not practicing. He left early. Ayuk he shut his mouth, never said anything, and balled out and practiced every snap. And he blocked. He was, to me, the perfect wide receiver in Kyle Shanahan's system at X, a lot like Brock Purdy's the perfect quarterback. And then when he went into that offseason, after the Super Bowl loss to the Raiders and the contract was out, he acted differently than anybody that I'd ever seen him on social media. Brandon Ayuk was not a look-at-me guy. And all of a sudden, he became a read-me, try to figure out what I'm talking about guy. And I was like, who is this guy?
Leaving like clues on the internet, all that stuff.
That wasn't him. It was shocking. And I remember, his mom was talking, and this is the one time that people will actually notice me. I don't know if he felt like I'm in a huddle full of stars. No one knows who I am. They know Debo. They know the quarterback. They know McCaffrey. They know Trent. They know George. They don't know me. Well, do you want them? This is the way they want you to learn about you? So it was all weird, and the negotiation just lasted way longer than it needed to last. It could have been solved weeks before, if not months. He just dragged it out. And you saw a different side of his personality. I do worry about, the individual. I worry about,
absolutely.
As a football player, this team lacked him. There's no question they missed him. At times, I thought they could overcome him, and then ultimately, they missed his skill set. Now, I don't know if he can play like that. And right now, coming back from the ACL, the MCL, and the meniscus, and the meniscus may have been the most difficult to repair. I don't know where he's at physically because you haven't seen him. And he just went away. And for Kyle to describe, they couldn't get a hold of him. It was just total, no response. Where's he at now? What does he want to do with his career? How are they going to handle, this offseason, whether or not they cut him? And Kyle and John talked about the acceleration of cap hits. And David Lombardi explained this yesterday. When you sign someone to a big signing bonus, you can spread it out over the length of the contract. If you cut him one day, there's no more length of a contract. You have to take those cap hits now. They accelerate. So there will be some money they can spend, but there's also going to be money they're going to lose with him. It is perplexing why this guy just disappeared. Where's he at? He's a guy who used social media a lot, and he's doing it cryptically. You would think a guy in his situation would sit down and do an interview with someone that he's comfortable with in the mainstream media and explain himself a little bit. Does he want everybody to have these thoughts about him? He seemed to be very concerned when everybody thought when he was going for the contract negotiation. Now he's just going to disappear and not explain his curious, beyond curious behavior. So you wonder what happened. And the team clearly missed him, but you also worry about the individual. What is wrong? Is he bipolar? Is he manic? Is he, Charles Haley had up and down crazy behaviors as a 49er, and well after his career was over, did they get the proper medication? Had he gotten him when he was a player, how much better? He won 5 Super Bowls, but how much better of a teammate would he have been and during his career? And he broke down and cried to me one day at a golf tournament, explaining what he had to go through and the demons that he had to live through. Mental health is an issue. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I do worry more so than the football player, just where is he at as a human being? He's crying. Aldon Smith, I kept saying, somebody help this guy. Somebody help him. Seriously, help him. I remember him going to a Super Bowl the year that he wrapped his car around a tree that Friday before the Colts game, and he wound up playing in that game anyway. Right after the season was over, a couple of weeks later, he shows up on Radio Row for the Super Bowl. I'm like, why is he here? Get him into Betty Ford. Get him somewhere. Somebody help this guy. And it never got there. He tried to, went to the Raiders and just never could get help, and he wound up what that career could have been, what that life could have been. You worry about him as a human being, but he didn't even scratch the surface of his ability. His first 2 years in the NFL, he was Javon Kerr's better. He's one of the best players ever, and he played the run really well, and he obviously sacked the quarterback. It was a Hall of Fame career that just never was allowed to occur for whatever was bothering him and the demons and the addictions he had off the field. Nobody helped him. So for Brandon, I think it's different, but somebody please help him and then help yourself. And I do wonder in what form he puts his career back together again, but it's pretty clear based on John, he is taking his last snap here, and Kyle openly, honestly, detailing the disconnect and how this guy basically went radio silent on the organization. Why?
I mean, from the human standpoint, I am genuinely concerned for Brandon Ayuk. I do not want to see anything bad happen to him, and I wish that we had more answers, as was expressed by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and everybody involved with Brandon Ayuk and his former teammates, people who have been able to communicate with him and then seemingly struggled as he distanced himself further and further with that injury. From the football player's standpoint, this is another pivot that the 49ers have to deal with from a first-round pick who didn't pan out in the long term. And it's not because he was a bust, and it's not because he had a history of injuries and could never stay on the field. It was something entirely unique, and as Shanahan put it, in his 22 years of coaching, he hasn't really seen anything like this. And so this was a central figure in getting multiple 49ers MVP votes in 2023. Yeah, he was the second pro all-team, second all-pro receiver for Brock Purdy, who got over 1,000 yards and the most trusted target. But you also mentioned the blocking and how much he played into that run game. And Christian McCaffrey also getting MVP votes in that 2023 season, which was nearly so magical. And so you do have to wonder, had things gone differently in the Super Bowl, what would have ultimately happened? Would the 49ers have been more willing to pay him? Would they have been more willing to trade him, knowing they got that Lombardi trophy? And those are questions that we're never really going to have the answer to. But the fact that it panned out this way, it's shocking. It's disappointing. Certainly disappointing for the football team. But again, I also hope that the human Brandon Ayuk is doing okay out there.
Yeah, I don't think that matters. And I know he was unset with the targets in the Super Bowl, and they probably should have used him more. Spagnuolo played a lot of man, and Brandon could beat man where Debo could not. And a lot of balls went to Debo, gloved up by Trent McDuffie that game in Vegas. I don't think that matters. If you win one, you want to come back and win another one. If you lose one in overtime, you want to come back and make it up. Your motivation every year is the same. Based on prior circumstances, it shouldn't matter. I don't know, honestly. Yeah. I have no idea. He went into the biggest offseason of his life. He was going to get paid anyway. When Amon-Ra St. Brown got that deal in Detroit, it drove the market up. Wide receivers were getting paid. You're going to get your money. I don't know. When you're sitting on generational wealth from the upbringing that he had, it freaks people out. He didn't show, I could be very wrong, he didn't show this kind of behavior before. I don't know if a trauma occurred in his life or he was able to control things before easier. And then he does come back and he winds up getting hurt. What if he never got hurt right before halftime against the KC Chiefs on October the 20th of 24? What if his knee does not plant like that and he does organically recover from the injury and become that player at the end of 24 and into the season? I don't know what happened to him when he got hurt. It was a bad injury. It took a month for that. That happened October 20th. He did not have surgery until mid-November. It was inflamed. It was so bad. It was an ACL, an MCL. It was hyperextended. The meniscus blew out. That was a gnarly injury. So I don't know how he handled it, if he properly rehabbed it, if he obviously disconnected from the organization during that time. They couldn't reel him back in. So all I know is they were perfect together. Brandon Ayuk is the X wide receiver. Deebo Samuel is the Z or the split end move guy that could also move in the backfield. And then you had Juwan Jennings, the big-bodied F slot wide receiver that could be third and Juwan. You were all set, X, Z, and F. And you had the best Y. You had George Kittle as an inline blocker, detached guy. And then you had the best halfback in football, the best fullback in football, those 5 eligibles. Wow, Kyle's playing master chess, and he's got all these chess pieces to play with. You got to rebuild the wide receiver room. I like Juwan Jennings a lot. He's a dog. He fits the mentality here, but is he a pure X wide receiver? I do wonder about that. And then, can Ricky be that Z? Can Ricky be healthy enough? And then who's your slot? How do you make that work when you do go to 11 personnel? But for a while there, when you had Ayuk and you had Deebo and you had Jennings, and they were all guys you drafted in different rounds, a first-round pick, a second-round pick, a seventh-round pick. They were the perfect, X and Z and F for Kyle Shanahan to play. Deebo didn't block like that, but Deebo had a skill set, the ultimate yak bro. He was more running back than wide receiver, and the run after the catch and the mentality of the football team came from the D-line, and here comes Bosa, but it came from Deebo, breaking tackles, running over people, and, Ayuk blocking and Jennings blocking, and it all works so well together. We talk a lot about the offensive line and the D-line and all that, but it's rare when you get that kind of physicality from a wide receiver group. How do you replicate that again? How do you get that kind of toughness from the wide receiver room without Ayuk, without Deebo, and then ultimately, what do you do with Juwan Jennings to keep him on this roster?
So Jeffrey Chadia of NFL.com was originally scheduled to join us right now, but because of the time getting pushed back, he's going to be joining us at 1:30. So between now and then, we want to hear from you. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Give us a call in the studio right now. Same number to text. What do you want to see happen this offseason at the wide receiver position with Juwan Jennings? What do you want to see happen with Mac Jones, who they said they'd be surprised if he wasn't on the team next year? Ultimately, how are you addressing the 49ers' biggest needs in the context of the comments made by Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch? We'll talk about that next and talk to you on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. About 4 summers ago, I had CLR, custom lens replacement surgery from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's been a game changer for me. I couldn't see anything distance-wise, and now I got 20/20 vision. Do you struggle with distance vision, and now you need reading glasses or wear bifocals? I don't need any of them. CLR is your permanent solution to readers and bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. Don't wait until you're older like me to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR, and they make it easy. Start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. You'll discuss your vision goals and all their different lens technologies. No readers, contacts, glasses, or cataracts. lasereyeclr.com or call 877-GET-2020.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bobby Marks, the NBA cap superstar for ESPN. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the potential trade targets for the Warriors. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
that sound right, boy.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we continue along. Busy day with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch taking the podium about an hour ago, and that one went for a while. They got into all things offseason. Brandon Ayuk, we touched on that. Mac Jones, that was a big preview segment for us. Juwan Jennings, what's ultimately going to happen there. And so we're inviting all of you onto the show, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Come talk to the Gregs about your offseason priorities. Let's start it with Paulie in San Francisco, advocating for keeping both Jennings and Mac Jones. Let's hear it, Paulie. You are on the Sports Leader.
Yo, Paulie!
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. I'm actually, very quickly, I wanted to thank you both for your very human take on Brandon Ayuk. It was really interesting to hear it from, you talked about the human being and not just sports. I thought that was awesome. I am advocating for keeping Mac Jones, but because Purdy gets hurt every year, and Mac Jones can win us almost the same amount of games. And he knows the system. He's in, Kyle has got him in the right place. I think, however, Juwan Jennings can't be paid like a number one. He does what he does really well, but he's not like a top tier, A.J. Brown, Justin Jefferson. He's not one of those guys. And I don't think that we can pay him as such.
It's a tricky one on Jennings, Paulie, and we appreciate the call. So It's so difficult, right? Because if you're on the Jennings side of this, he has overachieved in a major way 2 seasons in a row. He is passionate. He is tough. He will be there for you. He is reliable. And plain and simple, he loves the game of football. That being said, if you are the decision makers of the 49ers, well, look at the number one receivers for, hell, even the Arizona Cardinals within your division. Marvin Harrison Jr. made some strides this year. Michael Wilson was awesome when Marvin Harrison Jr. was out. Jackson Smith and Jigba is a freaking problem for Seattle, and the Rams have not just one of them, they got 2 with Puka and Devontae. So ultimately, would you pay $25 million a year to keep somebody like Juwan Jennings? I think that's probably a little bit steep for the type of player he is, but you also understand why he is so loved. And if you end up moving off of Jennings, then you're really depending on Ricky Pearsall to be available and anybody else that you might draft or bring in through free agency.
Well, I think you're not going to franchise tag Juwan Jennings as much as I love him. You're just not going to do that. It's going to be too costly. They do appreciate his ability without question and his mentality with the way he plays the position. I was talking about how Brandon Ayuk never missed a snap of practice. For Debo, it was always, where's Debo? Where is he at? He practiced very seldom. I shouldn't say that, but he missed a lot. And Juwan Jennings not only practices, he practices like it's a game. He sets a tone. That guy doesn't do anything without it. That's why he's so, has so many enemies on the defensive side of the football. He does that in practice. He sets a tone with how this team plays. George Kittle does it as well on that side of the ball. Fred Warner does it on the defensive side of the ball. So there's great value. It is just, what is the number to be able to bring him back? And believe me, Juwan wants to get paid. I think to the same degree I was talking about Ayuk, it surprised me a little bit with his personality, but does anybody notice me here? When we get in this huddle, is it all Brock and Jimmy? Is it all Trent and George and Christian and Juice? How about me? And when you're the ex-wide receiver on a team like that, I didn't think he had that personality. Juwan, to me, it was always he's content being, that guy, the third and Juwan. We're not going to throw it to you on first and second down. We're going to throw it to you on third and short. You're going to get the first down, and on first and second, you're going to block Devin Witherspoon into the bench and fight him after. But then you go into a year where he becomes your ex-wide receiver. He winds up with 77 catches on the year, 6 touchdowns, and he should have had 1,000 yards receiving that year. He wound up 25 yards short because he wanted to fight Sean Murphy Bunting, and they wanted to fight him back. So he fits. It's just, what's the number?
Right.
Here's the question. Would you be content if you're Kyle, John, Leonard Hankerson, the wide receiver coach, going into next season with Juwan Jennings as your starting X wide receiver and Ricky Pearsall as your starting Z wide? We'll figure out the F. And we don't use 3 wide receivers as much as other teams. When we do, we'll figure it out. Are you content with that? I would rather have, I don't want to say Juwan's your third, but Juwan would be in a group. Now, where do you go out and get an X wide receiver, and how does that look? I mean, look at the L.A. Rams over the years from when they started. I was saying, the perfect Kyle, Ayuk's your X, Debo's the Z, and Jennings is the F. Well, those guys are gone. So you got one guy left. But look at the L.A. Rams. Going back to the days of Robert Woods and a young Cooper Kupp and the way you were able to build that 11 wide receiver room. Look at the Seattle Seahawks. They were defined by Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf for a long time. They're both gone. In one off season, see ya. We go and we draft Jackson Smith and Jigba, and we develop him over 1 year. The second year, he's got 100 catches. The year after that, he's got more catches. I think maybe Puka had more, but whatever it was, the guy became a first-team All-Pro wide receiver. We got an aging Cooper Kupp here. They rebuilt the wide receiver room. How do you do that here? Ricky, we talked about him at availability. He's got to be on the field more. But the bottom line is, are you comfortable, I guess to make it even simpler, because Ricky's going to be your Z in some form, are you comfortable having Juwan Jennings be your X? X is the guy. He's away from the slot side. He's up on the line of scrimmage. We talked about that boundary corner. The boundaries go and get the X. This is the guy. When it's 3rd and 5, and we got to pick up 6 on a back, a back shoulder or a backside slant, is he the guy? I think to some degree, sometimes, but is it enough of the time where you trust him like a true X? I would say, look at the market. I think what'll happen is, Juwan, go hit the market. We're not going to franchise tag you. Let the market demand tell us what to do. If you go out and you get paid like that, good luck to you. Move on. We'll root for you. If not, you always have a home here in a lesser role, so a lesser salary. But they love him. As far as Mac Jones goes, they started out with the line of, John would trade Kyle and Kyle would trade John. So that comes down to everybody is tradable, with the exception of Steph Curry. Everybody else will trade. So we're going to go into it, and Kyle said, I would be very surprised if he's not on the roster. What if someone offers you a first-round draft pick, a late one? Would you not trade Mac Jones? Of course you would. What would be the number? You have to assess the value of the draft and where those players are that you have on your board. If somebody offers you, and we say day 2, that's vague. If somebody offers you a second-round draft pick for Mac Jones, would you trade him? If somebody offers you a third-round pick, would you trade him? And then that's a big difference. And then what is the value, the exact value after you go to Indianapolis, you scout all these guys. We're not talking about just numbers on a draft board. We actually put value to a football player. How does that work? I think a lot of it is, how much do you believe in Curtis Rourke, and could he be your Mac Jones this year to back up Brock Purdy? So Kyle said, I would be very surprised, but he can say that on January the 21st. What is he going to say on March the 1st after you looked at the compound guys, look at free agents, what are the quarterbacks you can bring in? I think right now you'd love to have Mac Jones and Juwan Jennings on your roster next year. They made a lot of big plays together to get you those 5 wins. But is there a scenario where the football team would be better if one or both are off the roster?
All right, well, I got some thoughts on this, but we also want to hear from all of you out there. So Frank and Sean will get to you when we come on back. Then we'll talk to Jeffrey Shadia. And then before we know it, it'll be 2 o'clock and time for Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yesterday, 145 to 127. But hey, Jonathan Kuminga had 20 points in 21 minutes, and he built up his value by the trade deadline.
In terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand.
Let us know in the YouTube chat or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Ooh, little modern love. Nicely done. Anthony Garcia. Or maybe that was Danny Dunn. I don't know. We got two of them. And the more the merrier here on these sports leaders. Speaking of the number two, we got a couple of callers to get to before we talk to Jeffrey Chadia. So let's go right back out to the phones as we address the 49ers offseason. Juwan Jennings, Mac Jones, finding solutions at the wide receiver position and much more. Frank is in Oakland. Says you got to pay the man who wears number 15, Juwan Jennings. Frank, you're on the Sports Leader. Talk to us.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Lil G, you're starting to grow on me. I was a big John Lund fan, but you started to grow on me, Lil G. I like that.
I appreciate it, Frank. Hey, for what it's worth, I too am a big John Lund fan.
I'm the OG. I'm the OG. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
Lil G and OG.
Yeah.
Papa, first of all, I need to give you praise. I just buried my brother with cancer. So, brother, I'm glad you're fighting and you're still with us. As soon as you can get that stem cell, do it.
Without a doubt.
Trust me.
Without a doubt. Thank you, brother. I feel your pain.
Yeah, I buried my brother 2 months ago, 58 years old.
Yeah. What kind of cancer did he have?
Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Wow.
Sorry for your loss, Frank,
Yeah.
man. That's tough.
Thank you.
As far as
Yeah, let me pull
a
it
lighter
together.
subject of football.
Yeah, please.
So,
Let me pull it together.
Yeah, no. So you were saying, at least as far as the call screener goes, that you're in favor of paying Juwan Jennings. I guess I'll ask you to not only elaborate on that, but say he was to ask for something in the $25 million range. Would you say that's worth it to be that X wide receiver for Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy in this offense next year?
Oh, definitely, because Brock needs him. And what you got to look at, we're all armchair scientists. None of us have even come close to even sniffing the field or putting on the pad, especially at their level. These guys have car wrecks every weekend. And in a blink of an eye, like Ayuk, I feel bad for the guy as far as his mental, because there's got to be something mental he's dealing with. But you got to pay these people. You look at the owners, they're making outrageous money to even be able to pay the salaries they pay. It's entertainment for us. And in a blink of an eye, it can all be gone. If you honor your people like you say you do, pay them. And on the other hand, nobody's untouchable. Nobody never thought they'd get rid of Joe Montana, and they did. So you got to handle this like a business. I mean, this is a business you guys are working in. If the owners wanted to go a different route, what could you do?
I hear you. And one thing about Juwan, it is a savage sport played by men that take it to a different level. And Juwan is even, the savagest of the savage. The way he plays football, every single snap. A lot of wide receivers, Randy Moss in particular, if the ball's not coming his way, if he's not the primary on a route or if it's a running play, he doesn't even get out of his stance. Juwan Jennings plays every snap to the end, and no one at wide receiver blocks like him in the NFL. And so that's where the competitive in Juwan is out, where he looks at everything he does and what he means to a team, and he wants to get paid that way. But the one thing you have to keep in mind, this is not like Major League Baseball, like the L.A. Dodgers can just burn money or the New York Yankees can give Coney Bellinger a 5-year deal where other teams don't want to do that. And they see the up and down nature of the player. If you do that, you got some sunk costs, but in the NFL, there's a hard salary cap. You can't go over that cap by a nickel. So if you pay Juwan Jennings a little more than you want, or that you feel like you should, then other players don't get paid and you wind up losing in certain positions. So there's a balance act there. So the one thing about Juwan, and I've said it, the franchise tag allows you to keep your best players. But in this situation, I just think that's a little too pricey for Juwan. So I don't even know if they'll go that way. So they appreciate who Juwan Jennings is. It's just arriving at a fair number for him. And in order to get that, you may have to let him go to free agency and let the league tell you what he's worth.
Yeah, and hey, we appreciate the call from Frank. Frank out in Oakland, and wishing you a lot of healing and prayers, my brother. Let's go sneak in one more. Sean in New Mexico. We appreciate you waiting. We're up against it a little bit, but want to make sure you can get your word in on Juwan Jennings. You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, first of all, I appreciate you guys. As a cancer survivor myself, my prayers are with you, Papa.
Thank you, Sean.
And I'll go ahead and jump right into it. Look, if we can get Duane at 3 years, 66, something like that, with some strong incentives. Look, he's. The word is, war daddy. We've been hearing that a lot, and Juwan Jennings is a war daddy in that position group. There's not too many guys out there willing to do the things that he does, fight the way that he does, and comes with the aggressiveness that he does. He has the mindset of a linebacker. You just don't let a wide receiver with that mentality walk. And that's just my thoughts on it.
And that's 22 per. It would be, how much of that is guaranteed? How do you structure it? It's easy to say 3 years, 66. I think last year he wanted 25 when he saw the explosion. When he looks in his own wide receiver room, Ayuk's getting all this money. Debo got all this money. When do I get paid? And he wound up getting a little more in incentives, and he earned those with snaps and the touchdowns that he scored. And third and Juwan became TD, JJ. That's not a bad number. If you could get him for right around that, and then structure it the way you want to with guarantees and be able to get out of it, that's a workable number. But if you franchise tag him, what's the franchise tag now for wide receivers? Like $28 million a year? If you have to start with that as your floor and then work up, that's hard to do. But I think that's probably a number they would like to get him signed at, a 3-year deal that would average $22 million, and you figure out the structure and you backload that or however you want to structure the contract. But I would venture to guess, as competitive as he is, running man routes to beat a 3rd and 4 or blocking a 19 toss going his way, he wants to get paid the most he can get. And would he accept that deal without having to hit free agency and have the market, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent. It's not like you just match him like you did before. Will there be somebody else out there, a coach that knows him well, and there are a number of them? Mike McDaniel has got the L.A. Chargers offensive coordinator job. We mentioned, obviously with his ties to the state of Tennessee, and now Robert Saleh, the new head coach there. Is there someone out there? One thing about free agency, it's not free. You overpay these guys. Would someone take that figure, way up from 22 a year and get him closer to what he wants, which is 25 to 30 probably?
Yeah, we were reminded that lesson pretty hard when we did our shows live during free agency last year, and we saw the type of contracts that were getting handed out to guys like Jalen Moore, Aaron Banks, Talanoa Hufanga, all the faces and great players that departed from the 49ers this last offseason. So we'll talk to Jeffrey Chadilla coming up in just a bit. Appreciate the calls. Sean, all the way out in New Mexico. How about that? Hey, I wonder if the app is working today. We had some snafus there on Monday. All right, Jeffrey Chadilla, and then we'll hand it over to Dirty Work at 2 o'clock on the Sports Leader.
and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver rolls on. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Looking ahead, we got the end of the week, and we're going to be talking a little more football, see what happens with the Warriors as they head on the road after their 8-game homestand, and what's going to happen with the Giants or the Sharks or, hey, even the Valkyries announced their home schedule today. Home opener going to be May 10th, but that's a long way away. And we are talking to our good friend who last probably spoke to around the free agency time, Jeffrey Chadia of NFL.com. Great writer, great person, and great guest on the Yuma guest line. We appreciate you, Jeffrey. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing well, and we're just trying to make sense of what's ahead for this 49ers offseason. You know, in so many ways, it was a remarkable season. It was inspiring, everything they overcame. But you also look at the two teams left standing, and they're both in their division. So kind of heightens the urgency for this offseason. And I was reading you on NFL.com, and you wrote all about the divisional round, the teams that made it through, but also the 4 that got eliminated and their top priority in this offseason. Now, we've spent a lot of time talking about the offensive line, the defensive line, and there's a lot of different directions you could go, but you ultimately settled with finding weapons for Brock Purdy. And so where we've been at for the last half hour on the show is, what do you ultimately do with Jauan Jennings, and do you pay him like a borderline number 1 wide receiver? You can understand why he has such value to the team, and without him, the options are rather slim. At the same time, on paper, that's not really your prototypical number 1 type of wide receiver. So for starters, what would you do about the free agency of a Jauan Jennings?
Well, you're right. It's a risky move for a guy who, he's played well for you, but you know, there's been opportunities to do a deal before now, and it hadn't happened, so they have to have some misgivings about him. And look, that offense, if anything, proved that you can do a lot with guys who aren't big name guys or super expensive. We saw what happened with Brandon Ayuk with the deal they just tried to do with him, or the deal they did do, and he just melted down from there. Deebo Samuel's moved on. I imagine he's going to go in a free agency and find a better option, a better payday, and they're smart not to invest heavily in someone like that, because now that you're paying Brock Purdy a bunch of money, you've got other high-priced players on your roster. You have to be super selective about where you put your money in. And I live in Kansas City, and I've seen what the Chiefs have gone through this year, and part of their issues have been they have invested in guys who were good but couldn't be great. And once you start going down that road too far, it's hard to come back from that.
You know, it's interesting, Jeff, and good to hear your voice, my friend. And, you know, we've been talking about, you know, when you had Ayuk here, he was the quintessential X, and Deebo was the quintessential Z, and you know, Jauan, third and Jauan would come in at that big-bodied F or slot wide receiver and just move the chains. So they have to rebuild the entire wide receiver room. I'm reading your preview for Championship Sunday, and you said flat out the Seattle Seahawks are the best team in football, and I agree with you. I don't maybe the quarterback had turnovers, and but they don't have a lot of weaknesses. But the way they've been able to rebuild their wide receiver room, I mean, go back a year ago. Jackson Smith and Jigba was still an emerging player at 100 catches, great second year in the NFL. But DK Metcalf was still there. Think about that trade to move him to Pittsburgh. Tyler Lockett, one of the great players in the history of the franchise, was still there. They bring in an aging Cooper Kupp. They make the trade to get Rashid Shaheed, but he has turned out more as a kick and punt returner than a go-to guy as a wide receiver. So what lessons do we learn? The way they were able to rebuild their wide receiver room, and also the way the L.A. Rams were. You know, go back to the days of Robert Woods and a young Cooper Kupp, and now with, you know, Puka Nacua and what he's doing, and Devontae and all the tight ends they put on the field. So what lessons can the Niners learn in rebuilding their wide receiver room based on the two best teams in the conference, the Seahawks and the Rams, who reside in their own division?
Well, it's a great question, and I think there's two different ways to look at it. I know the Rams, first off, are very proud of their ability to draft second-day, third-day players. And so they're, you know, they spent a lot of money on Devontae Adams, who was a great pickup. But you're right, they believe in their ability to identify talent that other people may not be too infatuated with, guys like Cooper Kupp and Puka, and then having a system where those guys can develop. And so I think that probably is what San Francisco has to trust most, and they've been able to do that. I mean, guys like Deebo and Juwan Jennings. Ayuk was a first-round pick, but a lot of these guys were not big-name, heralded, come in, set the world on fire type players, and they found roles for them. And so I think they've already been doing the right thing there. The other part of this with Seattle is that they rolled the dice. I think in some ways they got lucky that Cooper Kupp was able to stay healthy for most of this season. The Shaheed trade was a very savvy move on their part. They recognized the need to having a little more speed and versatility in the offense. And Smith and Jigba, you're right. I don't think anybody saw him coming, but I think Clint Kubiak and what he's been able to do with Sam Darnold is the big factor there. That they understood what he was and what he needed to be successful, and they built an offense that suited his skill set. Now, they were throwing the football all over the place in the first half of the season. Then he had that 4-interception game against the Rams, and they lost, and he became more of a game manager. But I think that they were smart about what they needed to find in the draft and in free agency and the trade deadline, and kind of spackled it together. And so I think more the Rams are a better informative model for the 49ers to look at, because I think they are able to identify guys in later rounds who can help them.
Talking to Jeff Chadia here, and yeah, as far as Rashid Shaheed, we hated that trade from a Niners standpoint back on November 4th, and then we hated it even more about 13 seconds into Saturday night.
Why didn't he go to Buffalo?
Seriously, right? As far as all the changing landscape, right? We got 10 head coach openings, and some of them have been filled, but that ties an NFL record. And so do you feel like there's now, in the same way that the trend was to find the next Sean McVay when he had that instant success as this young hotshot coach to take the Rams to the playoffs in his first year, do you feel like there's somewhat of a trend now to try to find the next Mike Macdonald with the way that he's jumped the Seahawks in year 2 to a 14-win team, number 1 seed, and a chance to go to the Super Bowl coming up here on Sunday?
Well, I certainly think in Baltimore there's that feeling that what could we have been if we kept this guy in the building and got rid of John Harbaugh earlier, but he certainly factors into that. And I think Ben Johnson factors into that. I think Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan factor into that. I mean, there's so many young coaches, dynamic, smart young coaches who are doing a lot of great things at young ages and building winning cultures and finding great players. And I think it makes it tough for owners nowadays to sit back and just say, well, let's just ride it out with, a John Harbaugh or Sean McDermott, guys who I think are great coaches. And I would put even Mike Tomlin in that category as someone who recognized that maybe it's just time to go somewhere else and try something different, because this league is so fluid now. And I really think a lot of this, the youth of these guys, their ability to relate to today's players. I mean, some of these guys come out of college football now with, big NIL deals, and they can go where they want to go, and they've got egos that are much bigger. And, I think it's different it's harder to relate to them and to motivate them and to inspire them and get them to buy into you. And so there is value, I think, in being a younger coach who's more open-minded, more of a player's coach. Those are the guys who are succeeding now. I mean, I look at the Matt LaFleurs and the Kevin O'Connells and all those guys I put in that same category. So I think you're right. I think there is a desire to find the next Mike Macdonald, but I think that's also because there's a lot more Mike Macdonald guys out there today.
All right, so that's what's so great about the NFC West, and we'll see what Arizona does with their coaching vacancy. But you've got Kyle and Sean McVay, and then you got the defensive mastermind in Michael McDonald. It's incredible. And on Sunday, it is going to be Mike McDonald against Sean McVay. The winner goes to the Super Bowl in the NFC title game. The two matchups they had in the regular season were epic. November the 16th, and you mentioned Sam Darnold threw 4 picks in that game, but still, Seattle at SoFi got that down to 21-19. Jason Myers misses a 61-yard field goal at the gun. And then the game on Thursday, December the 18th, we had a lot of great games this year, but that may have been the best game of the year, going to overtime and a 2-point conversion to Austin Saubert to win it, and the Charbonnet 2-point conversion, the ball went backwards. What a game. 38-37. We had a 1-point game.
The Zach Words pass.
So we had a 2-point game. What are we looking at? As you preview this, you said Seattle's the best team in the NFL, Chadia. Do they win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl on Sunday?
If you'd asked me that a couple weeks ago, I would have said no, because I was high on the Rams because of their offense. But it just feels like the way Seattle's been trending ever since that Rams win, it's hard to ignore what they've become. They've become more confident and just more dominant. I think they're the most accomplished team on both sides of the football. And even though the Niners were beat up, and I felt like the Niners weren't going to win that game, they just from the jump just took it to them, and that level of energy in Lumen Field, being one game away from the Super Bowl, I just think it's hard to bet against them now. And I was really surprised with the way the Rams played against the Bears, who don't have a great defense. I know the weather was a factor there, but it just feels like Seattle is in such a great place with that advantage and that defense, and Darnold really not turning the ball over. I think he understands what he has to be, and they know who he is, and so I'm going with Seattle in that game.
Yeah, as far as the quarterbacks of that game on Saturday night, we came away from that one being like, it's not really much of a discussion point other than Sam Darnold did his job and took care of the ball, and Brock Purdy was running for his freaking life from the jump. So as far as the AFC, because we know you've got ties and you've been on the scene for a lot of Kansas City success. And this is a really pivotal chapter now as we look to the future where, yes, a lot of those quarterbacks are still there, but Cincinnati has been plagued by injury too many times now with Joe Burrow. Justin Herbert has yet to get over the hump and win a playoff game. I don't know what's going to happen with C.J. Stroud and his future as Houston, and I certainly think he cost himself an extension. And then you got Sean McDermott, John Harbaugh. They're out of Buffalo and Baltimore, respectively. So as Kansas City, a year off of which Patrick Mahomes tears his ACL, they don't make the playoffs. How do you view this next season for sure, but really the next chapter of football in the AFC when it seemed like just a couple of years ago it was going to be pretty straightforward and set?
Yeah, well, I know there's a lot of angst in Kansas City because of what you're talking about. And, I mean, look, Andy Reid's going to be 68 years old next season.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who wonder, he's hiring Eric Bieniemy to be his OC now that Matt Nagy's left town. And so a lot of people thought there might be maybe a new voice coming in, some new ideas, and he went with a familiar face. And a lot of people think, well, what's going to change now? Because I think the biggest factor in the Chiefs' downfall this past year is that the offense got stale. And you look at this league now, it's a run game defense league. It's not the wide open. The Rams are still doing it. Some teams are still doing it, but most teams are able to run the football well, play good defense, not make mistakes at quarterback, and thrive with that. And the Chiefs have gotten to a place here with some personnel issues. There's some of their star players like Kelsey and Chris Jones have gotten older, and Mahomes hasn't played as great as he used to play. And so all these factors play into it. But I think they have to figure out what they want to be offensively to be able to compete, because I look at the AFC West and I look at the Chargers and the Broncos, and I look at, around the league in terms of what's happened with Jacksonville, what's happening with the New England Patriots. There's some up and coming teams that are real. And for the Chiefs to think that they're going to keep winning just because of 15, I think that's misguided.
It's been very strange to watch the AFC playoffs this year without the Kansas City Chiefs, without the Baltimore Ravens, and Pittsburgh and Buffalo got in, but they're looking for coaching changes. So just with Baltimore, and obviously Harbaugh was there 18 years, and then Sean McDermott's in Buffalo for 9, and Mike Tomlin's in Pittsburgh for 19. And we got other openings in Cleveland and Arizona, and what are the Raiders going to do? But just those AFC blue bloods, Baltimore, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, what are we hearing on what they're going to do with their next head coaches?
Well, I think they're all taking their time, as they should. It's crazy to think, if you had said even 2 years ago that there'd be two teams with MVP quarterbacks and Super Bowl rosters looking for head coaches, you probably would, people have laughed at you. But I think those jobs, as good as they look, are also filled with all kinds of pressure, because whoever comes in, especially Baltimore and Buffalo, you got to win a Super Bowl now. You just can't come in and be 12-5 and 13-4 and get to the divisional round, because they're used to seeing that. I would suspect that offensive coach would come to Buffalo. Brian Daboll has been the name that's been bandied about the most, and he's a Buffalo guy who worked with Josh Allen earlier in his career, and he would make a lot of sense with the head coaching experience he got with the Giants. Joe Brady would be another natural option, but I think it'd be tough to make that move when a guy like Daboll's around. I think Baltimore was going to go probably with the defensive coach. I think that a guy like Robert Saleh made a lot of sense. They talked to him. He ended up going to Tennessee, but I think that there will probably be someone like Jesse Mentor is a name that's getting thrown around a lot. He's a bright young assistant, and I think what's happened with Mike McDonald probably gives him a little bit of a boost in the building. But they aren't afraid to go with young guys who have a lot of energy and momentum and inspirational, tone to them. Pittsburgh, I think, is really hard because I think that's not a great job because the quarterback situation is going to be muddled. It's an old team. I could see them going with a younger guy who kind of like with Mike Tomlin and Bill Cowher, who is a hot name who they think can develop and grow with them.
Well, Jeffrey, we appreciate your time, man. It was really good to reconnect. It had been too long, and love reading you on NFL.com and as well as seeing you on the air at NFL Network. So keep up the good work, and we'll certainly have a lot to reconnect with all these moving parts in the offseason, and probably got to revisit those discussions that we're planting the seeds for right now at some point down the line.
Yeah, sounds good. And Greg, Papa, glad to see
Shadia.
you beating cancer, man. Again, good job, man. Beat your ass. I love it.
We got a long way to go, but we're kind of at a halftime, and we're doing okay. So love you, brother. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
Absolutely. Jeffrey Shadia, you can give him a follow. That's JEFFRICHADIAH. Or IHA. Man, I almost had it. Love Jeff
How about
Shadia.
Jeffrey? How you spelling Jeffrey?
JEFFRI.
Yes.
There you go.
Good.
So there you go. At
Both
least
names
I won 1 for 2. I'm hitting 500. In baseball, that'd be pretty awesome. That'd be well above the Hall of Fame of Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones, and Jeff Kent as our 3 future inductees. Coming up, we'll wrap up the show. We'll get ready for Dirty Work. We're going to talk a little 5-1 tomorrow. And remember, I'm leaving the 49ers and their opponent out of it. So that's 5 winners and 5 losers from the other games because we do not need to unpack 41-6 any deeper than we already did. But the Buffalo Bills, they got an interesting future where they've got their franchise quarterback in place, but their owner, Terry Pagula, was all over the place at his press conference this morning with Brandon Beane, talking about a little Keon Coleman catching a stray on his off day. We'll play some of that sound when we come on back and then hand it over to Cope, Steve Pop, and Tim Webb. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Bobby Marks, the NBA cap superstar for ESPN. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the potential trade targets for the Warriors. Check out that podcast and more on the Sports Leader app and thesportsleader.com.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we are going to sign off here shortly and get it over to Dirty Work. Before we do that, though, as we had the chance to talk to the great Jeffrey Chadia, a little bouncing around the NFL, and we'll get into that some more tomorrow, as well as continue to react to Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and we know Dirty Work's going to do a lot of that. Terry Pegula, the owner of the Buffalo Bills, was making his answers felt in today's press conference as Brandon Beane stays and not only kept his job, got promoted, while head coach Sean McDermott, after 9 seasons, hired the same year as McVay and Shanahan. He is now out. So interesting to always call out mistakes and things to come out after the fact, and hindsight's always 20/20. But third year, or I guess going into his third year, wide receiver Keon Coleman for the Bills is still a member of the team as of right now. And Terry Pegula, not so shy about how he felt about that situation and kind of threw the coaching staff under the bus a little bit. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it, but I'm here to tell you the true story.
I'm not saying that he wasn't going to draft him, but, it also wasn't his choice. And Keon Coleman's still on the team, bro.
So when you hear these owners' press conferences, like Mr. Pegula in Buffalo, who I know personally, and Steve Bisciotti in Baltimore, who I did not know but know of him, it's almost like a fan, and that's essentially who they are. They're wealthy men. They have enough money. They buy a team, and sometimes their fandom comes out. Some of the stuff Bisciotti was saying was just hilarious. Very different than, say, Art Rooney II, who was Art Rooney's son, who's more buttoned up, or the Maras or the Tishas in New York, or Jed York. It's just interesting. Mark Davis, Al Davis. I mean, it's just so it's interesting. When we were playing in Orchard Park last year in December and that snowy Sunday night, where our broadcast booth, the Buffalo Bills radio network, and Chris Brown are down 2 booths over. The booth in between is Brandon Beane, the general manager, now the president of football operations of the Bills. And there was a gentleman sitting behind him with a number 2 pencil taking copious notes during the game. And I'm looking over, that's the owner of the Bills. That's Terry Pegula. So he came over to me at halftime knowing that I'm from Buffalo, and we chatted, and his team was rolling that night. It was interesting to see the way he watches a game right in the booth with his general manager. So he's obviously tight with Brandon Beane, maybe not as much with the head coach, Sean McDermott, and the staff, and that's just the nature. How they did that, where they gave Beane not only kept his job, but he got promoted to president of the football ops. They fired the head coach, where I think the big issue with that team is a lack of talent, especially in the wide receiver room, the tight ends. They got 3 good ones there, 2 really good ones around the quarterback, and they don't have any speed down the field. When they bring up the Coleman drafting, the other part of it was they traded the draft pick that they made a deal with the Kansas City Chiefs to allow the Chiefs to jump over them, the defending Super Bowl champions, or played in the Super Bowl that year, to draft Xavier Worthy, and then they took Coleman later in the 2nd round. Now, Worthy did not have a good year this year. He got run into by his teammate Travis Kelce in Brazil in the season opener. But the guy they need on that team is Worthy and the speed, and not the big-bodied Coleman, who actually got suspended for a couple of games. But when these owners do come out of hibernation, and when they fire a coach or something else happens, they're building a stadium, it is hilarious city to city. And Pegula's not from Buffalo, but he really does talk like a Buffalonian, where it's almost like a fan just grabbed a hold of the microphone. But he owns the football team. So what do? He's just the richest guy in the room.
I was going to say fans with a lot of money and a lot of power. That's going to do it for us. Big thank you to Danny and Anthony, and thank you to our guests, Sam Gordon and Jeffrey Chadia. NFL, the greatest reality television show, and we'll continue tracking this offseason as we continue to also monitor the Warriors and the Giants and the Sharks and the Valkyries and all your teams here in the Bay Area. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Copes, Depop, and Tim Webb will take it away as Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you as soon as Anthony and Dan Dunn get their asses out of the chair. Dan, the beard's coming in a little thicker today. Got that shadow.
Day by day.
Don't you think Dan's he should rock a beard?
Yeah, we've been
more
saying
regularly.
That.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't.
It's still the winter months, Dan. You can still rock that beard.
Yeah, it's a little chilly out today.
No? Why are you so against it?
Rug up with that beard?
I'll tell you why. Because the ladies like it when he's clean shaven, when he's rocking in that Miata.
Is that
a little
it?
itchy.
It's
a little itchy.
Is it because when you go ketchup to mouth, sometimes you get the ketchup stuck in the beard?
What's that?
When he goes packet to mouth, he gets the ketchup stuck.
Food's
in the
definitely a problem with
yeah,
the
he
beard.
said food's a problem for him.
Sounded like Artie Lang there from Dirty Work. He's like, who wants to be itchy anyway?
Yeah, when they're in Dirty Work, they go they're trying to make money.
Yeah.
And they sign up for a food testing program. So they go and they like test those brownies.
Chewing stuff?
They say there's some side effects and Norm freaks out.
Yeah.
He sees Gary Coleman as the devil.
With Adam Sandler?
Burn! Yeah. And then Artie Lang goes, one of the side effects is itchiness. He's like,
I got a slight itch.
I got a slight itch. Nah, maybe I'm just feeling it.
Who wants to be itchy anyway?
Yeah, it's a good line. We got a full show for you today and a lot to get into. We'll talk a lot about the Niners as Kyle and John did their end of season presser, kind of state of the organization, state of the franchise presser. And then a little bit later, we'll talk to Sam Amick at 3:50, covers the NBA for The Athletic, about what he's hearing on Jonathan Kuminga, who did play last night.
He did.
7 of 10 from the field, 20 points.
Hooray.
You know what, KNBR, should they keep him?
There's some people that feel that way today.
I know, dude, because this is what happens when you're not at full strength with Kuminga.
Yeah, I'll talk about it later, but God, this Warrior fan base, you used to be cool, and you're not anymore.
Well, Tom was all over this a couple of years ago.
I know, and I feel that way today.
Tom said the Warrior fan base has become as bad in his mind as the Laker fan base.
Yeah, I would say worse. I run TMC, cool. We Believe, very cool.
Because those teams
championship teams, very cool.
They were good enough to be good and build fans.
Yeah.
But like loyal fans, they weren't good enough to be a lot. Like Run TMC was short-lived.
Yeah, but it was fun. Yeah.
Of course, We Believe was short-lived.
Yeah.
But this created what has become the Warrior fan base. Like this run is why there are Warrior fans.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so, and I don't blame anybody. The Giants run in 2010. I remember in 2011, I'd watch Giants fans in the stands turn on each other. Like, you're just a bandwagon fan. I'm always like, what's the problem with bandwagon fans? That's not an issue for me. That's why people become fans. Things are exciting. You want to be a part of it.
That's fine.
That's not what we're talking about. That's not what we're talking about with the attitude of the Warrior fan.
No, the whining of Kuminga.
I hear you.
Like, come on. Like, what are we talking about here? What the hell are we talking about?
What do you mean?
As far as just like, this is the last 2 years of Steph Curry with the Golden State Warriors. We're focused on a guy who's talented but doesn't make a difference on this basketball team. He doesn't make winning plays. They lost by 18 points last night. What the hell are we talking about?
So are you of the mindset, like, are these two different, they're two different thoughts slightly, but they're connected in my mind. Like, we had that person who texted in yesterday, or I think it was yesterday, and we were talking about how Joe Lacob, as a business guy, understood, like, I want Kuminga here because I understand the logic behind him wanting to keep him. I don't agree with how long they've done it. I think they've mismanaged the value to where there's none on both sides. So But I get the logic in wanting the 2 timelines. It's the perfect system.
I understand that completely.
Of course, fans want that. Of course you want that. But my logic is this: like, if you believe Kuminga is the future, because you're in trying to hold on to him and create that value beyond where they are now, you're still sort of trying to do the 2 timeline thing.
Oh yeah,
because it's your best asset to get something else that can help you win now. Is it unreasonable if you're somebody who thinks they should keep Kuminga? Do you also think they should hold on to all the other vets? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're committed to the future with Kuminga, why aren't you wanting to be more committed to everything else? Because it sounds to me like the fan base who does want to keep Kuminga, in the same vein, wants their cake and they want to eat it too.
Well, it's the same fan base that gets mad when Brandon Pajemski gets praise over Kuminga, or even Moses Moody to a certain extent. There's a section of the fan base that wants Steph Curry traded because let's just maximize the potential of him.
Are people calling for that?
Some, yeah.
Like legitimately, or just saying that should be explored?
I don't know.
I don't know that I've heard anybody actually be like, you should trade Steph.
We live in a day and age now where everybody has an opinion online, and now that is amplified in reality of what we talk about on sports talk radio, where
it's amplified more than that, my man.
Well, I'm aware, but it gets to the point where we're actually thinking that the 49ers can trade for Justin Jefferson because some guy puts it on social media as an idea for a trade, and that's not legitimate whatsoever in my mind.
It's pie in the sky stuff.
Yeah.
You should be thinking about that dude.
But then
at Georgia
it's kind of brought up at press conferences a little bit.
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, just because it becomes noise. But if there's ever an actual source tied to it, that's when it comes up. But that's fans and people are gonna have their opinions in there.
Yeah.
This would be the best case scenario. Also, people misjudge what they think value is. Like that suggestion of that trade for Justin Jefferson that we got the call from.
Mac Jones, Brandon Ayuk, and a first-round pick
He's
for
like,
Justin
do you think
Jefferson.
they should offer that? And I'm like, do you think Minnesota should accept that?
No.
I wouldn't feel dirty about it. You'd be like, oh, hell yeah, you pull one over on another team. But if you're sitting in that chair and you try to take the perspective of the Minnesota Vikings, why would you do that? How are you better because of
the Vikings GM?
Because of Mac Jones, a broken receiver who's right now, who knows how reliable he is in terms of
he's
being
gone.
a player.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Of course, I'm just saying, like as a player, like he's gonna have to earn back.
Oh yeah,
the ability to be seen as a frontline guy with his consistency to show up and consistency to be healthy and produce on the field. So again, that's like a bunch of problems with one guy. It's not necessarily a lotto ticket. It's just a big question.
There's also a good chance he may not play football next season.
Yeah, so I'm like, none of those moves make sense. It would cost you a lot more than that. But and Matt Mayoka said this to us yesterday. Just because they seem to have a lot of salary cap, some of that is because they've paid a lot of players in the past in big bonuses, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're looking to fork over a lot more money because they've paid a lot to stay under the cap with those bonuses. They've still forked over a lot of money. So it's not like, we spent that money, but we're under the cap so we can go spend a bunch more. I don't think they're being cheap per se. They also, though, in the time they spent that money right before that, spent multiple draft picks to get Trey Lance.
Yes.
They gave up more draft capital to get Christian McCaffrey. And ultimately, they drafted Brock Purdy, and those things made him great. All that said, they don't, I think, have the wiggle room right now in how they need to rebuild based on what's happening with Seattle and how the Rams are still building a defensive juggernaut as well. How we just think that after the Rams lose Matt Stafford, whenever that is, they're going to need a quarterback, of course, but they'll be set up well to succeed in the other facets of the game.
Yeah,
right? Like the Niners need to hold on to their draft capital.
Absolutely.
So I don't believe a trade like that is coming, is my point, for another big-time money player, even though, that would be electric, but you need so much more than just that.
Exactly. You don't have the luxury of trading away first-round draft
you
picks
just lost
for
41-6, and I know that that's a microcosm of everything else that's happened.
Yeah. And
but you got to be able to – that still means something.
And until I hear that Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, who worked with the 49ers back in the day, is shopping Justin Jefferson, I'm not entertaining that because why the hell would he do that in the first place? He needs a quarterback, but he's not going to trade away a generational wide receiver just to give to the 49ers because the fans want him to.
We got Ayuk. Remember him? Think about that guy, not the new one, but think about him. We'll give you him. And Kwesi, check this out. Mac Jones, you see those 6 games he played?
Pretty nice, huh?
Maybe 7. Can't really remember all of them. But
and when's the last time you saw Brandon Ayuk play football? All right. Okay, you haven't seen him in a long time, but he could drive a car real fast.
Yeah, but remember that? Yeah. Don't worry about the offseason stuff either. That wasn't, it would seem like it was a big deal.
Oh.
Not to us.
He went excommunicado on Kyle and I for a while? Yeah, don't worry about it.
No. But look at that draft pick. That could be anything you want. We got this too. It could be anything you want.
You see Mac Jones shirtless? Yeah, you want that quarterback.
And Crawford's like, is it a top 10 pick? No. It's not a top 10. Top 20? No. So it's a little worse.
So what are we doing here, huh?
Yeah.
Stop breaking each other's balls here. Let's get this deal done.
Can we get something back, like a sixth? No. Okay. We'll do the deal. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. We are, by the way, still giving away tickets to see Rob Zombie and Derek Sky Manson, Marilyn Manson. He's got some allegations.
I know one song.
Do you?
Beautiful people, the beautiful people. Oh.
I won't be there, but you can. Because you know who else will be there? The Who.
Yeah.
Not that Who.
Oh.
And then, apparently this Who's pretty good according to some texters.
We're talking HU?
HU.
Gotcha.
Who?
Yeah.
Who's the band?
Who?
That's right.
Who?
Yeah. Who's playing the songs? Every minute of them.
Yeah. That's it's a good Abbott and Costello routine. Also a great Animaniacs joke for back in the day. Who's in the band right now? Who? No, the band. Who?
Well, didn't they play? I mean, they're spoofing.
Of course.
So there's I went to the Futures game when the All-Star game was at Oracle Park in 2007.
Yeah.
The Futures game, a Dodger AA player won it. I think I want to say he was Korean maybe.
Okay.
His name was Chin Lung Hu, H-U.
Who?
And he won the game MVP in the Futures game. Who won the MVP? Who? That's right. So who got the prize money? Every cent, dude. Yeah. Anyway.
That's pretty good.
Dude, he had a great game, but pissed me off. I was like, dude, this guy's going to be a problem. He wasn't. Came to the majors for like a week. That was it.
Kyle Tucker will be a problem.
Anyway, Chin Lung Hu will not be at this concert either. Orgy will, though. You can go Orgy, Marilyn Manson, and Rob Zombie. If you hear the cue to call, we're going to play it between 3 and 6. All you got to do is be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the tickets. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. The concert's going down at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord on September 20th. Get them while they're hot. Tim, what's the cue to call? Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to who? Call right now. That's how
you know what we're talking about.
You'll hear the other names, maybe. Whatever I say later. Anyway, that's your cue to call. When you hear it, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. All right, Kyle and John had their end-of-season press conference today. They talked about a variety of topics. We'll get into that, and then we'll get into some of your calls. I guess the question I have, as Robert Saleh signs a 5-year deal, 5-year contract, he signed with the Tennessee Titans. How important is it for the 49ers to have continuity with their next defensive coordinator? Do they need somebody? Do you believe, listeners, do they need somebody who's going to be here beyond like 2 years? I'd love it to be somebody who's here for the next 3 to 5 seasons or as long as Kyle is the head coach of the 49ers. 808 KNBR, if they don't get that, are the Niners in trouble right now on the defensive side because of the loss of Saleh? 808 KNBR is the number to call. We'll hear from John and Kyle next. It's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. It's Hump Day on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch spoke to the media today with their end-of-year press conference. Lynch addressed the Brandon Ayuk saga, saying, quote, "It's safe to say he's played his last snap as a 49er. You can find the entire presser at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Hey, you might even get an electrical substation question."
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. We've been talking football playoffs for a while. That's because they're here. And if you're watching, why not make some money? You can do so on Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to get in on all the gridiron action. I do it all the time throughout the playoffs because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog, by the way, is super easy. All you got to do is download the app and pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on some of your favorite stats in a game. You're picking games this weekend for championship weekend. You're looking at higher or lower on things like receiving yards, receptions, rushing yards, touchdown passes, basically any stat within the game. I'm looking right now. I'm on the app, and I'm looking at Drake May. Gosh, it's got to be May and New England, right? We got to have that. I can't have the Coes and Stidham. I can't be having to root for the Coes and Stidham. So I'm looking for some Drake May. I'm going to go, though, higher right now on his passing yards. It's set at 223.5. You can also customize it. You can drop it or raise it for different odds. And then with Matt Stafford, 254.5, I think it's a game where they're going to have to be passing a lot. That's how they found success. And if they want to keep up and if we think it'll be a shootout with Seattle, I'm going to go higher on his as well. Bottom line is you make some picks and you get them right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash by watching ball. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code KNBR and score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KNBR. Underdog. Make picks. Win money. Must be 18 or older and present in California. Terms apply. See UnderdogFantasy.com. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. This is 2 Chainz, yeah?
Not my forte, but maybe.
Tim, yeah?
That is correct.
Did you remember when 2 Chainz got his, didn't he get robbed in San Francisco?
Did he?
I think he got like his chain snatched or something. He was here for a show or a concert.
That was like 10 years ago.
Yeah, do you remember that dude? Yeah.
I'm not a big 2 Chainz guy, but I go back to when he used to be
Tough
called...
deal, man. Yeah, T-Boy.
Or Booby Boy.
Yeah, T-Boy.
T-Boy, whatever.
T-Boy, right.
Booby Boy.
Yeah, anyway, he had a run for a minute.
Yeah,
he was big for like a year or two.
Yeah, he was huge.
Yeah, until he got that chain snatched in San Francisco.
Oof.
Who did that? Was it Aqib Talib had his snatched or he snatched it?
He snatched Michael Crabtree.
That's right.
It was a game with the Raiders and Broncos. And
that's right, yeah.
I want to say both guys got suspended, but it was Aqib Talib going after Crabtree.
I kind of ride with Talib. I don't know why.
Yeah, you know what? Crabtree.
I mean, he's an Oakland guy too, right? Talib. Is he a Bay Area dude?
I don't think so.
No?
I'm not sure if he is.
I don't know, dude. You're from the city. You don't know.
Thank you. No, it's Marcus Peters who's from Oakland. But as far as Crabtree and Talib, I mean, I don't know. I think Crabtree was talking a lot of smack, and Talib had to tell him what's up. And then, I don't know. I mean, Crabtree was a good receiver, not fantastic. I liked him at Texas Tech, but then coming out, he held out with the 49ers.
Yeah, he's from Texas. I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, solid receiver.
Maybe I think was he on Bart that one time with Marshawn after a game?
No, that's Marcus Peters.
Oh, Marcus Peters is who that was. Okay, I'm mixing him up.
Oakland,
My mistake. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Kyle and John, you know him from the 49ers. They had their end-of-year press conference today. We played it right here on the Sports Leader. Let's get into some of what they had to talk about because there's the end of every season a lot of questions, and the Niners do have a lot of work to do. That's why I think the draft capital is paramount. They ended up not trading any of their 11 last year. What do they have, 8 right now? Is that right? Or how many do they have right now?
I'm not sure, actually, about
I'll
how many
look
draft
into that
picks
right
they
now.
have.
Let's get into a comment from John Lynch, and I'll get into that in just a minute here. John Lynch was asked in the presser about the measures they've taken in order for the team to stay healthier because it's been a problem, right? This has been an issue. People are talking about it. People are coming up with wild theories as to why this is happening. Anyway, here's what Kyle and John have to say in relation to, or what John had to say in relation to the measures they're taking to keep the team healthy.
Yeah, so Matt, we're always looking into trends, data, everything we do. Our health and performance of our players is at the utmost priority each and every year. This year it was tough, and it took a toll on our team, and we'll continue to look. Now, having said that, we've spent a lot of time and effort in recruiting really quality people, and I think being at the forefront of injury prevention, and I think this year probably because the star players that went down, there was a lot of attention given on that. The fact of the matter is injuries are a part of this game, and so what we strive to do is never to eliminate injuries, but to mitigate injuries. And I think we have a lot of good processes. We'll challenge them all, and that has that process has begun. It never, frankly, stopped. But yes, we'll look at everything and we'll examine everything.
I mean, injuries have definitely taken their toll on this franchise the last few years, and I would say injuries played a factor in a lot of teams. I mean, see it right now where Bo Nix is out for the season and Jarrett Stidham has to step up. And the Green Bay Packers were impacted by injuries this year with Micah Parsons having the torn ACL, and Zach Charbonnet's not going to play for the rest of the season when he was great for them for the majority of this season. But as far as the 49ers, 100% injuries have played their role and impacted them really the last 2 years. It's really no one to blame. It's just that, you can bring up the substation, whatever theories you have, but reality is just injuries happen in the NFL. And I don't know if they need to practice differently. I don't know that. And I think that they play so well with the way that they practice. So I don't want to modify anything. But when it comes to injuries going forward, I don't know what you do. They just need to stay healthy. I think that Ricky Pearsall needs to stay healthy. And I'm not really concerned about Fred Warner. I mean, Michael Williams' career just started.
When it comes to Nick Bosa, I'm a little concerned because this is his third ACL tear in his football career going back to college. So
high school even.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would say that we can talk about a lot of things this offseason, and they need to improve on offense and defense, but really, they need to stay healthy. That is the bottom line for this team.
I hear what John Lynch is saying there in some capacity where he's like, every team's trying to stay healthy, right? I mean, they're doing everything they can. They spend a lot of money on this. And what he says is, and I take him at his word, is, we'll reevaluate everything that we do, of course, and we'll challenge what it is that we do and see if there's a better way to do it and see if there's a better way to keep guys more healthy. But you don't know if it works until you look back on the season. And when you look back at these injuries, these are football injuries. They're injuries that happened on contact, right? I mean, the Kittle one, people will say, no, he was coming, he planted because he landed. It was a football play.
It happens. Achilles happens.
It happens. It's the way it goes. So
it happened to Jimmy Butler the other night.
And that was because it was a basketball play. Now, It's not, George Kittle's had injury problems for a lot of his career, too. He's just a really tough guy and gets back on the field and performs when he does.
Right.
And so we view him as this tough dude, and he is. Because he returns and he regains form immediately when he's back. When you know he's out there, you know he's going to be George Kittle, regardless of what injury. Same sort of thing with Fred Warner, right? You expect that. If he's out there, same sort of thing with Trent Williams. These are the levels that these guys play at. If they're there, you're getting not some form of them. You're getting who they are, even if they're a bit compromised. So I hear what he's saying about that and saying that it gets even more attention because of the names that went down this year. All that said, it's happened for a number of years, and other big guys have gone down a number of times.
It has, yeah.
So I don't really think there's an answer that he could have given. I imagine people are not satisfied with that answer, but I also don't think that, from Lynch, I would guess if I had to wager people aren't satisfied with that answer. But I would also guess that, there's not really an answer you would be satisfied.
Of course not.
Because there's not an answer that he can give other than, dude, I swear, we're trying to keep him healthy. It's not,
the only answer that 49er fans...
they practice too tough, and I'm like, yeah, but they win.
Yeah.
They win. Their system works.
The only answer that 49er fans would be happy with is that they fired their, training facility or training staff. And that, I think that's stupid to do because you have no idea if that's the reason why these injuries are happening. I said it before. I love to hear it when John Lynch speaks and Kyle Shanahan, but the reality is they don't say much unless they're delivering news as far as, we got some stuff today with Brandon Ayuk, and you can kind of insinuate some things with, as far as their defensive coordinator position, but they're not going to say anything monumental when it comes to the injury situation.
Because there's nothing really to say. That's my point. It's there's nothing that can be said that will make anybody feel differently other than frustrated. Again, you might blame them and say they should change the trainers. And if they said, we're changing our trainers, you might go, okay, cool. But then what? We don't know if that's going to change anything. It's the same thing. I thought it was time for Bob Melvin to get fired.
Yeah.
I thought this isn't Buster Posey's getting a chance to pick his own guy. This has gone backwards since they acquired one of the best players in the game. He should get the opportunity to make his own decision. They're going into one more year where they can pick up the option, and they did. Mm-hmm. I just thought, you know what? What message is this sending? It's time to move on.
It makes sense.
It's different with a trainer, but it's not a new regime or anything. But I don't think you just move on and admit. My point is serious. I don't think Tony Vitello is going to make or break the Giants next season.
Mm-hmm.
He might do something that I think sets them in the right direction, and maybe you'll be able to see that. You might think it takes a step back.
Change of play,
yeah,
style.
Exactly. You might see a change in the philosophy and how the organization is run, which is good. You wouldn't necessarily see that with the trainers. You just say, wow, fewer guys got hurt this year, or they stayed healthy. So was the training staff terrible in 2023? They were one of the best teams in football, and nobody really got hurt.
No, with the exception of Debo for a couple of weeks.
But that's what I mean is they stayed. They were one. That's the thing is every year the healthiest teams frequently are the most successful.
Absolutely.
Or if you look at the playoff teams, they usually are in the top 10 or 12 of the most healthy teams in the league. That's a statistic we looked at earlier this year.
Right.
Which seems the reason you have good players and they're healthy, you're going to find success, right? The Niners in 23 were healthy. Same training staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why doesn't that get credit?
I just find it funny when fans kind of treat it like, we need to fire our offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator. Ooh, we're getting the training staff, a guy that worked underneath the head trainer, and now he's going to be our lead trainer. Well, in Baltimore, they were great. They were healthy. It's not the same thing.
Seems like they handled Brock pretty well this year.
I think so.
After he got a turf toe injury, which has nothing to do with anything. It's a football injury. It happens.
Yeah.
It's an athletic injury. Comes back healthy at the right period of time and plays his ass off and is fantastic.
Yeah.
Seems like they did pretty good getting Juwan healthy. In fact, he had a pretty good year after they got him healthy. Seems like they brought back McCaffrey pretty successfully this year to a tune of over 2,000 yards.
It's never a perfect situation. There's just no person to point the finger at, but they do need to stay healthy.
Just like I'm not going to credit any one thing or any one person for all those things I just said. I don't know that there's a right answer. Everybody's just frustrated about it.
Of course.
Everybody's got their own theories. and most of them are BS. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Let's take a quick break. We got more from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. We'll get to that, and I wanted to get to your calls and your thoughts on the 49ers offseason coming up, especially as it relates to the defensive coordinator. Emmanuel Acho thinks they're in a bad spot. Do you believe the Niners are in a bad spot, or that they're, quote, in trouble, is what Acho said as they look for a new D coordinator? He said they were in trouble after they lost him last time. We'll talk more about that and get to your calls on that. More of Kyle and John when Dirty Work returns on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Nicely done, Tim.
What's that?
Tim's been good on the music. He's turned over a new Tim in 2026.
I don't know this one. I was digging the Biggie ones
Put your
yesterday.
hands up to the sky.
We're in a DJ Mustard rabbit hole right
Mustard
now.
on the beat, dude.
All right. Hey.
All right. Anyway, Kyle and John to the media today had a lot of questions to answer and talk about in terms of how they approach this offseason. And I do, by the way, still have to. Oh, I did tell you how you can win those tickets to see Orgy. To the Orgy
And
tickets,
the Who.
the Orgy tickets and the Who. Yeah, I like plugging them as the main act.
The lead band.
They're the most fun
Because
You know what I mean?
it's so misleading. Yeah, because, Orgy's funny. And, of course, Who, which is a big-time band.
Yeah, plus your guy Marilyn Manson and
My
Rob
guy,
Zombie.
yeah.
Your guy. More from Kyle and John here at their end-of-the-year press conference. Kyle Shanahan was asked about the conversations he's had with Mac Jones and if there's a possibility the Niners could trade him this offseason.
Yeah, awesome conversations with him, just like I did with a number of players. We, as any player on our team, including myself and John, you always listen to people with trade offers, but we're also not into getting rid of good players. And so I'd be very surprised if Mac wasn't around us next year.
Now, they said the same exact thing about Deebo Samuel a year ago. But
They've been surprised a lot about a lot of players.
Yeah.
I think they say that about
I'd be very
everybody
surprised.
when they come. I'd be very surprised if this player. I'd be very surprised. I'm like, they must be surprised often.
Is it like Kyle, like one day just like, having to stroll with his family, like, we traded Mac Jones?
He finds out.
Sean, he didn't tell me. Yeah, I mean, like.
If I was going to trade Mac, that's what I'd say.
Yeah. Look.
No, we're not moving him. We'd be surprised if we did.
I get the importance of a backup quarterback in this league, 100%, because they stayed afloat with Mac Jones for 6 weeks, whatever it was.
How many teams needed him this year, too?
Absolutely. I mean, you think the Colts would love a Mac Jones? You think the Denver Broncos would love a Mac Jones right now? Absolutely. There's value in having a backup quarterback. Having said that, there's also value in having a guy that you could trade away to get something better that you really need in a week in and week out basis.
You weigh the options. What's the value here? If Tua Tagovailoa is your quarterback, you're like, it's probably more valuable to keep this guy as the number 2. Because there's a good chance. I mean, like coming in, when Tua got knocked out 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Of a game. And I remember thinking, dude,
Skylar Thompson.
They went to Skylar Thompson. I'm like, he had concussion problems and missed big time last year.
You're right.
And you came back this year and didn't have and this is on McDaniel. I'm like, you didn't have an insurance policy?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have somebody. He goes down early and they were pretty good at that point. And then you have Skylar Thompson. And then after like a game, they had to sign Snoop Huntley.
Yeah.
It was a terrible situation. So, like, it depends on where you're at. With Brock, do we believe Brock to be injury prone?
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
I would say Brock, because he's not the biggest dude, is at risk of taking hits that would land him out of the game.
Yeah.
Would take him out of the game.
Okay, that's fair.
We've seen that a few times. But injury prone to me is like soft tissue stuff that keeps happening. You get on the field, you can't get on. I mean, the Pearsall thing, that right now is kind of his tag.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
a little bit
legitimate
different.
right now.
And Brock hasn't missed games like that. He missed 1 last year or something. 2. He might miss 2. I think he played 15.
He missed the game against the Packers, but sat against the game against
He sat the last game of the year.
Arizona.
So I think he played 15 games last year still. So
right.
While he was hurt, by the way. So I wouldn't say Brock is injury prone.
No, I wouldn't say that at all. It's just a matter of like,
and it's different things. So that's also it.
Like, I was with Larry Kruger and I were doing shows in November, and I was like, maybe you could trade him for like a 5th round pick. And Larry was like, are you insane? No. And I agree with that now. So if a team calls you up, like a desperate, a quarterback needy team like the Cleveland Browns or the Miami Dolphins or the Minnesota Vikings and say, we need a quarterback bad, we'll give you a 2nd round pick, then yeah, it's going to be hard to turn that down 100%.
Yeah, you put a value on where you think it is to you. Is it more valuable to hold them or trade them? Or, I mean, it doesn't go away either. You get into training camp or whatever, and sometimes teams lose quarterbacks or people get hurt. Like, who knows what happens, and you have value later in moving them. But if you want to do it, I think it's before the draft, personally.
Yeah, I would say that. And also, you got to see what's out there. Like, I have a strong feeling that Kirk Cousins is going to return to the Atlanta Falcons now that his guy, Kevin Stefanski's the head coach. But if he decides not to, and he likes Kyle so much, and they know that, Kyle's infatuated with him from back in the day, if he wants to be the backup quarterback for the 49ers, I don't think that's bad. You get your cake and eat it too by trading away Mac Jones and getting a pretty good backup there. So there's a ton of options on the table. But, yeah, I see the pros and cons of both. I see the fact that you definitely need a backup quarterback, and Curtis Rourke is not proven. Also, it's not bad to get a 2nd round pick for a quarterback that's not going to play every week.
Yeah, I don't think it's bad at all. If they got a 2, I'd call that an absolute win. Now, if they traded Mac Jones, I would want there to be somebody else.
Oh, God, yeah.
Like, I think everybody would feel that way, right? Based on even last season, like Brandon Allen is not. When they had him as the number 2, I was like, well, he's not good.
Yeah. But Curtis
I know
Rourke,
backups don't have to be great. Curtis Rourke has been here for a year, but he was injured. He was a 7th rounder himself.
Played well in Indiana. Again,
played for Cignetti, right?
Yeah.
Cignetti last year.
Yep. So, I don't know. That's a long time from now, but I know Kyle, I understand why he said that. He doesn't want to tip his hand right now. He's under contract with us, and he's going to be our backup quarterback right now. You have to woo me in order for me to get rid of him.
More from Kyle and John. They were asked if Gus Bradley is the main candidate to be the new defensive coordinator. I don't know what they said yet, but I imagine they didn't answer this directly. Or if they will cast a big net for a new DC. Here's what Kyle had to say about his next defensive coordinator.
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but I mean, Gus is the obvious one to everyone, and it is to us too. Gus would be the main internal candidate. We feel very fortunate to get Gus and great about that. But also, we are going to go through the whole process. There's requirements we have to do and stuff that we want to do also. So hopefully we can get it settled sooner than later, but I see it working throughout this next week on it.
I was wrong. I think he did. I think he did pretty much answer that. They have to interview other candidates, but I think he's saying, we're going to try to get some other guys, and if we don't get them, then Gus is the dude. That's kind of how I heard that.
The fact that Kyle started off by saying we're not going to cast a wide net.
I thought he said they are.
No, he said we're not.
Can we hear that one more time, Tim?
I'm going to say it's a real wide net, but
I'm going to say it's a real wide. You say I wouldn't, or I'm going to say?
I wouldn't say it's a wide net.
Okay, wouldn't say.
Yeah, I think that's him
Sorry,
saying.
Everybody. Then I heard it wrong. Ignore my previous take completely.
I think that's Kyle saying, like, we know who we want. And look, would I rather have Jim Schwartz? Yes. Would I rather have Raheem Morris? Yes. Would I rather have Sean McDermott? Yes. But I think what Kyle's saying is I value continuity a lot more than bringing in somebody else. So, yeah, I think it's going to be Gus Bradley. And just by judging the YouTube chat when I was watching this press conference, fans will not enjoy that. Because Gus Bradley, there's an unfortunate thing with NFL fans where
they associate him with the Jags. Is that why
they're going to associate him with his time as a head coach? It happened with Brandon Staley when he signed here as well as the assistant head coach. Wasn't defensive coordinator, but right away people are like,
did Staley have the assistant head coach title as well?
I believe so. Whatever his title was.
I thought it was a defensive. I can't remember.
That might have been it. But people automatically say, well, Brandon Staley, he sucked with the Chargers. Well, yeah, he did as a head coach. But he was really good as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah, with the Rams,
and honestly,
right?
The Saints weren't bad this year. Yes, the record was terrible, but defensively, they weren't bad. So people automatically go to, well, Gus Bradley sucked with the Jaguars. Yes, he was terrible as a head coach. But being around Robert Saleh, and it's basically his scheme as well, it's going to be the same thing.
He was the assistant head coach last year. Yeah.
Okay. So I think there's value in bringing back Gus Bradley and having him be your defensive coordinator. But also, I can see where fans are like, so we're just going to let Raheem Morris go join the Packers or the Rams, or Sean McDermott join the Dallas Cowboys, or let Jim Schwartz pick where he wants to go. I understand that. I totally get that. But it sounds like Kyle has his mind made up, and I would be surprised if they go with anybody else besides Gus Bradley now.
Well, it'll be telling based on who they interview.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's sometimes telling. If they interview any of those guys, then I think they're widely considered a candidate. They're too big of a name. If they were to interview Raheem or they were to interview Schwartz, that would tell me that they were absolutely on the table.
Yeah.
We'll see. Are there internal candidates? Are they going to do the 2 internal interviews potentially?
That's what I think we're going to see KJ Wright and Daniel Bullock.
And then maybe 1 or 2 others outside the organization. That would be the tell of exactly where their direction is.
Right, yeah.
Because if it's Bradley and then these other guys, Bradley's already here. Again, the voices in the guys in the defensive room already know that voice. Him calling the plays would be something that Kyle's comfortable with as he was already there. He's the assistant head coach. Another guy, when I'm talking about stability, he fits the mold of what I was asking for, of continuity, of somebody who's going to be here. He's not going to get another head coaching job. That would be, he might interview somewhere. I would be shocked. That's something I would not have high on my list of expectations for the rest of Gus Bradley's career. He had one of the worst runs of anybody in the history of,
he will not be head coach
of head coaching in football. And that's not indicative of who he is as a defensive mind.
No.
Widely respected.
I would say the same applies, though, to Raheem Morris, where I doubt he gets another head coaching gig.
Agreed. That's kind of why I like
he's such a good defensive coordinator.
Right. And so the end has been an assistant head coach and knows Kyle well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I saw people yesterday saying, oh, Gus Bradley failed and got fired in his last 2 jobs. Somebody said, wasn't he with the Raiders at one point?
He was with the Raiders. The defense improved. He also went to the Colts.
Also, come on. We're going to put the Raiders on him. Was he there for a year?
I want to say 2 years. That was when Gruden was there. I want to say, like in, that might have been the season where Gruden was asked to leave.
Then your guy, Bisaccia.
Yeah. I think...
See, dude, the Raiders were like, we could go with an interim head coach, and we'd rather go Bisaccia, the special teams coordinator, than the DC who's had head coaching experience.
Yeah, I mean, that was telling of Gus Bradley.
That's what I'm saying, he's not going
anywhere. Say what you will, but the players love Rich Bisaccia.
Oh, I know. I thought they should have kept him at that point.
Yeah.
Then he went to the Packers.
That was a tough sell. I'd be like, let's get the special teams coordinator to be the head coach.
Because they made a run. Did they make the playoffs?
They made the playoffs that year.
It was their last run.
It was their last run, yeah. But I understand. I understand why fans, when there is a pool of great defensive coordinators available, and we'll see about Jim Schwartz. He may get the Cleveland Browns head coaching gig. But I understand that when there's more appealing guys on the table that have head coaching experience, and Gus Bradley's one of those guys as well, you think that's more attractive or sexy, but I understand. At the same time, it seems like Kyle values the fact that Gus Bradley's here for a year, so let's not change too much.
By the way, he was with the Colts after he was with the Raiders. So
yes.
1 year with the Raiders in 21, then 3 seasons with the Colts as their defensive coordinator.
There you go.
There you go. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I see Bob on the line. I see front row Chris and Petaluma. We will get to your calls coming up next at 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We can talk about that thought that Gus Bradley would be the next defensive coordinator for the Niners. It's kind of what Kyle was alluding to there and saying we're not going to cast a wide net. I want to wait and see who they interview and if, in fact, any of those guys like Jim Schwartz or Raheem Morris are on the table, but maybe not after Kyle says not a wide net. It could mean not a wide net. It could mean if we don't get one of those guys, then it's Gus Bradley. That wouldn't be that wide of a net to say, hey, if it's Schwartz, it's Schwartz. If not, we're going Bradley.
It also, it could be Kyle not wanting to tip his hand, too. It sounds like Kyle is...
Coaching stuff, they just kind of know.
Yeah, but at the same time, he knows that his buddies probably want Raheem Morris, too, so he's not going to say much right now.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 if you want to get in on the conversation. Do you believe the Niners are in trouble after losing Robert Saleh? Emmanuel Acho thinks so. We'll let you hear from him and more on the future of the Niners from John and Kyle. That's next. Dirty Work, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors lost 145-127 last night at Chase in a no-defense affair, but hey, Jonathan Kuminga returned to the court and added 20 points. But if you're really looking for a silver lining, LJ Cryer and Malavi Leons got minutes, so awesome. Next up for Golden State, they head to Dallas to kick off a 4-game road trip. For everything LJ Cryer, keep it locked right here to the Malavi Leons leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday afternoon. We are, by the way, a little bit later going to jump into some Warrior basketball. They lost last night by 18. Despite a little late third quarter flurry where they went on that run.
They cut it to 9, but yeah.
The Warriors have cut it to 9.
Yeah.
Blast from the past with Fitz. And the Warriors are down 9. If the Warriors can cut it to single digits, they still might lose by 18 after the fourth.
Yeah, that's where we're at right now.
So they still lost. So we'll talk to Sam Amick a little bit more about that later on. Out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Do you believe the Niner defense or the Niners are in trouble after the exit of Robert Saleh? I want to hear the soundbite from Emmanuel Acho because he said this yesterday, and boy, is he wrong. Let's go out to the phone lines first. Bob is in Saratoga. Let's talk about the health of the Niner roster, as we just heard from John Lynch. Bob, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
I think you guys did a really good job covering this whole issue. I think we'd all agree that football is a very violent sport. I would like to give you a couple examples, though. I think players have a very important responsibility to train as hard as possible.
Sure.
Take McCaffrey. He's most likely to get hurt, and he doesn't get hurt because he trains harder.
Right.
And if you take – I'll give you two other examples on the other side of two guys that all they care about is the money, and that's Ayuk and the other guy that left.
Debo?
And they held out. Yeah, Debo. They missed practice. That's why they got hurt. In that sport, you've got to be in tip-top condition. And so I just wanted to add that to what you guys already did a good job covering.
Hold on, Bob.
I would, can't prevent.
I mean, Bob, you make great points, but I also argue that Ayuk doesn't care about money because he's foregoing a ton of it.
Doesn't care as much as we thought.
He just wants the hell off the 49ers.
You guys are turning this into a comedy show.
Bob, appreciate the call, bro.
Is.
Thanks so much, man.
Kinda
Call
is.
anytime. Yeah, it kind of is. That's the hope. So, I mean, I hear what he's saying, too. Like, there's a point that he's making that I don't think everything he's saying I agree with, but I do agree with the point that, like, we talk so much about being in football shape, that when guys have held out for the Niners, they haven't performed as well, not necessarily injury-laden, but haven't performed as well. Nick Bosa is a good example of that. And I know that Nick Bosa is one of those guys, like you're saying, McCaffrey, who is a freak when it comes to his preparation and working out and does a great job at it on his own. And his injuries have been almost always structural when it came to the knee. So it's like, that's not necessarily about the workout that he's putting in. That's stuff that happens in game, whether it's the turf, whether it's a hit that he takes. Ayuk, albeit not in football shape, did have an injury that was tied to a structural thing.
Right.
When it's a structural injury that happens on a hit, which it was, right? He came across the middle on that left side, week 6 last year, takes that blow. Was it week 6? Is that what it was?
It was early on.
Yeah, I was going to say first part of the season for
Patriot
sure.
game.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Anyway, he takes that hit and he goes down. It's like, if you take the hit and you get injured structurally, what are you going to do about that? What was, I mean, maybe the workouts help you strengthen those ligaments. I'm sure there's things you can do for that, but I don't think that's why he got hurt. There are guys with the soft tissue stuff where you're like, you've been off for so long, you come back, you're taking hits, you're getting banged up. That's where I'm like, are you calloused enough to play?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I know a ton about that, but there might be.
That's my feeling.
There might be a correlation with guys that hold down in training camp where they get injured during the regular season. I mean, we saw it a couple times this year where Trey Hendrickson got hurt, Terry McLaurin got hurt. Obviously, Micah Parsons tore his ACL.
I feel like you got to be doing some of the hard work at that speed. And that's, again, it depends on the injury for me. It's not just, again, if it's a rolled ankle, if you get stepped on, if you get concussed, like that's way different. I'm talking like, is it a groin? Is it a hamstring? Is it it's the things that you're like, are you in enough shape to be doing things? Because football's all about how explosive you are. It's a stop and then go as fast and as hard as you can. So if you're doing that on your get-offs in whatever position you're playing and your body's not holding up, that's when I wonder, but you weren't on the field with everybody. And Ayuk had like the hold in, but again, his was structural. It's a little bit different. Back out to the phone lines. Front row Chris is in Petaluma. Wants to talk about the Niners' next defensive coordinators. As we heard from Kyle, says doesn't necessarily sound like they're going to spread or cast a wide net.
You're right.
And he mentioned Gus Bradley was the obvious and internal lead candidate for the job. Front row Chris, you're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, I think that's the guy. I want some continuity. I think Kyle did too. He said he would have loved it if Saleh had stayed for another year. How about we get instead of having 5 DCs in 5 years, how about having 1 DC for 5 years?
That'd be kind of sweet, huh? That's kind of where I'm at, man. He fits the mold of a guy. Yeah.
I think that's going to help the
development,
the defense a lot.
I think so too, man. I think there's something to building that and staying there and players having confidence in each other and in their leader. So I appreciate the call, Chris. I am okay with Gus Bradley as the hire. He would be on my list. I was looking externally because I think there are guys who are better defensive coordinators.
Yeah.
But I do respect Gus Bradley as a coordinator. Did he not build the Legion of Boom? Or was not part of that
He
growth?
was there in the inception of it in 2012 where they started getting really good.
Right.
So he was there, and he taught Saleh everything he knows. So, yeah, I would say that there's there's good continuity, and there's also not a drop-off from Saleh leaving. So it's not like he's, a brand new defensive coordinator. He's a guy that's been there, done that. He's been in other teams. So I think Kyle's also trying to find his head coach of his defense. And as the caller just said, you don't need to change it every year. We go from Saleh to D'Amico to Steve Wilkes, Nick Sorensen, back to Saleh, now to...
He had D'Amico for 2 years.
Gus Bradley, yes.
And he interviewed for jobs after the first year, for head coaching jobs after year 1, and then he got the Texans job year 2.
And maybe Kyle's like, you never know. If I bring Raheem over, maybe he does get a head coaching job. And Jim Schwartz, you never know with him either. Sean McDermott's probably a one and done. I feel confidently that Gus Bradley will never be head coach again, so I want him to be here for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So I understand
You're
that.
part of building this with the philosophy that we just installed with him and Robert Saleh. Like he was a part of helping this year, right?
Yeah.
So whatever credit you're giving Saleh has to go in large or some part to Gus Bradley. I like logically. It takes a unit.
Exactly. So I understand why some fans I understand why some fans would be like, Gus Bradley, but let's just see how it goes. I honestly think it would be the right hire.
I get why that might be the thought too, because there are other names out there. And that's where I'm just like, yeah, I'm okay with Bradley. But I really would like one of the other guys. And maybe they're not available. Maybe Morris says, no, I am going to the Packers. That's my number one choice. You get to go coach Micah Parsons. Why wouldn't you?
Or it's easy for him to go back to the Rams because he was there for so long.
Right. And he knows that system, and you get to go Jared Verse, and they're building something
there. If the
there.
Rams gig is open.
They're building something there.
Right.
Do you still think, does it sound like Shula's going to get that job?
Yeah, I saw some report today that some people believe that Mike McCarthy is the favorite with the Steelers, but I'm not buying that.
That'd be weird.
No.
They don't even have a quarterback.
No, I would say that,
Is Rodgers more likely to come back or less if McCarthy got the job?
Less likely.
Yeah, I thought so too.
But I think he's gone either way. No, I think Chris Shula is going to be your Steelers head coach.
That's sort of sick. I kind of like that. I like that hire.
Yeah, because they've always gone young. Like
they go young. Plus, it seems like Chris Shula could be a guy who's there for the next 15 years.
Absolutely.
Like he seems like he could
and
be
that's
that.
what they strive to do. I mean,
they want that dude. He's a guy from a football family.
Mike Tomlin was hired when he was 32 years old. I think Chris Shula's 38, so a little older, obviously.
Was McVay 31?
He was 30.
McVay was the youngest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this guy, Grant Udinski, who's interviewing for the Browns gig, is just turned 30 a couple weeks ago.
Udinski.
808
KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call into text. You said that Gus Bradley taught Saleh everything he knows. It just pinged in my head, Sandlot.
Yeah, which line?
Once they finally, remember Benny teaches Smalls how to catch the pass. He's like,
it's
just
been a minute,
put your glove up in the air and I'll take care of it. And there's a moment, I think later on when Smalls hits the home run that he brings out because it's the Babe Ruth ball, and he hits it over the fence.
Right.
And as he's running, I think Hamilton Porter, the catcher, stands up and he goes, taught him everything he knows.
Yeah.
That's the deep end, and Squints can't swim. Back out to the phone lines. It's our guy, Duane in Stockton. Duane, what's going on, bro? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, the homies?
What's up, bro? How's your Wednesday,
What
man?
up, Duane?
Oh, everything's beautiful, man. Hump day, but I got a few questions. If it's cool with you guys.
What's up, bro?
Lay it on me.
Hey, so tell me about the fangirl, Tracy Sandler, man. How do you think she feels about interracial loving?
Oh, dude, I don't know. Duane, I can't answer that. I can't. Come on, man. I can't. I know. I work with her. We can't do that.
No.
I know you had more than one question.
No.
There.
No.
That sounds like a DM.
No. I'm not even going any further with that one.
Yeah. Back to the sound from Emmanuel Acho.
You get a little too comfortable sometimes, Duane.
Come on.
See you in a few weeks, Duane.
Yeah.
All right, let's just move on. More sound from, this is what I was asking about earlier. At 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you think the Niners are in trouble at all? So here's what Emmanuel Acho had to say yesterday. He does this show with LaShawn McCoy.
LaShawn McCoy now. I forget the name of it. Used to be on with Joy Taylor back in the day.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, dude, there's actually an episode of this podcast with LaShawn McCoy and Emmanuel Acho like maybe a couple months ago where they got into an argument about something in a game that they're like live watching a game together.
Oh, live stream, yeah.
Yeah. And they were doing this podcast. And then there's a third guy, too, who's like their sidekick or producer.
Okay.
And LaShawn McQueen made a couple of jokes to Acho about Troy Taylor. And dude, Acho then got up and left. He got hella mad and he like left the live stream. And LaShawn McQueen's like, "Are you really gonna be mad?" He was like, why that's not what we're doing this. Why are you bringing that up? Like he's getting all mad about it.
I mean, that's kind of the reason.
Shady's kind of like laughing at it too.
That's
and I'm
kind of the reason they all lost their gigs at Fox, and also their shows were terrible. But yeah, that's rough.
It's kind of funny. He's like, I mean, he worked there with him too.
Yeah.
Did McCoy. So
it must be true then.
So here's Emmanuel Acho. He came back for this take though. He was back on the full pod for this take. He's talking about the 49ers and their losing of Robert Saleh. This happened yesterday, and he says, in the absence of Robert Saleh, the 49ers are now in trouble. Here you go.
San Francisco 49ers, you are and we are in gigantic trouble. You saw what happened to the defense when Robert Saleh went to the Jets. Kyle Shanahan was absolutely lost, dumbfounded. Defense went from top 5 in football to bottom 15 in football. San Francisco 49ers, it does not matter if Nick Bosa and Fred Warner are out there. If the defensive coach hired is not the right one, the season is over before it ever begins. Robert Saleh is a top 3 defensive mind in football right now, and you saw how he can get the most out of players because they went to Philadelphia with a whole bunch of players that you do not even know the names of, and 11-year veterans and Eric Kendricks, and found a way to win that football game. So Robert Saleh is a phenomenal defensive mind. Niners fans, I'm in mourning, I'm in weeping, I'm devastated because this is bad.
It's a little over the top. A little over the top and performative, I would say.
He conveniently, first of all, I'm gonna check him on his numbers. At what point they went from top 15 with Saleh to bottom 15?
Not with D'Amico.
So I'm like, what is he talking about? And here's the other thing I would challenge is Kyle Shanahan is in trouble.
Dumbfounded.
Without Robert Saleh.
Bamboozled even.
Like, dude, he went to another NFC championship and a Super Bowl with 2 different defensive coordinators after Robert Saleh left.
And let's be honest, Saleh worked magic this year,
but it wasn't.
But the defense was terrible.
Yeah, that's exactly. Like statistically, they were a bottom. They weren't a great defense this year. I think they were top. I'll look at the scoring, like where they were in defensive scoring. But this wasn't in scoring defense. They were number 15, 22.7 points.
And that's amazing considering all the injuries. It felt like they gave up more points.
They didn't have a ton of games where they got into like shootouts or gave up a lot.
I know.
There's a lot of like mid-20s.
It's to me like the game where they gave up 42 to the Rams or the shootout against the Bears. They still won that game. And yeah, like they held the Browns to, 8 points? So they like the Panthers to 9, but those are really bad offenses. I don't agree with Emmanuel Acho at all. I would say that, yes, they need to nail the defensive coordinator, the job itself as far as the next candidate. But yeah, when it comes to the drop-off from Robert Saleh to the next guys.
So Saleh left in 19, right? Or after 19?
No, after the 2020 season.
After the 2020 season. So the first year without Saleh is 2021, which, by the way, the 49ers went to the NFC Championship with D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Right? So they go to the NFC Championship. That year in defense, what's he talking about? The Robert Saleh. I think he's just completely misinformed.
They went to 2 NFC Championship games with.
I said they went to 2 different NFC. Sorry, after Saleh left, they went to 2 NFC Championships and a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
after Saleh left, before he came back.
Mm-hmm.
He says they were a bottom 15 defense. The year after Saleh leaves, the Niners go to the NFC Championship and lose to the Rams. In scoring, the Niners were a top 5 defense in scoring against.
Yeah.
I don't know what metric he's going by.
That's just having a take to have a take where, yes, you love Robert Saleh and this fan base does too, so it's hard to see him leave, but it's not like detrimental to where it's like Kyle Shanahan will be dumbfounded to find a defensive coordinator. No, he'll find somebody, and he's laying on his feet. He had a pretty successful season this year without much of a defense.
The next year, not only were they not bottom 15, they were in 2022 number 1 defense in scoring against.
Wasn't Nick Bosa the defensive player of the year?
17.2 points a game.
Yeah.
And the Jets, by the way, were the second.
Yeah.
In points per game against. Then in 2023, the defense did take a hit. They weren't nearly as dominant.
Steve Wilkes, yeah.
Yeah, they really fell off, falling to number 4 in points against after.
That was it?
That's what I'm saying is Steve Wilkes gets more hate because it wasn't a fit. I agree.
Yeah.
That Kyle didn't work with Kyle, didn't want him there. But for all the hate Steve Wilkes gets, I'm like, he gets more hate for a coordinator that took a team to the Super Bowl and held Patrick Mahomes. What do you have? 19 points scored.
19
going into overtime.
Going into
in regulation. They
overtime,
had 19 points scored, and I know it didn't work out. I know it didn't work, and they couldn't stop the run. And there was the miscommunication and the disconnect between Fred Warner. All that, whatever, that all plays into it. That's why he's not here. But as a one-year coordinator, things didn't like blow up. Things didn't go awry. It's just that you had to be as good as DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh were, and they were pretty damn close in terms of keeping points off the board. So then last year, right, 2024, then they have a guy who's never called plays as a defensive coordinator before. They at one point do lose Nick Bosa. They had a bunch of other injuries. Talanoa Hufanga in and out of the lineup. Dre Greenlaw comes back late. They didn't have enough linebackers. They fell to 29th in defense.
Well, yeah.
So since Robert Saleh, in the time that Robert Saleh left, the 49ers were a top 5 defensive scoring team in points against 4 of the 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, I understand.
And then he returned, and they were not. I mean, they were still top 12 this year, but
I understand the point
such a terrible
he's
thing.
trying to make.
It's just not real, or
well,
bad
it's not real in the sense that Kyle Shanahan will be dumbfounded or the season will be over if they don't nail the defensive coordinator hire.
Dude, their defenses got even better than they were in 2020 after he left. Yeah. They were more dominant in 21 in 22 and in 23.
I have a lot of faith that Kyle Shanahan can find the next guy, and I think that guy will be Gus Bradley. That's not a bad hire. So you could be upset that Robert Saleh left because he was integral to your success, 100%. But to act like they'll be lost without him, I disagree.
Back out to the phone lines, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. You know, we got to take a quick break. We'll get to the phones when we come on back. JP in Sacramento, Alan in Lodi, I see you waiting. More of your calls and your thoughts. Are you satisfied if, in fact, it is Gus Bradley? Do you have faith in the Niners' ability to regroup after losing Robert Saleh? I just gave you the most important defensive stat. How many points do you allow per game? In the 5 years without Saleh, it was 5, right? 2 of DeMeco, 1 of Steve Wilkes, 1 of Sorensen.
Yeah.
Was it 5 or was it 4?
4
seasons, and then he's back this year.
4, yeah.
3 of the 4 years, they were top 5 or number 1 in defensive points allowed per game. This last season with Sorensen, no dice, and you get Saleh back, and you're back into the top 12. 808 KNBR, are the Niners in trouble? I certainly don't think so. Where do you feel, or where are you going with Gus Bradley and your feelings? More to come on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Sharks lost yesterday to a very tough Tampa Bay Lightning, 4-1 on the back end of a back-to-back. San Jose heads home for a Friday date with the New York Rangers. But be sure to keep it locked to Dirty Work tomorrow as we welcome goalie and brawler Alex Nedeljkovic to the show. You know Dirty Work's the hockey leader, so keep it locked, you puckhead.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And we talk to him live every day right here on The Sports Leader so he can answer some of your tax questions. Steve, people have to file their taxes coming up. What happens if someone realizes they've got unfiled tax returns from the past? Is that a concern?
It is, but it's totally fixable. You know, a lot of people just don't file tax returns. And the number one reason they don't file them is they don't have money to pay them. And they don't know what to do, and they think nothing can be done. Right now, traditional tax filing system, tax filing time. And this is the IRS's favorite time to make examples. You know, it is a crime not to file a tax return. Government can put you in prison for 1 year for every year you don't file, up to 6 years. You don't want to take a chance of being an example. Not to mention, on the civil side, the IRS just makes up the tax return, and oftentimes it's way more than you really owe. Talk to us. We have a free consultation. What do you have to lose? We'll explain everything to you, your case, what we can do. And then we can go ahead, file all the returns we need to file, and then we'll make a deal for you. So we give you back your life. You don't have to be looking over your shoulder. You don't have to worry your bank account's going to get cleaned out, or your wages are going to be taken, or lots of other stuff they can do to you. The bottom line is just call us, let us tell you what we can do for you.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work Live on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Sam Amick of The Athletic covers the NBA. He joins us at about 3:50 talking about what the Warriors are going to do in the immediate and in the future. We'll talk about how things stand for the Golden State Warriors after an 18-point loss to Toronto last night.
Yeah, not great.
Not great. Hey, Kuminga played well in a loss, always does. If we looked at his best games of his career,
It usually seems to be the trend.
I would bet like 70% of them came in Warrior losses.
Yeah, and that's the case
frequently he's playing without the best players, but basically had everybody yesterday.
Well, I mean, everybody's argument this offseason was, well, he played great in those
Timberwolves playoff games.
They lost them all.
I know.
They lost every one. They lost every one. Every one of them.
But you know what? I'm not opposed to him getting more playing time. I mean, sure, by all means, play.
Well, yeah, what else are you going to do now?
But I think this has run its course.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll talk to Sam Amick about it in a bit. Back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, talking 49er football and whether or not you're satisfied with the answer Kyle gave about it being Gus Bradley as the lead internal candidate.
Mm-hmm.
He would be the obvious choice, is kind of what Kyle had said. Said they won't. He doesn't think they really would cast a wide net. I do wonder whether or not they're going to go after Jim Schwartz if he doesn't get the Browns job. So I wonder if the wide net is like, yeah, there's two guys, Morris or Schwartz. If not, it's probably going to be Bradley.
All right.
Because you do have to interview more than one candidate. So you may as well, if you can get either of those guys. But if you know that Bradley's in-house right now and you know this is the best job he's going to get offered. Like, I don't think may get offered a DC job elsewhere, but I'd imagine he'd rather be here and be, like Mayoko said yesterday, the head coach of the defense effectively. You know, Kyle's going to let you run it. Might be a great situation for him to just wait and see.
I mean, and also, do you want to do your due diligence and, interview some of the guys that are in-house, like KJ Wright or Daniel Bullock, and
for sure
see what they're capable of and, kind of build up their resume where people see that you're interviewing them and they get more opportunities next season?
It's a good thing for those guys if the Niners are interviewing
Absolutely.
them. It gives them credibility next year and maybe more this offseason. So let's go out to JP. JP's in Sacramento. JP, what's going on, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys, love the show. I'm a Ram fan. I've called him before.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Two things. One with the Niners is Robert Saleh did an amazing job, and he developed a culture, a sense of confidence, and a sense of energy. I would promote with him because you want to maintain that. And if somebody come in from the outside, I don't think he's going to duplicate that. I think in-house is your best chance. I do have a question for the faithful, and I got a lot of respect for the Niners, but the NFC West is going to hoist on the Barty Trophy at Levi Stadium. Which one pisses off the faithful more, the Rams or the Seahawks?
JP, I appreciate the call. It's an interesting point first on the keeping somebody in-house or going with culture that's already been established. Now, Gus Bradley would be an internal hire. So that would be somebody who was with Saleh in his return and was part of the foundation that was laid for some of these players in terms of what's expected, what the culture is. The message remains the same, I think, is the point. And that's a point well taken, and I think a feather in the cap of Gus Bradley if I'm looking at top candidates.
Yeah, I mean, you want to keep the same scheme. You want to keep the same continuity, and I think all the players will be happy. So nothing wrong with that. I think that, as I said before, that some fans would look at Gus Bradley and his time being the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars and say, like, why are we doing this? It's because he was here a year ago, and they don't want to change things too drastically.
Well, why don't you look at Jim Schwartz and his tenure as head coach of the...
Serious. Well, you know what?
They went to the playoffs at one point.
They were actually a pretty damn good team, but they just had missed opportunities. And let's be real, Jim Schwartz hasn't been a head coach in a long time, neither has Gus Bradley. So if Jim Schwartz does not get the Cleveland Browns job and he is available, that would be very intriguing. I got to believe, though, the reason why this is going so long with their hiring the Cleveland Browns is because they probably want to massage things with Jim Schwartz. We're like, we love you, Jim. Like, just please, like, we don't want you to be head coach, but we want you to be defensive coordinator.
I think that pisses you off. You're like, do I really still want to stay and play for this organization?
But Jeff Ulbrich stayed with the Atlanta Falcons.
Right, but Jeff Ulbrich wasn't being interviewed. Was he interviewed as a head coach and candidate this year?
I believe he was.
With the Falcons?
Yes.
I don't know.
But he didn't really have a big chance to
He also hasn't been a coach yet. This is probably the only place Schwartz would get a head coaching job.
100%.
Ulbrich might get more interviews down the road.
Yeah.
I think he has in the past.
Right.
So more here on the phone lines. Let's go out to Alan. Alan is in Lodi. Alan, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. I'm going to miss Saleh. I think we're all going to miss Saleh. I don't think we're in trouble, though. Bradley, Morris. I want to know your guys' thoughts on Sean McDermott. I know he's probably going to get another head coaching job, but I think he's a pretty good defensive-minded coach, so I don't think it would be too bad for the Niners.
No, that'd be fantastic, and I would be all over that, but you're in the same boat you're in right now where it's probably one and done.
I don't think he's getting a head coaching job now, but you're right. He'll probably get another one within a year or so. So do you want to do this whole thing again next year, Alan?
No, not necessarily, but... Yeah, just a thought, because I was thinking about it, and me and my buddies were talking about it. Like, I wouldn't be mad, but you guys got a point. We don't want to be in the same boat we are this year, next year at the end of the season. So,
appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
Well, you know what? That shouldn't stop you from making the hire.
No, it shouldn't. If you think he's the best guy for the job right now, you don't say, well, what might happen next year? Like, who knows?
Yeah.
So if you think he's the best guy for the job, you go get him. I just think if I'm ranking what makes the best guy for the job, getting somebody who will be here for beyond one season is ideal. And I think if things had gone better with Steve Wilkes internally, not the success of the team, he would have been back. You know what I mean? Like, they had enough success.
Yeah.
They had deficiencies, but it was the internal problems and disconnect as to why
Kyle just couldn't move forward with it.
That's what I mean. He wasn't the right guy. He wasn't the right guy for this team. But they still found pretty good levels of success.
Oh, absolutely.
To the point I was making about
it was a huge drop off from Steve Wilkes to Daniel Sorensen.
Nick Sorensen.
Or sorry, Nick.
Yeah. And then Sorensen had not been a defensive play caller before.
Right.
Like, that was I'm not really sure what that was about. What's also interesting is, like, they're in a better spot right now, the Niners are, than they were last year, because they had to move on from Sorensen after a season.
Mm-hmm.
And then Kyle effectively got word from Saleh, I won't take another DC job. If I don't get a head coaching gig, I'll be your DC.
Right.
Kyle still had to sit and wait and find out all offseason whether or not he was going to get a job.
Well, you and I were talking about there's Dennis Allen, there's Lou Anarumo, there's other guys out there.
And they started getting plucked.
And they started getting gut jobs, and I was like, okay, this will go on a little longer here.
The difference now is the 49ers have the luxury of having their internal candidate. And I don't know, so far Gus Bradley hasn't been interviewing for other coaching jobs, but there's still several head coaching jobs that are unfilled.
Yeah. It's pretty clear to me, though.
6 of them.
Kyle is adamant about what type of defensive scheme he wants to run. He likes solid schemes so much that he wants everybody else to run it. And there's been, Dante Whitner and people in the past that say, like, they should go to a 3-4. And Kyle sounds like he is strict on, I want the same scheme that I've been running since day one, the Seattle-type defense. So Gus Bradley started that, 15 years ago. So let's keep running that.
Yeah, and get a guy who can do that. Now, they could do that with Jim Schwartz. They could do it with Raheem. And so I do really wonder, when they say not a wide net, how wide. I mean, 4 guys isn't that wide of a net.
I wouldn't be the least surprised.
But the point is, they can go out and get.
Yeah, if they kick the tires and see, like, with Raheem, like, do you want to go here? Would you prefer to go with the Rams since you know them? Or
probably tell him, no, I'm going to go to Green Bay. That's what's best.
Yeah, and the same thing with Jim Schwartz. Like, they're waiting on him. They're waiting on, it'd be the same deal right now where Jim Schwartz is waiting to hear if he's the Cleveland Browns coach. Then once they hire a Grant Udinsky or a Clint Kubiak or somebody else, then Jim Schwartz is available. But until that time, I don't think the 49ers want to wait around forever and just they want to, if it makes the most sense to hire from within and elevate Gus Bradley, then they're going to do that.
Let's hear more from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. A lot of people still texting in about Ayuk. And it's funny when I see people like add Ayuk to trade proposals, because I'm like, I don't. Why do you think there's any value for any other team? They know you're going to dump him. If they want him, they can just grab him.
Yeah.
Why would they give anybody anything for him? How is that of any value to any organization? Unless they really, really wanted a guy who everybody's unsure of his status on the field because he wasn't showing up to meetings and if he'll show up, or if you go to trade for him, does he not want to be in your organization either? Like, then what? You know what I mean? We just saw this meltdown. Nobody's trading for Brandon Ayuk.
No.
Absolutely not. I would put that as like the number one thing that will not happen for the 49ers this year. They're not trading him. He's just going to be gone. Like, no other team wants. Why would you take him? Unless you'd have to probably check with the agent and know that he'd be okay to go there. But why? Like, you haven't even seen him play. Like, there'd be no reason for anybody to do that.
The trade value went to 0% the day that article came out with Mike Silver and Diana Rossini. Once you know that a team is moving on from somebody, and
it's Kuminga to the nth.
Yeah, like their best days are behind them. Like, this is kind of the same thing to me. Like a year ago, remember when Cooper Kupp put out that post saying, like, I'm done with the Rams. I don't know what my future is going to be, but they're moving on from me. As soon as that was known to everybody else in the NFL, it's like, well, we're not going to trade for Cooper Kupp.
We can just talk to him and grab him if we want.
There's a date. There will be a date where they release him. So it's the same thing with Brandon Ayuk. They're not going to hold. I mean, I'm sure Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch will field calls this offseason to be like, maybe a 7th, anybody out there? And they'll be like, no, you're going to cut him. Why would I trade anything for him?
I wouldn't give up a 7th. Think about if you were the Niners and Brandon Ayuk were on another team. Would you give up anything for him?
No.
If the answer is no, then why would you think you'd get anything for him?
The only way is he's in a package that actually has a real asset.
That's what I mean. But I'm saying if Brandon Ayuk is the guy and you're the 49ers and you know the Niners need receivers, that's a spot they could use help at. If you think about Brandon Ayuk, if he were playing for the Cincinnati Bengals right now, would you want him? I wouldn't.
In a trade?
Yeah, in a trade. Would you
No.
trade? Would you trade a 7th for him? I would not.
No, because I'm calling your bluff.
I would
Eventually,
not.
you will release him.
Also, why would you? Yeah, that's the point exactly. I'm saying, but if you looked at it, if anybody thinks they could throw him in a deal, like the guy who said the thing about Jefferson, that was so far off base from what they would want.
Like a sweetener? Like
I saw somebody else mentioned Ayuk as a trade. I'm like, he's not getting traded.
No.
Why would anybody acquire a player and give you something for him?
Your best trade asset this offseason is Mac Jones, not Brandon Ayuk. That's the reality.
Yeah. Yeah, without question.
100%.
With that next to draft capital, your best player asset. Here's John Lynch on Brandon Ayuk's future. And Kyle Shanahan, when the line of communication stopped with Ayuk, when did you stop communicating? Excuse me. When did he stop communicating with the organization? And what does the future hold? How do you handle this?
The plan in terms of the transaction, that will come in due time. I think it's safe to say that he's played his last snap with the Niners. It's unfortunate, situation that just went awry. And, I will look long and hard at, what could have been done differently, but sometimes just doesn't work out. And I think that this was a case where that happened.
I'm coaching. I don't hang out in the training room at all. So I don't see guys much that way. But I'd say it officially stopped for me when the last time I tried to get a hold of him and couldn't. And then tried a couple more times and still couldn't. And then that matched everyone else that was trying to get a hold of him and couldn't. And eventually, there's not much of an explanation because it's really hard for us and anyone else to understand. And that's why it's something I've never seen in 22 years of coaching. So it's unfortunate. But it's confusing because it's confusing for all of us. So, but it eventually becomes it is what it is. And you try as hard as you can to fix something that you don't understand. But it's not like we understand it very well still. But eventually you understand that it's not going to change and you got to move on with your football team, which is always the most important thing.
Yeah, when listening to both guys today, it seems like they're sad where obviously something's going on with Brandon Ayuk, and I'm not going to speculate or anything, but this has turned more than just a disgruntled wide receiver. Like this is kind of like what's going on here. Why would you just forego all this money, and why are you not communicating to anybody? And I got to believe when the NFL, like other teams, all other 31 teams look at this, they're like, really want this guy right now? Like it's more troubling than anything, in my opinion. Like we asked his former head coach, Kerr Edwards, a couple weeks ago, like, what do you think about this? And he just said it's sad. So I don't know what's going on with Brandon Ayuk right now.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate anything because to your point about their tone, they sound like they're like, yeah, it's unfortunate, but like it's not like this isn't an angry he left the team like Devondre Campbell thing last year, right? This is way different.
Yeah.
And they drafted this guy. Like they scouted him. They met with him when he was a college prospect. They went great levels of success with them. They signed the contract, and something didn't work out. And I take Kyle at his word there and saying, like, we don't know the whole story, but I honestly really do get the impression that they don't have the whole story.
No.
I get the impression that any communication they've had has been through an agent. And so things have been passed on for them to try to interpret. But Kyle's like, it sounds like they're really sad because they feel like they care about this person and that this maybe could have gone a different way. But Lynch said, I just think some things don't work out. And this was one of those. And so I don't know. I don't know to what extent this affects him. Like, does he still intend to play football? I think that's a question that's fair to ask. But I wonder if that's even something that...
I think he does.
Maybe. And
it'll be interesting to see this offseason if we get his side of the story where
I don't think so.
We might. I mean, 2 years ago, he went on the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and said, I want to play for the 49ers, but I want to play for the Commanders, but I want to play for the Steelers. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we get a sit-down interview from him.
It's just a matter of, like, whether this is about that or not. Because he gave back money and refused a grievance file. So, it's so different than... I don't know, because that's the thing. Is people, he's greedy about the money. We joked about that with that caller, Bob.
Not really.
So I'm like, is he? That's why I'm like, it doesn't sound like something somebody would, I don't know.
You got to hate your job to be like, don't pay me anymore. I just want to go away.
And for the Niners to be like, what's so bad right now? What happened?
Yeah.
Like that's, it's concerning. Anyway, we got other games to focus on this weekend to get ready for Championship Sunday, which means it's time for the Countdown to Kickoff.
Countdown to Kickoff, sponsored by Great Inn Resort and Casino. Win a big prize package every Saturday evening through February 7th. Details at greatinnresortcasino.com. All right, everybody, we know what's going on this weekend. It is the AFC Championship game and the NFC Championship game. And we get the Patriots and Broncos 10 years later from Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And now we get, that's right, Drake May and Jarrett Stidham. Oh, yeah, baby. And, I mean, right now, it's a 5.5-point spread for the Patriots. Right now, I'm going to say they win this game. Jarrett Stidham had success years ago, 49er fans saw, where he was the starting quarterback against the 49ers, but he was the quarterback for the Raiders and nearly won that game. I think it was 34-31. So there's a shot for Jarrett Stidham, but I'm not holding my breath. I would assume the Broncos going to win that game. And then we
mean the Patriots?
Sorry, yeah, the Patriots will win that game.
Yeah.
And then we get the Rams and Seahawks. The Seahawks are 2.5-point favorites, but Zach Charbonnet is out for the season with a torn ACL. And the two matchups we saw earlier in this season were riveting, in my opinion, where Sam Darnold threw 4 interceptions in a game earlier this year, but the Rams just sneak with a victory, 21-19. And then just a couple weeks ago, a thriller on Thursday night. The Seahawks win 38-37. So I'm kind of leaning Rams right now.
You think this is a shootout? Like the last game?
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised, but I doubt Puka Nacua goes for over 200 yards like he did a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, they had a huge catch in that one, too.
Yeah.
Big, long gain.
A lot of distractions
I think it's a
before that game,
lower
too.
scoring game. I think we're in somewhere in like the 27-24 range. I think it's right on the spread.
Yeah. And I would say, honestly, I thought that the Rams, they won that game in Chicago, but I thought the Bears more lost it than the Rams won it. So I need to feel a little more confident about their offense.
So you're going Rams, though?
I am going Rams just because I think the Zach Charbonnet injury could play a factor here, where Kenneth Walker ran all over the 49ers, but I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if the Rams defense could shut him down a little bit.
The caller did ask us earlier what would be more painful for the Niners. He asked Rams or Seattle. I said yesterday, and people were checking in going, no, it's got to be the Rams are more painful. I'm like, I don't want Sam Darnold and the Seahawks to hoist the Lombardi at Levi's. And again, like one team in the division's already had it. I comped it to like, dude, if the Dodgers just won the last two and then the Padres win this one, then you're like, come on, man. Because it's not like the Dodgers are going away.
Yeah.
Like another team won it before we were able to compete again for one. That would be frustrating. I don't really care about the number of titles the Patriots have. Somebody said, but they'll get 7 if they win before the Niners get 5. I'm like, dude, I don't, whatever. Steelers already have 6. You know what I mean? You're already behind.
Yeah. In the span of the 49ers winning their last Super Bowl, either the Seahawks or Rams would have won. I guess the Rams would have won 3 and the Seahawks would win 2.
Because Rams won with Warner.
Yep.
They won with Stafford. The Seahawks won with
Russell Wilson,
that defense. And they went to another one, but that would be 3 total right now. There will be 4 Super Bowls won in division since the Niners won their last.
And that is your countdown to kickoff, sponsored by Greater Resort and Casino. Don't miss the shot at a big prize package this Saturday evening. Details at GreaterResortCasino.com.
All right, the Warriors played last night, and they lost to the Toronto Raptors by 18 in their first game without Jimmy Butler, who's out for the season with an ACL injury. Jonathan Kuminga played 21 minutes, 7 of 10 from the field for 20 points in an 18-point loss. Should Kuminga get a chance to play every night now with Butler out in order to maximize his trade value? And can you maximize it at any point between now and the trade deadline? We'll do that next, and then Sam Amick of The Athletic joins us at 3:50. It's Dirty Work, talking dirty hoops on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
But from down 30 to within 16, you got 4 seconds to work with. Melton, push ahead Kuminga. JK down the lane. That's going to count. What a play by Melton and what a play by Kuminga. Both on the same page.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. The Warriors last night, they take on Toronto. They lose by 18 points. The Jonathan Kuminga did play. You heard that highlight there, the driving layup at the buzzer. Had they make it going like a 14-2 run or something at the end of the third.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
9.
And they had the
Warriors are down 9.
And they had their highest offensive output in a quarter this season, scored 44 points. But
he shot that one from Mendocino. Yes, sir.
I don't know, man. I'm not going to go crazy after one performance. I know some people today are like, you should be playing this guy all along. There's a reason why Steve Kerr's not playing him. And I understand that this franchise has had problems with developing talent. But I'll argue that, yes, it's Steve Kerr's job, and sometimes it's not, where there's so much pressure on him to get that final championship for Steph Curry where he doesn't have time to develop Kuminga. And maybe they didn't do it properly. I don't know. But at this point, these next 2 seasons are about trying to get that championship, so I can't just sit around and wait on potential for Kuminga.
I agree with you to an extent where I'm like, I do think it is his job to develop. I do think it's his job to develop talent. I won't say, well, it's not his job or he doesn't have time. I don't think that's the right. I hear what you're saying, but I don't think that's the right scope. I'm going to try to clarify what I think you're saying because I agree with this part of it. It's part of his job, absolutely, to develop talent. That's part of the head coach. Your job is to develop. It's to win, develop, strategize, manage the personalities. Like it's an all-encompassing job, right?
Okay.
That's the duty of being the head coach. The same as when things go wrong, it falls on the coach, and then therefore the organization, the GM, the president, whatever the structure is. I think what you're saying though is that in developing talent, and this is the problem with not being totally aligned on the 2 timeline system.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Kerr's happy to have great young talent on the team, but it has to develop within the structure of the goal of this team competing for a title. Because teams in general that have really good top 10 young talent in any league are not competing for a title because they drafted in the top 10.
Yes.
That's generally how it happens.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
The difference is that the Warriors have this player from a number 7 pick from fortunate maneuvering and a really bad season where they didn't have the talent to compete, and they used that smartly as a reset year. Unfortunately, the talent they've acquired in that span was viewed by the ownership and the organization as the next wave of talent, but we need them to mesh in and develop now, of course. But does that talent really work? Like, would Wiseman and Kuminga have worked together in like a different system when they're the young guy? Maybe it's totally different. Maybe in an alternate universe, they evolve and they become a great duo. In this universe, Steph Curry is still a top player on the planet.
Yeah.
And the developing of these players within this system, of this goal and this system, has not worked, albeit relationship-based, not necessarily talent-driven, but execution-driven for sure.
Yeah.
So I think I agree with you where I'm like, he has to develop talent, but it comes under the umbrella of the Steph Curry championship dynasty.
Absolutely. Like Jordan Poole fit in the system a whole hell of a lot better than Jonathan Kuminga has.
It's not a different umbrella, right? And
Yes.
that went wrong because of an external thing.
Like I'm sure
internal, but external.
Yes, I'm sure they wanted to keep him, but he fit in the system. And he didn't play defense very well, but he knew what was asked of him, to move the ball and shoot 3-pointers. Where Kuminga, he wants the offense to evolve around him. And some fans think that way. Where I'm like, are we just going to forego the last 10 years of success because Jonathan Kuminga has demands of what he views for himself as a player? Like, this is ridiculous. And also, like, I look at Twitter too much when it comes to this topic, but like, I'm so tired of his agent. Like, it's not even Kuminga I'm mad at, because he's just a young player trying to find himself. I totally get it. Like, he's getting advice from the wrong people, and he'll figure out later on that maybe this was the best situation for me and I screwed it up. But as far as every Warrior fan having an opinion on this, and his agent having to call out people, or call out Mike Dunleavy Jr. had a great line last night. I'm sure we'll play it in a couple seconds here, but I'm just tired of it. And I think the majority of Warriors fans just really want to see Steph Curry win a championship. And there's a good deal of the fan base that want Kuminga to be the superstar, which I don't understand. I don't understand this. And I said it before earlier in the show, and I'll say it again.
You still see it? I don't see it as much. I'm not saying I'm with you. That was like a major. It was like we joked. It's like the Belt Wars. Like some people really viewed him as this. It was like there were fans on the side of Steve and fans on the side of Joe.
Right.
Team Steve and Team Joe. Like he's not a superstar, or if he can be. And if here's the thing, I'm not even saying he can't be or if he is. I'm just saying it ain't happening right now, and it's not happening under this system.
Right.
So shut up about it. So it's not going to happen. But they're like, no, it has to happen.
Well, I think some people feel they were justified last night, and I think that those fans that feel that way are led by the owner. I do think Joe Lacob feels like Jonathan Kuminga is the future.
Yeah.
But you know what? We know how Steve Kerr feels about Jonathan Kuminga. We know how Draymond Green feels about him. We know how Jimmy Butler feels about him. Do we really know how Steph Curry feels about Jonathan Kuminga? I think that's something that people kind of just don't think about.
Draymond said he's one of the best young guys he'd ever been around. And I don't think Draymond would have said that just to say.
No. And Draymond advocated for Bob Myers drafting him.
Yeah.
But whenever Steph Curry's asked about him, it's kind of like this tone of, guys, yes, I'm trying to help the young guy, but he doesn't do the right things. Every time that Kuminga's brought up, he questions, are you doing the right things? Are you doing what coach asks of you? I think that people just blame Steve Kerr, and you should because he's the head coach. But also, Steph Curry dictates a lot of what goes on in that organization. So I would be curious, and I don't think anybody's going to be an answer. I believe, this is just my opinion, I believe Steph goes to Steve sometime and says, I can't play with this guy. I don't believe in Jonathan Kuminga. It's I don't know how many years he's been playing on the basketball team, but he still does the same stuff where he goes up the court and just goes ISO.
This comes from a place of why do you think Steph does this?
Why?
You said, I think Steph goes to Steve and says.
Where does this come from?
You said, I think Steph goes to Steve. This is it's not a report of that, right? You're saying you just.
I've seen it firsthand last year where they play in the Portland game and Steph throws his hands up in the air.
I'm saying So I'm saying, why do you think that Steph goes to Steve and says it, I guess? Because you're saying you think that could
there's a reason why Draymond's still here. It's because of Steph Curry. I think that a lot that goes on in this organization is not dictated by Steph, but he also has a hand in it. So
yeah,
I think,
without question. I'm just saying on the Kuminga specificity, because it doesn't seem to me like he's spoken poorly about him.
He hasn't spoken poorly about him.
He never speaks poorly about anybody.
But I don't believe that they mesh well as far as having basketball chemistry.
I agree.
So I think Steph.
But don't you think at some point Steph says, "I see his talent and he can help us," but it's just not happening at times where we need it to, or he goes through stretches where it's not consistent.
Yeah, and that happens a lot more than him being successful. And also, I don't know if people saw this today. In the Ringer, Logan Murdoch today believes that Steve Kerr, this is going to be his last season. Where, yes, he's kind of mum about his future. And
the more the season goes, the more I kind of feel that way.
Well, the way he's talking, the fact that they are a fading dynasty and they can't compete with younger teams.
I mean, who knows? But Logan's covered him for the duration of the dynasty.
And Logan a year ago had a lot of details about Steve's, anger towards Jonathan Kuminga. So there's something there where the report from Logan Murdoch is that a lot of assistant coaches believe that Steve is going to walk away at the end of the year.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, it's Dirty Work on a Wednesday. We can talk about all this with Sam Amick. He covers the NBA for The Athletic. We got to ask, where are the Warriors negotiating from now in the eyes of the rest of the league? Is it a sense of, urgency, or is there still strong negotiations, if any, going on at all? If they do or don't trade Kuminga, is there anywhere else they can look to improve?
Just real quick before we go to break, can we play this cut of
I was going to move it to the soiree.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
So we'll move it down to the soiree. We'll talk to Sam Amick about all that stuff next. Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As we close the book on the 2025 49er season, baseball season is right around the corner, so get your seam head fixed tomorrow morning as Giants manager Tony Vitello joins Brian and Bobby at around 9:15. That's new manager Tony Vitello tomorrow 9:15 with the Morning Show Rodeo. You know Marty, Kerry, and Bill Lasky's going to listen.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're working to make the connection with Sam Amick of The Athletic. Covers the NBA.
He does indeed.
Every Wednesday, our NBA insider here on Dirty Work and on The Sports Leader. So do you believe anything has changed?
Do you believe?
What's that from?
Ron Jaworski. I believe.
What, breaking down film?
Yeah, it was
what
like
what was that show on late night with Jaworski?
Oh, it was the NFL matchup show.
Yeah, dude. That's a show that Cosell's on.
Yes, but back in the day, it was Caliendo doing the impression. He was like, I truly believe.
Pretty good. Do you believe that with the injury to Butler, the Kuminga situation has changed in any way? Or the Warriors' position, or I guess it's twofold. Has the Warriors or Kuminga's position changed in any way?
Well, I think the Warriors' position has changed. I think that if you ask Joe Lacob, I'm sure that he really wants him to play now, even though he's irritated that he didn't play in that
the report
OKC game.
The tone, and what Amick told us last week, is he was pissed that he wouldn't take the ball effectively.
Basically, I believe that they were ready to just trade him. Like all this posturing of, well, we're not getting good enough offers, so we'll just hold him, and that'll be the whole thing this offseason. I don't believe that. I think before Monday's game, they were intent on trading him. And now it's like, well, I mean, now things change. And you can tell in Steve's tone on Monday night when he's asked, like, is Kuminga on the table now? Is he practicing? And he's like, yeah. And I was shocked that he played last night. But the fact that he's playing, I wonder if Kuminga's going to change his stance, where now he knows there's not a trade demand, or a demand for him as far as the open market. He may have made a trade demand, but the rest of the league's like, I don't think so. So maybe he's trying to build up his stock. Maybe the Warriors are trying to do that at the same time. But I think anything's on the table right now. In my opinion, what I want to happen, I think that we need to just move on. I don't think it's going to get any better. I think that you can hope that Jonathan Kuminga is going to be this great player for you and help you save this season, but I don't see that. I think that their ceiling at this point is a 8 or 9 seed. So you might as well get what you can for whatever remains of this season, hopefully for next season when you can go all out to try to get a championship for Steph.
And what does going all out mean? And what does it look like? And is he still an asset that can be part of that? You know what I mean? Because part of me still does feel if you're going to move him now, and I want to talk to Sam about this. I want to ask him, like, if you didn't trade him, what are the options going forward? Because to me, like, the value is not going to go any lower is my thought. You know what I mean? At this point, I don't think there's much value anyway. I don't know how many teams view him as like an asset you acquire that's a lottery ticket piece, or if he's just a throw-in and you see what happens with him. Like, how do teams value him in their eyes? And if that's the case, if he's at the floor of his value and you could still move him beyond the season for a reload next year, now that you don't have Jimmy this year, maybe there's value there and say, hey, we heard your demand. We don't really care.
Yeah.
We're going to move you at the end of the season. So I want to know what the logistics of that are. If they could trade him come off season or wait on this and say we can recoup some value. Because if the value is not going to go any lower, play him and let him see if you can recoup something.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounds like from Mike Dunleavy Jr. standpoint, where last night he's like, all right, well, there isn't a demand from the rest of the league as far as you. So I don't think they're in a rush right now. I don't really know what the hope is for next season where Jimmy Butler comes off the torn ACL.
That's what I'm saying is if you're going to reload again for 1 year, whether it's with Steve Kerr or not, what assets do you need to do that? And does Kuminga play into that in any way?
Yeah.
Because now your scope about the next 2 years changes because of certainly, like when I say is the Kuminga situation changed, I think it has. Because I think you have to reevaluate. You're not a contender this year. I didn't think you were anyway.
Right.
But you're definitely not now.
I mean, they had a chance maybe to be the 6th seed or as high as the 5th seed, but yeah, I think they're kind of screwed.
We made the connection with Sam Amick, covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us every Wednesday here on Dirty Work. Sam, what's going on, bro?
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
We're doing well, man. So I guess we were just having the conversation about how the Warriors obviously approach the Kuminga thing, but in your mind, how has it changed, or do you think it's changed in any way on Kuminga's side or the Warriors side following the Jimmy Butler injury? How do they see this thing going forward?
It's tough to tell. I mean, I think the way he plays is going to matter, and honestly less so for obviously the the demand being the hot word of the week with Mike Dunleavy's kind of spicy quote, but more so about, do they like the way he plays? Are they winning any games? Does that change the price tag for negotiations? Does that make them rethink, even getting rid of him since they suddenly have a need for people to help at that position? I think to me, he comes in, he gives them 20 plus in 21 minutes and they get run, so they didn't win the ball game. But I do think it's worth monitoring if he's going to continue to play these minutes, but maybe more so, just again how they're trying to shape their roster.
Well, yeah, and for me, it's about how they see the team now this year without Jimmy and what they think they can be next year and what role does Kuminga play into that, right? Like, it feels like any move they would have made with him this year had to help this year, and it probably had to help next year too, was kind of the way I saw it. So I wonder, like, if they decide not to trade him, or if they can't find a partner and they believe the value is at an all-time low, it does behoove them to let him play and see if you can recoup some of that. Are they able beyond this season? Can they trade him in the offseason? Is there anything to keeping that value or trying to recoup some and then moving him this offseason? Is that a possibility at all, I guess, is my question.
Yeah, no question. I mean, they've got, they set it up with the team option for a reason. It puts them in control. That can be an advantage when it comes to interested teams because, you've got that flexibility now in season, but, if they want to go ahead and pick that option up and kick this can down the road, they can do that. And the truth is, they suddenly are so much farther from their desired destination that I do think it changes the calculus. If he's playing, because, I do think the criticism is going to get louder in terms of if they were choosing to continue not to play a guy who is clearly talented, then it just reaches a point of absurdity that I think they would feel a lot of pressure to go ahead and move him. But if he's playing and he's getting reps and they're trying to win games, then, it almost justifies the idea. And again, I don't know which way it's going to go yet, but the idea that maybe he's still there after the deadline.
I mean, we saw last week where they demanded the trade and Aaron Turner last night going on social media, kind of scoffing at the notion from Mike Dunleavy that there's not a demand from other teams. But at this point, does there seem like a willingness from Kuminga's camp where, all right, there's not anything out there for me, so should I keep playing? Does it seem like last night he could have easily just said, I'm not playing in the game. He could have pulled what he did on January 2nd against OKC. Does it seem like he's willing to kind of mend fences with the organization? I guess we'll never know.
Damn, you floored him with that one, man.
Yeah, I know.
Got him. He's pondering hard. Talking to Sam Amick, covers the NBA for The Athletic. You had a bit of a shaky connection. We'll try to reconnect with him there, but we've gotten him back. I don't know if, Sam, you heard Derek's whole question there.
If you don't mind throwing at me again, we had a little.
No, just basically, Sam. Yeah, does it seem like there's a willingness from Kuminga's camp now to kind of just forego the trade demand where there's not a lot out there for him and
soften it all,
soften it a little bit, and the fact that he played last night where he didn't pull a January 2nd OKC game, he was willing to play.
Yeah, I mean, I was like a lot of people really curious. I thought this whole thing was going to get real loud if he stopped being willing to play, and so the fact that he went out there last night is significant. The fact that it's been reported from his camp that he is willing to play, I think it does ease the tension in the room because you had, not to ever, I don't want to be overly dramatic here, he's a really well-paid employee, but you did have this growing chorus of people who, just in terms of like the concept of talent and talent being suppressed, it's like this guy's he's a very employable NBA player, and not playing him ever made no sense on a team that was struggling. The other night was the ultimate example against Miami when every single guy on the team except for Jonathan got time. So him being willing to play him or them playing him puts this thing in a healthier place. And it is crazy given the dynamics between he and Steve Kerr and all the stuff that we've talked about and reported on, that, you still watch that game and you see some positive moments between him and the coaching staff and people on the bench. And so, the more nuanced stuff here, guys, is that nobody ever questioned his ability to score 20 plus. It was all in the context of winning, right? So I do wonder, like, you still got run by the Raptors. So they, what does it look like going forward is going to matter. But yeah, I do think it's progress that he's willing to play.
How are other front offices in your mind, or when you talk to people around the league, interpreting what's going on with the Warriors? Is this a buy low moment for these teams, or are the Warriors viewed as a team still worth dealing with aggressively at the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I do think, I don't think their price tag is exorbitant, if I'm being honest with you. I understand, for one, their desire not to have, they don't want money on the books, you know what I mean? They want expiring contracts and they want draft capital. And I don't necessarily buy into, I guess related to that, the concept of like, I don't think him not playing actually affected his market at all, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
Like the guys, I think Bobby Marks said this on your guys' airwaves earlier today, that there's 5 years of evidence here. People know who Jonathan is at this stage in his career. So the price tag matters, but now it's more so just about, I guess to your question, there's not like a negativity or an animosity towards the Warriors front office or accusations of lack of professionalism or any of that stuff. If anything, if I'm being real, like this, the way his agent has handled this is what people talk about more than the organization. He's an agent who, I don't know if he has any other NBA clients. He's very loud on social media. This tweet he put out last night, like agents who have done this a long time typically don't get in the mud like that. Because you're getting into a public spat and back and forth. And I don't think that makes it any easier.
Talking to Sam Amick on the UMA guest line, we know there's aggressive nature from this organization to get Steph Curry's 5th championship, and things have changed now. So how likely is it the organization, with a year and a half left with Steph Curry's contract, just stays pat at the deadline and tries to go all in on this summer as opposed to doing anything at the deadline?
Real-time questions that I honestly don't think, sorry for the video difficulties.
You're good. No, you're all good.
I don't even think Mike Dunleavy knows yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think Steve Kerr knows. Mike, it was really fascinating to see Mike in real time just kind of admit that, hey, I felt really good about where the team was at going into the Miami game, and everything has changed. I want a couple weeks to see how it looks. These are uncomfortable questions that are way early, but the natural thing is, okay, if you don't like how it looks, if you don't see pathways out, then what is Steph's state of mind? You know what I mean? Like he's going to continue to be able to do what he does and average, the mid-20s in scoring and 6 to 7 assists and be one of the guys who's has no problem getting on the All-Star team. But if they're not winning and they don't see a big swing that can help them out, then where does that leave this relationship? And that's not rhetorical. We really don't know the answer. So they've got to see, first of all, in this parity-filled NBA, like, can they beat anybody right now? You know what I mean? Like, can they kind of keep their head above water and make it worthwhile to go take a big swing and see if they can do something bigger?
It is an interesting comment from Dunleavy, because it's true. Like, you're over halfway through the season now, and the complexion of your team has changed completely. You don't know totally who you are when you're at your best and what your deficiencies are, even though you lost one of the best players in the NBA. So in the Western Conference, it's as volatile as it's ever been. They're even right now only 3 games out of the 4 seed, which is kind of funny. They were 2.5 back when Jimmy went down. Does the injury actually cost them meaningful ground in the Western Conference right now, or is it so compressed that maybe the change or the injury won't cost them as much as they think? Like, are there teams that smell blood? I guess is what I'm asking, because it's a compressed conference. For me, it sort of changes how far we think they can go.
Yeah, I think it lowers the ceiling without question. They look good. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Going into that game, guys, I don't always do this, but I had literally decided, like, all right, we haven't had anything coverage-wise that kind of contextualized the Warriors' turnaround. And I'm looking at it going, if they beat Miami, I think it was going to be 12 out of 16. And so I was going to write all about, is this for real, and get into the context and DeAnthony Melton playing better and Al Horford playing better. But Jimmy, to your point and your question, Jimmy playing like, some of the best basketball we've seen in years from him. I had a guy from the Warriors that night pregame, and now this is like a kind of a haunting comment given what happened with the injury, but literally say, like, have we seen him play better since the bubble? When he carried the Miami Heat to the finals.
First quarter was crazy.
I was lucky enough. Yeah. And even just his splits the last couple of weeks. So he was doing good things. So they weren't, to me, in title contention conversation yet, and probably weren't going to be this year, but they were, like, with Houston kind of dropping off a bit. With, Minnesota's playing well, but early on they showed a lot of weakness. Even OKC, which is head and shoulders above the Warriors, proving to be human. You were checking that box for Steph Curry, and to a lesser degree Draymond Green, where you're saying, hey guys, we're still in the conversation, and if you proud vets can go out there and shock the world, in the first and second round, then who knows what could happen from there. They're just not there anymore. Like, you take Jimmy out of the equation, and yes, there's parity. Yes, they could probably win some games, but they're not making any noise in the playoffs with this current roster.
A few more minutes here with Sam Amick of The Athletic. So just sort of on the heels again of what Dunleavy said and wanting to evaluate the team. If in fact they do stand pat and they don't trade Kuminga per se, is that viewed, do you think, more like confidence in the group or an acceptance of what their limitations are at this time?
I think it's an acceptance of what the limitations are at this time. I think it's also, this is always the tricky part of doing this job. I would love nothing more than for us to see every single trade proposal that crosses their desk.
Yeah, so we can grade them all. I'd like to be the judge. Yeah. Let me decide.
It's really
what you
hard to just scream, what the hell are they doing? And
right.
have no clue. Like right now, okay, we know they said no to Malik Monk and a protected first-round pick that was top 12 in the summertime. We do know that much. So go ahead, have an opinion on that.
Yeah.
But when Phoenix came their way, what did that look like? Even right now, Dallas has mild interest. What, is there anything there? So it's also, I think, but given what we know about what has crossed their desk, I think it's also the product of them looking at those possibilities and just shrugging, saying this does not, like, we have major problems here. And these offers don't, these are not better than having Jonathan Kuminga, who might actually average 20 points a game.
Last one for you, Sam. To that note, I mean, I know that Malik Monk was offered along with Keon Ellis, and now Shams reporting that maybe they're looking at DeMar DeRozan. Does that make sense to you, where he's the same age as Jimmy Butler and under contract for a few more years?
I mean, you could argue that he could help the team. He's still getting buckets. As a sixth man, I could see it raising their floor, if not their ceiling. My understanding, and I think we joked about this last week, guys, a year ago, the Warriors were telling reporters why they were not going to trade for Jimmy Butler, and then they traded for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
So that's my disclaimer. But, like, as of now, my understanding is that I don't think DeMar sees it as a fit that he's feeling good about. And I don't believe there's any current conversations happening on that front. Now, things can always change quickly, but, when I looked into that possibility, mainly admittedly from the player side, I was given, kind of a red stop sign, if you will. So, but that's contract-wise, the only difference is he's got, I think, $25 million next year. It's a much lower number than Jimmy's, and it's only guaranteed for $10 million. So if you wanted literally to just have DeMar for a second half push and then cut him a check for $10 million, you could get out of some, $15 million of that deal next season. So that's some of the nuance. But that is maybe the type of profile that they go after, is a bucket getter that makes sense for the short term.
Sam Amick, the voice here, covers the NBA for The Athletic. He joins us each and every Wednesday here talking Warriors and NBA-wide basketball. Sam, always appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the week.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, guys.
All right. The great Sam Amick there every Wednesday. You missed any of that, all available, thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. I really do think at this juncture, again, we don't know, and he's making a great point, like, we don't ever know the trades that are coming across the table. Tom used to always say that. Remember we did that trade deadline show for the Giants at the ballpark, and people were up in arms that the Giants didn't do anything. And we're like, first of all, nobody in baseball picked up a big bat. Yeah. It was like the year that Scherzer was traded, I think, from the Mets. Like, you need to get somebody else. We're like, there's nobody to get. It takes two teams to make a trade. If there's nobody available that fits what the Warriors need or the contract, then, I mean, again, if we're talking about trading him, you got to see what the value is for some of these other teams. Some people may view this as a role piece, as something that it's not somebody you're going to build around. And I think the Warriors value him, or did at one point value him more than a lot of other teams do now.
And to your point, the question you posed to Sam, if they stand pat, is that them kind of giving in to the situation?
I think it gives you, yeah.
Do they feel confident in this team? They were always going to make a move. Like, Joe Lacob never stands pat. So, yeah, they would be them just kind of being like, waving the white flag, being like, it is what it is.
I don't stand pat. I don't stand still. I don't stand in line. Never that. Cutting the line. Yeah, I don't know.
He definitely cuts the line.
Yeah. No lines for me. Haven't seen a line in years. Not since I made my first bill. All right, we'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We do have, by the way, I can't believe I didn't even mention this earlier. I don't think I've said it once. You know what's happening in 45 minutes?
What's that?
Number 8.
Oh, yeah.
The lefty.
What?
The Hall of Famer Steve Young is coming by Dirty Work for his bi-weekly conversation.
Have you not mentioned that at all today?
I don't think. What? I think every time I started mentioning the guest list with Amick, we got sidetracked talking Warriors and Kuminga.
You got distracted by the Who.
God. And Who and Orgy.
Sidetracked by an orgy and Kuminga, and not talking about Steve Young.
Well, I know Steve likes Guar. I don't know if he likes Manson, Zombie, the Who, and Orgy.
Yeah, I don't think he's into those bands.
I don't think so. Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, joins us at 5 o'clock. We'll talk to him about the end of the Warriors, the 49ers season.
Well, end of the Warriors
and how he views how they should approach this offseason. We'll also talk to him about Gus Bradley, what he thinks about him and his time as a defensive coordinator, been around for a long time. But when we come on back, your sound soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, featuring Mike Dunleavy, who checked in yesterday when he met with the media on Jonathan Kuminga's trade demand. Alex Nedeljkovic, Sharks goalie, on the fight a couple of nights ago, a major for goalkeepers, first Shark fight since 27 years. What you got to? Oh, how about this? Apparently, the morning show claimed the other day that they're the official Shark show. I read it yesterday, and it didn't even stay in my head.
That was a good laugh.
I just kind of batted it away. I was like, yeah, right. What time is Alex Nedeljkovic coming on your guys' show? Because he's coming on ours tomorrow.
2:50.
Nedeljkovic tomorrow, talking goalie fights and Sharks puck at 2:50 right here on Dirty Work, your KNBR home for Sharks hockey, the sports leader, and Dirty Work specifically.
Yeah, exactly.
And for Nedeljkovic. Nedeljkovic tomorrow. At 2:50. He's also going to be in the Sound Soiree, plus Sharks head coach Ryan Warsofsky, friend of the show, don't you know, plus a few more, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed when Dirty Work returns on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch spoke to the media today with their end-of-year press conference. Lynch addressed the Brandon Ayuk saga, saying, quote, "It's safe to say he's played his last snap as a 49er. You can find the entire presser at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Hey, you might even get an electrical substation question."
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young's going to join us at 5 o'clock. We'll do a little sound soiree coming up. By the way, some breaking news in the NFL. Brian Flores staying with the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh!
So that must mean he's not getting a head coaching
Maybe
job.
the Niners could trade for him if they include Ayuk. With Jeffrey in that deal. Maybe if they include him, they'll get Flores.
By the way, we didn't talk about this yesterday. What do you think about Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh being paired up?
Okay, so hold on. Is that thing still, you mentioned this at the end of the show, and I haven't looked at that, but is the deal that he's accepted the Chargers OC job?
Yes.
But he's still in the running for the Raider job?
If he gets the Raiders job or the Ravens job.
Oh, he's in the running for the Ravens job as well.
Yes.
So if he gets either job, then he will take that instead. So,
and by the way, the same thing applies to Brian Flores, where he's in the running for the Ravens or the Steelers job, but he wants to be safe, and if he gets a defensive coordinator job, he's going to be with the Vikings.
well, and those teams are obviously comfortable enough that they'll be like, okay, we either have, my guess is like the Chargers have somebody internally.
Yeah.
That they would hire, that they'd elevate, and they're like, we're going to go with that guy, but if we could have McDaniel for a year, why not? If they're like, we have a team that we think can compete and our offense struggled down the stretch. If we have a guy for a year with Herbert that could make us spectacular, we could maybe make a run.
Yeah, I just can't wait for the press conferences where they ask him, like, so what do you think about Mike McDaniel? He's a goofy guy.
I want to get McDaniel and Harbaugh back to back at press. Dude, that's going to be, he's a wacky, crazy kooky guy. I like him, football guy. love a football guy who's wacky and crazy. Yeah, I'm a little more straightforward, but he's crazy. He's wacky.
Joey Molinaro, who always nails it, has a great sketch on Twitter right now where it's both of them talking. It's like, you like pizza? It's like, yeah, I kind of like pineapple on my pizza. Oh, you're kind of a weirdo, huh? Okay.
Yeah, that could be pretty fun with Herbert.
Oh,
Potentially with Herbert, maybe McConkey.
Yeah, a little McConkey. They need to be more explosive. So, I mean, I think everybody would love Hard Knocks where it's Jim Harbaugh and Mike McDaniel.
Oh, that would be a content gold mine, dude. We'd have so much sound for that in things like the Sound Soiree, which is some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports League.
Your Sound Soiree for Wednesday, January 21st, 2026. And it starts. So we're going to go with that Mike Dunleavy sound is where we're going to start.
Nice.
So I haven't heard this yet. I saw this was going around on Twitter. And you actually, in the rundown, said Mike Dunleavy spoke on Jonathan Kuminga's trade demand last night with an all-time line.
It's not a bad line. I don't think he intended it for it to be a burn.
Well, what I saw was somebody asked, does it come off as a burn? It's a
little bit where, like, Mike Dunleavy, he hasn't said the most compelling things at press conferences, but this is the one where I was like, ooh, nice, Mike.
Oh, Dunleavy, of the three, like, Bay Area
GMs.
Yeah, and Mike Greer, all he's doing is over there is he's got himself one of those little like when you're laying bricks, those paddles that you use to put down the cement or whatever is between the bricks.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, he's just over there building a winner. He doesn't have time. He's all straight business.
Made a trade the other day.
He's Greer. He's out here picking up top guys at the deadline, adding to the Sharks roster, just like Brody Brazil said.
Yes.
Just like Nostradamus Brazil said. Nostrazil? What will we call him?
We'll work on it.
Broadstradamus.
Nostra Brody.
That's enough.
We're going to have to get this figured out before we hit some sound. Greer's just over there handling business. But if the three other GMs, when they talk, like Buster Posey being the one, not Manassian as much, Dunleavy and John Lynch, they're all really good at GM speak.
Yeah, they are.
Dunleavy is far and away, in my mind, the best and most boring.
I would agree with that.
Here he is last night with what Derek called an all-time line. People were asking whether or not he thought of this ahead of time or it was off the cuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as the demand, I'm aware of that. I think when in terms of demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be demand on the market. So we'll see where that unfolds. But heard, always with these guys, I tell them I'm willing to work with them, want to help people out, whether that's JK or any player on our roster. So we're good with, if that's his wishes, trying to figure that out, but we got to do what's best for our organization, and that's what we'll do. And as far as it goes with the deadline coming up, I think we'll take the next couple of weeks to assess this team a little bit more. I felt pretty good with where we're at heading into last night's game in terms of what we need to do. I thought our team was playing really well, heading in the right direction. Obviously, things have changed, so I want to take a couple of weeks here to watch these games and see our team and what we can do better.
Got him.
Wait, was it the demand part?
Yeah.
Was he saying? Because it just to me, it's funny that he said demand 3 times in like 7 words.
It was kind of like I was on a Brock before the Brock became the Brock star.
That's exactly. I was on Brock before Brock became the Brock star. Brock steady.
Brock.
I think that's
Brock
really funny.
Lobster.
I think it's really funny that in that promo we're advertising people should check out the podcast, and that's the clip we used. You're gonna love this. This will grab them.
Yeah.
This will keep them, as Gary would say.
All right, can you just play the first part of that again, Tim,
Yeah,
where
'cause
he kind of has not a burn, but like solid line.
I think what he's saying. I mean, what he's saying is when there's a demand.
There has to
of
be
a
a
trade.
demand.
How can you demand a trade if nobody's demanding you?
Yes.
Like nobody wants.
It's a
you.
nice subtle way to say that.
It's a subtle way to say like your value is low.
Right.
And he wants to evaluate. I think it's the point's well taken on like I don't know who the team is right now at their best. You know what I mean? So he's like, I get him when he's like, I don't have to rush into a trade tomorrow.
No.
I'm not going to pull a trigger on something because there was a. Just go ahead, Tim. Because there was an injury.
Scared the hell out
Go
of
ahead,
me.
Tim. Yeah, you want to. It's been pretty good.
I was trying to get Greg going. I'm the Brockstar 11, but yeah.
It's all good.
No, it's all good.
It's all good. I appreciate the effort.
I thought you and I got electrocuted there.
I appreciate the. Dude, I was like,
So you got me.
Scared the crap out of me, too.
I appreciate the effort, Tim, but whatever.
Oh, man.
Yeah, all right. There's Dunleavy on
There's that.
There's that. Here's Alex Nedeljkovic. He's going to join Dirty Work tomorrow for our
250,
weekly,
don't you know?
weekly Sharks hit. Stay tuned, talking some Sharks goalie fights and some Sharks puck as Sharks goalie Nedeljkovic joins us tomorrow. He was asked about the fight that he got in with Bobrovsky. Here you go.
Yeah, somebody started yelling. I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Wes or I think one of the guys started yelling. I don't know why I felt the need to turn around, but it was a little bit of like an oh crap moment. Sorry.
That's all right. You're loud.
And it just fight or flight kind of kicked in. I tried to watch Revo as best I could. I hope I made him a little bit proud out there.
When's the last time you were in a fight?
I think, you know what, I think I started one again at the end of the second period when I was in Detroit. We were playing Minnesota. I don't want to say I started it because the guys got a little pushy in there on top of me, but I think it was me and Cam Talbot. We were a little more tied up. I think the refs didn't let it get too far out, but a couple punches were thrown. I think my helmet came off. So,
Well, I'll tell you what. I watch a lot of fights. I'm a big UFC guy, a big boxing guy. I definitely gave you the decision on that.
yeah, I was just doing my best not to get punched. Was trying to. He came out swinging, so I was just trying not to lose any teeth or it might have straightened my nose out a little bit more for me, but.
Love a good Donnybrook, man. A little brouhaha.
Dude, he sounds fun. We'll talk to him tomorrow, Alex Nedeljkovic. Look, hockey's a game with like a lot of players from different countries.
Mm-hmm.
Does it surprise you that he's an American?
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Alex Nedeljkovic sounds like he's not American. It's a name in hockey, among hockey, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I thought that
He's from Parma, Ohio.
I thought that he'd have a thicker accent, like maybe Jokic or Luka. But yeah, it'll be nice to talk to him tomorrow.
Sounds like some twist on a sandwich. A chicken Parma, Ohio. I'll take one of those.
Yeah, Parma of
Give me
Ohio.
one of the chicken Parma of Ohio. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. How about Ryan Warsofsky, Sharks head coach? This is after the game when Nedeljkovic gets into the fight against Florida the other night. They get the win on the front end of the back-to-back before the loss to Tampa. Here's Ryan Warsofsky in the locker room, and he's hyping up the team. All the players are sitting around. He's giving some love to the goalie, Nedeljkovic.
How about our goalie?
I love that somebody's just got the sounder for that air horn.
Dude, that air horn, just like a fart, is always hilarious. Bam, 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 bam.
That always makes me laugh, dude. Moving on here, John Harbaugh.
By the way, that's how we're going to welcome him to the show tomorrow. That's what we're going to play.
That's why I want to establish that sound now.
How about our effing goalie? Should we play the call coming in, too?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, that's pretty funny. John Harbaugh getting introduced as the new head coach of the New York Football Giants.
You want to talk about a football guy?
I didn't see any of this either.
Count how many times he says football.
He couldn't have said anything to me that would have mattered. I figured I'd see the highlights or hear them right here. He says football a bunch. It says here on my notes, Harbaugh presser, he really likes football. Here you go.
To me, the number one thing is we have to have guys that love football. I mean, you just have to. It's football. That's What are we here for? You know, what do we do? What is this building for? It's for football. You know, this is a football team. And we need guys that love everything about football. They love the games. They love the practices. They love the weightlifting. They love the meetings. They love the dining hall, you know. They love every part of football, man. And if you love football, guys, if you love football, you're going to want to be here. You're going to want to drive in that parking lot every single day. You're going to want to walk through those doors. You want to walk up in those halls. You're going to want to get in front of that tape and watch tape every single day because you're going to be around a bunch of guys that love what you love. They love football because that's what we're going to be doing, football, all the time, every day. And if there's guys, you know, around that don't love football, Joe, we're probably going to let those guys go play somewhere else, you know, because if you don't love football, you're not going to love it here because we'll be doing football. That's the plan.
I count 13 footballs.
That's the most Harbaugh he's ever sounded, right?
Dude, it's so stupid. It's funny to me because it's not just the football. It's that it's so like he's almost like a Neanderthal. It's like all he can say because we do football. That's what we like football. We like grass. If you're gonna like the grass, you're gonna like the field goal post. You're gonna like the paint on the field and the football. And they're gonna like what you like. They like football because we like football here. And if you don't like football, you're not going to play here.
It's almost like Dexter's Lab where he can only say omelette du fromage.
Yeah, dude. But he also it's funny how he describes things like the details. Like you'll have the grass, you'll have the tape, you'll have practice,
weightlifting,
you'll have the workouts. Yeah, he's got the Hardball tone to him. You know what I mean?
He does. I always thought that George Kittle said football a lot when he does his press conferences.
No, that was a lot of football.
13 footballs.
That was pretty good. Hey, he's like trying to get somebody's attention. To say, hey, John, when you walk through the parking lot.
Oh.
And then you go through the doors.
I feel
bad.
bad.
Go up to that tape. You just like keep saying.
I feel bad for Joe Shane.
You what?
I feel bad for Joe Shane. I don't want to play the audio because he reminds me of the Chevy guy when Madison Bumgarner got World Series MVP.
Technology and stuff.
He was nervous because I think he knows like I'm on the hot seat. We're like this guy's pretty much superseded me as far as authority in this building. So. Yikes.
Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
And let's come back. Let's play the other sound because there's apparently something that was sort of odd and interesting that went down today at the press conference with the Bills owner and their president, Brandon Beane.
Yeah.
So they fired McDermott. They kept Brandon Beane. And the owner's like, he's kind of, I don't know. He's trying to take the side of Brandon Beane and say to everybody, hey, he's not the problem. Don't worry. He's the good guy. McDermott was the bad guy.
Right.
And McDermott's staff was the bad guy. They fired McDermott. Now they're sort of shoveling dirt on the grave.
Yeah, I would say so.
And Brandon Beane's there like, he's got my back. I'm keeping this job. It was sort of odd. We'll talk about it next. Owners are weird. Next on the Sports Leader. Hey, y'all. It's the cue to call. If you want tickets to Rob Zombie, Manson, or The Who, and call right now.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday evening, late afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you in about 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. Steve Young, the Hall of Famer, number 8, joins us to wrap up the 49ers season. We'll talk about how things went for the Niners, how he viewed Brock's play, as he elevated his game, where the Niners need to improve, and what his sort of laundry list of off-season, or I should say shopping list of off-season needs are for the 49ers. But before we do that, a little bit more sound on a bonus edition of the Sound Soiree. Yeah, do it. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Dirty Works.
Nice.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
We got 2 of them. I like that.
Yeah.
I like having 2.
It's good to alternate.
Just in case in case there's an emergency like this.
Yeah, emergency.
There's a break glass.
There's an emergency?
Emergency sound.
Hey, emergency, everybody. The Bills owner said something sort of interesting at a press conference today. So the Bills owner, what's his name?
Terry Pagola.
Terry Pagola. So they fire Sean McDermott after their loss in the divisional round of the Broncos.
Yes.
They retain the president of football, Brandon Beane.
Well, not only retain him, they elevate him. He was GM, and now he's president of football operations.
Sorry, they retain him, and then they promote him. Yeah. So then they hold a press conference to discuss this.
Yes.
Just like Kyle and John did, but they don't have a coach, so it's just the owner and Brandon Beane.
Yeah, and it was incredibly awkward where Terry Pagola is on record thinking that the Bills got screwed in this game with the non-catch call with Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
He thinks that it was taken from them. He's upset about it, and he starts the press conference by saying, I fired Sean McDermott based off of what happened in this game. And they go, well, sir, it sounds like you're mad by you're pissed off by the officiating. So did you fire him because you got bad calls in this game? And he's like, no, it's just an accumulation of things.
Yeah.
It's the losses to the Chiefs. It's other things. And it's also this game. It's like, well, okay, then it's not just this game alone. It's multiple things. So the fact that, I don't know, it's just a very awkward situation. And talked about players that are still on the roster. The whole thing was awkward to me.
Okay, so here's the first piece of sound. Terry Pagula's at the press conference. They're sitting next to Brandon Beane. And he interrupts. Is it Brandon Beane who's talking at this point?
It's Brandon Beane who's talking, and he's answering a question.
He's answering a question about Keon Coleman?
Yes.
So Keon Coleman was drafted this year?
He was drafted 2 years ago.
2 years ago. So it's the second year. And I think everybody would agree it's like the least help, certainly in the receiving game, that Josh Allen had ever had. Right? It was like tell me anybody who owned Bills receivers in fantasy. You know what I mean? Like you had Josh Allen or you had James Cook. That was kind of it.
Yeah.
So maybe Dawson Knox or something like that. Tim's nodding. Tim's a Knox head.
I was going to say you're going to have one of those Daltons that are tight ends over there. No receivers, no Shakirs.
Your name's Dalton, by the way. You're a tight end.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah, or a bouncer.
Or like the fourth best James Bond.
Yeah, T-Dalton?
Yeah. Timothy Dalton, yeah. Anyway, here's so he's talking about Keon Coleman, and apparently there's a lot of criticism for their drafting of Keon Coleman. So Pagula interrupts to say, hey, it's not Beane's fault. So here's the sort of a bit of an awkward interaction.
Yeah, can I interrupt? I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff, who felt strongly about the player. And, he's taken, for some reason, heat over it and not saying a word about it. But I'm here to tell you the true story.
That's a terrible look because that young guy is still on the roster and still trying to find his way in the NFL. And when you say, like, we didn't want to draft him in the first place, how can he go forward on this team? And maybe, I don't know, maybe he doesn't fit with this team right now. But I thought that was awful. And I think that anytime you have an owner in a press conference going, can I interject here, please, and talk about football from what I view is the right decisions? There's also multiple things today on Twitter, combine footage and draft footage where Brandon Beane's on record saying, I want to draft Keon Coleman. So you can point the finger wherever way you want to, but I think Brandon Beane's a good GM, and I think he's going to get a lot of leeway because he drafted Josh Allen, but I don't know. It kind of I view it as they're just trying to make it seem like Brandon Beane had all the right decisions and Sean McDermott was in the way of success.
Here's the thing. Often when something like this happens and the tone of this is like this to me, is if somebody says something about anything and it's being criticized. So like if you walk into my house, dude, or if there's people in my house and there's dog poop smeared on the ground, I'm like, dude, so who tracked that in here? You know what I mean? I'm like, who brought that in here on their shoe? And somebody's like, well, dude, Derek, why'd you walk in with that on your shoe? You're like, dude, I didn't do that, dude. Tim did it. Because nobody wants to have anything to do with that thing. You're accusing somebody else. Keon Coleman's still on the team.
Yeah.
And they're like talking about him like, dude, we didn't want this guy. That wasn't us. I'm like, how bad of a look is that? For a guy who's on the team. You just fired the head coach. They're like, no, we didn't. He wanted him. We didn't want him. Isn't that bad business anyway, just for your organization?
100%. But in your analogy, is Keon Coleman the dog poop?
Yeah, right. I had to go with something bad. Could have gone with gum, but I like the dog poop there. Okay. I mean, I didn't call him that. They did when they said they didn't want him. You know what I mean?
Do you think I would ever do that?
No. It was Tim, remember?
Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Tim's the McDermott in this situation.
Yeah. That's right.
So there's more here. So Pagula has more to say. He interrupts a second time while Brandon Beane is being asked about why the Bills lost this game to the Broncos. Here you go.
I mean, Jay.
A bad call.
Yeah, I mean, Jay, I would say we went to Jacksonville and we won. A good team.
Yeah, so Brandon Beane's asked the question, why'd you lose this game? And he just goes right away, a bad call. It was not as bad as Al Davis and his what was it, a prompter when he fired Lane Kiffin, but it was bad luck today. And I don't think that's going to stop guys from wanting this job because, after all, you're coaching a generational talent in Josh Allen. But, yeah, this guy looked terrible as one of the worst owners of football today. And I still like Brandon Beane as a evaluator of talent. I think he's a really good GM. But it kind of seemed like he was getting all this praise, and Sean McDermott was the guy that did everything wrong in this organization, where I thought it was time to move on. But I don't like the way they handled everything today.
This is my logic on it. If Sean McDermott was such a bad coach and did everything wrong and the things that are wrong with the team are his fault, then isn't the GM and president as at fault? Like, if either you were complicit in the demise of what you think is so wrong with the team or the problems created by the team, or you allowed it to happen because you didn't have full control of what was happening with the roster. So if you're telling me he was fired because there was dysfunction at the top, then I'd say, okay, but that's not why he was fired. And we all know that's not why he was fired.
No, it was the lack of playoff success.
He never went to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He only won one road playoff game, 1-5, and it was this year against Jacksonville.
Yeah.
So, like that, we know why you fired him. I'm not saying it was the wrong move. I'm not saying it was the right move. I'm saying now to dump on him after and to say anything that went wrong, no, that's not right. We didn't want, okay, well, where are the rest of the receivers? He was there for 9 years. You know what I mean? You've been to the playoffs a lot. It's not like you've drafted or put up any great offensive talent besides James Cook in the entire time that Josh Allen's been your QB. You had Gabe Davis at one point.
Yeah, but he also made the move to get Stephon Diggs.
Sure, I mean, you acquired Stephon Diggs. I'm saying you haven't drafted anybody besides James Cook and Dawson Knox as offensive weapons around. Who have they drafted?
Yeah.
When did Beane get hired?
He got hired, I think, right before they drafted Josh Allen.
So there you go. Like, yeah, you get credit for that. Absolutely. Without question. It was a great move. And the guy's the best quarterback or a top 3 quarterback in football. And he does it all himself. But you can't do it all yourself.
No.
So to me, the pointing of the finger is just, I don't know. We laugh when we don't like the GM speak, but this is why they do it. Because the owner's just running his mouth.
I do love it when owners speak, though, because they come across as so unhinged and they can say whatever they want and there's no repercussions. Like a couple weeks ago when Steve Bisciotti of the Ravens was going in on John Harbaugh. Like they asked him, like, how long would he have been head coach if Tyler Lue made that field goal? It was like, just one more week. Like they're just weird individuals where they could say whatever they want. But some people are suggesting that Brandon Beane should have got fired along with Sean McDermott. I disagree. I think that Brandon Beane's done a hell of a job. And yes, when you draft the franchise quarterback, you get a little leeway there. But it came across today as Terry Pagula, the owner, being like, he did everything right. It was Sean McDermott, the ball guy's fault.
I'm not bad that I'm not mad that they are upset. I'm okay with the logic too of keeping him. I'm just saying you can't keep him and then dump on the other guy because it's like they're a duo. In my opinion, those are supposed to go hand in hand.
I agree.
You know what I mean? And so if somebody is at blame, so they're both at blame. Like you either let it happen unless there's major dysfunction, and that's why with Harbaugh, there was dysfunction within the organization. That's why he was let go by the 49ers. Steve Young's going to join us at top of the hour at 5 o'clock here in about 13 minutes or so. I came across this, and I want to get into this with you. We had Mike Sando on last week, and every year he does the QB tiers.
Yes.
Where he selects, he doesn't select. He polls executives and coaches from around the league about where each quarterback should rank, and then he tiers them by the vote. He has a point system, which is how they get points. And it's interesting to see where the league and the executives and coaches he talks to, how they view some of these quarterbacks. So I'm wondering for you at the end of a season, because he does this at the start of the year, because there are some guys who have improved their stock, like Mac Jones is a perfect case.
Yeah.
I look at Mac Jones and I say, what do we think his situation is next year? I think a lot of 49er fans, while we want him to, we'd love it if he was here. I think I'd also love the draft capital, depending on what it is. If it's a 2 or a 3, I'd be like, cool. I'm in.
Sign me up.
Yeah. I look at him and I go, that's a guy who could be and should be probably starting on some team this year in some situation like Darnold did last year, and maybe even in this year. There's a lot of guys like that. So we know Josh Allen's an easy one, tier 1. If we run through the other quarterbacks, teams like the Miami Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa, Quinn Ewers they had, Tua was their starter. Where do you have him next year?
Tua?
On a different team, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think the fact that they benched him the last few weeks of the season, it's the same situation that Russell Wilson was in where he was done with the Denver Broncos. Same situation with Derek Carr where, they're going to move on. And I know that Charles Davis came on with us and said that maybe they're just protecting him because they don't want him to get injured and he misses time next season. I disagree. I think that you have a new GM, a new head coach, and I think Tua's days are done with the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I think so too. So then the question is, where do you think he goes? I mean, there's a lot of teams that need quarterbacks in different situations going into next year. So, I would start with a lot of the teams that don't have coaches. There's Raiders and Cardinals. Both are probably going to need a quarterback.
Yep.
The Jets are going to need a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns, I mean, they're probably going to want to run with Shedeur with whoever they hire, but they're going to need more than just Shedeur. The Colts are a really weird situation because they were likely to probably pay Dan Jones. We'll see what happens there. The Dolphins, then we'll need a quarterback. I don't even think I'm through a big chunk of teams that will probably need a quarterback. So, where is Tua fit? Is he a guy who, here's a better question. Do you see him as a guy who's competing for a starting job as a bridge quarterback? Or is he going to get a shot from somebody to have a Dan Jones opportunity where there's something in there that's unlocked? Because Dan Jones, we want to see him do it again, but he earned himself a contract this year from somebody. He just got hurt.
Yeah, for Tua, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if he's okay with being a backup for a season in a good situation where he goes to, say, a Kansas City, where Mahomes is not going to be there for the start of the season. And when Mahomes is back, easy go to the bench.
You sort of treat it like the Eagles did when they signed Michael Vick behind McNabb.
A little bit, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Or if we know that the days are numbered for Matthew Stafford, if he decides to come back, if they don't win the Super Bowl, and you're like, all right, we need a good backup situation, and then they love Jimmy Garoppolo, but I think that would be a good situation for Tua to back up Matthew Stafford.
So you see him as like a number 2 somewhere as a reclamation project?
I could see that, but then again, there's going to be teams that are so desperate for a quarterback.
I just named 5 that are probably going to need one.
I know, and the draft is not amazing this year. Besides the Raiders drafting Fernando Mendoza, I don't know about who's first round material.
Right.
I don't know about Ty Simpson as a prospect, and Dante Moore's going back to Oregon. So there could be desperate teams. There could be where Aaron Rodgers retires and the Steelers look at Tua. There's also Kyler Murray out there. We'll talk about him, I guess, in a little bit here.
Yeah.
But I honestly do not know when it comes to Tua. I think anything's on the table where he could be a starter for just a quarterback desperate team, or he could go to a good situation and just fill in for a bit of time for Patrick Mahomes, and then Mahomes obviously takes over.
Yeah, it could be a situation like that, and he gains his value in the way that Mac Jones did if he succeeds early enough there.
Right.
And they're playing okay. I mean, I could see, too, a lot of teams needing a guy with starting ability, or somebody who's a first-year head coach needing a bridge quarterback, somebody who's while they draft their guy, or wait until the next draft to get somebody.
As far as the Dolphins, because of the Green Bay connections, people are kind of putting 2 and 2 together, where Jeff Hafley's there and their GM, I forget his name, but he was part of the Packers. They might just go with Malik Willis, where he's a free agent this offseason.
Drake May is a guy who obviously entrenched where he's at. What about Justin Fields? Is he a guy that is how many more shots does he get? Is he on his way out? Is he? I don't think he's a guy who gets a chance to compete for a starting job.
No. He's definitely a backup now.
Just a true backup, and that's it.
No,
and even then, I don't think he's a good backup.
I mean, he'd be okay backup, but as far as his days of being an option,
so volatile. That's why.
Yeah, like they were hoping to he could get him like a few wins, not anything spectacular.
He's gonna be on like his 4th or 5th team here.
Yeah, it would be Steelers, Bears. Yeah,
Jets,
exactly.
4th team.
So they're going to cut him, but I think he's definitely a backup. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. Like he can back up. If you want a better situation than Snoop Huntley with the Ravens, I could see him backing up Lamar Jackson. Yeah, I don't think he's a starter in this league anymore.
If you go to like the Cleveland Browns, Shedeur Sanders, he's going to get a shot to start, probably based on whatever Jimmy Haslam wants in Cleveland.
I don't know. I mean, they do have
Or he'll be on the roster at the league.
He'll definitely be on the roster, and I think Dylan Gabriel will be on the roster, but
only because they're under contract, right?
Well, I mean, like I think they'll go after somebody. I don't know who in the draft. That's why like a lot of these teams made big moves, where the Rams have 2 first-round picks and the Browns have 2 first-round picks, but I think some people were maybe banking on Arch Manning being available, and now that's not the case. So, are you going to trade down? Do you want to accumulate more picks? I don't know if there's quarterbacks in this draft you're like, wow. And even Fernando Mendoza, I'm not blown away by. So, if you're the Browns, yeah, you probably bring back Shedeur, but I don't think he's the franchise savior. I think that you look around and maybe Mac Jones is an option. It depends on who the head coach is going to be. And if it's Jim Schwartz, I don't feel comfortable in the quarterback position. But if it's Grant Udinski or if it's Clint Kubiak, then maybe you feel a little more confident in that situation where he can mold a quarterback and find somebody, maybe not in the first round, but second round. But yeah, I think the Browns, they don't need to find their franchise QB this offseason, but they have the tools to find it. And also, this is a story out there. They're also not saying goodbye to Deshaun Watson. It sounds like they want him back. I know, it sounds
what are you
crazy.
doing, man? I can't quit you, Deshaun.
Yeah.
Pat H checks in on the YouTube chat, just says Hawk Tua. And then
thank you for that.
EB here says Tua's 1 hit away from being a KNBR co-host. Jesus, EB.
Or a KNBR caller. You never know.
Dirty, yeah, all right, so yeah. Maybe we'll join the filth. Dirty work on a Wednesday. We'll run through more of these quarterbacks tomorrow. We can jump around to a few more because there's, by my count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe up to 8 teams that are going to look for or be open to a new starting quarterback this year.
And that's why I
next
think
season 10 new head coaches, 8 potential new starting QBs. And by the way, like not all of them were looking for head coaches. Like the Vikings are potentially one.
And that's why I think that Kyle Shanahan could say, like, I would be shocked if we trade Mac Jones, but I think it's likely.
There's too many teams that need a quarterback. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, our bi-weekly conversation with the Hall of Famer number 8, Steve Young. He joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Demands, when you make a demand, there needs to be a demand.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Sharks lost yesterday to a very tough Tampa Bay Lightning 4-1 on the back end of a back-to-back. San Jose heads home for a Friday date with the New York Rangers. But be sure to keep it locked to Dirty Work tomorrow as we welcome goalie and brawler Alex Nedeljkovic to the show. You know Dirty Work's the hockey leader, so keep it locked, you puckhead.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. We are working to make the connection right now with the Hall of Famer number 8, Steve Young. We do it with him every other week here on Dirty Work, and the Niners season has come to an end. So we'll talk to Steve, I think, for the last time this year, right?
No. I think we had him through the Super Bowl.
Oh, through the Super Bowl. Good deal, man. So we'll get him before the Super Bowl as well, but haven't spoken to him since the Niners made the postseason.
Yes.
Or started the postseason. We talked before Wild Card Weekend. And now before Championship Weekend, Niners won one and lost one. But I would hope and imagine that Steve is high on the season the way the players talk about it.
I think he's going to be very Pollyanna about
And
it.
we've made the connection with Steve Young. Why don't we start the Steve Young Show? No, Tim, you don't have the open. Oh, okay, never mind. That was a fall off a cliff. Well,
Steve Young.
Steve, what's up? Steve joins us on the UMA guest line. Steve, what's going on, bro? How are you, man?
Steve Young.
Yeah, there we go.
Steve Young. Yeah, there we go. We got it going. We've got a guest with us today, as we always, for the Steve Young Hero of the Week. Every week, KNBR and Steve Young's Forever Young Foundation honor a Hero of the Week. So many individuals and organizations go above and beyond and have done so much to help so many. So we like to honor these individuals as the Forever Young Hero of the Week. And this week, we salute First Tee. Austin Smotherman joins us. He's a First Tee ambassador. First Tee helps kids and teens build confidence, resilience, and strong character by combining the game of golf with meaningful life skills they can use on and off the course. Since 1997, the organization has grown into a nationwide youth development program, reaching more than 3 million young people each year through schools, golf facilities, and community centers across all 50 states. Austin Smotherman from First Tee joins us. Austin, how's it going, man?
Going well. That was quite an introduction. Way to lay the groundwork for what the First Tee does.
Yeah, man. So tell us about First Tee, just beyond what it was that I read in the synopsis of what it is you guys do. Give us an idea of how it is you help these kids, where you do it, and what role golf plays in that building of some of these life skills.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I'm fortunate enough that, before my golf skills became what they were, the First Tee was a place for me that I was one of those kids in the program, learning life skills through the game of golf, which once you are exposed to it as enough as I was, which I grew up in the First Tee of Greater Sacramento, which I'm a proud alumni, and currently reside in Dallas, where my home course, Trinity Forest, we host the First Tee of Dallas out there, and to see it nationwide, to travel and now be able to play the game at a high level and to be able to give back is pretty special to me. So yeah, I mean, I learned the game through the First Tee.
And you're talking to a pro here, Adam, and he was born and bred in the First Tee program. And the First Tee, if you think about when I grew up, it was a Boys and Girls Club, and a lot of times the YMCA or other. It's like a place for kids to come together, and it's really, I mean, it's inner city, it's out in the farmland. It's like they do a great job with the First Tee and trying to gather kids, give them life skills in the name of golf, and introducing them to the game. And so that's what First Tee's done nationwide. And then every once in a while, there's a kid that comes through the program and turns pro, and here you go.
Look at that.
It's pretty special. But I mean, I'm assuming all of us here have, played golf in some capacity, and, to have the patience, the confidence, the ability to be around the game at a young age, which is what the First Tee tries to introduce. It's kind of maybe an intimidating arena to go play in, go to a golf course, much more older people, adults you got to interact with, you got to be able to, speak confidently. You got to be able to hold your own. You got to be able to do all these things that, are going to serve you well, later into life. And whether the official golf talent comes there or not, that's not the main outcome. I was fortunate enough to have that aspect, but, others, it's the way to go to college, way to form your resume, way to just grow as a person, and to the way to make impact in the community.
Voice ears, Austin. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, the way you can help is there's First Tee San Jose, First Tee San Francisco, Oakland, Sacramento, as you said. So like in your area, there's
so
a First Tee. If you got a young kid that get them off the phone, get them out, and they'll learn skills. And and golf is just the the gateway for it, and it really is about getting kids together, getting them off their phones, and getting them some of the life skills that are really important. So I appreciate First Tee for what they've trying to do in the communities, and I'm sure they could take some donations. If you've got kids that can be involved in First Tee, I encourage you to kind of jump in. And another small little bit that groups like First Tee are doing to have kids learn real skills away from the computer. So. Yeah. Anything you'd add?
Well, real quick, Steve, the website is firsttee.org, and there are, as you said, many chapters and represented in all 50 states. First Tee, SiliconValley.org is the one that I have right in front of me, and firsttee.org for the main website, and I assume you can navigate from there to find the local chapter wherever you want to help. And you can donate and you can support First Tee, firsttee.org/donate to support the efforts. They say many chapters are also seeking coaches, and Steve, I know a couple of years ago you cracked the code when it came to golf. So
I cracked the code.
You cracked the code.
I actually thought I'd cracked the code. Now I have cracked the code.
Yeah.
I was confused.
Wait, can you share some of this wisdom with me, Steve?
Yeah, swing in a circle, bro. I've had so many people tell me a bunch of bull, like, pronate your wrist, or like, well, you've got it's just not that complicated once you really break it down, and the feels are all wrong.
Yeah.
By the way, whatever you think you're doing with a golf club, it's not what you think is happening. And
feel versus real is
feel versus real is so true. And you think you're this athlete, it's just so confusing. So I thought I broke the code. I did. I thought it, and then I didn't. But now I have.
All right. At one point, Steve switched from left to right-handed. I mean, that's how hard he was trying to break the code. I know he's figured it out, dude. So, Austin Smotherman. Go ahead, Austin.
You don't know till you try it. All right.
You got to do it. You got to figure it out, dude. Austin Smotherman, the voice
joining us, man. Good luck on the tour.
FirstTee.org. Good luck, Austin.
Thank you, guys. Check them out. I'm so gracious to them, and First Tee is an unbelievable program all over the country.
Awesome, great deal. Austin Smotherman, First Tee ambassador, firsttee.org, and check it out to help and support and donate to your local chapter. Steve Young joins us on the Yuma guest line. Bro, last time we talked to you, Niners still had games ahead of us. Yeah. Now we're done, man. Now we're staring down a new D coordinator.
I mean, you guys don't call me Pollyanna. Last week was, you felt like you'd built an expectation, and you shouldn't have, right? Because we know we've been playing kind of out punching our weight a little bit here, and we got burned, and it was all of that. So now we just gotta, it's amazing how fast you turn the page. Kyle and John get in front. They talk. Everyone's thinking about next year, thinking about what we got to do. And last week, all we could think about was trying to get back to the championship game. And so it's just it happens fast.
Well, Steve, I know it's disappointing to lose your final game of the season by a division opponent by 35 points, but you were Pollyanna about it, and this team was resilient. So I know that the expectation is to get that 6th Lombardi, but can you just talk about how how resilient they were this season, how they overcame so much given all the injuries?
Yeah, because it's easy. You got to get emotionally ready to go play every weekend, and when you have an excuse, when you have a built-in excuse, human nature, especially in the NFL, because it's so hard, tends to creep in, and you play down to the excuses. And so when people started to get hurt, and it was like, oh, well, we can't attack the Super Bowl this year. Oh, we're finished. Then human nature tends to start to infect the locker room. And that's why I give the locker room a lot of credit for not taking the kind of the rational, human, and they went irrational, right? We're not going to give in. We've got to strengthen the locker room. We've got strength of character. We've got good coaching. We're going to go play, and you're going to be, and we talked about it earlier in the year, we're going to be a tough out. We're going to, no matter what happens, we're going to be a tough out. And then what happened is not only we were a tough out, we started beating people. And so in that way, you credit, again, punching above your weight in this very intensely competitive, kind of Super Bowl quest, thinking to yourself, is it possible? And I think that they kept that dream alive really well beyond what we thought and would rationalize. And I think most of it was because we had a group of guys that refused to give in to human nature and to the infection of playing down to expectations and what's gone wrong. And I give them a lot of credit from the coaches, players, everyone there just refused, and I love that about him.
It's one of my favorite seasons, certainly that I've gotten to cover, Steve, because, again, the unexpected nature of it. Even Trent Williams said he'd never been a part of a team like this that was counted out, and he said every week just found ways to be successful and had to do so as a team in a different way. And so I think, at the end, the attitudes of the players were pretty proud. Now, on the football side of things, like, they did lose Week 18, and that game, the blowout, to your point, it has to do with injuries. It has to do with the way the season went. It's just the wheels they finally ran out of gas at some point and couldn't get over that hump. But does the 41-6 at any point mean something in terms of where you stand right now in the NFC West? I know you didn't have all your weapons, but what does that mean when you look at where you are going forward?
Okay, I'm glad we got the good parts out, because I think we need to say it because it was true, and I want to honor what happened.
Agreed.
But now we also have to step back and take inventory of 2023 was the season, right? It was the one when we were completely loaded, everything was rolling, everything's like that was, and so missing that one stung, and we still sting from that. And then 24 was 6-11. And then this one was 12-5, and it feels like those 2 years are kind of similar. And so if you said in the 6-11 season, things kind of went against us, and this season kind of went for us, but yet we still had this hardship kind of, we took $100 million out of the salary amount of salary. We had a transition year we talked about. And so it feels like the average, if we played 10 more of these kinds of years, we'd be 9-8. And so in that way, I don't want to it's not like I don't feel like because we're 12-5, we're just right. We're if we just get people healthy, we'll be right there. And it's like, but I don't think at 6-11 that we were that far away, right? And so both weren't true in a way is what I'm trying to say. And what I want, and so to me, let's be really honest about when George gets healthy, which I don't know when's it going to be. And hopefully Michael and Nick will be at the beginning of the season, but they're going to be coming off kind of big injuries. And all of our stars are, Christian's 29, will be 29, but he'll be 29 or 30, 32, 38. Like, it's a young man's game. It is a young man's game. Doesn't mean you can't extend and play great football, but we've got to recognize that we need a new group of what Seattle and the Rams have done as they've transitioned and built young stars in their rookie contracts that are like top 10 in the league in their position. And so we wanted to do a lot of that this season, and then ask yourself, how much of that did we get done? How much, Alfred, there's guys that, did we develop top 10 players away from George, away from Trent, away from Christian? Did we do that? And that's when you say to yourself, I'm not sure. We saw the beginnings of it, right? We saw the beginnings of it. We've seen, but we're not turned the corner like when you play the Seahawks right now. They're loaded, and they're going to be loaded for a while. They're going to have a transition year in about 3 years, but not right now. And the Rams will have a transition year after they lose Matthew Stafford. So that'll be a big thing. But we are, by definition, third in the division. And I think we got to take that in. We've got to recognize that even when people get healthy, have we really made the difference to attack? Because if you can't win our division, you can't. That's where we got to start.
Yeah.
And so we've got to just be humble and vulnerable about it, and say we did not develop quite as many stars as we wanted to with a lot of opportunity, and we got to develop even more. And this draft's got to be even better. And so I just don't want to sit here and say, oh, we're 12-5, and next year we'll be 14-3, and we'll be right there. And like we've got a lot of work to do, and the superstars of our team are aging, and we got to be super careful.
Talking to the Hall of Famer Steve Young on the UMA guest line. I know how much you respect Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, and I think they elevated their play this year and their coaching. Did you gain more respect for both with what they were able to accomplish with Brock's play down the stretch and Kyle's coaching this year with all the injuries?
Yeah, and I just out of respect, I want to throw Mac in, because Mac showed up out of nowhere and won a bunch of games when the season could have gone down the toilet. It really could have disappeared. So, but as far as Brock and Kyle, how I feel about Kyle.
Of course.
If I could go play, I'd go run down and play for him. think of the players that play for him, you're going to find out how good you really are. And so that's what's wonderful about Brock, is that as Brock's the kind of guy that's not going to make the same mistakes over and over and over again. He might make some mistakes, but he's going to learn. He's going to take it in. He is vulnerable and transparent and open and accountable. And so his game should continually get better and better and better. And that's what I think we're seeing that. And I think that's positive. The limitations are always, like every player has limitations, but you're going to see the full measure of who somebody is if they hang around Kyle long enough. And that's just, people can peck at Kyle. I get it. You can peck at him around clock management. You can peck at him around big. I don't know what you want to do to peck at him, but there's no one better.
Yeah.
There's nobody better at offensive preparation, play calling, and execution. And the statistics show it, and the wins show it. Now, did they win the Super Bowl? They've been there twice, and I didn't get. I mean, we can kind of put a weight on them, but it's in the big picture. There's no one better to do it for in Kyle, and I think Brock's, quietly going to just get the full measure of whatever the full measure of Brock Purdy. We're going to see it, and I think even quickly with Mac, you saw Mac had to leave and say, "Wow, I didn't know I could be this good. This is amazing. It gives me confidence to go be good, but don't go to Tennessee. Don't go to, there's like 15 places. I don't go, but if there are a bunch of places that he could go, I just hope he doesn't go anywhere."
So, yeah, as a former backup quarterback yourself, Steve, you see value in the 49ers hanging on to him, and I know that they need a lot of pieces this offseason. If they're offered a second-round pick, third-round pick, that's enticing, but you see the value in keeping Mac Jones this year to back up Brock Purdy.
For Mac, I want him to go start and play. I think he's that good. But for the 49ers, I want him to stay right here because, it made the difference this season. And he's the kind of guy that's really great in the locker room and great in the quarterback room and great for Brock. I think it brings out the best of both of them, by the way. I believe that with Mac playing well, I don't think Brock said, "Oh, I'm now going to try to," but I think it just intuitively kind of viscerally makes you it sharpens your saw. You can't, and I think Brock came back with more clarity around his game, right? I think it brings out the best. And so to me, having them both there, we'll get the best of both of them. And I think that's a positive for the 49ers. And someone could, you might say draft pick might be more worthwhile. Quarterback is the position. So if you tell me that Brock's going to play 17 games, no problem, then fine, ship him off. But if there's any chance that he doesn't play 17 games, I want Mac Jones sitting right there.
Talking to Steve Young on the UMA guest line. Knowing what you know about the system, where do you think Brock needs the most help?
Well, every quarterback needs a offensive line, and they got to be top 10. And I mean, with Trent in the game, are they top 10? And I'd say they're it comes and goes. I thought they had some great games this year, but we need to get back to the 2019 offensive line, right? Where we're the best in the league, top 3. That's when Jimmy Garoppolo can't get a job today. He's in the Super Bowl, right? Like, you need offensive linemen, and that's why make sure that's always. And any quarterback that's not supported by that, for years, I complained where Andrew Luck was just trying to play, Hall of Fame ball behind the offensive line, wasn't protecting him. It's like you need that, and so you've just got to refocus. And Trent being 38 years old, it's not fair to say, oh, he's going to be the rock of our offensive line. And so I think we've got the makings of a great offensive line to make sure we continue to. And to me, that's first. That's if quarterback is the position in the NFL that needs to be prioritized, then the offensive line needs to be the second. And then you need speed. We don't need speed as much as other squads because we do it so we have a lot of tactics. But it can't be the Christian McCaffrey show. We know that. That's asking too much of Christian, way too much of Christian. And I think it affects Christian's running game. I don't think we get the full measure of Christian as a runner when he has to do 6 other things. And so we've got to make sure that we develop threats out of the locker room when they come warming up that defense has been talking about since the last Wednesday. like, oh, watch out for, oh crap, he's bigger than I thought. Oh man, he's faster than I like. You know what I mean? That's how 49ers for years, when we were, for the dynasty years, the 80s, 90s, we were up 10-0 before we warmed up because they'd been talking about us for 5 days. Here comes Jerry Rice, and Jerry Rice walks on. Oh, damn, he looks faster than I thought. He's better. Oh, John Taylor, holy crap! These guys are coming out of nowhere. And that's what we had in 2023 when we warmed up, right? We came out of the tunnel in 2023, and it's like every guy, like, oh crap, we got to get back to that.
Talking to the Hall of Famer Steve Young on the UMA guest line. So we know that Robert Saleh's not coming back. He took the job with Tennessee. It sounds like they want to go with Gus Bradley to retain him as defensive coordinator, but you see others out there, Raheem Morris or maybe Jim Schwartz. Where do you want to see the 49ers go at defensive coordinator?
Oof, it's hard for me because that's not my expertise.
Right.
But I've been around long enough to know that you want it to resonate with what Fred's doing. To me, whoever I would go to Fred Warner and I'd say, look, man, we're going to interview 5 guys. I want you to sit in the interviews, and then I want you to have one of 2 votes about who you want it to be. Because if they resonate with Fred, they're going to be okay. If it's not, then I would not. And so to me, you've got a Hall of Fame player still in his prime, coming back from injury, ready to help you choose that defensive coordinator. I don't say this about every player. You don't always want to just have players running around trying to make decisions, but Fred's that unique guy that please involve him in making sure that because what I do not want, which we've seen, is suddenly somebody's trying to teach a defense it doesn't quite connect, and then we struggled. And when it does connect, it feels like we get it's 11 guys and it feels like 13. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I don't know about the names. For me, just quality names are all quality names. There's a lot of great coordinators, and I just want to make sure that what we've been doing, how the 49ers have called and played defense for the last 6-7 years, that the guys who have been here and doing it, Nick and everyone else, that guy comes into the thing and doesn't try to do something that makes them go, I'm confused. I'm not sure where this is going. I can see how it's worked somewhere else. Like, come in and fit into what we've been trying to do.
Steve, you mentioned a second ago, just the Niners need talent coming out of the locker room that is like wowing other teams. Holy crap, how big and fast that guy is. Do you remember anybody that you saw like that? You walked out on the other team, you're like, man, I did not know how fast or big that guy was.
Yeah, well, I mean,
comes to mind.
Reggie White, when you talk Reggie White, like you talk
First time
about
you
him,
saw him?
you talk about him when it was the Eagles. I remember when we had the Eagles defense in 1990. I mean, it was all of that, and he came warming up, and I was like, oh, his football card says 6'6", 320. He's lying, man. He's 6'8", 450. Like he's the biggest athlete because he was an athlete. He was an absolute ripped athlete. He was the biggest athlete I've ever seen as a human form. And when he come out of the locker room, you're like, and that's when he had to go back. And my buddy Harris Barton, we look at each other like, well, frickin' Reggie, what are we gonna, what are we gonna do, bro? I mean, Harris Barton was an all-pro athlete. I mean, he was a great athlete. He had to go against Reggie, man.
Yeah.
Reggie was two sizes bigger than everybody else. It was he was that guy.
Yeah.
That's one guy that came out of a locker room. You're like, holy, I can't believe it.
Yeah, we got to stop this guy talking to Steve.
In a different way. Barry Sanders is that way.
Oh yeah,
Barry Sanders. You come out, he's like, you watch him on film, you're like, that looks weird. Like, how does his body do that?
Yeah.
And then you come out and Barry Sanders is the only guy that I would go to the sidelines and I wouldn't go on the bench and watch the play or look at the film or I would say, hold on, I got to go watch Barry because I wanted to go see something that just didn't make sense to your eye. It was an athlete that made, like, he defied your eye, and that was another guy that came out of the locker room.
Two great answers, two incredible athletes. Yeah, Barry moved in such a weird way and lateral movement.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense.
It was unstoppable. He floats for a second.
I got to see it live.
Yeah,
you had to see it live.
It's like time stops. Just going more on the NFL from last weekend. I've been. A lot of weird stuff. Plus, the Bo Nix injury is just terrible for the Broncos. But I want to ask you about Josh Allen, his emotion after the game. And you played in a lot of heartbreak games and some triumphant games. But like when he was sitting there and the emotion he's feeling and how difficult this is, and the coach gets fired. I mean, did you relate to any of that, or what would you tell Josh Allen in that situation?
Well, the pain is real. Number one. and that's why the emotion, you just can't keep it. You can't keep pushing it down. It demands a football season and when you play elite football with expectations of Super Bowl, which is what's on his brand. I mean, that's all they think about, right? Because that's the thing that he hasn't or they have not done. And then and so it just erupts after that game, and I felt terrible about that. I felt terrible about the weird call that I think it was no question was the right call because he didn't catch it. It was laying on his belly for a second as he was rolling over, but he didn't catch it, and it wasn't incomplete. So somebody has to have it. And so that, if you think about it, if that just gets completed, we take a field goal and win, and everything's right. And I feel that pain. I feel it, how it doubles down on you. It's not some arithmetic. It's what is it? It's geometric, right? It's 4 times as much as it was a couple of years ago. It's 8 times as much. Like, it gets harder and harder. And then to lose your coach, because the one thing about it is they were getting better. I thought their offense they were getting more help. He wasn't having to play quite as much Superman, even though it was ridiculous what he was still trying to do. I just don't know where they go now. Like, well, who's gonna come in and be the secret? I just pray it's somebody directly from the Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Sean Payton tree. Like someone 1 degree of separation to come in and help him. Like Mike McDaniel going to the Chargers is freaking the greatest thing I could ever hope for Justin Herbert.
Right.
It really is. It's like Justin Herbert, the clouds are going to part, the sun's going to come out, and he's going to be like, you watch next year, hopefully he doesn't get hurt. If he does not get hurt, Justin Herbert will be fighting for an MVP. You watch. 100%.
Well, okay, what about one name that's being brought up, Steve, where he was with them before but didn't have a lot of success as a head coach? What do you think about Brian Dable if he came back to be head coach of the Bills?
It's fine, but again, look, show me somebody. Again, I'm people would say I'm tainted or I'm jaded or biased. I don't know what you want to call me, but I've watched it over and over and over again. The OG guys that showed up when they changed the rules, that innovated and figured out, and Kyle and Sean McVay and Sean Payton and Andy Reid are the OGs. Right. And then they have given all of their knowledge to their assistant coaches through the years to have them go out and be great. And then you now look at the NFL, and everyone who's playing great offense is one of those guys. So tell me that Josh Allen gets one of those guys. Like, Brian Dable will go up there, that's fine. But tell me that Josh Allen gets Mike. I would love it if Mike McDaniel would have gone in Buffalo, but they don't have a head coach yet. Yeah. And so it's like someone like that, like Liam Cohen. Why? How in the world is Trevor Lawrence now from the trash heap is now all pro? Because someone from the fruit of that tree showed up who understands the quarterback position in 2026 and how to get the most out of it. And now Trevor Lawrence is the man. So I just want that for Josh. I want him to feel what that feels like, to be symbiotic with another coach that trusts you, that they put plays together. They don't ask as much. That's what Patrick has enjoyed with Andy. He gets reinvented all the time, and he takes the pressure off Patrick that you don't have to be Superman. And if Josh didn't have to be Superman, he'd be even more Superman in a way. And so I would long for and that's why Mike McDaniel going, because you know how much I feel about Justin Herbert and how he gets ripped and pummeled. And look, he's got to own his play. I'm not saying he's not responsible. I'm just saying that with someone like Mike McDaniel, he will thrive. And I wish Josh could find that.
Well, before I let you go, Steve, on the way out, just when we talked to you in a couple of weeks before the Bowl, who's going to be in that game? Who you got this weekend?
Well, Matthew Stafford can beat anybody. We know that. And the Rams are good enough to beat Seattle. They're good enough. And but Seattle, and the way they play defense, and you have to be aggressively patient. It asks a lot of you, and you have to be really sharp, especially as you get in the red zone, because the effect of forcing you to kind of make your way down there with 4 guys that are putting pressure on you, it asks you invariably want to try to do too much, and they nail you every time. So Matthew's smart enough and a much of a veteran to not get caught in that. And so if they get down there not kicking field goals, they can win. But it seems like it's a tough one in Seattle right now. Seattle feels like they're fully loaded. It feels like 23 for us. Like they are loaded up, ready to go. And I think it's going to be. I'm going to pick Seattle just because I think it's that they're that good right now. On the other side, I don't know how does Jared Stidham show up in the championship format?
I know, it's nuts.
Like even Matthew Stafford, who's been to a lot of and been playing forever, you go to a championship game, it feels different, and it feels more like raw and intense, and every play seems like it's life or death. And look, I understand that's week to week as well, but it's nothing like championship football. Jared Stidham's like, wait, what? Bro, what are we doing? I'm
now.
I'm doing what? I'm playing. And so I pray that he is like if they get beat, it's not so obvious. It's his I think Sean will protect him. I think they'll try to eke out, and I think that defense will be ferocious because that's what, again, Newt Rockney's famous because under certain contexts, circumstances, you get a ferocity of human emotion that actually makes a difference on the football field because that's what the game is. They're ramming other people. So I bet you that Denver defense, I'll be shocked if they give up more than 14 or 16, 18 points. You know what I mean? Like, I think it'll be, and then if Jared doesn't make too many mistakes and they run it and get a couple passes and, kick 5 field goals, I mean, I don't think it's impossible. But, man, I just think about Jared this week trying to sleep, Because here's the thing. You've been with these guys. You've been with them the whole year.
Yeah.
You've seen the emotion and the grit and the toughness and how they got there. And so you've lived it. You know how much they've bled and fought to be there. And now, wait, I gotta figure out a way to not disrespect what you guys have built and somehow come up with it. I hope for the best for him. I think it's an incredible spot to be in.
Well, Steve,
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say bye. You can finish.
No, I'm good.
Steve, we fell flat on the open, dude, but we're sending you out with a bang, dude. There we go.
Hey,
Steve Young, we do it with him every other Wednesday right here on The Sports Leader. Steve, enjoy the games this weekend, bro. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
Thanks, bro. Thanks, Steve.
Take care, buddy.
Good deal. The great Steve Young, dude. Dude, Tim was losing his mind that we were still talking to Steve.
Hey. That's Steve Young.
Tim's like, dude, we gotta go.
It's Steve's fault, man.
Yeah, dude, dude, come on. It's not called the best 22 minutes in sports radio. It's called the best half hour in sports radio. Steve Young, we do it with him every other week. We'll take a quick break. Tim, I'm only a couple of minutes late. We break at 28 anyway. Oh, there's 3. We'll be back. The Dirty Work rolls on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch spoke to the media today with their end-of-year press conference. Lynch addressed the Brandon Ayuk saga, saying, quote, "It's safe to say he's played his last snap as a 49er. You can find the entire presser at thesportsleader.com and on our app. Hey, you might even get an electrical substation question."
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. If you missed Steve Young, go check it out. One of our best Steve Young hits of the season, of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Wide-ranging, sort of a retrospective on the Niners, where they're going, his evaluation of the team, what they need to help Brock Purdy. He said O-line first and then speed. I thought he was right in saying, but he's more right than I'll ever be about anything football-related. But I agree with him in saying the 49ers, the first place they can help Brock is offensive line. That's where it's first and foremost. And he said, Trent can't be the best guy still on your O-line.
No.
I'm with him on that. And then he said,
improve that.
He said the reason we need speed, but he said not as much as other teams need it because we're tactical.
Yes.
And he's right. They have tactics that can scheme guys open. I would check that out, thesportsleader.com and the thesportsleader app, and some good stuff on Josh Allen as well, on looking back at some losses that he faced and things he had to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him where usually they score points based off of Kyle's scheme, but now they're facing these defenses in Seattle where you need to find some game changers. So, yeah, I agree with him, some speed.
We will take a quick break. We gotta catch up on time a little bit here. Larry Krueger's coming up in about 20 minutes at the top of the hour. If you missed any of Steve Young, as I said, available on the website, thesportsleader.com and the app. When we come on back, I think we got a little time for a bit of a crap section.
Do we?
I think we do.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think we do.
Tim shaking his head.
Just give me a quick one. I'll be quick on the underdog read. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. What do you know? Here I am again. Adam Copeland with you for Underdog Fantasy. Been telling you about it because football playoffs are here in Underdog. As I repeat, is the best place for you to get in on the gridiron action, is you can make picks and win money right now in California. I've been playing since the start of the playoffs. I was playing a little bit at the end of the season as well, but playoff time's a lot of fun because you got games to focus on and you can get some action and make some money while you're watching these games. We have 2 more, of course, going down on Sunday. It's super easy to play, by the way, for this championship weekend. You just got to download the Underdog Fantasy app and you select whether or not some of your favorite players in these games are going to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions. All sorts of stats are available, and you can customize some of them for different odds. Get them right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash just by watching some football. I told you earlier I was looking at Drake May and Matthew Stafford. I'm also looking at Jared Stidham. I know they're going to try to pass. I'm looking at lower on Stidham on 198.5 on the passing yards. Kyron Williams at 55 rushing yards. That's something I like, but I'm also looking at Kenneth Walker III. He's going to have to take the red zone carries, a half a rushing or receiving touchdown. That's a number I would certainly look at for this weekend. Bottom line is, if you get those right and you can pair them with a few others, you get up all of your picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code KNBR to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KNBR. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in California. Terms apply. See underdog.com, underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader. Dirty Work is sponsored by Jack's Restaurant and Bar, an all-day, any-day kind of place.
Dirty Work with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We have a little bit of time, I think, for a crap section. Larry Kruger coming up at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock with a little Niners Nightly.
Alrighty.
So you should probably get into some crap. By the way,
let's get into it.
Alex Nedeljkovic, the Sharks goalie, is going to join us tomorrow at 2:50 for our weekly Sharks guest.
Hell yeah, brother.
All right, so hold on, I got to get this. There we go. Weekly Sharks guest, Alex Nedeljkovic, goalie tomorrow at 2:50.
I'm looking forward to it.
Tim, we haven't done it in a little while, but our guy Pat H on the YouTube chat, he loves it. He clamors for it. He's officially changed his name to the Pat H crap section, I believe.
Has he?
I saw somebody there earlier. I think that was him.
Oh, on the YouTube chat.
I assume that was him.
You don't mean like in real life.
His name was Pat H.
Excuse me, Mr. Section?
He changes his first name to Pat H. and his last name is
Crap Section.
Hello, Mr. Crap Section. Got a reservation for 4, Mr. Crap Section?
It's like that commercial back in the day. So, what do you think, Mr. Dumbass? It's Dumas.
You're real dumbass material. It's like the name is Dumas. Well, it's a bunch of crap stories, and we call it the Pat H. Crap Section.
I should have a name for this. There already is a name for this, Beavis. It's called crap. You ought to have, a crap section. Yeah.
What you got for us, Tim, on the crap section?
Well, we'll have an abbreviated crap section, but there is always crap. So we like to have all members of the audience. We don't care if you're young. We don't care if you're old. The filth is non-judgmental, and we're, to quote my guy Bob Fitzgerald, he said the audience was 8 to 80, blind, crippled, and crazy. And so we welcome everyone. But let's talk about the teens for a second, okay? The teens, we got it. These TikTok challenges. There's some stuff going on. This guy specifically, we're going to, where are we?
I thought it was going to be your slice of life. You're like, I hate young people these days, don't you?
You know who I hate is young people? No. I don't have a location on this. That's back in January 16th, so just a couple of days. We're in Florida, of course. A gentleman named Isaac Hurley was found hiding inside a closed Walmart. He was trying to attempt a TikTok challenge, a live stream there. Officers were dispatched to the retailer when someone called 911. There was a male suspect broadcasting from inside a Walmart for a, quote, 24-hour challenge. So the challenge is to be in a Walmart for 24 straight hours and live stream it the entire time.
Wait, so you have to like, you're not an employee. You have to remain in there and you're like hiding in there after
it's like
closing?
That dream that everybody has where if you like get locked somewhere, it would be a Costco because you just be there overnight.
So the quote challenge is to live stream yourself breaking a law where everybody knows where you are?
That sounds much worse than you having to be at 28 hours in KNBR studios.
Tim, would you have preferred to be in a Walmart?
Probably. There's more stuff to
There's no bed. There's no bed.
What do you mean? Are you crazy?
I don't know. You can probably find something pretty comfortable. Like this guy.
You put a mattress in.
Well, here's the kicker of this. The man the caller added was, quote, hiding in the dog bed section.
Yeah,
so what he had done is he had wedged himself between some dog beds and was actively recording himself as the night was progressing.
But he wasn't like taking stuff. He was just trying to stay in there.
No, he was just trying to be in there. He believed that he could earn money from TikTok views. He thought that he could get advertisements or, more importantly, clicks and people that would donate for this 24-hour challenge.
I mean,
Walmart's like, we got you.
Where do you come down on TikTok videos in public?
They don't really bother me, or it hasn't really yet.
They don't bother me either. But
I'm just like, stay out of most people. I don't know. Stay out of people's business, and it's probably okay. I don't really concern myself with other people's business when I'm ever,
I don't either.
Really, but
I don't either. But the other day, I didn't say this on the show. The other day, I'm going down that tunnel in between our studio and BART at Daly City.
Yeah, like the underground tunnel where you walk from BART to the
There are these 3 young girls that are filming a TikTok video. They're dancing and everything, and they're by themselves. And I come down the escalator, and they're looking at me like, "Do you mind?" And I'm like, "No, I have to get to work. You guys are in a public place right now. What am I supposed to do? Go another way?"
No, you should have been like, "Do you mind?"
It's a public sidewalk, or it's a public hallway.
I'm not gonna yuck your yum.
Right. They're in the wrong to get mad at you. But yeah, you're just like, don't be mad at me because you want to do a TikTok.
By all means, if you want to do a TikTok video, that's fine. But like, if I'm in the background, you can't be mad.
Yeah,
because I'll dance too.
No, yeah, you're like, no, I was more mad they didn't invite me.
Yeah, come on.
Didn't offer me a little lesson.
So he didn't get that far into the night. Most of the workers that were doing their nightly duties were still there when the guy was caught. He could not resist stealing one thing that he also got charged with. He got charged because he opened up an iPhone 16 charger to charge his phone.
Well, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Wait, he got charged because he opened up a charger?
He allegedly took a $16 iPhone charger from Walmart.
I'll pay you back.
Damn, dude, see, that's the thing. Is now you're breaking and entering and you're thieving.
Yeah,
so it's a felony burglary count. He also got the charger count. He went to jail. He had to post $1,500 bond, and a judge ordered him, I like this, to have no contact with Walmart.
Yeah, dude, yeah. Walmart's like, dude, keep him away from us. I like the idea that this guy streamed it. He said, what's he going to, at his arraignment?
Yeah.
He's like, I plead not guilty.
He's like, well, sir, you're right
dude,
there.
It's on video.
So that guy from Role Models.
Look
at me, stealing TVs.
Yeah, stealing TVs. That's pretty funny.
I'd stay up all night in a Walmart. Look at me, staying up 24 hours in a Walmart.
24 hours in a Walmart. I didn't steal anything at the very least. I'll take this charger for my own.
Walmart Sleeper 69. How do we find you?
Yeah, is that his name?
No, but that's...
That'd be great, dude. Walmart Sleeper 69. You got another one for us, Tim?
Yeah, you know those Stanley mugs? You know, those... They're very convenient. My sister has a couple of them. They just love these things, right?
Yes.
So this woman here, where are we? I have no idea where this is either. Florida.
I was going to say, I'm guessing Florida. Yeah.
Nailed it.
This woman wanted to steal a Stanley mug from her female coworker. The accused thief remarked, quote, "That tumbler would be great to hold my breast milk," unquote. Cops said that they arrested Ariana Ma. She was 29. Actually kind of a looker.
Yeah?
On a misdemeanor charge in connection with the December 29th theft of a Stanley mug. According to the arrest report, Moss was observed in video surveillance looking at the cup numerous times before taking possession of the 40-ounce light blue Stanley mug and concealing it in her own thing.
Wait, so who did she take it from?
It was a coworker. It would be like you stealing Derek's mug.
So, but she said before stealing the mug, it looks like a good place to keep breast milk?
Yeah.
Now we need that drop of my dad asking John Lund. You ever tried breast milk, John?
Breast milk, John?
So she stole it from a 22-year-old coworker. She had pointed to the cup multiple times, walked by many times before remarking, that cup would be great for my breast milk.
All right, we get it. You want some breast milk in that cup.
I would kill to get video of this surveillance of her walking back and forth.
She asked him multiple times.
Peeking over like a cubicle to see if the mug. I like that mug. It's perfect for my milk.
You know, it'd be great for my breast milk.
That's incredible. So keep going, Tim.
She said she was a supervisor at the job. She quit 3 days later and, quote, no one has heard from her since.
Man. She kind of let that be known. She really wanted breast milk in that mug.
It's such a weird, specific thing to keep talking about putting in a mug. Not weird breast milk. I'm just like, I wouldn't be like, that looks like a great mug for Coca-Cola. Like, I wouldn't say it about any specific beverage.
And all you do is just say it once.
Any specific beverage is funny, but it is really funny.
Oh, you got a photo?
That she said it and then stole the mug.
Let's see if she's a looker. Yeah. All right.
It's not like her LinkedIn photo. What is that?
They posted. And by the way, the funny thing is imagine that's what cost you your job and you just had to disappear from everybody.
Yeah.
You probably do have to disappear, to be honest.
You hope she didn't work there too long because I don't think you can put that place as a reference.
Probably not.
They Google your work history and this comes
Have you
up.
ever actually tried breast milk, John?
Yeah, there we go.
That's so dumb.
That's just
you got one
disgusting.
more, Tim? No? That's it?
No, we're good. All right.
That's Tim on the crap section.
That's some crap.
Special thanks to Pat H. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we will
go for that mug.
Put the show to bed. Not in a doggy bed in a Walmart, just to bed. And we'll hand it over to Larry Krueger. Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America on the Breast Milk Leader.
Have you ever actually tried breast milk, John?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
As we close the book on the 2025 49er season, baseball season is right around the corner, so get your seam head fixed tomorrow morning as Giants manager Tony Vitello joins Brian and Bobby at around 9:15. That's new manager Tony Vitello tomorrow 9:15 with the Morning Show Rodeo. You know Marty, Kerry, and Bill Lasky's going to listen.